In the world of spirits and monsters, people had the opportunity to release their soul potential to awaken various superpowers within themselves. After that, they were strong enough to kill demons and destroy everything around them. They were called awakened. But most often the nickname heroes was heard. Today's news reported that a roadside melon vendor was killed by a guy driving a car, and the authorities have intervened in the investigation of the case. The reporters also reported that Grandmaster Ma challenged the Undead King and was defeated by his opponent in one move. And in an interview, the loser claimed that the fight was unfair. In addition, they said that the investigation into the incident with the attack on the needle store had been completed. It turned out that the perpetrator was the spirit Wu, and the accused had already been detained. The guy who was just getting out of the dumpster thought that this world was really crazy. Lin had just woken up in this dump, and although his hair was ruined, his head was completely fine. The other time travelers were invincible from the very beginning. They literally had no equal. Our hero was much less fortunate. He was simply a talentless nobody, a piece of trash who was killed and thrown into a garbage heap. But what angered him most was that he had been a handsome man for most of his life, but was suddenly transformed into such a shameful image. More than anything in the world, he wanted to know who the killer was, because then he could get even with this vile man. He was distracted from his thoughts by extraneous sounds coming from somewhere behind him. Turning his head, he noticed a man who was relieving himself right in the gateway. The guy couldn't believe that even in another world, the level of human development was so low. But what was most annoying was that this stranger appeared too quietly and unexpectedly. Turning his head 180 degrees, the strange man stuck out his long tongue and happily reported that he could smell a fresh human scent. The sight was so frightening that our hero jumped back in horror, not understanding what kind of nightmare was happening right before his eyes. The creature suddenly rushed into attack, saying that he would be happy to help the guy test his body. Lin had nowhere to run, because he had reached a dead end and now he could be eaten by an incomprehensible monster that looked like a human. The creature's mouth opened, revealing a terrifying array of razor-sharp teeth. Suddenly, some strange weapon appeared in the air, approaching the monster at incredible speed. The monster didn't even have time to react, and its head had already separated from its body. It was only when the drops of foul-smelling blood began to fly in all directions that the young man realized that his life had been saved in the most incredible way. He sat on the ground and watched as the monster's body began to gradually dissipate into space. A moment later, a beautiful girl appeared in the gateway, took the weapon that killed the creature, and greeted our hero sweetly. At first, the guy froze because he couldn't believe that his life was saved by such a strong beauty. And then, when the gift of speech returned, he began to thank the girl for her help. Biting her lip, the stranger came closer and asked the most unexpected question that could be thought of in this situation. She was interested in whether Lin thought she was beautiful. This question left Lin stunned, because he couldn't even imagine that there were such proactive girls in this world. But in the end, he decided to answer that the stranger was simply magnificent. Hearing this answer, the girl smiled widely, so widely that her seductive lips turned into a mouth, and her eyes darkened and glowed red. Lin pressed himself against the wall. He thought that he had met a beautiful heroine who had come to his aid, but in fact, there was another monster in front of him. This embodiment of old urban legends came closer and began to demand an answer. But the most terrible thing was that there was no correct answer to her question. Because if you say that she is beautiful, the girl will cut her throat. If you call her ugly, she will kill you immediately. Since Lin did not give any answer for a long time, the scary girl grinned and hissed that in that case, she would have to answer for him and touch the unfortunate man's skin with her scissors. At that moment, he thought that everything was over for him. His life would end right this minute. But the next moment, everything froze, and a notification appeared that the divine system had been successfully bound, since the carrier was in danger. The legendary system offered the guy 3 options to get out of the situation. Escape, but the monster would quickly catch up with him, begging for mercy while kneeling, and a kiss that could grant a unique ability. Our hero had been playing games for many years, so he immediately decided that it was better to choose the 3rd option, because then he could get a bigger profit. When time returned to its usual course, the system reported that the task needed to be completed immediately. It was the young man's first kiss, but he decided to try to do it. He was sorry that his first kiss had been with a demon in female guise, but sometimes circumstances were such that there was no choice. Stepping back, Lin saw the embarrassed face of the beauty, who had once again returned to her appearance as a pretty girl. She turned around abruptly and pulled herself out of the guy's arms. Without saying a word, the stranger began to run away. She stopped before running 2 meters and said that her name was Hong Ye. Turning her head, she said with a hint of resentment and clear determination that she would definitely return. After these words, the air around the girl began to shimmer. The glow became brighter and brighter, and, together with the wind, it enveloped her body. It all quickly ended and dissipated, leaving only the memory of a beautiful and deadly stranger. The system sent a notification that the carrier has completed the task and will now begin rewarding a random SSS rank ability. The pop-up notification ordered him to shout a lottery chant that sounded like Thunder Strike the Darkness. But the guy decided that only a child would shout something like that on the street. But then he decided that since he had decided to kiss the demon, the prospect of being disgraced was not so terrible. So he shouted out strange words. The very next second, a bright bolt of lightning cut through the dark skies and struck right at the place where the young man stood. There was no pain, there was only a feeling of boundless strength that filled every cell of the body. This power literally tore the body apart from the inside. But the pain was so sweet and desirable that Lin accepted it with gratitude. People passing by paid attention to what was happening. They looked at the sky and thought that some kind of monster was descending to Earth. But not everyone knew that the thunderstorm was a harbinger of something else. The woman watched what was happening carefully and thought only that, in fact, someone had awakened the special abilities of the S-Class. And as far as she knew, there was only one person in the city with such a level. A hunch flashed through her mind that this could be a descendant of that same guy. But then, it all ended as abruptly as it had begun. The lightning disappeared and was replaced by heavy rain. The exhausted guy fell to his knees and breathed heavily, trying to come to his senses. The system sent another notification. This time, the carrier was congratulated on receiving an SSS class ability. Looking at how the body was filled with power, the guy thought that now he would become invincible. The ability was called Chi Yu and could complement Lin's existing strength, and over time, other aspects of this skill could be unlocked. The only problem was that, according to this body's memories, the limit of strength in this world was no more than S-Class, and he had awakened an ability of exactly that rank. The guy grinned confidently, becoming even more convinced that he would become invincible. It was very easy for him to believe that this ability would help him become a real boss and climb to the top of this world. The mere thought of such success sent shivers down the guy's spine. He imagined how he would become the dream of all the girls who would line up to please him. He was pulled out of his dream world by another notification, which said that a powerful demon had been detected nearby, so he needed to leave this place as soon as possible. The young man understood perfectly well that he was still too weak, so it was better not to get into such serious trouble. After Lin Ke escaped from danger, he finally reached the house, which, by the way, was very luxurious and cost no less than 10 million. Our hero found himself in such a mansion for the first time, so he was a little nervous because just a couple of hours ago he pulled his body out of a trash can. Lin grabbed the door handle and decided that he would finally meet his family. But what the guy saw behind the door surprised him, if not shocked him. A little girl came out to meet him, rubbing her eyes from sleep and asking why her brother had not come for so long. He immediately remembered that he had a younger sister named Lin Shi, and she was scared because she thought that the young man had been injured. To reassure the little girl, our hero said that he was fine, and his appearance only indicated that he had been wet in the rain, so there was no reason to worry. This didn't really convince Lin Shi, so she offered her brother some freshly brewed ginger root tea to drink. This liquid turned out to be very tasty, so Lin Kuei thanked his little sister and said that he was happy that he had her. Memories gradually came to the young man's mind, and now he knew that he was a child who was adopted by the Lin family. After their death, he lived with his older sister Lin Hood and little Shi. Both sisters were endowed with incredible intelligence and talent, which would help them to make it in society. Only Lin Kuei considered himself a piece of trash, who had received nothing but caustic ridicule from people his entire life. 3 years ago, Lin Hood was selected for the Superpowers Department. All thanks to her impeccable data. Because of her busy schedule, her sister was rarely at home, so the care of little Shi fell on the young man. Now the guy was very ashamed because his past version was completely indifferent to the girl's feelings. He often left her alone, despite the fact that she was afraid to be alone. While sipping the ginger tea, our hero realized that his little sister was simply wonderful, so he should cherish her. His calm thoughts were shattered when someone burst into the house and loudly called out to him, urging him to come over. Kui couldn't understand who dared to come here and scare him while he was calmly sipping the brew. A beautiful girl entered the living room, sternly crossed her arms and said that the game of hide-and-seek was over. The memories of this body's past gave the boy information that the girl's name was Chu Junyao. She was his childhood friend. The girl asked how the guy dared to return home after he confessed his love to her in front of the whole class through a loudspeaker. He had disgraced her, and she wanted an explanation. This information made the young man wonder if this confession was connected with the fact that he was killed behind the school. But first, he decided to deal with his girlfriend. Unfortunately, he chose the unsafe tactic when he said that he was just fooling around, because he would never fall in love with someone like her. These words hit Chu Junyao's feelings so hard that she decided to inflict real physical pain on her offender. She managed to do it, and so successfully that Kui was thrown back and completely disoriented. But what angered her most was that the guy could see something he shouldn't have, because when she struck, her skirt hardly protected her from prying eyes. Because of this, her thirst for physical violence increased tenfold, and she prepared to strike again, this time with her hand. Suddenly, little Lin Shi stood between the boys, ordering Junyao to stop making noise and stay away from her brother. The girl closed her eyes haughtily and declared that she would never stoop to the level of a child, so they could rest easy. As she left, she reminded our hero that tomorrow was ability testing day, so only students with C-class abilities and above would be able to enter Kanglin Academy. Junyao arrogantly said that she had already awakened her Class A ability long ago, which had secured her a place in the academy, so all paths were open to her. But she didn't value the guy at all because she said that he would remain at the bottom, go to a third-rate university, and be like an ordinary person. Hearing these words, our hero almost laughed, because he knew that a person who possessed an SSS class ability simply could not be like an ordinary person. Suddenly, the system notification appeared again that a choice had to be made. There was an option to remain silent and not respond to the girl's taunt. You could agree with her, or you could swear to awaken the ability. And although the reward for the second option was greater, the young man liked the third one because he really did not agree with her statement. So he made his final choice in favor of the third option. Our hero declared with all his confidence that he would not only receive the ability, but would also enter the prestigious Kanglin Academy. After the guy told the girl everything he thought, he felt incredible pride inside himself. Because in addition to the fact that he defended his opinion, he also wiped Junyao's nose. But his girlfriend believed that anyone can throw words around, but doing what was being discussed could be much more difficult. Looking at her brother's aggrieved expression, little Lin Shi said that she believed that he would definitely be able to awaken his ability. Because of all this arguing and shouting, our heroes did not even notice how deep the night had come. The weather was so warm and pleasant that the young man decided to sleep with the balcony wide open so that a light breeze could walk through his room. This allowed those who wanted to see the guy to enter the room unhindered. Hong Ye was still upset about having her first kiss blatantly stolen, so she decided that it was time for the young man to take responsibility for his actions. The morning began with loud screams, which indicated that our hero had overslept and was now very late. But despite the rush, Kyo even managed to have a snack, because his younger sister carefully prepared him sandwiches and wished him good luck on the exam. The little girl believed that her brother was the best, so he simply could not fail the exam or show a bad result. Time was running out, which meant I had to run as fast as I could. While chewing a sandwich, our hero thought only about what he had dreamed. The dream was extremely strange. Its plot was that he slept with a demoness who saved him in a gateway. While he was lost in these thoughts, he didn't even notice how he had reached Kanlin Middle School. Sitting in one of the prestigious seats was Chu Junyao, who asked with some hesitation whether the participants were not yet in place, since time was running out. When the aptitude test was announced, the girl noticed the anxiety on all the students' faces. At that moment, she decided that they really were just a herd. The uneasy silence was broken when a late student tried to squeeze forward. Of course, it was Lin K, who came to test his abilities and at the same time wipe the nose of his arrogant girlfriend. The guy just wanted to go ahead, so he asked to be let through, but everyone was so excited that they responded to him quite aggressively. When one of the guys turned around and noticed Lin Kie, he froze for a second and was speechless. He couldn't understand why our hero didn't die. After examining the boor, the hero's memory told him that the blonde man's name was Yang Xiao. And when he said that name, the student clearly became nervous. After that, he put on a mask of arrogance and said that he thought that trash like Leon would not dare to appear here. After analyzing the situation, Kui immediately realized that they were some kind of rivals, because the blonde also liked Junyao, so most likely, it was he who sent the assassins to him. The talk began about how today's exam would determine the future of the boys, since only students with C-class ability would be able to enter Kanglin Academy. The name of the first student who would be examined was announced. It turned out to be a young man named Wang Xiaoming. It was obvious how much this young man was worried, but he tried to get himself in the right frame of mind so as not to embarrass himself. Touching the glowing sphere with his palm, he closed his eyes, waiting to see what the test result would be. And the result showed that he failed the exam, because he only reached F class. This news made the poor guy cry from frustration. Following this guy, 2 more took the test, and all of them failed, because their rank was too low. The kids who had already taken the test and were now just watching the others couldn't help but laugh when they saw the failures of the students who were much less fortunate than them. Finally, that same handsome blonde guy named Yang Xiao came out. The girls began to sigh languidly, because many of them liked him. He touched upon the sphere without any unnecessary worries, because he was absolutely sure that the result would please him. Testing showed that his rank was no lower than A class, and his strength was that of a hellhound. The girls looked at this self-confident student with loving eyes. What can we say about them? Even Junyao was impressed because he awakened his power. Next in line was Lin Kei. Hearing the familiar name, the girl was surprised by the fact that he actually came to the exam. Our hero was determined to prove himself and show everyone around him who was the real boss in this building. His appearance caused loud laughter among the students. The guys refused to believe that he had any ability. Yang Xiao also chuckled, because he thought that this trash had only come here to say goodbye to the last drops of his dignity. The general attention was extremely embarrassing to the young man, but he decided that everyone was reacting this way solely because he had a pleasant appearance. But at the most inopportune moment, the zipper on our hero's trousers failed and showed the entire audience what would have been better left hidden. After dealing with the shift, Lin Kuei stated that the fly was not as interesting as his ability. Confidently approaching the sphere, the guy decided that now would come the moment when the arrogance and prejudices of the guys would disappear forever. The moment of truth has arrived, and our hero's hand rests on the object that will determine his fate. The surprised faces of everyone who saw his true level showed that the guy had managed to amaze them. He was sure that the board showed the same SSS rank that the system had mentioned earlier, but everything was a little different. An academy staff member reported that Lin Kei's ability was flawed and its application was completely unknown. Turning his head, the boy noticed that he had only reached the FFF rank. The loud laughter surrounding him only confirmed what he saw with his own eyes. Yang Xiao thought with a smirk that the guy hadn't disappointed him by showing a disgusting result, because after that, he would be ashamed to even look in Junyao's direction. There was a real storm of emotions inside Kya. He thought with indignation that he tried his best, but he could not even imagine that he would be dragged through the mud in front of everyone. Clutching his head in his hands, he began to desperately repeat that this was some kind of mistake, because something like this simply could not have happened. Suddenly, his face was touched by someone's gentle but very cold hands, and a voice behind him said that the young man needed help. The demoness appeared so unexpectedly that our hero almost screamed. He only restrained himself after she said that she had come to lend a helping hand. Before he could answer, an academy employee said that the boy's potential had begun to grow. Everyone was amazed at how quickly the boy's strength grew, and only he understood that his new ability had come into play. The man was amazed and said that this was a completely new record. Because the boy showed S-class abilities, with due diligence, he could achieve the highest results. Smiling, Junyao nodded and confirmed the employee's words. Yan Xiao held back with all his might from screaming in anger, because he thought that such a thing was simply impossible, and the guy was definitely cheating. After thinking for a while, the examiner reported that although Lin Kuei had an FFF class ability, he had the potential to reach S rank, which was 1 in a million, so the boy passed the test. 10 minutes had passed since what happened in the classroom. Our hero went out into the corridor and headed to his locker. Yang Song, who passed by, said that a scumbag would always remain a scumbag, even if he had some potential. He was sure that Kuei would not pass the second stage of the exam. Turning to the blonde, the young man said that his words sounded too much like envy. He assumed that his strength was truly envied. These words angered Xiao so much that he grabbed him by the clothes and started shouting that no one would envy such trash. The blonde began to demand that the guy demonstrate his strength. The system once again gave Kuei a choice. He could ignore the enemy, give him a good beating, or hug him and resolve everything peacefully. The choice was so obvious that even thinking about it for a second seemed stupid. Swinging his fist harder, Kuei hit the blonde man right in the face. Smiling, our hero said that he could not refuse Yang Xiao, because he himself asked him to strike and demonstrate his strength. Having come to his senses, the instigator of the conflict began to say that even his father had never raised his hand against him, but some scum dared to knock him down. Their squabble was stopped by a girl who, in a commanding voice ordered that this disorder be stopped immediately. The stern beauty announced that the second stage of testing would begin very soon, so the students who had passed should follow her to the venue. Lin Kuo immediately noticed the chevron with the Tangshe emblem on her arm. This meant only one thing. The person standing in front of them was a man from the Kanglin Academy. They still had to get to the venue along the mountain road of the suburb of Kanglin. They were accompanied by a senior student of the Kanglin Academy, whose name was Su Tang, who was also the examiner. The girl announced that the second stage of the exam was extremely important because those who passed it would become official students of the academy. Our hero did not listen very carefully because he was admiring Su Tang's beautiful figure. But when she cast a stern glance at him, he realized that she was not to be trifled with. Suddenly, the bus driver noticed something strange ahead. Some huge bats were flying straight towards them and were not going to stop. They began to crash into the windshield, causing it to break and the bus to go off the road. The passengers were rocked so violently that poor Lin Kuei almost spat out his teeth when he crashed into the window. As a result, the bats caused the bus to flip over. Our hero managed to climb out of the window, shocked. He tried to understand why the bus had overturned. When he raised his head, he finally noticed the cause of the disaster. The huge creatures had not gone anywhere. They were flying in circles, as if looking for victims. Su Tang was also confused. She couldn't understand where the monsters came from after all. They hadn't even reached the exam venue. Jumping forward, the senior academy student gave the order to stick together and finish off all of these creatures. While Kui was amazed at how quickly the older students had reacted and entered the fray, Yang Xiao was looking at him angrily, eager to get revenge for the boy daring to humiliate him. The blonde was making menacing plans and did not pay any attention to the fact that a monster was approaching them. But it only seemed that way at first glance. As soon as the mouse flew close enough, Yang Xiao suddenly grabbed it right by the throat and began to squeeze hard. After that, he threw the creature straight towards Kuei, saying that he had a great gift for passing the exam. Although Lin Kui loved gifts, he preferred to refuse this one because he didn't want to deal with a bloodthirsty monster. Having activated his power, the blonde declared that he would not leave the guy alone until he answered for what he had done. Unfortunately, everyone was so absorbed in fighting the monsters that they didn't pay attention to anything else. The boys admired how much of a master of her craft examiner Su Tang was, because she fought incredibly. In order not to lose face, Yang Xiao asked if they were finished already, since he had just finished warming up and was about to join the battle. No one answered his question, because a fairly strong earthquake began and everyone began to pay attention to it. But this was not just an earthquake, but an attack of more monsters, because some strange magical chains began to burst out from under the ground. They wrapped around the students' legs and arms, completely restricting their movements and leaving them completely defenseless. The boys started screaming and asking for help. They were young and not ready for such battles, so their reaction was quite understandable. A strange man in a mask began to approach them. He was racing quickly on a motorcycle, deftly avoiding all obstacles. This man was clearly no friend to them, for he began to say that the chains had caught those who might have made excellent captives. At that moment, the students realized that their affairs were bad, because only a miracle could help them. Approaching the pretty girl, the stranger grabbed her by the chin and said that he was very sorry that he would have to harm such a beauty. A guy jumped out of the crowd and boldly ordered the scoundrel to move away from his girlfriend and not touch her with his dirty hands. These words only provoked the scoundrel, who said that in that case he would deal with this daredevil first. Su Tang would never allow this to happen, so she ordered the student to stop and let her deal with the problem. Looking at the senior student running past, Lin Qi began to ask her to untie him and free him from the shackles, but she saw only one goal before her, which was to neutralize the enemy and protect her wards. But she didn't take into account the fact that the chains could have bound her as well. To the attacker, Su Tang seemed too slow because he was able to hit her so hard without much effort that she flew back. She was caught by our hero, who awkwardly said that the real savior, as always, appears at the most critical moment. At that moment, he received a notification about a system task. He was given 3 options to choose from. He could escape with Su Tang, beg for mercy, or win and save everyone. He chose the latter. Lin Qi decided that all this was not a coincidence and he was here only to become a real hero who saved everyone and defeated the villain. Seeing the boy rush towards the opponent who was a B-class demon, everyone wondered how he was going to defeat him. They guessed that his potential had finally been revealed. Waving his fists, the young man ran towards the enemy and already imagined how he was being praised because he saved everyone from danger. But everything didn't turn out as expected, because the man used his chains again and knocked our hero down. hitting him painfully right in the face. All the hopes that the students had cherished were instantly dashed, because now they realized that only a miracle could save them. Lin Kuei was inexorably approaching a violent collision with the ground and was only thinking about why things didn't turn out as he planned. Suddenly, the image of the beautiful Hong Ye appeared before him, saying that her protege was a real fool. She explained to him that in order to activate his power, he needed to concentrate and gather all the spiritual energy in his right hand, after which the guy succeeded. It finally dawned on him how to use the power that had appeared inside him quite by accident. After a kiss with a beautiful demoness, Hong Ye came so close to him that at some point our hero thought that she wanted to kiss him. Some incredible courage filled every cell of Q, and he decided that he needed to take matters into his own hands and kiss the girl himself. Her charming, sweet face instantly changed into a demonic grimace, and she rudely ordered him to go into battle and not return without victory. The way Hong Ye's appearance changed so quickly scared the young man, as he clearly hadn't expected such a turn of events. When the guy began to come to his senses, he began to hear screams and pleas for him to get up. The captured students begged him not to die until he helped them escape from their traps. Having risen to his feet, the guy said to himself that it was time to become more serious, but no one believed in him. The guy said that he was no hero, because a piece of trash couldn't become one. The villain chuckled and said that he even felt sorry for killing a man who was so eager to live. But this did not stop him, so swinging his chains, the demon decided to take the life of his opponent. Su Tang shouted a warning. She didn't want one of her charges to not only get hurt, but die. The captive Yang Xiao could only shake his head and say that this guy was finished. But they were all wrong, because when the chains reached the boy's body, he grabbed them and pulled them towards himself. It looked as if they weighed nothing. Something similar happened to the demon. He had never seen his weapon stopped without any effort before, and this strange boy not only did it so easily, but he also took the initiative and began to pull the chains with incredible force. The young man understood that it was time to finish the games with an opponent who was much more experienced. But he just needed to play out his victory correctly. Unable to think of anything better, he simply let go of the chain after pulling it with all his might, causing the enemy to fly back several meters and hit a boulder painfully. Watching the scene closely, Su Tang couldn't believe her own eyes. They all wondered how Lin Kuei became so strong and where did he get this power from. Even the B-rank demon thought that the blow was pretty good, as it almost knocked the wind out of him. Quickly returning to his motorcycle, the man jumped on it. It was clear that some kind of plan had matured in his head. Speed was an advantage, and the experienced demon warrior knew this very well when he decided to attack directly from the motorcycle. Our hero did not expect something like this, so he almost died due to the drift of his enemy, who was determined to kill him. Now the chains were even more dangerous because they moved several times faster, due to the fact that their owner was moving on an iron horse. Suddenly, Su Tang was released from her shackles and said that all this was nonsense that the young man could leave to her. Realizing that he was now being attacked from behind, the man realized that these guys were holding up very well. Our hero got ahead of the older student and attacked first. Smiling, he showed the enemy with all his appearance that he would not defeat them. Su Tang saw this as a great opportunity to corner the demon and crush him completely. She activated her power and jumped right under the wheels of the motorcycle. The girl not only blocked his path, but also deprived him of the ability to move. The vehicle exploded and its owner was thrown away, miraculously surviving the accident. The villain felt that his energy was running low, so instead of simply disappearing into thin air, he would have to die. It dawned on Su Tang that the enemy was going to blow himself up, and she realized that she had to take the boy and run away, because they risked dying along with him. The fire so absorbed the young man's attention that he did not even notice all the cries of the girl who begged him to go with her. There was a powerful explosion that engulfed everything within a radius of several meters in flames. The students ran away and could not believe that they had survived this. When the smoke began to clear, the boys noticed two barely alive figures emerging from the fire. It was Lin Kuei, who was leading the exhausted Su Tang by the arms. Everyone began to greet them with joyful cries, because no one expected that they would survive this nightmare. Looking at the older student, our hero offered her a massage. Because he saw that she was injured, the girl snapped and said that she could cope without his help. Everyone immediately started running towards Lin Kuei and asking why he had hidden his strength until now. Yang Xiao was literally seething with anger because the girls were squealing at the sight of this weakling. Seeing the system notification that the task was completed, our hero became even more joyful. However, he understood that modesty was the highest virtue, so he needed to be more restrained in order not to lose popularity. Suddenly, everyone raised their heads and began to look closely at what was flying straight at them. It was announced that the second stage of the inspection was completed. The students guessed that the attack was planned. The aircraft reported that this stage was aimed at practical skills, and cameras placed around the perimeter recorded the actions of each student. This information greatly angered Su Tang, who was furious that she had not been warned about this, but was told that the academy had done so in order to create a realistic environment. Also, the student who scored the most points was noted. It was Lin Kuei, who pretended as if he had not heard anything special. The senior student watched the guy closely and couldn't help but notice the fact that he had a huge potential hidden inside himself. She even suggested that if he were admitted, he could shake up the entire academy in the future. When all the checks were completed, the guy returned home to his family's mansion. There he was met by little Lin Shi, who was eager to find out information about how the exam went. After stroking his little sister on the head, the young man happily told her that he had successfully passed the test and had even entered the Kanglin Academy. Lin Xi was happy for her brother, but deep down in her heart she was worried that the boy would soon leave home and go away to study. Pushing her thoughts aside, the girl said that her brother could rest and tell the good news to his older sister, and in the meantime she would prepare a delicious dinner. After entering his room, Kui immediately called Lin Hu to tell her about his achievement. She was very happy about this news and said that if their father were alive, he would be proud of the guy. The girl hoped that her brother would not stop, but she could not continue the conversation because she was busy. Although our hero had hoped for a longer conversation, he understood that his sister was so busy that she couldn't even get out to visit them. When he lay down on the bed, he suddenly felt that his head began to hurt terribly. This strange sensation was very familiar to him. Our hero was not mistaken. Suddenly, Hong Ye appeared in front of him, behaving very provocatively and giving extremely ambiguous hints. The demoness came closer and closer until she froze in an instant and said that she really needed Lin Kuei. She promised to teach her protege how to increase his strength, but in return, he must promise her something. When our hero asked her with a shadow of doubt what she wanted, Hong Ye asked him to marry her. For a moment, the world around him froze. The young man tried to understand that he really had not heard these words, that they were not a figment of his imagination. The girl continued, saying that the guy would sign a spiritual contract with her and they would get married. Our hero began to object, saying that he could not just connect his life with some stranger, but she didn't care. The demoness came even closer and said that she couldn't wait another second. Activating her power, the girl summoned something called the blood contract, and with this power she struck the guy. He screamed and tried to break free, but the magic was relentless. It penetrated deeper and deeper under the skin, giving no hope of salvation. When the last drops of strength flowed into our hero's body, he felt some strange, inexplicable changes inside himself. Clinging to her lover, Hong Ye announced that their marriage was complete, and the blood was their witness. His head began to hurt so much that it was difficult to remember what had happened just a second ago. For some reason, at that very moment he remembered the ancient story about how 1,000 years ago, demons and gods descended into this world. They killed people, and the heroes suffered defeat and could do nothing against their sworn enemies. And this lasted for a whole 1,000 years until one day, Hong Ye was reborn. Our hero was able to guess that the pictures that flashed in his head were the memories of a demoness from the past world. It was morning. The sun was shining brightly on the Lin family mansion, and its youngest resident was calling her brother for breakfast. Lin Shi walked up to his room and started knocking on the door, realizing that he was so exhausted yesterday that he couldn't wake up today. Opening his eyes, Kuei realized that he didn't feel like he had rested at all. It seemed like he hadn't slept all night. He was very curious about where Hong Ye had disappeared to, especially since after the marriage, the tradition of the first wedding night had to be observed. But that wasn't the most important thing, especially when the boy remembered that today he had to go to the Kanglin Academy, which meant he had to say goodbye to his younger sister. Time was running very fast, so it was time to get on the bus that would take our hero to a new student life. Lin Shi grabbed Kuei's hand and began to say that she didn't want him to go away and leave her alone in the big house. Scratching his head, our hero said that he was not leaving forever. He also promised to come visit during the holidays. He realized that he was becoming more and more attached to the baby, but it was impossible to take her with him. The sight of his sister's upset depressed him greatly, so Kui sat down next to her, stroked her head and said that he would definitely return soon. Their farewell was interrupted by the bus driver, who got tired of waiting and began to hurry the passengers. Finally, he asked his sister to take care of herself, and Sai, with tears in her eyes, promised to fulfill the request. But the little girl already had her own plan. She understood that she couldn't wait for her brother to return. She had to go get him herself. Kanglin Academy was very crowded because today was the admission day, so the students slowly but surely walked towards the large building. Having seen the academy, our hero realized that it was even more luxurious than in the stories he had heard. But the most important thing is that there was simply an unreal number of beautiful girls who made you admire their beauty. They turned to look at the boy and whispered among themselves that the hero Lin Kuei had also arrived at their humble academy. However, one could admire the beauties at any time, but now the priority was to go to the teacher's room and report one's arrival. At this moment, there was a real commotion in the hall of applicants of the academy. Everyone was shouting that this year's outstanding first-year student would be under their leadership. But the spectacular red-haired woman had already decided that he would be hers. Her colleagues said that just because she had an attractive appearance, it didn't mean that she could do anything. But she didn't think so. In the opinion of the red-haired beast, whoever had the most attractive face was right. It was at that moment that Lin Kuei walked in, and he didn't even suspect that such a heated argument was happening because of him. Smiling naively, he asked how he could be of service to his future mentors, who were now staring at him with wide eyes. When one of the men finally realized who was standing in front of them, he shouted to his colleagues to grab the guy immediately. He was immediately pounced upon by men who desperately wanted him to become their student. They promised that they would make him famous and desirable among all the female students. They literally began to strangle him, pulling him to their side. The guy even had to scream, asking for help, because grown men could easily strangle him. But no one listened to him. The teachers argued among themselves about who had achieved more and who was worthy of becoming the mentor of the rising star. Watching the fierce fight between the two men, our hero thought that there was nothing to be surprised about, because he did not know what traditions existed in this academy. Suddenly, a female voice called his name. Turning around, he was very surprised by what he saw. A beautiful red-haired teacher with a perfect figure named Tang Ling invited him to come study with her. Upon hearing her proposal, her colleagues simply went berserk and began to tell her not to even think about taking the student. Their struggle only caused the woman to laugh loudly. Then she smiled at our hero and advised him not to listen to these old fools. But he didn't listen to them anyway, because he was completely enchanted by this magnificent woman who looked like a goddess. Tang Ling promised to provide the young man with the best dormitory, and in the future even a special position. All he had to do was recognize her as a teacher. Her colleagues, who were injured in the fight, held their broken noses and said that the woman was shameless because she lured the boy to her place. When Lin Kuei asked the red-haired beast to accept him as a disciple, she smiled triumphantly at her colleagues and shrugged her shoulders, declaring her victory. Kissing the young man on the forehead, she told him not to forget to train well so as not to let her down. At that moment, he could agree to anything because he literally dissolved in her scent. But the woman was not as nice as one might think, because she said that she would kill the boy with her own hands if he did not live up to her expectations. This couple was closely watched by Yang Xiao, who was obviously very jealous of our hero and wanted to take his place. It was time to inspect the place where Lin Kuei would have to live. He was very surprised when he saw a separate house. He began to fantasize about how he could have fun with his beautiful classmates on the lawn near his house. But these pleasant thoughts were dispelled as soon as the silhouette of some guy appeared from the house and called him by name. As it turned out, it was Xiang Qiang, another student of Tang Ling, who happened to be the senior, and therefore, according to the teacher's orders, he would be advising him. Lin Xiao shook hands in greeting and said that he was glad to meet his new neighbor. The senior student turned out to be a very cheerful guy who was happy to help the newcomer adapt to this academic environment. When Kui asked what Chang thought of their handler, he replied with a grin that she was so ferocious that she could be called a weapon of mass destruction. After this, the elder asked whether his ward had fallen for the woman's tales about how he would receive a special position in the future. Then, our hero asked if all this was really a lie. Chang replied that he had once been fooled like that, and now, having gone through a lot, he could say for sure that they had been deceived. Ku froze, still not believing that that red-haired beast was so cunning that she deceived him into her nets. As much as he didn't want to scare the newcomer, Xiang Qiang told him that it was not for nothing that their teacher had the nickname Witch, and the special position she promised was in reality a complete nightmare. He claimed that all her promises were nothing more than a bluff, so he had to be extremely careful that Witch Lin didn't use it. Listening to all this, dreams of a wonderful future were literally collapsing before his eyes, so that Lin Kuei had already stopped believing in someone's selfless help. But he still decided not to panic, So he told the elder that he would be completely fine. Chang just waved his hand and said that he could do as he saw fit. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao ran to his grandfather and began to tell him that Lin Kuei had become Tang Ling's disciple. The boy complained that this Kuei was always competing with him. He was very afraid of losing his authority, but his grandfather said that his grandson did not have to worry about it. Pointing at the photo in our hero's file, the blonde suggested that his grandfather rein in this arrogant guy. Right now, that same arrogant guy was basking in his own spa. He never thought that such luxury would be available to him in the hostel. Closing his eyes, he enjoyed the way the hot water touched his skin. But at some point, not only the water touched it, but also someone's hand. Looking up, he saw none other than Hong Ye leaning over him. It was completely incomprehensible how she managed to appear so suddenly. Sitting on the edge of the bathtub, the woman said that she lived in the young man's spiritual world, so that in fact, she was always next to him. She explained that the spiritual world was a space created from hidden energy within, and Kuei had a lot of hidden energy, so his world was simply huge. So our hero guessed that she had entered into a marriage contract with him only in order to live in his spiritual world. The woman confirmed this statement, adding that her world was destroyed. Grabbing Hongye by the shoulders, the guy said that since she lived in his world, she could remember that they still hadn't had their wedding night. The blonde's behavior indicated that she was not against discussing this topic, but they were interrupted by an insistent knock on the door. Lin Qi was so angry that he quickly ran out of the bathroom to look at those who dared to distract him from such important matters. But there was no one behind the door, and the young man thought that it must have been some local pranksters. As he was about to close the door, his attention was drawn to some sound between the trees. Now there was no doubt that someone had been on the territory of his house. Something flashed past him at great speed and flew straight into the front door. It was clear that something strange was happening, but how can you stop something you can't even see? But it soon turned out that the mysterious guest was a yellow ferret, who could talk and noticed that our hero was not a weakling, since he was able to dodge his attack. Lin Kui was amazed that in front of his eyes was the yellow ferret from the legends. It was said that at midnight this creature would look for people and ask them questions. Seeing the young man's confusion, the ferret realized that he had a chance, since his opponent might not react in time. Therefore, the creature decided to attack and make sure that the young talent who had just entered the academy died immediately. But the ferret's plans were ruined when one very caring wife decided to stand up for her lover. Now the creature was chained to the floor and was unable to move its paw. Hong Ye raised her weapon and decided that it would be best to just kill this rat-like thing. Her husband didn't think so, because he asked his beloved to stop and wait a little. The demoness's heart instantly melted when she heard that she was called beloved. Now she looked like a cute cat, and not an angry monster. Our hero decided to have a little fun, and since this creature came here, they could turn it into something interesting, for example, into food. Because the ferret had such magical abilities, 10 minutes later, the ferret came to his senses and listened with tears in his eyes to the reflections on whether his appearance was tasty. He believed that he had fallen into the clutches of two vile demons who could devour even such a cute animal as him. Coming closer, Ku sat down opposite the captive and said that if he did not want to be eaten, he should tell who sent him. But the beast did not want to give up. Shrugging his shoulders, the guy told his beloved to light a fire, because today for dinner there would be ferret on coals. Hearing these words, the beast shouted that he would tell everything right now. From the furry rascal's stories, it became clear that Yang Xiao and his grandfather, who was a high-ranking elder of the academy, were planning to kill him. Now the system gave him a choice. He could release the ferret, kill it, or cook it into a gourmet dish. Our hero thought about it and began to focus on the reward for these tasks. Having made his choice in favor of the reward in the form of a new physical talent, the guy said that he was compassionate towards living beings, so he let the animal go. At first, the ferret didn't believe it, but when he was untied, he ran towards the front door without hesitating for a second. When the task was completed and the reward in the form of a new skill and bone marrow purification pills were in his pocket, the young man realized that he no longer had to pretend to be good. Meanwhile, the yellow ferret stopped for just a moment to figure out how to quickly escape from this lair of demons. At that moment, the guy caught up with him, asking where his cute furry friend was going. He turned around with distrust and reminded him that just a minute ago the young man himself had let him go. Smiling sweetly, our hero confirmed that he had let the ferret go. But then he changed his mind. Even outside the house, the pitiful squeak of the small creature that was trapped could be heard. As a result, the ferret fainted from fear, and Hong Ye was puzzled and asked if her dear husband would really fry this animal in a frying pan. After showing off the collar, the young man said he had a better idea. The next day came. The bright sun illuminated the territory of the hostel. The yellow ferret came to his senses and felt something strange on his neck. When he realized that a collar had been put on him, he almost squealed with indignation. Then, he gave in to his emotions and began to whine loudly, saying that he had lived more than half his life, and now some kid had made a guard dog out of him. Tears streamed from his eyes as he cried out for help, hoping that some kind soul would free him. The sun woke up someone else, our hero, who was sleeping peacefully with his wife, finally opened his eyes. He stretched sweetly and thought that today was going to be a wonderful day. Turning around, the guy saw Hong Ye sleeping peacefully. He took the pill he received as a gift last night, after which he had a high fever, and his wife took care of him. A smile slowly spread across his face as the boy realized that having such a woman by his side wasn't so bad. Feeling a close gaze on her, the girl woke up and looked at her husband with sleepy eyes. The young man jumped back in surprise, wondering why he was afraid of the one with whom he had made a spiritual contract and was connected. Looking closely at Lin Kuei, the girl noticed that he had become a little stronger and more handsome. Jumping up to the mirror, the guy noticed that this was indeed the case. His muscles became more defined and noticeable. But Hong Ye wasn't very happy and told her husband not to delude himself either. She didn't know where he got this pill from, but it was clearly not that simple with her. According to the demoness's words, this pill could greatly increase one's strength. But with Kui's current body, he couldn't completely absorb it. This time, she helped him contain the power of the pill so that he wouldn't suffer from pain. So if the guy wanted to absorb this power completely, he needed to reach S rank. Having learned that the demoness knew how to do this, the guy said that in that case there was no need to wait, but to start cultivating right now. But Hong Ye didn't like this idea and refused to follow her husband's lead. But the guy began to persuade her with words about how she was the most valuable thing he could possibly imagine for him. These phrases had an effect, because the girl thawed and told that the method of quickly sharpening the washing of muscles and bones is to constantly receive physical pain. She added with a smile that, to put it simply, her husband needed to be beaten more often. It was time for the welcoming ceremony for the freshmen, and the students were asked to march out onto the field in order. Lin Kuei had not yet decided whether he should trust his wife's method and endure the constant beatings, because it sounded more than questionable. Seeing his gloomy neighbor, Xiang Qiang asked him why he was so sad, since he was supposed to have a welcoming ceremony today. But he just laughed it off. It was noticeable that our hero was not deprived of attention, because all the girls paid attention to him and talked about what a pretty face he had. They offered him treats and also tried to keep him company. The young man enjoyed being the center of attention, but he decided to pretend to be an ice prince who was out of their reach. Noticing Teacher Tang in the crowd, the boy waved his hand and greeted her. But in his head, he remembered his neighbor's words about her being a liar who doesn't keep her own promises. The woman introduced the senior disciples to the boy, a beautiful brunette named Murong Qingyue and a strong, muscular guy named Ho Teng. Also in this group was Su Tang, who had previously acted as an examiner, so the first-year students had time to get to know her. Our hero approached her to say hello, but the girl immediately expressed her dissatisfaction with the fact that he was late on his first day of school. Then Kuei joked that in the days they had not seen each other, her figure had become even better. And Su Tang could not stand such impudence, so she punched the poor guy in the face. Murong Qingyue approached the enraged girl and said that there was no point in paying attention to this freshman, who was clearly his own enemy. It seems that the young man decided to test his wife's theory and asked to be beaten. At some point, Tang Ling approached him and noticed that the guy was moving well in battle. She also said that she had done some research on him and found out that he was Lin Yuan's son. Upon hearing this news, Xiang Qiang cried out, as he had not expected that his neighbor was the son of the one he considered an idol. Haodeng also knew this name and asked Su Tang if this wasn't the strongest person in Kanglan City. The young man never thought that so many people knew his adoptive father, especially considering the fact that even he had vague memories of him. He was closely watched by Junyao, who noticed that the boy had become much stronger than before. She thought that the witch had already used her methods on him. But it wasn't just her who was watching Lin Kuei. Yang Xiao remembered that the yellow ferret sent by Grandpa hadn't returned, and his enemy looked more than normal, which meant that their plan had failed. All these thoughts faded into the background, because the Academy administration announced the beginning of the ceremony. The opening speech for the freshmen was given by the vice principal, whose name was Xuan Yang, who greeted all those who were lucky enough to be admitted to Kanglan Academy. He was sure that all the guys came here with the hope of becoming the strongest. So, according to him, The educational institution will be looking forward to their achievements. Afterwards, he invited outstanding freshmen to come up to the stage to receive their personal Kanglin emblems and give an opening speech. Xiang Qian explained that these emblems were an award that the Academy gave to those who distinguished themselves, a kind of student card for all the events that were held in the Academy. And this useful thing was also something like a spatial storage. When his neighbor showed his emblem, our hero was surprised because, judging by his appearance, Chang was not the kind of person who could be called impressive. This unfair assessment upset the boy, but Lin Kie said that he was only voicing what was going through his head. The outstanding freshman of the first group was Chu Junyao. She thanked the Academy for the award and promised not to let down those who placed their hopes on her. The next outstanding student to be in the second group was Yang Xiao, who said that he would fight for the title of the strongest student in the Academy. Our hero was very surprised to see a blonde man on stage, because his results on the second entrance exam were quite mediocre. The outstanding student of the seventh group was Lin Kie himself, who decided that as soon as he stepped onto the stage, everyone would immediately understand what a real opening speech was. The system gave him a choice again. He could give a formal speech to appear reserved. He could give a bold speech so that everyone would immediately understand who was in front of them. Or he could say sweet words. The guy was attracted by the reward for the third task because it would help him increase his charm and attract even more attention to himself, which means it would be easier for him to get into fights. So he decided to be a good boy who was very grateful for the award he received, but felt like he didn't deserve it. Listening to this speech, Junyao did not recognize her childhood friend. She could not understand what he was saying. Meanwhile, the guy continued to talk about how he was just a worthless weakling who didn't have even a drop of strength, and therefore couldn't feel the full greatness of the Academy. He also thanked everyone for their leniency towards him. He promised that in the future he would try hard to become stronger and be a pillar of support for the Academy. The crowd exploded with cheers. The girls began to say that in addition to beauty, the guy was also modest, and for the first time Junyao thought that she was wrong about her friend. Yang Xiao was sure that this scoundrel had appropriated all his honors for himself. When the system increased his charm, the guy broke into a sly smile, because only he knew that everything said above was a lie. Now he decided to show the crowd his true self. So he shouted loudly that all the students at the Academy were real losers who would never achieve anything. These words caused a storm of discontent among everyone. People could not understand how a person's opinion could change so quickly. The young man became increasingly defiant, and at one point declared that those who envied him or were offended by him could come out and try to hit him. He was sure that all the accumulated anger would be thrown at him. This meant a fight, which in turn was also to his advantage, because then Kuei would be able to quickly learn the method of cleansing muscles and bones. Looking at the crowd in front of him, he told them to attack him without a shadow of fear. He even suggested that they do it all together. But suddenly, Xiang Chao and Hotung appeared in front of him, convincingly asking the guys not to touch the freshman who turned out to be too talkative. This action made our hero very angry, because he wanted to be beaten. He began to insult his defenders and say that they were as insignificant as everyone else. At first, the boys didn't understand who these words were addressed to. But when they realized, they angrily said that now it was the end for the new guy. The young man had achieved what he wanted. His childhood friend thought that only the grave could fix Kui, and Yang Xiao thought with irritation that he wouldn't even have to put in any effort to destroy the boy. Only Tang Ling guessed that if her new ward let himself be beaten, it meant he needed it for some reason. And she also noticed that he looked like his adoptive father Lin Yuan. Some time passed, but Lin Kui still did not calm down. He was always asking for new troubles and fights. He praised himself and said that he had no equal in combat, but no one wanted to fight him and waste their time on it. At some point, Hong Ye materialized and suggested that he try the next day. But the young man was impatient to obtain a high-ranking body and master the power of the pill. Lin Kui was not going to give up, especially since the sun was still high, which meant he could try to provoke someone into a fight, and it worked. Because some students were eager to punch him, while others called him crazy and said that was exactly what he was trying to achieve. Sitting down on the floor, the young man sadly said that he had arrived at a very strange time, because where had it ever been seen that in the academy one had to beg for a fight? A stranger passing by told him that he could be helped by confessing her love to one of the 4 beauties of the academy, whose name was Mo Qingcheng. The guy thought this idea was a good one, because if he confessed to her, then a crowd of her henchmen would definitely be chasing him. But his wife was simply disgusted by this idea. Without wasting any time, Kui wrote in the Academy's public forum that from now on, Mo Qingcheng was his lover, and anyone who disagreed could come to the square and talk to him. It took all of Hong Ye's composure to remain indifferent and accept the fact that the guy was just pretending. Soon, his phone began to explode with notifications. At that moment, he realized that the girl's naive admirers had fallen for his trick. He received a huge number of messages with threats and promises of reprisals, which was exactly what he wanted. Now Hong Ye also realized that her lover was right, because a whole crowd of angry guys was running towards him, ready to cut off his head. These guys were armed to the teeth. They shouted that whoever dared to encroach on their goddess should die the most cruel death. At that moment, the young man became truly scared, because he did not expect to see so many of those who were ready to tear him into small pieces. Hong Ye also felt so uneasy that she decided to return to the spiritual dimension. She wished her beloved a good, and most importantly, hard training. At this time, the girl sitting alone promised herself to remember the guy named Lin Kuei. It was that same Mo Qingcheng who appreciated the one who became the first person who dared to confess his feelings to her so boldly. After the fight, which would be more accurately described as a beating, he felt simply terrible. He was in so much pain that it seemed that death was about to knock on his door. But his enemies weren't done yet. They saw that the guy was still conscious and still stubbornly clinging to life. This meant that they had to try harder and hit him harder. The cruel students were about to attack again, but a powerful woman stood in their way and ordered them to stop this chaos immediately. Tang Ling asked sternly if the boys were going too far, since they dared to attack her student, which meant they were challenging her personally. She screamed loudly and ordered everyone to get out immediately, giving the boys only 3 seconds to leave. She got tired of guessing, so she asked directly if her student was deliberately seeking death. The woman suggested that he had such a peculiar way of training, but she didn't come here to pester the young man with questions. The mentor told him that a spiritual spring would open at the academy the day after tomorrow. Tang Ling said that when the world's spiritual energy was revived, countless traces of energy would open up all over the earth. The spiritual source was one of them. Her main advice was that during these 2 days, the guy should concentrate on stabilizing his power, because the source would be open for a limited amount of time. Winking at the guy, she added that now he should go with her, because it was her time to fulfill the promise about that very special position. This news made Lin Ko very happy. He realized that his neighbor was wrong about the teacher not being ready to fulfill her promises. It was midday, the hottest part of the day, and for some reason the mentor dragged our hero up the mountain that was behind the academy. There, he had to run away from a huge boulder that literally chased him and threatened to crush him. And that was the special offer. And his mentor sat and watched this entertaining show with satisfaction. Sipping a cocktail and shouting encouraging words, she gave him not a special position, but a real devilish test, forcing the guy to show all his physical abilities. The boys who witnessed this lesson from the teacher grinned evilly, realizing how poor Lin Kuei was suffering. At times, the woman tortured him so cruelly that it seemed to our hero that he was about to ascend and never come to his senses again. Just when it seemed like Tang Ling couldn't come up with anything more terrifying, the young man realized how wrong he was. At some points, he was quite sure that he would not survive this ordeal, that his body would remain on this mountain forever. The sun was already setting behind the horizon, but the insatiable woman still did not want to let go of the exhausted guy. Tang Ling took a short break only when the poor guy was literally exhausted, having not eaten or rested all day. Lighting a cigarette, the woman said that they could just talk about his father, Lin Yuan. She knew that the boy was adopted and assumed that he did not know about his past. The exhausted boy closed his eyes and said that when his father was alive, they talked little about the past. He learned most of the things connected with him from third parties. Looking into the distance, the woman said that in that case, the boy really didn't understand how great Lin Yuan was. She told the story of how 10 years ago an army of demons invaded Kanglin City. Then these creatures slaughtered countless numbers of citizens, and humanity found itself in unprecedented danger. Lin Yuan fearlessly stood up to the monsters and defended the city with his Beaslard squad. Tang Ling was also a member of this squad and was lucky enough to fight shoulder to shoulder with this man. They protected the citizens by killing demons and sparing no one, because the future of humanity was at stake. Unfortunately, there were too many enemies, so at the end of the battle, their squad suffered great losses. The best of them lost their lives. Among them was Kuei's adoptive father. The boy didn't even know that his father had fallen defending humanity, and he thought to himself that even though he had ended up in this world by accident, he was pleased to be in the body of the son of such a great man. After arriving in this world, our hero had to quickly forget about a comfortable life because people did not live in peacetime. They could only live in a peaceful place. The price for this peaceful place was the blood of his father and other members of the squad. And now his older sister joined the superpowers department and continued to fight and kill demons, protecting the city from the shadows. By the will of fate, our hero ended up in this world, and now, for the sake of himself, his loved ones, and all the people of this world, he must become strong before this peaceful time ends. Now Lin Kuo realized that he had come to this world to protect it from evil. The young man proudly declared that from that moment on, he wanted to train even harder to become much stronger. So when his teacher told him to do another 1,000 push-ups, he didn't mind. Meanwhile, in the offices of high-ranking people, an interesting conversation was taking place about how Lin Kuei should be expelled immediately. An outstanding student from the second group named Mu. He stated that this guy was only a freshman, so they would be able to crush him easily. Grandfather Yang Xiao threw 1,000 spiritual stones on the table and said that he needed to deal with the boy. There should be no mistake this time. The young man smiled and told the master not to worry, since he was a disciple with an A-rank ability and the right to participate in the fight for the spiritual source. The guy himself wanted to deal with the one who dared to say even a word towards his goddess Mo Qingqing as soon as possible. Now no one would help Kuei avoid punishment. The next day, our hero said goodbye to his wife, who had managed to prepare breakfast for him, and said that he would return home only in the evening. The boy decided that with the help of his wife, the effect of the bone-refining pill, and the demonic training of teacher Tang Ling, his body would reach a higher rank soon enough. While finishing the delicious chicken prepared by the demoness, the young man threw a bone to his new pet. Smiling, Kuo asked what was the matter. Was there a hunger strike, or did he not like the bone? The yellow ferret hissed that he would rather die of hunger than take food from him. But then, instead of a bone, the young man pulled out a juicy chicken leg, which smelled so delicious that the animal's mouth immediately started to water. He snatched the treat from the boy's hands and said that he would only eat a piece. And anyway, the chicken was not as tasty as it might seem. Chewing on the remains of his food, the ferret said that the young man must be extremely careful these days. Rolling its eyes, the animal said that knowing Yang Guang's character, the man would definitely send someone else after him since he had not returned to him. After these words, Kuei realized that his pet was not so evil, so he thanked Yellow for the warning. The ferret was simply furious because he called him that. Today, there were unusual classes at the academy. The guys were brought to the place of their current cultivation, which was called the spiritual source. Lin Q never imagined that there was such a natural place filled with unprecedented power adjacent to the city. Lighting a cigarette, Tang Ling said that each student had 500 spiritual stones stored in the Kanglan emblem. This was a gift from the academy. They would be useful for the spiritual source. When you approach this source, you will need to throw your spiritual stones into it, so you can release more spiritual power. Xiangxian explained that spiritual stones were a type of natural stone that contained special energy. They could be used either as a consumable to restore strength or as currency. As soon as the source was opened, students immediately rushed there to take the first places. Su Tang stepped forward and said that it was better for them to hurry up and get a good place early, rather than hanging around at the very end. Turning his head, Kuei noticed that his mentor was making a heart gesture at him and telling him to come back quickly, and that she would wait for him here. This confused the guy a little, and he replied that he would try to return as soon as possible. Having entered the spiritual source, the guys found themselves in a very picturesque place. Each source was located in a separate cave room. This place beckoned to stay in it forever. Before Kuei could ask his roommate a single question, he turned around and ran towards the attractive girls who were passing by. Realizing that his friend had traded him in for a couple of beautiful girls, the young man was outraged that he had not even told him which source to borrow. Noticing Yang Xiao, it became clear that he needed to be more careful, because it was not for nothing that the yellow ferret warned him of danger. But he decided to put these thoughts aside and figure out where he should go, because this moment was completely incomprehensible. Approaching the large and strong gates, the hero realized that if they were so strong, then something special and unusual must be hidden behind them. Perhaps this was one of the most powerful sources that would only be available to him and would give the guy such strength that he could not even dream of. Bursting into the place, he immediately saw two girls who were bathing in a hot spring and chatting cheerfully. Noticing that they were no longer alone, the girls screamed and began to dive deeper so that the uninvited guest would not see anything extra. But Q had already had enough of what he saw. The soft skin, beautiful hair, and pretty faces. All of this was worth it for him to burst through that door. One of the girls recognized him as the same Lin Kuei that the whole academy was talking about. Her friend Mo Qingcheng realized that it was him in front of her and boldly wrote in a message that he liked her. Having met this girl, the guy had several choices before him. He could glance at them and leave, he could jump into their spring, or he could kneel down and beg for mercy. And of course, the young man chose the option that seemed the most insane to him. But it gave him 6 fragments of some kind of ability. He started running towards the spring with the intention of jumping towards the girls and having an aqua disco, because he chose the second outcome of events. The system's task was completed, the reward was received, but the girls turned out to be much stronger than he expected. They were able to throw him out of the room. A student from the second group named Mu. He watched all this and could not believe that the boy not only saw his beloved, but could also discover something that was inaccessible to him. If before this, he had no particular desire to brutally kill Lin Kuei, now it appeared, and it was so strong that the guy could barely restrain himself. Having come to his senses, our hero found only one free source, which was very small, but he was able to admire the beauties and receive a reward from the system. Having plunged into the source, the guy felt quite a thick spiritual force, and it turned out to be much more pleasant than he thought. His eyes closed sleepily. But through that sleepy haze, he could see Hong Ye's silhouette. His wife was very angry, because she did not understand why Lin Kuei was looking at other girls. She wondered if she was not enough. She was so offended that she could not restrain herself and bit the boy so hard that he screamed in pain. Rubbing his sore shoulder, the young man noted in surprise that he could not even imagine that his demonic wife was so jealous. But he was distracted from these thoughts by someone who burst into the cave like a fiery hurricane. This man's intentions were clearly not the best. It was Mu He, who had come to take revenge for the fact that our hero, in his opinion, had defiled his beloved. Kui immediately recognized this guy because he was always hanging around Yang Xiao, which meant that he could be working for his grandfather. There was no doubt about it when the scoundrel shouted that today our hero would meet his end. The guy was incredibly strong. This became clear when he activated his power, and instead of a hand, a huge paw appeared, reminiscent of a tiger's. The power was such that even the spiritual source rebelled, splashing water in all directions. At some point, a certain funnel of power was discovered under the source, which resembled a portal and began to pull the guys inside. Lin Kuei was luckier, as he managed to grab the edge of the abyss and keep from falling. But Mu He didn't intend to die either, so he grabbed our hero by the leg and promised to take him with him. And so it happened. Because the enemy was pulling him down so hard, Ki could not hold on, and at some point his hand slipped and he began to fall down with him. Then Hong Ye materialized, unable to believe that her lover had gotten into such trouble. As he fell down, the villain began to laugh loudly, because despite the unpleasant outcome for himself, he was able to fulfill the order of Elder Yang Guang. Finally, the guy landed, and instead of something magical and unusual, he saw in front of him exactly the same cave with a small spring. It seems that the guys were transported to different places because our hero ended up in the deep open sea. As he fell down at a tremendous speed, Kui noticed the water and was afraid that he might crash into its surface. Holding his breath in time, the guy felt the impact with the water with every cell of his body. A vile cold enveloped him, and it was difficult to hold his breath. But then he suddenly emerged, which could not happen in the ordinary world. He was surprised to discover that there was land under the water. And now our hero noticed that his enemy had also been thrown here, and not somewhere else, as one might have initially thought. All this time, Hong Ye was by her husband's side, supporting him and not leaving him for a second. It was obvious that she was very worried about him. To everyone's surprise, Mu. He also saw the demoness, and he was indignant at the guy bragging about his wife. The landing did not go well for the scoundrel, as it was extremely hard and painful. But Lin Kuei was much luckier, because he had a beautiful wife who helped him make a soft, painless landing. Hong Ye was surprised, because she never thought that there could be some space under the spiritual source. Her husband suggested that there could be something hidden in this place. Smiling sweetly, the demoness praised her betrothed for his sharp mind and resourcefulness. Once their landing was complete, they began to slowly approach Mu He, who was lying on the ground and not moving at all. Coming closer, our hero put his fingers to his nose to check for breathing. When he felt nothing, he decided that the boy was dead. There was no pity inside Kui for this man, because he knew that he should adhere to the simple principle that there was no need to dig a hole for someone else if you don't want to fall into it yourself. Under the guise of good intentions, the young man began to search the pockets of the deceased, telling his wife that she needed to take everything he had so that he could leave this world in peace. The boy was happy with the unexpected find, because this scoundrel had quite a lot of spiritual stones with him, which he would no longer need. At this time, Hong Ye became wary, as she felt that the dark energy here was quite strong. meaning that there were many demons gathered nearby. When her husband said that if monsters were as beautiful as she was, the woman hit him hard. She was not in the mood for jokes, because she understood that they had entered a dangerous demonic area. She explained that a demonic region was a sinister area that demons frequented, and humans classified such places as extremely dangerous. It finally dawned on our hero that they had, in fact, invaded the demon's home. At some point, loud laughter began to be heard from different directions, and it seemed to be getting closer. Suddenly, some strange object began to approach them at incredible speed. Now at the guy's feet lay a ball of unknown origin, on which was depicted a skull. Picking it up, the hero examined the object and was perplexed as to where it came from. Soon, the answer to his question was found by itself. Because two lights flashed, from which demons came out, they said that either the guy would teach them how to play football, or they would kill him on the spot. This caused a sudden activity of the system, which offered him to return the ball back and spend time with the creatures, refuse to play, or kill one of them, and become an enemy of all demons. Smiling kindly at the monsters, the young man said that since they were asking to play, he would fulfill their request. Throwing the ball with such force that it literally burst into flames, the hero said that they would have a lot of fun. The ball hit one of the demons right in the head, which would be hard to survive even for such a creature. As expected, he fell down dead, causing Hong Ye to scream joyfully as she was simply happy. The second demon looked at the corpse of his fellow and could not believe that the situation had turned out in such a way that he had now become a victim and not a hunter. He began to cry like a little child because some man not only invaded their territory but also killed this fellow. Hong Ye realized that they had brought trouble upon themselves because now this demon would begin to summon others. She said that they needed to leave, but her husband replied that everything was going according to plan. According to him, he had almost completely absorbed the bone-washing pill. So by summoning demons that would definitely beat him, he had a great opportunity to finish what he started. After some time, a whole horde of demons began to approach our heroes, who were simply furious because one of them was killed. The guy started to show off and say that he was standing right in front of them, so they could boldly avenge the murdered man. The monsters couldn't understand whether there was some madman standing in front of them, but this didn't affect their strong desire to kill. So they rushed screaming straight at the guy, who for the first time began to think that he might not survive this fight. Hong Ye could only stand and watch what was happening with concern. She felt sorry for her husband, but she couldn't intervene, because at that time he was angry with her. At some point, the demons noticed her, but decided not to touch her as long as she stood there and did not interfere. They thought that the impudent guy was already dead, or at least living out his last moments, but no, our hero was safe and sound. Moreover, he had enough strength to laugh at the monsters. Then the demons assumed that he had superpowers, and it was decided to eat the strange young man alive. Now Qi was truly scared, because he couldn't even imagine what would happen to him after these creatures started eating him. At that moment, Hong Ye realized that if this continued, her lover might actually die. But then she saw the light, and assumed that the guy had managed to escape from the clutches of the monsters. Yes, he really succeeded, because the force finally allowed him to activate all the power that was stored inside him. After examining himself, the young man realized that his body had finally reached S rank, which meant that he would be able to control the energy that had been hidden until that moment. Looking at his wife, he asked her to follow him into battle, so that they could destroy them all. Without further ado, the demoness grabbed her weapon and ran after the one she had chosen as her companion and spiritual partner. Her blows sent the monsters flying as if they were little children's toys that weighed nothing. Our hero was eager to test his new body, so he enjoyed every moment of the fight, every blow that demonstrated the strength of his arms. He was so happy that finally all those beatings had borne fruit, and now he had the body he had dreamed of for so long. His rank's body had excellent sensitivity, so when the youth used power, he could feel it flowing through the channels of his body like heat. Hong Ye looked at her husband with delight and said with a smile that he had indeed become much stronger. Now the guy had a very high sensitivity, so he quickly noticed that danger was lurking somewhere nearby. Something weightless touched his shoulder, after which Lin Kuei felt goosebumps run across his skin. He asked what it was. Hong Ye grabbed his hand and said that they needed to leave immediately. After all, this was the aura of a demon that was above B class. Perhaps they were even dealing with a demon king. Flying into the air, the demoness announced that she would first get her husband out of trouble, and only then return to the spirit world. The portal was already closing and our heroes had to hurry if they wanted to get out. When the boy's feet stepped onto a solid surface again, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hong Ye was fast enough to bring him back to the real world. He was immediately greeted by Tang Ling and Shang Qiang, who noticed the changes in his body and couldn't help but comment on how handsome he had become. But he wasn't the only one trying to get out of the portal. The powerful aura that Hong Ye was afraid of followed him. Noticing something strange trying to break into their world, the teacher grabbed her charge and ordered him to step back. After handing him over to Xiang Qian, she ordered them to get out of here, and she could deal with the enemy herself. Now, Lin Qiao was truly curious about what kind of monster was trying to break out to the surface. Since even the teacher suddenly became so serious, having activated their power, the woman and her assistants were ready to meet the enemy fully armed. Meanwhile, Xiang Qiang had escorted our hero home, and he was now resting on the sofa after his ordeal. Reading the latest news from the academy, he learned that Mu He's body was found in the demonic realm, and there were numerous marks of violence on it. But most of all, the guy was surprised by a message from his neighbor, who reported that the spiritual source was temporarily closed, and the students would be compensated for this loss. According to Xiang Qian, they should be given the spiritual jasper. Teacher Tang said that they should take it as soon as possible. Lin Kuei had no idea what spiritual jasper was. His wife told him that it was the energy core of demons. Their spiritual power accumulated in it. It was called jasper because of its resemblance to this stone. After the demon died, there was a chance that a spiritual jasper would fall out of it. Its quality directly depended on the level of cultivation of the carrier. After receiving this item, warriors could process the spiritual energy accumulated in it. And it happened that cultivators received superpowers. Realizing how cool this thing was, our hero knew he couldn't pass it up. After that, Lin Kuei asked when he and his wife would finally share a bed, but she just waved it off, although her face showed that she was not so against it. Watching these doves coo, the yellow ferret could only pretend to be sick of this whole sweet picture. The little animal was truly sick of being in this house with the people who had captured him. When the guy put chicken soup in front of his pet, he was simply shocked. The ferret wondered if his captor had a conscience, since he decided to feed him. This gesture was gratitude for the little animal warning the boy about Yang Xiao, because if it weren't for the warning, he would most likely be dead already. But the conversation with the ferret was interrupted as soon as Hong Ye said that she wanted to give her husband a massage, since he had previously mentioned that his back hurt. Looking closely at this couple, the animal realized that he was dealing with truly unusual creatures. He remembered that Yang Guang did not value him, often beat him and forced him to help him. But Kuei, although he was shameless, also showed himself to be a pretty good person. The elder's office was very unsettled. Books were flying out of their places, and all this happened amidst shouts that Lin Kuei was always getting away with it. Yang Xiao suggested that Grandpa send someone stronger to get rid of this guy, but the elder said that this matter could not be acted upon rashly. Mr. Guan believed that in the future, they would still have a great opportunity to kill the enemy. They just needed to wait for the right moment. At noon, people who were supposed to receive their spiritual jasper began to converge on the treasury. The guardian of the treasury was an elderly man, whom everyone simply called the old man. This information amused our hero, but his neighbor emphasized that he needed to behave a little more seriously. When the old man woke up, he immediately examined those who came into his area of responsibility. Lin Q understood what his friend meant, because the man just glanced at him, and goosebumps already ran across his body. It was reminiscent of a powerful spiritual pressure. But then the old man rose to his feet and, as if nothing had happened, said that the boys could follow him. For a moment, our hero thought that he had imagined it all. Walking between the various minerals that were on display, Xiang Qiang said that these repositories were extremely strong, and it was simply impossible to open them with bare hands. The older man chuckled and said that the students could begin, as the method of opening the box was up to them. Our hero immediately asked what was the easiest way to open the box. Xiang Qiao stated that the easiest way was to use brute force. This was the method that the senior student of the academy, Su Tang, tried to get her spiritual jasper. Her friends did not lag behind and also hit the impenetrable boxes. While they were all struggling and unable to understand why the boxes wouldn't open, Xiang Qiang concentrated on the energy inside himself and began to exert this force on his box. After a few seconds of such manipulations, Xiang Qian's box opened and he took out a jasper, which unfortunately turned out to be worthless. Kuei was surprised that his neighbor was so strong. In front of the young man stood 3 boxes that no one had taken yet. He did not know which one to choose. He experienced a very strange feeling, because all this reminded him of the lottery from the past world. Soon he received a system task. He was asked not to attract attention and open the box in the usual way. He could break it, or pretend to be a newbie and ask for help. Lin Yu-kui was very passionate and wanted to test his luck and strength. So he decided to break the box with one powerful blow. The task was completed, and the system gave him 8 power points. Everyone was simply amazed by his strength. Xiang Qiang said that this newcomer was a real beast that would stop at nothing. Even the keeper was surprised. He had never seen a first-year student open a box so quickly, so he asked how the boy did it. Shrugging his shoulders, Kuei said that he didn't use anything special, but simply delivered a strong blow with his bare hands. The first box contained the most ordinary jasper, so Kuei decided to open a few more to get something truly valuable. The old man helplessly asked him not to break everything. Those who were unable to open a single box realized that they had a chance to get at least something. Su Tang wanted to discipline the boys, because what they were planning was the height of injustice, but no one listened to her. Realizing that complete chaos was about to break out, the old man decided to stop Kuei and ordered him to follow him. The door closed, and the possible conflict was resolved at the very beginning. While our hero was looking in fascination at the more valuable specimens of stones, the elderly man announced that here he could choose a worthy spiritual jasper, and those boxes should be left for others. The keeper said that the rarest stones were collected in this room, and since there was a real young talent in front of him, he would allow him to take one of them. While looking at the wonderful specimens, at some point he heard Hong Ye's voice calling him affectionately. The demoness suggested that to his left lay a good red jasper of the blazing demon. Although its rank was low, it contained a lot of spiritual energy that allowed him to master fire. Although the boy's body had already reached a high rank, he still had not revealed all of his abilities, which meant that this jasper was perfect for him. Looking at the stone the boy was twirling in his hands, the old man realized that this boy was not Yuan's son for nothing, because he had a good premonition. After a couple of seconds, the system offered the guy to absorb this jasper. At first he thought a little, and then decided to check what would happen next. When jasper was absorbed, a notification popped up that our hero could now develop in the fire direction, and a new skill was also available, which was called Fire Fist. While Lin Kuo was thinking about how his wife had a pretty good eye, the old man was speechless from surprise. He had never seen the energy of a spiritual jasper being directly absorbed. It seemed that under the influence of his new ability, the fire element manifested itself directly in the guy's body. So he realized that he urgently needed to unlock the skill on his left hand. An old man looked at him from the side, unable to understand where the boy got this ability from. Finally, Lin Quan managed to improve his abilities and unlock them on his left hand. Having felt the full power of this new, incredible force, the guy suddenly realized that he had become incredibly cool. Someone who would be very difficult to defeat in battle. No matter how much he was once, he still understood that the full form of his ability was not yet complete. So he needed to try even harder. Looking at the young man, the old man realized that the academy could be calm about its talents, because thanks to the heir of Yuan, a great future awaited it. Suddenly, Xiang Qiang burst into the room and said that the guy needed to leave immediately through the back door. Because Mo Qingcheng's fans were coming for his soul, Lin Kuei wanted to test his new abilities on them. But his neighbor stopped him and warned him that the head of the Qingcheng beauty fans was a strong bully, so he should be careful. But these warnings had no effect on the young man. He declared that a skirmish with these guys was the best test of his abilities, even if he became a punching bag. The crowd began to chant in front of the entrance to the vault, shouting that Lin Kuei should get out of the academy. The loudest shouter was a guy named Feng. He was Mo Qingcheng's biggest fan, and it was him that Xiang Qiang had warned about. Our hero was no coward and had no intention of hiding or trying to avoid a fight. So he, accompanied by his friend, went out to these rebels. After greeting them playfully, Lin Kuei asked which of them was the most important. Everyone was so outraged by this phrase that they thought the guy was crazy. Feng stepped forward and asked how the new guy even dared to confess his love to their goddess. Tired of empty chatter, our hero said that he was the one in charge here. So if anyone wanted to fight, they could do it right now. This was the last straw. Feng shouted menacingly, and promised that he and his team would grind him to the ground. Activating his ability, which was called Gigantopithecus, the guy rushed into battle, wanting to destroy the one who encroached on the girl of his dreams. Lin Q realized that his opponent was very strong and fast, because he could barely see his tracks. Although he was worried, Q's strength was enough to repel the powerful attack and push the enemy back to a safe distance. Having jumped back, our hero began to mockingly call on the enemy to come closer, because he had only just started this fight. Realizing that it would be more difficult to cope alone than expected, Feng called his comrade, who came running at the first call. His friend activated an ability called Summon Cannon. He was sure that it would help deal with Lin Kuei. Seeing this huge cannon, our hero was frightened, because it could clearly destroy everything around, leaving behind only ashes. But he decided that he should stop being afraid and start acting, because tears won't help grief. The boys decided to join forces and attack Lin Kuei together so that he would receive a double blow. The fear disappeared somewhere when the guy remembered that he had to try out his new ability in action. So he boldly rushed forward. He was very curious to see if the flaming fist could stand up to the enemy's huge cannon. Noticing the new ability, Xiangqiang immediately guessed that it was his friend from the spiritual Jasper. When the two opposing forces collided, a powerful explosion occurred, from which Chang barely managed to take cover before being blown away by the shockwave. The sound was so loud that all the students who were in the vicinity became interested in what was happening. Running to the scene, the boys noticed a crater that had clearly formed from the explosion they had heard. Poor Feng, like his buddies, lay on the ground and tried to understand what went wrong, because just recently this guy asked to be beaten, and now he had changed so much. The victim was very interested in how the enemy managed to change the direction of attack at the very last moment, and why he decided to spare him. In fact, our hero did not spare anyone. He simply missed, but the opponents did not need to know about it. So the guy said that this time he would mercifully let them go. However, he threatened Fina and his friends that if they dared to stand in his way again, they would greatly regret this decision. After that, he and Xiangqiang walked away. The neighbor praised the young man, saying that he had chosen a very good Jasper, since he was able to awaken such abilities. All this time, the old man had been carefully observing what was happening at the entrance to the vault. From what he saw, he made one simple conclusion, which was that Tang Ling had found a very good disciple. He also realized that this boy would be useful in the future. Perhaps he would become the one who would continue Yuan's work. Meanwhile, little Lin Shi was looking around the surroundings of the Kanglin Academy campus. She was extremely upset that her brother hardly called her because he was very busy, so she asked her sister to find out his address. So now she stood outside his house and looked forward to the long-awaited meeting. But it seemed that Kuei was not at home. The girl decided to go inside and wait for him there, laughing. She thought that it would be a wonderful surprise. Hearing that someone had entered the house, the yellow ferret immediately woke up from his daytime nap. The little animal began to shout that the uninvited guests should go away, and if they did not do so, they should not be surprised that he was behaving inhospitably. Then, the ferret suddenly came to his senses and did not understand why he was defending the house of the one who had captured him. Coming closer, Lin Shi stroked the furry creature's head and said that her brother had a very cute dog. At this point, the ferret went berserk and asked how some girl dared to call the great yellow saint a dog. The seemingly cute and harmless Lin Shi activated her power, and the beast felt such a strong, suffocating pressure that it thought it was the demon queen herself. So the ferret decided not to argue with this little beast. If she wanted to call him a dog, he would even start barking to play along with her. He even pretended to like being petted, happily sticking out his tongue and twitching his paws. In fact, he wanted this mockery of his pride to finally end and let him go. Night had fallen, and bright stars illuminated the surroundings of the campus. Lin Kuei was terribly tired and could barely move his legs. He was already looking forward to lying down on the bed and falling into a sweet sleep. But his drowsiness seemed to vanish as soon as he saw that the doors of his house were open, and his first thought was that a thief had broken in. His wife materialized behind him and urged the guy to be careful as she sensed someone's strong aura. While looking around the house, the guy tried to figure out what kind of person was hiding somewhere in the room. Lin Si was glad that her surprise was going according to plan, and the ferret was thinking about how his owner would deal with this demon queen. Sitting on the edge of the sofa behind which little C was hiding, our hero thought about how strange it was that he couldn't find anyone. He had almost convinced himself that he had imagined it all, and that the door was open only because he had remembered to close it in the morning. But his wife did not think so, and she turned out to be absolutely right, because not even a couple of minutes had passed before little Lin Shi jumped out of her hiding place and threw herself into the arms of her surprised brother. When the guy finally realized that he was completely safe and that the uninvited guest was his little sister, he completely relaxed and hugged her back. The little girl said indignantly and offendedly that she came because her brother was not paying any attention to her. The guy explained that he had no time at all because of his studies. The most surprised in this situation was the ferret, who could not get his furry head around the fact that this demon queen was the sister of his current owner. He watched in amazement as the beast cooed around the boy and said that she forgave him if he really had been that busy. That wasn't all the news. Lin Shi knew how to make surprises and said that she had more things to share with her brother. Showing a document stating that she would now be homeschooled, the girl happily said that her older sister had helped with the paperwork and that she could now live with Quay. Of course, our hero pretended to be very pleased, but in reality, he was only thinking about the fact that his happy days with his beautiful wife were numbered. Not only will the boy's peaceful days end, but also the ferret, who was clearly not happy with the news that this little demoness would be living here. The yellow animal decided that he would not tolerate anything like this, so he would leave this house. But who would let him go? Lindsay immediately grabbed her new furry pet and asked why her brother didn't tell her that he got such a cute dog. Watching his sister carry the yellow ferret, the young man's soul became a little lighter, because he realized that now it would not only be hard for him. She squeezed the poor fellow so hard that he wanted to take just one breath of air. He didn't dare dream of more. But the girl did not let go of the animal. Looking around, she noticed that the house was very clean. This surprised her, because before her brother was not a clean freak. At that moment, our hero realized that his harmless little sister had increased attentiveness and good logic, which could become a problem. As he thought, she began to put forward her assumptions, and the first of them was that he brings girls here who help him with cleaning. Raising his hands in a conciliatory manner, the boy said that he had no time for entertainment because he was constantly cultivating. And this kind of communication with his sister made Hong Yi laugh a lot. Smiling sweetly, the little girl said that her brother should stay away from girls because they were all, unlike her, extremely cunning. Watching the little demoness, the ferret thought that she was the only one who was treacherous here, and in order to keep his limbs with him, he should not cross paths with her often. Looking after his sister as she left, our hero thought only about how he would now meet his wife. Would their dates really be secret now? And intimacy was out of the question. Hong Yi herself could hardly contain her laughter. She was curious to watch this little girl, and she decided that their life could become much more interesting. The next morning, when our hero woke up, he noticed that the young hostess had already taken the kitchen under her sensitive leadership and was preparing breakfast. At first, he was pleased with such care, but when he saw these culinary masterpieces, he decided that perhaps he was not so hungry after all. Thoughts flashed through his mind that the strange contents of the plate were Little C's way of getting revenge on him for not paying enough attention to her. Noticing that her brother had not eaten a single spoonful, Lin Shi sternly asked him why he was not eating, and the boy sheepishly replied that he did not know whether the dish was edible. The girl laughed and said that it was very tasty. Their dog had also eaten and was now sleeping, but Qi doubted that the ferret was sleeping. It looked like the soup had arranged for him to have a premature meeting with God. The sister didn't appreciate this joke and shouted at the guy to eat faster before the soup got cold. Not daring to argue, he even pretended that he liked it. But at some point, he really did enjoy it. Perhaps the girl didn't plan to send him to the next world? Following the ferret, the soup had the strangest effect on him. At one point, Quil felt like he was surrounded by beautiful mermaids, deep under the water. So now the young man said with absolute sincerity that the dish was simply excellent. The yellow ferret finally came to his senses, and looking at how his master praised this disgusting soup, he realized that only the Demon King could eat the little demoness's cooking. After breakfast, our hero decided to go in search of a part-time job, because today he had a free day, without classes or other plans. First, he had to support his wife and dog, and now Lin Shi and his wallet was still empty. He was overcome with despair when he realized that the burden of supporting the family fell on the shoulders of the man, so he did not immediately notice that a neighbor had approached him. When our hero noticed Xiang Qian with an axe on his back, he asked in surprise where he was going. The neighbor said that he was going to work part-time because there were no classes anyway. The guy saw this as a perfect opportunity and asked his friend to take him with him. Rolling his eyes, the older boy said that he would try to negotiate to be taken into the squad, since it was clear that Lin Kuei would not leave him alone so easily. This answer made the boy very happy, because he could not even imagine that he would solve the problem of earning money so quickly. Xiang Qiang brought him to the mercenary hall, which surprised our hero, because his neighbor had not previously mentioned that he was doing something like this. Although Xue knew about the existence of the mercenary union, he had never taken an interest in it. But today, he had the chance to visit here in person. The guy knew that in every city there were offices of the mercenary union. They were also called houses of earnings, and every day in the central hall, tasks were posted on the notice board. Although the rewards varied greatly, they were all, to one degree or another, worthy of attention. Walking up to the assignment board, Zhang Qiang said that they had quite a lot of free time, and the academy was not against them joining the mercenary squads. Sometimes the academy itself even acted as an intermediary to help students find work. Noticing that his story wasn't being listened to very well, Xiangqiang turned his head towards his companion with displeasure. He had already found some kind of task that would give 50 million spiritual stones, so now he definitely didn't listen to his neighbor. Looking at the huge number of tasks, the guy realized that he had every chance of becoming a billionaire. He just needed to complete the task, and then he could forget about financial problems. The noise he made the other mercenaries look at him closely. The men decided that there was some kind of madman in front of them. They weren't completely wrong, because the guy was already making plans to go on a rampage after he got rich. But Hong Ye could kill him for that. He was distracted from these thoughts by Xiang Qiang, who asked the boy to follow him. The senior said that he could only recommend Lin Kie, but whether he would join the mercenaries or not was entirely up to him. Pointing his finger at the people holding the red flag, Xiang Qiang said that this was his team, which was called Mujin. But as it turned out, it was not the team itself, but its fans, because Xiang Qiang and his friends had a certain popularity. Pushing his way through the crowd, the boy introduced Lin Kuei to his boss and the rest of the team, saying that he was an outstanding freshman this year. The boys turned their gaze with interest to our hero and began to study him carefully. The embarrassed boy scratched the back of his head and awkwardly said that he was glad to meet you. The man sitting in the center extended his hand to the boy and said that his name was Chu Li. He was the leader of the Mujin squad. Having shaken his hand, our hero lied that he had heard about their detachment and therefore decided to try his luck. Squeezing the poor man's hand so hard that he thought his limb would be torn off, Chu Li said that outstanding students were always welcome in his unit. Shang Xiang added that his friend was an attack class, and a few days ago, he even received a fire-type ability, making him an ideal candidate. This information greatly interested the head of the squad. Such people were really needed on the team. But before that, he wanted the boy to pass an aptitude test and show that the rumors about him were not a fabrication. Noticing in the hands of this gentleman the same device that was used at school, the young man was surprised. He reached out his hand to the object without hesitation, because he himself was interested in how much he had advanced in his abilities. The strange device showed his new rank, which was equal to a C+. Shang Qiang was no less pleased with this result than our hero, because it was clear that the boy was making very good progress, despite the fact that he had only recently entered the academy. Looking at the candidate for the team, Chu Li thought that he might be something worthwhile since he was a C-rank attack class. So, without any further doubt, the man announced that the young man had been accepted into the ranks of his squad, Muzin. Lin Kie thanked him for giving him the opportunity to try himself as a mercenary and promised that Mujin would reach unprecedented heights with him. The blue-haired boy thought that it was too early to say such big words, because they might never turn into actions. This mercenary believed that young people are often unrestrained in their words, but they lack the experience to carry out what they say. So not every vagabond can become a mercenary. This smart guy seemed familiar to Kie, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen him before. The stranger's monologue was interrupted as soon as Chu Li announced that they all needed to introduce themselves and get acquainted, because now the guys would be working together. The first to give her name was the radiant girl Keke, who was a healer. Next to her stood Yu Zhou, who was responsible for long-range attacks. As the guys came closer and began to get to know each other little by little, the guy with blue hair hoped that this fate would pass him by. But Chu Li grabbed his hand and introduced him to the new guy, saying that the blue-haired man was called Mo Xu. He was their deputy, and was also Mo Qingcheng's older brother. Now Qi understood why the guy seemed so familiar to him. If Mo Xu was aware of that incident in the spiritual sources, then he was finished. Mo Xu understood what the young man was thinking, so he said that for enemies, every road would be narrow. Kuo tried to joke, calling his new acquaintance his brother-in-law and saying that he was taking responsibility. But this did not help to diffuse the situation. On the contrary, the guy got even more angry. He shouted that only he was allowed to be near his sister. These words caused genuine bewilderment among those who heard them, because they sounded extremely strange. Realizing how ambiguous his words sounded, Mo Xu added that he meant that he was protecting his sister, because other than him, all men could be dangerous. Trying to change the subject, the brother of the Academy's first beauty announced that if the newcomer wanted to join the squad, he would have to defeat him. Our hero was quickly approached by Xiang Qiang, who advised him not to underestimate Mo Xu, as he had reached B rank and was an extremely dangerous opponent. The system once again gave the young man a choice. He could ask his opponent for forgiveness, he could teach him a lesson, or he could convince others that he was right by loudly declaring his refusal. The guy thought about it. He decided to make a choice based on the reward. And since he had enough strength, there were no problems with souls either. The choice fell on dexterity points. This meant that he chose the first option, which meant that he would have to apologize to Mo Shu. Bowing to the confused boy, Lin Qi said that he would never dare to approach his sister again, because only he himself was worthy of being next to her. This act greatly pleased the blue-haired man's ego, because he decided that the newcomer was simply dumbfounded by fear of him. Kui asked if the deputy commander of the squad would forgive him, and he thought with disgust that he was dealing with a weak-willed wimp and not a real man. So he decided to show him a little mercy and forgive him. At that moment, Qi realized that the reward of agility was in his pocket, and when this happened, he realized that he could finally stop playing this show. So he repaid the mercy in a very peculiar way by punching Mo Shu right in the face, so hard that he could barely stay on his feet. Seeing what happened, all the members of the squad were simply shocked, because they had never seen anyone attack the blue-haired man so boldly before. He wasn't just hit, he was literally slammed into the wall, which began to crumble from the force. Lin Qi couldn't help but be overjoyed that his agility had increased greatly, although it wasn't surprising since the system had always given out good rewards. Coming to his senses, Mo Shu called his opponent a real scoundrel who dared to strike him from behind. The boy understood that his opponent's attack was on a completely different level, so he doubted that the person in front of them was someone who possessed C-rank abilities. Approaching the enemy, Kui announced that he had won, which in turn meant that he had become a full member of the team. Mo Shu naturally began to object, saying that he still had the strength to fight, but he was stopped by Chu Li, who ordered him to stop making noise. The blue-haired boy wanted to object, but the leader of the squad reminded him with a conciliatory smile that they had a mission, so they should leave their personal grievances for later. But it wasn't that easy, especially considering what the newbie was doing now. He told Mo Shu's fans without any shame or embarrassment that he had beaten up their idol, so that they could now become his fans. This was the last straw. Brother Qing Cheng decided that he had relaxed too much when he took a hit from this loser. What irritated the guy most was that the rest of the team liked this scumbag. Kiki even called him cute. However, they didn't have time to dwell on this, because Chu Li announced that a task awaited them, and it was time to move out. Amused by Mo Shu's behavior, our hero began to tease him, and jokingly asked the senior mercenary to take care of him, but he irritably waved him off. Looking at the newcomer, the blue-haired man decided that no matter how annoying he was, his strength was undeniable, because he showed abilities that went beyond the C rank. Approaching the place of the mission, the squad leader said that not long ago a group of 7 young people decided to explore an abandoned estate. But no one thought that they would not return. Laughing at how ominous it sounded, the man said that this was exactly the legend that was written in the missing persons assignment. Chu Li then said that according to the superpowers department, there were a couple of E-rank man-eating ghosts living in this old mansion, and their task was to either drive them out or rescue the missing ones. He ordered Mo Shu to immediately distribute communication devices to all team members. Having received a strange little device from the blue-haired man, our hero thought only about how he could defeat E-class monsters with just one blow. As he left, Mo Shu said in a sugary voice that he hoped to see the newcomer alive, but his gestures and looks indicated a completely opposite desire. While the guy was making a note in his head that the brother of the Academy's #1 beauty was very vindictive, Chu Li had already managed to open the front door of the mansion. It was light and quite cozy inside. Lin Kuei was entrusted with checking the corridor. His neighbor got the basement, the commander and Kike took over the dining room. Mo Shu could choose any remaining room. Left alone, our hero noticed that it had become very cold in the corridor, despite the fact that it was hot outside. His wife appeared behind him, and he shared with her that he felt a strong spiritual pressure, as strong as in the demonic realm. But it wasn't that cold there, which meant that there were a lot of ghosts in that place. Hongye was pleased with how much her husband had advanced. His senses were not failing. There were not weak E-rank spirits in this place. Their strength was much higher. Our hero was surprised that the information from the superpowers department was incorrect. But the demoness said that most likely the local ghosts knew a lot about disguise. Soon, the bright corridor turned into a dark and gloomy place, which was filled with the sounds of dripping rain that came out of nowhere. At some point, the guy finally realized that something was wrong because he was surrounded by a very dark aura. He had the feeling that someone was watching him, and it was absolutely true, because scary ghosts were already appearing behind him. Our hero stared ahead, not wanting to turn around, but this did not help him avoid meeting those who could easily take his life. 2 ghostly girls hugged the guy so tightly that he understood that these cold and very tenacious hands would not let him go alive. This danger was also felt by his wife, who decided to stand up for her husband and said that he could rely on her. He wasn't feeling so bad in the arms of these two cute ghosts until one of them asked who the guy liked more. The system gave him a choice. He could choose the right girl, the left girl, or take everything like a real man. The third option had the biggest reward, so the guy mentally apologized to Hong Ye. Hugging the cute ghosts, he told them to turn off the light because they wouldn't need it anymore. These words made the girls laugh, but Hong Ye didn't like this joke at all. She decided that she would give her husband a real scandal as soon as they safely returned home. But when the reward was in his pocket and his agility increased by 10 points, the guy apologized to the girls and said that real men act differently. He was someone who put his promises first, especially when it came to covenants such as a spiritual connection with his wife. Throwing his girlfriends to the other end of the corridor, Lin Kei shouted that his heart belonged to only one. He thoroughly hammered this information into the heads of his new acquaintances. The information, so to speak, was imprinted in their memory. Turning to Hong Ye, our hero said that he loved only her and remained faithful. Fortunately, he realized in time what he needed to say. Otherwise, he could have died not at the hands of ghosts, but at the hands of a demoness. When the ghosts screamed, asking if the boy really had someone, he turned his head in surprise and asked if they were still alive. The girls were safe and sound and were slowly and menacingly approaching Kyo, saying that he was a liar who needed to be taught a lesson. They wanted him to pay for his deception and understand that playing with a tender woman's heart is a bad idea. These beasts began to literally raise from the ground their former suitors, who were ordered to teach their new friend a lesson. Now the boy was seriously scared because he couldn't even imagine that he would have to deal with demons that were summoned straight from underground. Hong Ye advised him to run to where his companions were, because if she interfered, she would be noticed, and that is what they did. While running away, the demoness assumed that they were dealing with those men who had fallen for the charm of the sisters. Based on the number of monsters, more people had disappeared here than stated in the task. Meanwhile, the rest of the team were in the dining room, where it was quiet, peaceful, and there was not even a trace of monsters. They came to the conclusion that there was someone like that in the mansion, only because the temperature in the rooms was much lower than outside. Shang Qian was very interested in where his friend was, who should have returned a long time ago. After listening, Keike said worriedly that she heard some strange sound coming from the upper floors. Of course, it was Lin Kuei who loudly warned the mercenaries that the monsters were coming, meaning they needed to flee immediately. Seeing the strange creatures moving towards them, Chu Li asked in fear what was going on here. It was hard to remain indifferent when otherworldly creatures with a horde of the living dead were running towards you. All the members of the squad opened their mouths in surprise and were shocked that they had to face not an E-rank ghost, but a real horde of demons. Hiding behind Xiang Qian's broad back, our hero began to say that he had not tried to bring danger upon them, and that it all happened by accident. Not only were the ghost girls already extremely terrifying, but now a foul-smelling poison began to spill out of their mouths. Kike watched what was happening with horror and could not understand what kind of thick liquid the ghosts were spitting out. Besides the fact that it simply smelled terrible, the substance acted like acid and corroded the clothes of those it came into contact with. So now Lin Qi could enjoy the wonderful sight of his comrades awkwardly covering their vulnerable spots. Xu Li said that they didn't need to be embarrassed, because now they had to focus on the fight. He urged the squad members to take on this fight courageously. So he, without a shadow of a doubt, led the mercenaries forward, straight towards those who had risen from the graves to kill them. It was extremely difficult to fight the otherworldly creatures because they seemed to be completely invulnerable. Activating his magic power, Chu Li sent out a fiery phoenix to incinerate the enemies. The bird flew towards one of the ghostly sisters and grabbed her with its razor-sharp claws. Noticing that her sister was being mercilessly torn to pieces, the other ghostly girl screamed loudly. But she was not allowed to approach her relative to help her. Xiang Qiang hugged her tightly and whispered that she would not go anywhere. A scream was heard. Keike could barely get to her feet, but she declared that she would also fight. Hong Ye advised her husband to give the girl some clothes, since the poison had ruined her things. But our hero was clearly in no hurry and was enjoying what he saw. Having activated her power, the demoness decided that she would instantly bring her husband to his senses, because he was clearly thinking about something other than what he needed to. At some point, the guy felt that he could not move any of his limbs. He literally froze in place. Some unknown force was holding him back. Frightened that Hong Ye could control his body, the young man immediately went to Keiki to cover her with some clothes. The girl couldn't even imagine that the guy would be such a gentleman, so she was a little surprised and felt her heart begin to beat faster. Half an hour has already passed since the two evil demonesses were neutralized with the help of special bonds. Although they were not of high rank, they had the ability to summon assistance, so the guys assumed that the 7 missing people were those living dead. Now, the ghostly girls were neutralized, which obviously made them very angry because they did not stop screaming and cursing. Looking at the ghosts, our hero realized that today he had relaxed a little and given in to weakness. But what worried him most was the fact that his wife was able to control the body. He was distracted from his thoughts by Keike, who sheepishly said that she would wash the clothes and return them a little later. As a sign of gratitude, she kissed the young man and said that she was very grateful that he helped her in a difficult situation. Hong Ye didn't like this gesture at all, and she barely restrained herself from materializing and ripping out the impudent girl's hair. Shang Qiang chuckled and asked why his friend didn't give him clothes too, and Kuei promised to do so as soon as he became even a little bit like Keike. The guy asked why his neighbor didn't use his power, to which he replied that he was a summoner, and such places were not very suitable for his abilities. Mo Xiu watched the new guy in the mercenary team closely and ground his teeth in anger because he didn't want this guy to even think that he was cool. Our hero was completely absorbed in the thought that Hong Ye was offended by him, and now he would have to apologize. He didn't even immediately react to the news that a response had come from the superpowers department. Chu Li said that due to an error in the information, the difficulty of the task was increased. So in addition to the main reward, they would be given compensation, so that each would receive 30,000. This information made Lin Qiu incredibly happy. He realized that he had found a gold mine, and now he could live a completely comfortable life. Watching the young man, Jiang Qiang found it funny, because the guy clearly had no idea what kind of money he could get as a mercenary. The squad leader also added that the superpower department was already halfway here. They would gather information and take the ghosts, after which they would be able to disperse. Indeed, very soon, an expensive car arrived from which people from the Night Watch emerged. They announced that they had come to pick up the demonesses. One of the representatives reported that these creatures were D rank and were close to the C-level stage in strength, so the squad members had done a good job. Now our hero was wondering what a real B-level demon would be like, since the one that was at the entrance exam was clearly weakened. The guy noticed that the department employees were reporting to someone named Hood. He assumed that they were talking about his older sister. Approaching the car, he actually saw a familiar silhouette, which surprised and pleased him very much. His sister was indeed sitting in the expensive car, looking very serious. Getting out of the car, a beautiful girl dressed in a special uniform asked what her younger brother was doing there. While the brother and sister were chatting, Chu Li pulled Xiang Qian aside and asked him with displeasure why he didn't tell him that Lin Kui's elder sister was on night watch. The boy said that he only just found out about it himself. The girl asked with interest if her brother had joined the ranks of mercenaries, and he replied that he had done it for the sake of little Sai, who had suddenly moved in with him. Hearing that it was for her sister's sake, Lin Hud nodded her head approvingly and began to leave, saying that she had important things to do. But the young man asked her to wait a little, because he wanted to discuss something very important. Kuei said that he had recently learned of his father's military exploits and had decided to become like him. So he was wondering if it was possible to somehow join the Night Watch. For some reason, this question angered the sister. She said that the Night Watch does not take people just on a whim. You need to work hard and long, so the guy should study and take care of Sai. The boy shook his head and said that he understood everything. He actually guessed that for masters like his sister, the academy was a kind of beginner's village. Softening, she patted her brother on the shoulder and said that this did not mean that he had no chance, because very soon the Night Watch and the Kanglin Academy would hold joint autumn trials. The sister believed that if he took first place in them, it would undoubtedly be a good investment in the future, and someday she would tell him about his father. Then she threw him some small box. The boy was delighted with the pleasant gift. After wishing the young man good luck, the girl left. Kui waved his hand at her and said that he would do everything in his power to achieve what he wanted. These words made the girl think for the first time that her little brother had changed a lot. When the night watchmen finally got into their cars and started to leave, Xiang Qiang announced that they could finally go home. Lin Kia didn't mind going along, but he didn't want to listen to talk about him coming from a family of heroes. After all, there was no merit in that. As he watched the boys, Mo Shu made a mental note in his head to tell his sister who this newcomer was, so that she wouldn't be fooled by his family status. Finally, our hero returned home, and the first thing he saw was the new yellow ferret outfit that little Sai kindly sewed for him. This picture caused the boy to burst into a fit of loud laughter, which he reluctantly tried to contain. But the little animal did not hold back. His wet eyes said that he was unhappy that the sacred ferret was being tortured by being dressed in princess dresses. Showing a wooden box, the guy boasted that today he saw his older sister, who gave him something. The little girl was outraged that Hood didn't give her anything. Having stroked Sai on the head, our hero promised that next time he would bring her something. The guy couldn't wait to look inside the box and see what was inside. He was surprised when he saw a rather precious spiritual jasper there, and his sister began to urge him to quickly absorb the new power. The system also suggested that Kui absorb the power of the A-rank jasper, so there was no need to think. It was necessary to act immediately. A powerful purple aura suddenly surrounded his body, indicating that the absorption process had begun. Lin Xi watched her brother closely and was very surprised when she realized that he could absorb energy directly, just like the greatest masters. Now she had no doubt that Kui was really learning and becoming stronger, because it seemed to her that he was a completely different person in front of her. Meanwhile, the yellow ferret was trying to figure out how he ended up in a family where only demons live. Finally, the system notified that the absorption process was successfully completed, and the abilities were strengthened. In addition, a new skill was unlocked, called Absolute Defense. Now our hero could cover his body with energy and turn it into a protective layer. So he had a chance to fight against a warrior of rank C and above. After patting his younger sister, who rushed to congratulate him, the young man said that he would make every effort not to let Hood down, who had given him this huge gift. Looking at his younger sister, Kui realized that he wanted to take care of her and make sure that she did not need anything. Watching her husband and seeing how quickly he developed, Hong Ye simply could not hold a grudge against him, and his tender attitude towards her sister made her forgive him. Morning came and it was time to attend classes at the academy. The first lesson passed so quickly that Lin Kuei could barely remember what they were talking about. The only thing he remembered was the pleasant voice of teacher Tang Ling. As the students left the room, the young man ran up to the woman and announced that he wanted to take part in the fall test. Tang Ling laughed and said that even if he didn't have the desire, she would still have included his name in the list of candidates. After that, she winked at the student and said that if he had some free time, they could do some emergency training since he had a special situation. The guy was very pleased that a woman was willing to devote so much of her time to him, so he was simply delighted with the idea of training with her. But his ardor was immediately tempered by Tang Ling's other disciples, who said that they would all give their all during the autumn test. Suddenly, two girls burst into the auditorium, one calling out for the shameless Lin, while the other stood behind and remained tensely silent. One of the friends loudly demanded that the guy immediately get out of the class, and from the academy too. In the second girl, he recognized Mo Qingcheng, and next to her was the same friend with whom they had bathed in the spring together. Qi stared at Mo Shu's younger sister because she was a real beauty. Now it was clear why her brother so fiercely protected her from men. Not wanting to get involved in a conflict, the guy said that the girls were mistaken because Lin Kuei was standing behind him, after which he pointed his finger at his neighbor. But, as it turned out, Mo Qingcheng's friend remembered the guy's face well and now knew exactly who she wanted to kill. Her attack was not successful only because our hero had recently acquired an ability that helped him quickly create a strong defense. When the attack had no effect, the girl was very surprised, because she had put 90% of her strength into it, and there was not a scratch on the enemy. Moreover, the guy still had the strength to fool around and incite her to try to hit harder, calling the previous blow weak. Realizing that a serious fight was about to break out, Su Tang decided to intervene, telling the girl, whose name was Tian Yu, that she was overstepping her bounds. The attacker was very angry that the senior student of the academy decided to interfere in this showdown. Su Tang reminded her that even though the guy was asking for trouble, he was still part of their group, so he shouldn't be picked on without a reason. The fact that someone dared to point this out to her really angered Tian Yu, so now the guys could watch a terrifying fight between two girls. They fought so desperately that the guys even assumed that there was some kind of long-standing feud between them. Covering her face with her hand in irritation, Mo Qingcheng whispered that her friend was too unrestrained after all. They came here solely for Lin Kuei. Shang Qiong said that the two girls were sworn enemies and rivals since their first year. They simply couldn't stand each other. Su Tang hated it when someone barged into her classroom and caused trouble, which was why she barged in. Now everything fell into place and Kuei knew who to support in this fight. He fully supported Su Tang and resembled her crazy fan. These actions were so absurd and contradictory that his neighbor wondered how the boy had managed to live to see this day. Meanwhile, the girls continued to fight, neither of them wanting to give up victory to their opponent. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared between them, which soon transformed into a strange man in a long robe. Lin Ke also froze and mentally asked his wife who this person was. Hong Ye was surprised and said that she felt a demonic aura coming from this stranger, so she should stay as far away from him as possible. The girls asked worriedly who dared to interrupt their battle, and laughing, the stranger said that he was a ghost in the darkness, and murder was his only abode. A surprised sigh was heard, after which Mo Qingcheng asked if the person in front of him was really someone from the netherworld. These words meant absolutely nothing to the guy. He did not understand their meaning and did not know whether he should be afraid. But Xiang Qiang knew very well that they were dealing with a powerful demonic force. They needed to find Tang Ling urgently. Quickly approaching Mo Qingcheng, the cloaked stranger noticed that she was quite knowledgeable, which was not surprising considering the family she came from. Her friend standing behind her was simply stunned by how fast the enemy could move. Once again demonstrating his speed, the man in the cloak enveloped the girl in his power and bound her hands and feet with magical fetters. Laughing loudly, the dangerous stranger said that his target today would be the attractive girl from the Mo family. But her friend wasn't going to let some demonic spawn hurt Qing Cheng. She immediately attacked and injured the enemy's arm, shielding the girl's body, which had been freed from the shackles and had fallen to the ground. Tian Yu said that the villain would only take her away if she died. The bastard's hand regenerated in a matter of seconds. He noted with a grin that the girl managed to touch him, which meant that she was very good in her skills. Tian Yu really didn't like watching her enemy's arm grow, because she hoped that she could at least rein him in a little. Only Lin Kuo was still trying to get an answer and understand what the afterlife abyss was. The girls were shocked that someone didn't know what this name meant, and the man in the cloak was outraged. He called the young man an ignoramus who does not know about such important things. Su Tang said that the Netherworld was a powerful demonic organization. Some of its members were fallen beings. Most of them were people who were ready to help demons for the sake of power. They had no predisposition to awakening. They sold their souls for the opportunity to take revenge on the world. Simply put, the afterlife was a collection point for all sorts of trash that was incapable of anything from birth. Now it became clear to the guy what kind of character was standing in front of him. He jokingly suggested that the man was so tightly wrapped in a cloak because he was completely reeking of demonic stench. These words made the man laugh madly. Kui managed to get him mad, and now they will all reap the consequences of these careless actions. After activating his energy, the man used a formation skill, and everyone felt a strange tremor in the ground. Soon the power grew so strong that it turned the skies a dark, gloomy purple. People were confused and asked each other in fear what had happened. But the answer to their question was a loud, sinister laugh. And after that, the man said that it was time for the snake's lair reception. Sharp peaks began to rain down from the sky, and our hero barely managed to dodge each of them. Lin Kuei was surprised that the entire blow was aimed at him. But Su Tang angrily reminded him that he was the one who started calling this crazy guy names, releasing more and more sharp spikes, which the man affectionately called snakes. He announced that the students would dance with them until they fell from exhaustion. Our hero had the idea to call the superpowers department, but there was one problem. The connection was lost. This discovery only caused the member of the Afterlife Abyss to laugh even more, because everything was going according to his plan. The guys were not just locked in his formation, but cut off from the outside world. But this didn't scare Lin Kuei at all. On the contrary, it spurred him on to take out his phone and record his new jokes addressed to the man on camera. This behavior angered the villain so much that he literally growled with anger and began to threaten the guy with the most brutal reprisal. Smiling, Kui reminded them that the member of the Afterlife Abyss had promised to wear them out. But now they would see who could handle this task better. The system gave the guy a choice. He could abandon everyone and run away, betray the academy, and enter the Afterlife Abyss, having received the life pill, or fight the enemy. But there was only one choice available, which gave a valuable reward. So the guy decided that at the moment, getting the life pill was the best option. Meanwhile, Qing Cheng was hit by the enemy's hot hand and fell to the ground, because her legs were again bound by magical shackles. The madman said that now the girl belonged to him, and no one could help her. Tianyu had no intention of abandoning her friend and immediately helped her to her feet. When a new wave of energy flew at them, they were saved by Su Tang, who repelled the attack and protected those with whom she fought for a couple more minutes. The senior student of the academy sternly declared that the scumbag would not take any of the students of the Kanglin Academy. This statement caused another burst of laughter, and the man asked who would stop him. A little girl who could only speak beautifully and blink her eyes. The malicious speech was interrupted as soon as Lin Kuei became confused, and the conversation began to say that Master Snake was explaining everything correctly. The girls did not understand why their friend suddenly became so kind to this scoundrel. They asked what it all meant. But our hero did not answer. He had already begun to carry out his plan and began to apologize for all the words he had said earlier. He also added that in his eyes, the Kanglin Academy was a real dump, but he was happy to serve the members of the Afterlife Abyss faithfully and truly. The students were completely twisted with anger. They could not comprehend that the guy had betrayed them so openly and directly, without mincing words at all. The man's laughter became even more vile when he said that the truly wise one is the one who understands the situation. Patting the boy on the shoulder, Master Snake said that since his new friend wanted to become a member of the Afterlife Abyss, as proof of his intentions, he should bring him Ching Cheng. Our hero said that he would complete this task without any problems. At that moment, a notification came that the life pill was with him. So now the guy added that he had a requirement. Looking warily at the young man's flaming fist, the man asked what he wanted. After hitting the scoundrel, Kuye shouted that all he wanted was his death. The force of the blow was so astonishing that the member of the afterlife flew several meters and almost crashed into the crowd. The girls were shocked at how this guy was able to fool them all, as he successfully pretended to deliver a surprise blow. Lin Q was so amused by the enemy's naivety that he did not hold back and said that even a dog would not want to enter the abyss of the afterlife. So guys like him definitely won't become members of a criminal organization, because their future was in the Night Watch. This situation and the words the boy said made Su Tang look at him differently. Now she saw a brave student who was willing to fight for his friends in various ways. But it wasn't only she who looked at the guy differently. The enemy also saw a strong opponent in front of him, whom he really wanted to punish. When the young man turned away, feeling that the threat had passed, the enemy attacked again, and did it from behind, like a true immoral coward. Hongye was the first to notice the danger and decided to act immediately, because there was too little time. She was able to pull the guy away from the place where the villain had taken a direct hit, which actually saved his life. It was only after all this had happened that our hero realized that it was solely due to Hongye's actions that he had remained safe and sound. He also realized that his opponent was strong enough, because he not only survived his blow, but was able to continue to resist him. The Dark Mage released his power and commanded his serpent to devour his opponent. But our hero was no slouch either, and activated absolute protection, which covered his entire body and made him inviolable. So the Dark Serpent broke his teeth on him, and could not harm him in any way. So the young man, without any harm to himself, grabbed one of the magician's dark creatures and tore it in half. But the member of the Afterlife Abyss did not give up. He called on the guy to be attentive, because right now he was planning to show his deadly move. Shen Qiang was already rushing to help, firmly believing that his help could be what would save the daredevil from death. And perhaps this was indeed the case, since he brought reinforcements that were definitely capable of dealing with this demon minion. Lin Kuo was very happy about the fact that his friend did not run away, but brought reinforcements. And what reinforcements? Teacher Tang Ling and her team were incredibly strong. Elegantly lighting a cigarette, the woman asked who was going to show the killer move, because she was ready to assess how destructive it was. The man was simply stunned, because he was sure that no one could destroy his formation. But still, somehow, outsiders got here. Laughing, the woman asked if the magician really considered this falsehood a formation, since she had seen a more powerful spell. But the madman was not upset because he was sure that no one could resist his deadly movement. So it didn't matter at all how many people were present. He ordered the snake to attack and it obeyed, baring its sharp, poisonous fangs. The creature used magic that was supposed to send Tangling into oblivion. The jaws of the otherworldly creature snapped shut, and the teacher found herself in a snake trap, from which it was quite difficult to imagine a way out. The boys were horrified. They imagined the most terrible outcome they could imagine. This reaction caused a terrible laugh from the member of the Afterlife Abyss. Now he was 100% sure that all these righteous warriors were nothing more than a herd of scum. But suddenly, the huge snake felt uneasy. It began to vomit, and eventually, it spewed flames, burning its own mouth. This was not all by chance. Tang Ling had used a clever trick that helped her destroy the enemy from within. Smoking the same cigarette, the woman calmly walked out of the monster's mouth and began walking towards her comrades. Our hero looked at her with his mouth open in surprise, because he could not even imagine what his mentor's true strength was. The member of the Netherworld snake had been destroyed, so he no longer had a trump card in this battle. Putting on a deliberately sweet face, the woman said that she had accidentally destroyed her sullen enemy's beloved pet. He was simply furious. He angrily asked why there was not even a scratch on Tangling after the snake literally devoured her. The suggestion that she had cheated made the mentor laugh a lot. And now she wanted to show this scoundrel what real strength was. After saying these words, she activated the Zhu Yan summoning technique and was ready to show everyone what she was capable of. The being that represented her power summoned the flames of hell and attacked the enemy. Despite all the strength and terrible power of his opponent, the man told himself that he would not retreat and would fight to the last. And so it happened. He stood his ground until the force knocked him off his feet and scorched his clothes and the skin underneath. Looking at the man's smoking body, she asked with a smirk if he could really take so little, since her fun had only just begun. As Lin Kuei approached the woman, he noticed that her summoned animal looked very much like a monkey. After these words, the creature menacingly hit him with its paw right in the face, after which the young man assumed that in front of him was 100% a female. Shangqing laughed and said that the boy was lucky because Zhu Yan didn't roast him. The summoned beast was very ancient and used flames to expand the abilities of its owner. Meanwhile, the servant of the afterlife was tied up and they decided to interrogate him. But he refused to say anything, even though he was clearly not asked in a nice way. But refusals were not accepted, so the student exchanged glances with his mentor and the same thought flashed through their heads. There is no information that cannot be extracted, so they proceeded to beat the prisoner in order to find out what purpose he and those who sent him had in mind. Watching Lin Kuei and Tang Ling work, the other students realized that they were truly dealing with a duo of two demons. After a couple of minutes of such torture, the man cracked and said that he would tell them everything they wanted to know, including what task was directly before him. Just as he was about to reveal such important information, some strange sharp thorn pierced his body, and now only death rattles could be heard from the man's mouth. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't say a word. At that very moment, a demoness appeared in front of them, judging by her aura, very strong. The murder was the work of her hands. Gritting his teeth in anger, our hero tried to understand who they were facing, because waves of incredible power were emanating from the woman. Tang Ling guessed that the person standing before them was one of the most powerful representatives of the netherworld. This devil was called Onizi. Showing her hand, which was still dripping with blood, Onizi said that the guys didn't have to worry because she didn't come today to take over the academy. Grabbing Lin Kuei's shoulders, she said that she only came to kill this handsome young man. The girls were amazed at how quickly this creature approached the guy. They literally didn't have time to blink an eye, and she was already next to him. The monstrous woman dragged the guy along with her so that he could only scream and beg to let him go. The boys rushed to help, but they were not fast enough to catch up with the demoness. At some point, Onizi opened a portal and began to drag her victim into it, who did not stop screaming hysterically. Everyone, including the mentor, wanted to help him somehow, but they were powerless against such a strong opponent. The events take our hero to a high mountain, which was far from the place from where he was taken. Onizi roughly threw him to the ground, so that the young man was lost in space and did not immediately understand what had happened. Realizing that he was alone with a demoness who, unlike his wife, clearly wanted to harm him, he screamed loudly. The creature walked towards him with a smile, forcing him to back away closer and closer to the edge, and told him that he could scream as loudly and as long as he wanted. Lin Kuei decided not to stand on ceremony with her and began to fight back using his strong ability, which was called the Flaming Fist. However, no matter how he tried to activate his power, it did not give in to him, and absolutely nothing happened. Looking at his hand in bewilderment, the guy tried to understand what was happening, because this had never happened before. His energy always responded to the call and never failed. Looking at the bewildered young man, the demoness only laughed and said that she had already sealed both his soul and the spiritual world. This information scared the boy so much that he began to ask if the target of the afterlife wasn't Mo Qingcheng. Stroking his chin, the woman said that this was how it had been initially, but she had been secretly watching what was happening and decided that he would be a more valuable test subject than that girl. The woman's words clearly hinted that she knew about his strength, so the question arose as to where she got this information from. Meanwhile, Hong Ye was trapped in the spirit world and couldn't break out. She could only hope that her husband was okay. But the guy was now only interested in how Onizi was able to find out that he had potential, because for everyone he was an ordinary person with average strength that was just revealing itself. The demoness said that if he was an obedient boy and accepted demonic blood, then not only would she not do anything to him, but she would also reward him. The system again gave him a choice. He could refuse, because the blood could be poisoned. There was the option to meekly accept the offer, or to drag out time and run away. The best reward was for the first option, and it also sounded the safest, so Kie decided to choose it. The guy confidently declared that he would rather fall off a cliff and die than take demonic blood. The task was completed, The youth's strength increased by 15 indicators, and the demoness was clearly disappointed with the answer. But then she suddenly smiled and said that in that case, she would have to cripple the boy, and then feed him this blood anyway. The reward was his, so there was no point in arguing anymore. So Lin Kuei decided not to add fuel to the fire. Now, Onizi was pleased and praised the obedient boy, and because he so obediently agreed, they promised to give him a reward. After these words, the demoness quickly approached and kissed the young man, who was so shocked that he did not even try to push her away. But it wasn't just a kiss. The guy felt like he was forced to swallow something strange. As it turned out, it was a trick to feed him demonic blood. He recoiled, expecting something terrible to happen. But in the end, nothing happened, and our hero began to wonder what demon blood actually was. At that moment, Tang Ling appeared, did not abandon her ward, and quickly caught up with him. The demoness realized that it was time for her to get away, so she quickly opened a portal and waved her hand to the guy, saying that this was not their last meeting. He thought that he might not survive another meeting, so it would be better to refrain from it. Lin Ku's friend immediately ran up to him and asked if he was okay. He offered to conduct an examination, but the victim said that he was completely fine. One of the people Tang Ling brought asked if they should continue the chase, but the woman thought that it was not worth it to corner the rat, since there was no telling what it might do. Turning to Lin Ku, she said that it would be best to return to the academy and let him rest, since he had managed to hold out until they arrived. Our hero casually adjusted his hair and said that it was not difficult for him to do this. Finally, the door of his house opened and welcoming shouts were heard. Little Lin Shi was very happy that her brother had finally returned home, and when she saw that he had brought her something delicious, her happiness multiplied several times. Both the girl and her furry friend were simply delighted with how many treats the guy brought. The yellow ferret even called the guy the owner, but Kuo himself was not very happy, so as soon as he turned away from his sister, his face became gloomy again. The girl noticed this and asked if he wanted a snack. Putting on a smiling mask, her brother said that he was very tired today, so he wanted to go to bed early. As soon as he entered his room, he immediately fell to his knees. As soon as he took the demonic blood, he felt nothing. But now his body was literally burning from the inside. It was as if he constantly felt a small but very sharp splinter inside himself that stung strongly. Now the young man knew for sure that Onizi had bad intentions. However, he remembered that he had a life pill that could relieve him of pain and remove any negative effects. As soon as Hong Ye had the opportunity to materialize in the real world, she immediately did so and rushed to her husband, asking him how he was feeling. The guy said that he urgently needed to take the medicine, but his spirit was so weak that he couldn't even get the item out of the system. Touching her husband's forehead, Hong Ye guessed that the demoness had given him a potential catalyst, but now the young man could not take the pill because he was not ready for it. She understood that there was only one way to relieve Kuei from unbearable torment. So she made a choice without thinking and took off her red cape. When the boy asked what she had in mind, Hong Ye explained that they should merge their yin and yang, male and female energy, distributing the pain between the two. Thus, the couple reached a new level of relationship and became even closer than before. In the morning, Lin Kuei felt just fine, because he spent the night with his beloved wife. Everything that happened was like a dream, only a spiritual experience was felt. No tactile sensations. Covering Hong Ye with a blanket, our hero decided that she needed to sleep longer. He was clearly starting to care about the girl. This became especially noticeable after the thought flashed through his head that in the future he needed to find a way to restore her material body. As soon as he left the room, Lin Shi immediately ran up to him and happily wished him good morning. She announced that for breakfast today there would be thick rice porridge with salted lean meat and canned eggs, which she said was very tasty. After trying this culinary masterpiece, the boy said that his sister cooks better and better each time. These words surprised the ferret because he considered her food to be simply poison. It was not possible to have a peaceful breakfast because the girl said that she heard some strange sounds from his room at night, as if he was fighting with someone. The young man almost choked on his porridge but managed to say that the baby must have imagined it because he was sleeping peacefully. He felt even worse when his sister jokingly asked if he really had a girl hiding in his room. At that moment, our hero realized for the first time that his sister was growing up, becoming stronger, more cunning and smart. So jokes with her were bad. Even the yellow ferret understood this, so he decided not to argue with the girl. Lin Kui also decided not to argue, so he ran out of the house as quickly as possible, saying that he had to go to class. Sai could only hope that her brother wasn't hiding anything. The ferret just chuckled. He was wondering how long the guy could hide his demonic wife. Meanwhile, the young man had already reached the audience. He realized that it would be the end for him if she found out about him and Hong Ye. He was brought back to reality by his friends, who said they had been looking for him all morning. Xiang Qing said that last night he felt demonic energy swirling around his house, and he also saw a girl's silhouette in the window of Ku's room. The guy was indignant and said that this couldn't be because there were no guests in his house, and he thought to himself that this all resembled a catastrophe. But it was much more difficult to deny all this, because it turned out that in the academy community there was a person who passed by his house and recorded strange sounds. Now everyone and their dog was discussing it. Listening to what happened that night when his and Hkinye's energies combined, Kuei only thought that denying all of this was simply pointless. The anger was so strong that the guy threw the phone right in his friend's face, saying that they were simply slandering him. Su Tang, who passed by, said with a grin that men were nothing but trouble. Tang Ling entered the classroom, announced the start of the lesson, and ordered everyone to take their seats. Sitting down at the teacher's desk, she sternly declared that there was only half a month left until the autumn test. As for the places, her wards did not have to worry because she had already registered the 5 main candidates. There was very little time left, so the woman thoughtfully drew up a training plan for them, which she asked them to read carefully. There were 3 points: walking on a rope at a height, sleeping while tied up in one-on-one fights. No sane person would want to go through that. Smiling mysteriously, the woman ordered everyone to immediately gather on the mountain. She did not want to waste a minute. Her insistent desire to train now had already greatly frightened the boys, who clearly did not want to do anything listed in the plan. But who asked them? The teacher ordered them to start doing the exercises immediately. While doing push-ups, our hero told his friends that, compared to this workout, the previous one was a real rest for him. Tang Ling did not separate the workload for the students by gender. Both boys and girls lifted weights and worked equally. The guys also competed with each other, and of course there were attacks. There were sparring sessions, thanks to which Su Tang was finally able to give a good punch to the one who irritated her so much. Despite the fact that the sun was still high, the guys quickly became exhausted because the load was colossal. A month and a half later, the day came for the autumn test to begin. The boys, exhausted to the limit, could barely move their legs, so they dragged themselves very slowly to the general formation. This was their maximum speed because training had taken all their strength. Those who saw them were terrified, as Tang Ling's disciples seemed to have risen straight from hell and were like walking dead. They themselves did not think that they would live to see this day, because for half a month they were forcibly kept in training without the right to return home. It was like torture. Seeing the gloomy expressions of her charges, Tang Ling sternly reminded them that today was the first day of the festival, so they needed to gather their courage. Su Tang asked if their squad was really named Basilard, but Xiang Qiang was curious as to why the teacher wanted Lin Kuei to be their commander. Smiling, the woman said that they were already registered under that name, so even if they wanted to, they couldn't change anything. As for Q's appointment, the mentor thought that although he was careless, at a critical moment he could take control of the situation, which could help lead the team to victory. In principle, the guys agreed with this statement, so they were not against such an appointment. Yang Guang came onto the stage and sternly announced that the event could be considered open, and now he would announce the teams and commanders who would take part in the test. Despite his fatigue, our hero was glad that it had finally all begun, because he no longer wanted to live in the old regime that Tang Ling insisted on. The first team to be announced was the Berserkers. Their leader was Qin Feng, who stated that they had always been in first place. Lin Kuei was surprised to find that this guy was just as arrogant as he was. The second squad was Flywheel, with Yang Xiao as its commander, eager to lead his guys into battle. Then they announced the Qingcheng squad. Its name was consonant with the name of the commander, who gathered beautiful and no less strong girls into her team. In fact, Lin Kuei was very impressed with this girl. The autumn trial was attended by the Mujing squad, led by Chu Li. He said with a smile that it was better not to stand in their way. This was the team that Kuei never expected to see. But it seemed that not only academy students could take part in the competition. The next group was called Divine Kuo, led by Lu Feng, who declared that he would follow in the footsteps of brother Lin Kuei and lead his men to victory. In this guy, our hero recognized the same student whom he had recently beaten up. Several more teams were named, and then it was finally time to announce Team Basilard, led by Lin Kuei, who was confident that under his leadership, the boys would take first place. The crowd began to murmur indignantly. Everyone was shocked that someone dared to take the name of the strongest unit in history. People assumed that the son wanted to inherit the glory of his father. Even Junyao's childhood friend didn't recognize Lin Kuei. She never thought that he would become a commander. and doubted that this was the same guy she knew. Yang Xiao gritted his teeth angrily and imagined all the cruel ways he could to deal with this talentless boy. He sincerely did not understand for what merits the boy was put in command of the detachment. One idea came to his head, since his grandfather did not want to help him. Then he needed to try to figure it out himself. Then Yang Xiao shouted out loudly that Lin Kuei was just a buffoon, so he was against this guy being a commander. Such a bold statement surprised absolutely everyone, because no one could interfere with other teams with their decisions. It was possible to ignore all this. But the people supported Yang Xiao's statement. The students began to chant that Lin Kuei should fail the autumn examination. This greatly stroked the blonde's ego, who couldn't wait to see his main enemy leave this place with his head down. However, our hero was not going to give up so easily, especially since he himself did not like this Yang Xiao, who should have been taught a good lesson long ago. The blonde had crossed all boundaries when he spoke out against the Bazelard squad, so when the system gave him a choice and one of the options was to object to the impudent man, the guy chose without thinking. In a rough voice, Kui reminded the people that his father was the commander of Bazelard. He fought against the demons for a peaceful sky for future generations until his very last breath. He wasn't bragging about other people's greatness, but simply wanted to say that thanks to people like his father, they could enjoy their lives in a peaceful city where there were no demons. The young man promised to continue the work of the Bazelard squad and would always strive to move forward, protecting his people. These words earned respect among the team members. Even Yang Xiao fell silent, because these words seemed right to him too. When the boy realized that all eyes were on him, he added that he was going to prove to everyone that he was not just the son of a famous father who basked in the rays of someone else's glory. Our hero himself did not expect that his speech would be so inspiring, so he was extremely pleased with himself. The Divine Q squad member was the first to break the general silence. They believed that only their idol could silence each of them. This level of praise for his abilities even scared Lin Kuei a little. But what was most surprising was that these guys decided to stand up for Lin Kuei. They said that only he was worthy of leading a team like Bazelard. The girls from Team Qingcheng also thought that the guy was a good person who was worthy of becoming the team leader. So now the people's opinions had changed dramatically and Yang Xiao was left in the minority, because now everyone was admiring his enemy. The change was so drastic that the blonde man couldn't understand why the public was so ardently supporting Lin Kuei when just a minute ago they were trying to expel him. Chu Junyao watched with irritation as all the girls literally went crazy over the new popular guy that she used to know so well. Now the girl realized that she was most likely wrong about her friend, because before he seemed so worthless to her, and now she wanted to fall through the ground because she did not believe in him. Lin Kuei, meanwhile, was simply basking in the rays of glory, flattered by all the attention and support that was being given to him. The commander of the Berserker squad, Qin Feng, thought that our hero was really not bad, and decided that if in the future there was an opportunity to fight him, he would take advantage of it. Looking at this entire situation and the public mood, Tang Ling felt that handing over the Bazelard squad to Kuei's control was a great idea. She imagined her commander looking down at his son from heaven, and being very proud of what he had become. Not everyone looked at Kuei with adoration. Yang Xiao hated him even more, and decided that he would definitely make the guy regret getting in his way. But he was prevented from further making these evil plans because the crowd rushed to meet Kuei to get his autograph. So Yang Xiao was literally trampled. Destroying the remnants of his pride, our hero asked his fans not to crowd around him, because everyone who wanted would get an autograph anyway. It was obvious how much he enjoyed being the center of attention. His team looked at him as if he were a madman suffering from delusions of grandeur. And Yan Xiao decided that the autumn trial would be the last thing his sworn enemy would see. After a while, everyone moved to the entrance of the Red Demon's territory. This battle arena was about to open. The guys noticed how lively the place was. Everyone was so excited that it even became a little uneasy. There were numerous cameras all around the perimeter. But that was to be expected, since the tests were a joint project between the two most influential forces, Kanglin Academy and the Night Watch. When Kuo asked why people were trading on the street, his friend explained that it was a tradition at their school, where students were allowed to trade with each other and make money. Some of the guys invited people to come up to them and choose interesting photos of the most beautiful students of the academy for purchase. Rolling his eyes, our hero asked who would buy such nonsense. A second later, he became the very buyer who is attracted to such things. Saying that this was done to save the reputation of his classmates, the young man bought all the photos, thinking about who he could resell them to at double the price. Among the vendors, Kuei noticed Chu Li loudly calling out to potential customers. He was selling photos of Mo Shu, who was a member of his squad, with a disgruntled Keiki standing next to him. The girl was clearly uncomfortable in this situation. She wanted to leave as quickly and as far as possible. When Lin Kuei waved his hand at her with a smile and greeted her, Keika felt very shy, not understanding why, because before that she wanted to approach him and talk. Without waiting for the girl's answer, our hero asked Chuli the question that interested him about what he was doing at the student test, and he answered with a grin that he was studying at the academy. This information was so strange and surprising that the young man was too lazy to even be sarcastic. Sitting down near the things the man was selling, Kuei noticed one interesting package and then asked what was drawn on it. He was told that it depicted a map of the Red Demon's territory. Chu Li found it completely by accident when he was on a mission. The thing was very useful and could come in handy during the test, so the young man immediately realized that his team needed it. After all, it was quite difficult to obtain such a detailed map, on which all dangerous places and warnings were marked. Chu Li even agreed to sell it at a 10% discount, since Kuo was a former member of the Mujin squad. Then an interesting idea came into the guys' heads, and they began to slyly discuss its details. Having grabbed the map, our hero decided to simply run away without paying a penny. He promised to return the map immediately after he studied it. The man was furious. He demanded that the card be returned immediately. Kiki asked him to calm down, saying that he had known these scoundrels for many days. After these words, Commander Muzhnya really calmed down, but only because he remembered that the young man had stolen only the wrong copy, and the original was with him. Meanwhile, the happy boys ran to the rest of the team, happy that they were running so fast. The girls looked at each other, not understanding why the guys were so cheerful. But they didn't ask anything. After all, the senior examiner came out of the building and said that he would now announce the rules of the competition. Lin Qi felt relieved when he realized that it was all starting, because they had prepared for this day so much that they wanted to live it as soon as possible. The gentleman announced that cameras would record the entire testing process, and points would be awarded for spirit hunting, teamwork, and emergency response. In the final, based on the results obtained, a rating will be created, almost the same as when entering the academy. Our hero was looking forward to the start of the tests because he decided that he simply had to take first place. So, the Red Demon's territory was about to open, so the examiner told the teams to enter the portals. After these words, all the students rushed forward, wanting to clear the demonic territory. Only Team Basilard was in no hurry. Lin Qi didn't want to rush because there were too many portals and they obviously led to different places. Su Tang insisted that he hurry up. Then the boy smiled and pointed his finger at the portal that he considered the most suitable. The very next moment, the team was transported to a place that resembled a branch of hell. This was the very territory of the Red Demon. This name very well described the ominous place that seemed like it could burn you alive. But Ku told his comrades not to worry, because he had a map. The girls reluctantly admitted that this theft could indeed be useful. The joy did not last long, because the guy announced that they were finished, because they found themselves in the most dangerous zone of this territory. The guys, to put it mildly, did not like this news. They began to shout and sob, saying that luck had turned away from them and now they were all trapped, from which they would not be able to escape. Lin Qi asked his comrades to stop killing themselves and said that he had already come up with a new plan. Everyone looked at him with bewilderment and undisguised interest. Meanwhile, important people in a luxurious office discussed some teams that had performed quite well and were even able to surprise. Even the stern Tang Ling was in a good mood and smoked a cigarette with a smile. The idyll was broken as soon as one of the Night Watch employees burst into the office. The man reported that one of the students, along with his squad, stole an SUV with cameras. The rest of the organization members were very outraged, because they didn't even think that there were such impudent students in the academy. The old man, who was the guardian of the academy's treasury, guessed that this might be the work of Lin Kuei's followers, who wanted to imitate the one called the Demon King. These words caused Tang Ling to take a closer look at the cameras, after which she said in surprise that it seemed like it was Lin Kui himself. These words made his elder sister choke. Sitting in the stolen car, the guy announced that they were going on a unique tour of the demon territory. The starting price was only 5,000 spiritual stones. The members of the commission watched this experience in silence, because they simply had no words. Covering her face with her hand, Lin Hud thought ironically that from now on, she didn't have a brother. Yang Guang said with a sly smile that Lin Kuei turned out to be quite an interesting guy. The car with the cameras braked sharply, as it almost fell into a crack that was so large and deep that the vehicle could get stuck. Su Tang asked with concern in her voice if they hadn't lost their way, since they had clearly ended up somewhere wrong. After this, Kuei also became worried and asked Ho Feng where he was going, because according to the map, they should have already reached the center of the Red Demon's territory. Their conversation was interrupted by Xiang Qiang, who urged the boys to immediately look at what awaited them ahead. Everyone in the car froze and carefully looked at the village that was right in front of them. Getting out of the car, the young man was surprised to suggest that spirits might live here. Hong Ye confirmed his guess, saying that there were similar dwellings in demonic regions. The woman asked her husband to be careful, but he just waved her off and promised that he would be completely fine. She wanted to add something else, but their conversation was interrupted by the guys who called the guy to look at what they had found. When he saw this sinister discovery, he was as shocked as everyone else. Of course, because they found tied-up people who were barely conscious. These were the ones who were kidnapped by demonic creatures. Su Tang was simply furious that the demons were treating people like cattle. She said that they wouldn't get away with it. After ordering the team members to untie these poor fellows, Lin Kuei went to inspect the surroundings, because somewhere nearby there was clearly a refuge for these otherworldly creatures. Everyone was surprised that the guy suddenly became responsible and serious. He behaved like a real squad leader, but perhaps he was simply overestimated, and another plan came to Kuo's mind that bordered on madness. Walking through the streets of a strange, deserted village, he began shouting that a robbery had occurred and that the demons needed to come out of their hiding places as soon as possible. Looking at her dear husband, Hong Ye thought that it would be very sad if he did not become the Demon King. While looking at the roadside store, the boy thought angrily that he must have been stolen from people too. Hong Ye asked him not to do anything reckless, because he might run into someone strong. But another reckless thought had already come into Kuo's head. He asked his wife to envelop him with her aura. Hong Ye guessed that he wanted to pretend to be a demon. His request was granted, so surrounded by a demonic aura, the guy burst into the store and told the seller to get out all the most valuable things, because he was here for the purpose of robbery. The demon was so surprised that he did nothing but raise his hands up. Slamming his hand on the table, Kuei shouted and repeated his order once again. The demon was terrified. He couldn't understand where the Demon King, whose aura was very strong, came from. He decided not to argue with such a strong opponent and said that our hero could take whatever he wanted from the store. Taking a huge bag, the guy began to walk between the shelves and take everything he liked. He thought that it was cool when you have a demoness wife, because you can always pretend to be a demon. Suddenly, another monster came into the store, who did not understand what happened and why someone with such a strong aura burst into them. It was the owner of the store. The seller immediately rushed to him and began to tell him that this demon was offending him. Lin Kuei knew he was in trouble. This creature had a powerful aura that indicated that it was of a high rank. Hong Ye reminded him that she had asked him to be quiet. The huge creature walked straight up to Kuei and asked why he thought he could just come and rob him. Our hero saw the only solution to this situation. First, it was necessary to reduce the degree of hostility, then determine the strength of the enemy, and only then deliver a sudden blow. Letting go of the bag, the young man said with a smile that he just wanted to borrow something and that he had nothing serious in mind. The system gave him a choice. He could return everything stolen and apologize, he could fight the demon, or he could use a tactical retreat. He chose the first option because by choosing it, he could earn agility and stay alive. So the boy gave the bag and apologized. The demons were surprised that the enemy simply returned the stolen products. But as soon as the agility points were in his pocket, he snatched the bag and ran away. Laughing evilly, the guy wished the losers a good day, and they only blinked and only after a few seconds realized that they had been fooled. They gave chase, but the guy was in a winning position, as he had managed to get ahead. The rest of the team also managed to profit because, as it turned out, the demons had quite a lot of valuable things. But as soon as they saw Lin Kuei with a bag in his hands, they immediately began to scold him, saying that he should have gone on reconnaissance, not hunting for valuables. The young man was indignant and said that his comrades also did not disdain demonic treasures. All these disputes ceased at the very moment when the demons overtook these young marauders. There were so many of them that they were able to surround the boys, so that escape was now not an easy task. The boys had never run so fast before. They understood that if their legs did not move lightning fast now, there was a chance that they would never be able to move them again. Meanwhile, the girls freed the people and waited for the rest of the team near the car. First they heard a noise, and then they saw the guys running incredibly fast. Linka said that there was no time to explain. All Su Tang had to do was start the engine. Of course, the girls realized that things were not going well, so they immediately complied with the request and started the car. Meanwhile, in the observation room, everyone was watching what was happening. The treasury guard said with a grin that Before, demons robbed, but now everything was the other way around. Tang Ling was pleased with the results that Lin Kuei had shown, as he had acted boldly and had managed to rally the team around him. His sister only hoped that he would not do anything like that again. But his mentor knew that although the guy was shameless, it was not to the extreme. So the most interesting things were yet to be seen. Lin He didn't recognize her brother at all. She wondered what he had gone through to make him act like this. Meanwhile, the girls from Team Qingcheng were wandering around the wasteland and were already very tired. Tian Yu was indignant about the fact that the demons were so vicious and kept robbing them blind. They reminded her of Lin Qi. Her friend and team leader said that she was too biased towards the guy. Yu got angry and asked if Qingcheng had fallen in love with him since she was trying too hard to protect him. The girl with blue hair was indignant and said that this was not so. Meanwhile, a car was approaching them, in which the reason for their argument was located. The guy announced over the loudspeaker that the Baslard trading post was open and they had everything your heart desired. At this moment, Yang Xiao was discussing with his teammates that he wouldn't have had any difficulties if it weren't for the arrogant Lin Kuei. He hoped that the guy from the Berserkers could help them, because it was clear that he didn't like Kuei either. And according to him, the Berserker commander simply hated him. This was very useful information that could play into the hands of the flywheel team he led in the future. Yang Xiao handed the E-rank spiritual jasper to the boy, saying that it was because he gave him useful information. He wanted to find the Berserker commander and deal with Lin Kuei together, but he refused, saying that the reward was too valuable and he could not accept it. But the guy, as if by chance, pointed to his sleeve, saying that the offered things could be put there. This behavior greatly angered Yang Xiao, who did not like such hypocrisy. The blonde hinted that everyone here was his own, so there was no need to be overly modest. After these words, the stranger in the cloak said that such a small jasper would not be enough to help the Berserkers. This demand outraged everyone, and Yang Xiao thought that if the impudent man had not been a member of the Berserker team, they would have killed her long ago. Having decided to pay him off once and for all, the rich student handed his potential ally a bag containing a whole 1,000 spiritual stones. The cloaked guy, who looked suspiciously like Lin Kuei, greedily grabbed the bag, saying that their deal was done. Pointing his hand in the direction where the demon's lair was, Kuei lied that that was where the Berserker squad was. The guys from the flywheel team followed their guide without asking any questions, and after a few minutes of walking, Yang Xiao suspected that they were heading to dangerous lands. In response to this, the young man only grinned, his predatory expression hidden by his hood, so no one noticed anything. His plan was going smoothly, because not only did he get the spiritual stones and jasper, he also had the opportunity to deal with Yang Xiao, who had always wanted to destroy him with someone else's hands. But our hero didn't even suspect that, by a coincidence, they would actually meet someone in these lands, perhaps even Berserkers. Yes, it was indeed Qin Feng and his team. Yang Xiao walked up to him with a smile, but he didn't understand at all who was standing in front of him and what he wanted. The blonde man introduced himself by saying that the academy elder, Yang Guang, was his grandfather, but he asked the one who brought them to the Berserkers to tell him about the details. But the guy in the cloak had disappeared without a trace. Our hero decided that it was time to stop putting on a show and appear before his enemies in his true form, because he was the one called the Divine Lin Kuei. Finally, Yang Xiao realized that he had been deceived and demanded that the young man immediately return the jasper and spiritual stones. Of course, no one was going to return anything, especially since the blonde himself gave the precious items into the hands of his enemy. Having ordered the team to prepare for an attack, Yang Xiao wanted to do everything to show his opponent who was the boss. Lin Kuei even found it funny to watch these 5 weaklings trying to do something to him. Having activated his power, the guy decided that he would take them out one by one. But suddenly, Qin Feng appeared in front of him, activating a protective field and thus shielding the youth. The guy was extremely unhappy that the flywheel squad members decided to attack one person as a whole group. He despised those for whom the concept of honor was alien. Yan Shui was simply shocked that a potential ally had joined his enemy, and Lin Kuei was outraged that his opportunity to show off had been taken away. The system gave Kuo a choice. He could confront Yang Xiao with Qin Feng, apologize to the blonde, or waste his wife's time and simply run away. Meanwhile, Qin Feng declared that he didn't want to have anything to do with the dishonest people who decided to attack one person as a group, so he chose Lin Kuei's side. At this point, our hero made his choice in favor of running away, because it was for him that the most points were given, so he said that he would leave the guys alone. Instead of being upset or offended, Qin Feng was proud that Kui trusted him so much that he calmly entrusted him with dealing with his greatest enemy. The task was completed, the reward was received, and when the guy finally escaped, he wondered how his friends, who were supposed to be engaged in trade, were doing. Suddenly, Hong Ye materialized and warned that there was a very powerful demon nearby. Immediately after this warning, people ran out of the forest thicket, running away screaming. All that Kuei could make out was that there was a whole army of demons. When they finally managed to stop one of the fugitives, he said that someone had opened a cave with demons and brought them all here. So they needed to run away quickly, because death was catching up with them. Realizing the danger of the situation, Lin Kuei knew that he needed to immediately find his friends, who might not be aware of the threat lurking nearby. A few minutes later, he reached the place where the members of Bastard were. It turns out that their car broke down, so now they will have to move on foot. But they didn't have any time at all, because the horde of demons was too close. The boys were shocked when they saw the number of these creatures, because it was difficult to even count them. Although the danger was frightening, the members of the Basilard and Qingcheng teams were ready to fight, because points were given for demons. And there were so many creatures here that you could have reduced them. Activating his power, Lin Kuei called on everyone to unite and form a united front against the demonic beasts. The girls from Qingcheng brilliantly repelled the first attack. They scattered the enemies with such ease that one could only admire their abilities. Basilard did not lag behind, because they had to show an excellent result against the backdrop of such strong and agile opponents. No less impressive was Lin Kuei, who activated his power and his strong suppressive aura filled the space. Only Xiangqiang has not yet shown what he is capable of. Our hero even joked about the fact that he has no abilities. These words caused Qiang to summon a beast that represented his strength. It was a huge dragon that was a bit overweight to say the least. Now Kuo was impressed. Although he couldn't help but notice the extra weight of the beast, Qiang just grinned and said that now his dragon would burn everything, leaving not even ashes. Hearing the voice of the owner, who also promised him a delicious fried chicken as a reward, the dragon immediately decided that it was time to act. Allowing Sangqiao to mount it, the creature roared loudly and flew up, heading straight for the demons. As his master said, he was able to burn the demons, turning their bodies into charred remains. At that moment, Lin Qiao realized that his friend's abilities were truly terrifying. Who would have thought that the person in front of him was a dragon tamer? While he was watching this unusual spectacle, one of the demons approached him, hoping to make a surprise attack. Out of nowhere, Qinfeng appeared, and once again protected our hero by jumping in front of him and shielding him from danger. Lin Kuei was not very happy to see him, because it seemed to him that this guy wanted to be the center of attention. He did everything to get into the thick of things. Following him came Yang Xiao, clearly unhappy with the company he had found himself in. Deciding that a small group of warriors would not be a problem, Qiu rushed into battle as the number of demons continued to increase. Suddenly, he was attacked by none other than Yang Xiao, who activated his power and scratched our hero with his razor-sharp claws. After this happened, the bastard said that he just wanted to kill the nearest demon, but accidentally hit the guy and really hoped that he did not blame him. But Lin Kuei had no intention of forgiving this insult. He took out a jar of lime from his inventory and threw it straight into the enemy's face. So now Yang Xiao tried to hit Kuei blindly, but he did not regret the attack, because he received unheard of pleasure. To be honest, it wasn't just the blonde who enjoyed it, but his opponent as well. Because Kuei had long been imagining the moment when his fist would touch the rich boy's face. Not only did Yang Xiao not see anything at the moment, but another surprise awaited him in the form of some kind of strange grenade. She fell right at the feet of the blonde, who only realized by the sound that something was wrong. But he didn't have time to react, because the explosives went off and there was a powerful explosion. Our hero ran away and was glad that he had managed to stock up on useful things in the storage room. All members of Basilard's team could not understand where the sound of the explosion came from and who could have thought of using a grenade. The answer was obvious. As soon as they saw Lin Kuei's satisfied face, Su Tang rudely asked how he dared to use it against a student. The guy replied that he would not offend a good person. The argument stopped as soon as he appeared in front of the boys. A huge demon who was 10 times larger than his fellows, he literally began to absorb the weaker demons, saying that they were only good enough to be food, since they were useless as predators. When Lin Kuei sensed the aura of this monster, he immediately realized that they were dealing with a B-rank creature that was clearly superior in strength to all those they had encountered before. Under the pressure of the monster, the guys couldn't even move. Hong Ye anxiously reported that Yaksha was in front of them, and the only option to escape was to run away. Our hero was lucky. Yaksha's pressure activated his power, so he was able to move, but he didn't know what to choose. to abandon his comrades and save himself, or to become a hero and help. His friends unanimously said that it was time for him to stop playing the hero and save himself if he had the ability to move. These words angered the guy because he didn't pretend to be anyone, but did what he wanted. And at the moment, he wanted to protect his people. So now, looking straight into the terrible eyes of the monster, he realized that he would not run away anywhere. The demon noticed that among the people there was someone who could move under his pressure. This forced him to make a choice in favor of whom he would eat first. The system gave the guy a choice. He could run, and this was indicated as the best choice. He could beg for mercy, or fight against Yaksha together with his comrades. The choice fell on the third option, so the young man loudly announced to Yaksha that he was his opponent. All the team members started shouting that he wouldn't beat him, and that they needed to get to a safe place as soon as possible since he could move. Only Yan Xiao was not against the guy staying, because then there was a possibility that he would finally die. The room where the test was being monitored was in a state of unrest, as Lin Hood had raised a cry because a B-rank demon had been deployed, even though she had ordered that monsters like that be dealt with. Her assistant said that it looked like they had missed one. He got up from the table and promised to send help to the guys immediately. But to everyone's surprise, the girl ordered to wait a little. She asked the assistant to send a person to keep an eye on the students, but not to interfere yet, because where else could the students gain combat experience if not during the test? Tang Ling chuckled and noted that Hood had quite a lot of faith in his brother's powers. Sister Ku didn't respond, but she thought to herself that she was just giving her brother a chance to show his strength. She could only hope that he wouldn't let her down. But her hopes gradually faded when she saw how mercilessly they tortured her little brother, hitting him against all the nearby trees and not giving him the opportunity to counterattack. The demon laughed loudly and said that it was time for the young man to stop resisting and finally become his food. As much as he didn't want to admit it, Lin Kei really was in a bad way. He was on the edge. Even Hong Ye understood this, because she didn't move away from him even an inch. His wife was so angry that she decided to take on a combat spirit form to defeat the enemy. But the guy said that it was not worth doing, because there were cameras everywhere and the Academy and the Night Watch were closely watching them. If they were exposed, Hong Ye could be killed immediately. Having promised his wife that everything would be fine, our hero decided to continue the fight, because he firmly believed that he had enough strength to win. These words made the demon smile even wider. It looked like an offer to continue the hard battle, and Lin Kuei accepted this offer. He activated his power and decided that he would do his best to win. The power was so amazing that the boys watched the fight with their mouths open in surprise. It seemed like the guy was so close to victory, but it wasn't without drama, as the demon's sharp blade pierced his body. Meanwhile, in the depths of the dungeon that were on the territory of the Red Demon, interesting events were taking place. The students who were underground were trying to understand what was happening on the surface since the ground was shaking so much. One of the guys said that it was not a test for him anyway. He needed to concentrate on the task. But his comrade just waved it off, saying that they had nothing to fear, to which the second replied that he wanted to finish this matter as soon as possible and return to his beloved wife. Their calm conversation was interrupted as soon as a noise was heard, followed by a bright flash of light. It turned into a blood-red stream of power that enveloped the boys' throats and made them unable to move or speak. From the portal appeared the demoness Onizi, who laughed at the fact that the Academy entrusted the guard to two scum who were incapable of anything. The woman neutralized the enemies and decided that while Yaksha was raging on the surface, all the attention of the observers would be riveted on him. This gave her a perfect opportunity to break the unbreakable seal with the Demon Stone and carry out her plan. Not wanting to waste time, she set to work and began to try to fulfill her plan. But it wasn't as easy as the demoness expected, because the seal's aura was too powerful. Finally, she was able to break through the layers of protective spells and see him, the creature she wanted to free. It was that same bloody demon, one of the 8 great rulers. People kept him locked up and thought they could do it forever. He was so strong that it took Oniza's breath away, even though she was far from weak either. When the demon smelled fresh blood, the world around him stopped. Thirst consumed all his thoughts. Onizi pointed at the guards and added that they were B rank, so the demon could profit from them. As she watched the red demon devour the humans, she realized that despite them being the same species, his method of feeding was too cruel even for her, wiping the blood of its victims from the corners of its mouth. The creature finally felt free from its shackles. Having said that the dessert was finished, the demon decided that it was time to move on to the main course, especially since he was eager to enjoy the fresh air and take revenge on his captors. The current battles were no less dramatic than those to come, one of which involved Lin Kuei, who was mercilessly pinned to a tree by a huge trident. He understood that his affairs were very bad because he had almost no strength left, and the enemy was safe and sound. Unlike him, Qin Feng could barely watch this. He felt sick just thinking about Lin Kuei fighting to the death and not even being able to do anything to help. Hong Ye was in a similar mood. She really wanted to take on a different appearance and help her husband, but he strictly forbade her to do so. Despite the pain and all the difficulties, the young man said that he could cope, because he would not calm down until he found a way to return his wife's physical body. Taking a life pill from his inventory, he decided that her finest hour had come. After consuming it, the guy saw a system notification that the pill had been used, meaning that rapid recovery had been initiated. Yaksha did not stop making efforts to destroy people. He walked towards the immobilized prisoners with threats and said that he would devour them one by one. He wanted to start his meal with Ching Cheng, which seemed to him to be the most attractive appetizer of all, but his hands didn't even have time to get close to the girl. As our hero stopped him, his strength stopped this attack. The life pill restored his strength so much that the guy even managed to counterattack and deliver a fairly powerful blow. He managed to punch a hole in the monster's body, which caused it to lose a significant portion of its strength. The Yaksha effect disappeared, and the captured boys were able to move again. They quickly realized that this was only possible thanks to Lin Kuei's attack. The monster was simply furious. He couldn't even imagine that some pathetic little human would not only survive, but would be able to resist him almost on equal terms. Turning his head towards his freed comrades, Lin Kuei triumphantly declared that they could now all finish off the enemy together. Hong Ye couldn't contain her joy. Not only had her beloved become much stronger, but he was also able to defeat the monster single-handedly. Finally, the guys could join the battle. They did it with great pleasure and decided that they would help our hero in everything, who saved them from certain death. But Yaksha was so confident in his own strength that he decided that he could easily defeat these pathetic ants. Lin Kuei activated his power, and his wife decided to help by adding her energy. This should make his strikes even more powerful. Surprisingly, even the members of Yang Xiao's team wanted to join the battle and help Kuei, despite the blonde shouting at them not to do so. Meanwhile, the team leader Basilard himself attacked the enemy along with the dragon, which was Shang Qian's magical pet. In the room where they were watching the events of the trial, everyone was mesmerized by how Lin Kuei stood over the body of the defeated enemy. Everyone was very pleased with the work the guy had done, and Tang Ling said with a smile that she had not been mistaken about him. Finally, the guys won. Everyone was so excited that Ching Cheng even hugged Lin Kuei from an excess of emotions. The sister watched her younger brother with pride and was happy with the success he had achieved. She even thought that in the future, he could become an S-rank warrior like his father. An employee of the Night Watch flew into the office and reported that the connection with the guards of the dungeon, which was on the territory of the Red Demon, had been lost. The unbreakable seal had fallen asleep and the demon had returned to the world. This news left everyone in absolute shock, because everyone present in the office did not believe that this was possible. Lin Hood ordered to act immediately. It was necessary to notify all participants, because they must immediately leave the territory of the demons. Meanwhile, her brother was happy that he had completed the task offered by the system and received many excellent rewards. Also, the guy received a notification that a random skill book had been discovered. In theory, a new ability could have been found there. But instead of the ability, Kuei could now transform his energy into a nutritious egg, which, frankly, disappointed him, because the guy expected something more. He was even outraged, because he felt like some kind of strange hybrid of a chicken and a human, because now he had the ability to lay eggs. Having decided to do something with the already materialized egg, our hero offered his friend a treat. He accepted the treat without any further questions and opened his mouth as wide as possible. When the strange egg came into Xiang Qian's hands, he began to devour it greedily, saying that it was so delicious that he had never eaten anything like it before. He continued to praise the egg, saying that it simply melted in his mouth. It was so delicious. He felt as if the egg angels themselves had descended upon him and fed him this work of culinary art. All the team members stared at him in bewilderment, because no one believed that an ordinary egg could be as delicious as Xiang Qiang described. Now Hong Ten also wanted to try this delicacy, so he asked his friend to treat him too. Frustrated, Kuei decided that he didn't know what to do with this ability anyway, so why not feed his friends? But he never expected that they would like it so much that they would come to him for more. Now Ching Cheng also asked with interest what they were eating, while her friend proudly declared that she would rather remain hungry. Laughing, the young man invited the girls to try his treat too. After all, he had a lot of these magical eggs, which, according to Xiang Qian, were simply unrivaled in taste. So even the formidable Tian Yu could not refuse, and everyone began to happily devour the treat. It was so delicious that the guys forgot about all their problems. They only felt that their body was filled with strength. Now these eggs didn't seem so useless to Cao, because they were quite tasty, and in the future he wouldn't have any problems with food with this nutritious product. He offered the eggs to Su Tang, but she rudely told him to keep them to himself. But her friend, on the contrary, seemed to really want to enjoy them. Xingqiang approached the guy and asked what he planned to do with the huge corpse of Yaksha. He replied that he only needed the spiritual jasper. He would leave everything else to the guys. No one objected, because everyone understood perfectly well that it was Lin Kie who played the decisive role in killing the monster. Qiang and Tang immediately ran to cut off the monster's horns, as this part seemed the most attractive to them to hang at home as decoration. But the jasper turned out to be very small. Despite the fact that its former owner was so huge and formidable, the Berserker squad leader said that in any case, it was not a bad catch. His team members could not understand why Qin Feng would suddenly become so polite. All conversation died down as the alert system approached, signaling that there was urgent information. These systems flew throughout the demonic territory to warn that the test participants needed to leave this place through the portals as soon as possible. The guys were alarmed by this news. They assumed that a demon stronger than Yaksha had appeared, but still their own survival interested them more, and they decided to get away. Meanwhile, Shangqiang decided to find out where Yang Xiao was, because the blonde had disappeared somewhere, and this could well mean that he was preparing to stab them in the back. But at the moment, it was not people who needed to be feared, but demons, because Onizi and her freed friend were too eager to profit from human flesh. When the red demon was already upset that he had not met a single victim, a light feminine scent reached him. Nearby there was a group of girls who decided to finish the test, because even the commander abandoned them, which meant that they were definitely at the very bottom of the ranking. The leader of the squad disappeared, but someone else found them. But this meeting could not be called pleasant. When the friends saw the one standing in front of them, they felt his incredibly strong demonic aura. They were so scared that they couldn't even scream. The red demon really didn't like victims who couldn't even resist, so he immediately lost his appetite. But Onizi didn't even dare to think that this would save the unfortunate people, because she knew that the demon loved to drink the blood of human women the most. He asked if they wanted students who were more beautiful than they were now. Some of the victims fell for this trick and began to nod affirmatively. The man waved his fan and said that he would show them his last mercy. A strange cloud swallowed the girls' bodies and real magic began to happen. Their figures were transformed, becoming more feminine and rounded. Their facial features also changed, becoming more graceful and aesthetic. The girls were delighted. They were happy that they had become the first beauties of the academy. But Onizi knew that they had fallen into a trap, because by changing their appearance, the demon gained control over their hearts. All of the students as one began to thank the demon and say that they agreed to thank him in any way he could think of. There was no need to think long, because the man already knew perfectly well what he wanted. Most of all, he wanted to drink their blood. He killed them, draining their weak bodies, and it brought him real pleasure. But these victims were not enough for him. He wanted to get more fresh blood to satisfy his hunger. Suddenly, Onizi felt that the boy to whom she had recently fed demon blood through a kiss was nearby. His presence was also felt by the red demon, who immediately realized that this man possessed a demonic deity, which meant that it would be possible to arrange a good meal. The demoness immediately warned her kinsman that this guy could not be touched, because he was a test subject being raised by the leader. While the demons were arguing, they were attacked by those whom they certainly did not expect to see in their abode. Tang Ling and Lin Hood were very warlike, and even summoned beasts that represented their strength. The red demon was very amused by the fact that the mongrels of the Night Watch and the Academy suddenly decided that they could stop him. The girls put up a united front, forcing their beasts to rush into battle with incredible speed and strength. This seriously alarmed the freed demon, because he clearly did not expect to see such power. Moreover, he was not prepared for the fact that he would have to jump over the streams of fire that were rushing straight at him. Meanwhile, Onizi used the portal and materialized right behind Lin Hood, giving her a perfect opportunity to attack. But Sister Qi noticed the danger in time and quickly realized what was happening. She reacted with lightning speed, attacking her opponent first. The girl's strength severely scorched the demoness's clothes, and Onizi finally realized that she had a very strong opponent. The red demon intervened in this confrontation, saying that although he loved the company of lovely ladies, he was not attracted to individuals who were too dangerous at the moment. Grabbing Onizi, he quickly began to run away, saying that he needed her portals now. The demon announced that he had no extra time to spend playing with women, as he needed to meet a man who was connected to the deity. After these words, everyone watched in surprise as the monster flew away, grabbing his demonic girlfriend. Mounting her winged tigress, Lin Hood told her ally that they needed to give chase, as this was the only way to prevent the attack on the students. Tang Ling clearly understood that a massacre would soon occur in this territory. She only hoped that it would not affect Lin Kuei. Meanwhile, the outskirts of the Red Dragon territory were already in turmoil. Xiang Qiang urged his friend to leave immediately. He was not against it, but they ran into a problem. The academy was unable to prepare more portals. Because of this, students stood in huge lines to get a chance at salvation. Our heroes stood calmly and waited for their turn, and the exhausted Yang Xiao was heading there too. Seeing his sworn enemy among the students, the blonde decided that he would not let him leave under any circumstances. Seeing the grandson of such an influential person in the academy, Lin Kuei began to laugh and say that he used to be such a handsome man, but now he resembled a beaten dog. The laughter stopped as soon as a portal of unknown origin opened above the people. From there, Red Demon and Onizi came out, looking at the students with disdain, as if they were small insects that were getting in the way. The red-haired monster looked at the boys as if they were prey that could serve as food for him at any moment. Lin Kuei immediately recognized the demoness who gave him the demon blood, but he didn't understand who was next to her. There were assumptions that it was also a member of the afterlife. The captivity had not had the best effect on the demon. Now he wanted revenge and blind worship, so he used blood pressure and made people fall prostrate before him. Everyone felt a very strong pressure, which indicated that the enemy possessed a powerful aura. It was much more impressive than Yaksha's power. Things got even worse when Hong Ye panicked and revealed that the person in front of them was one of the 8 demon lords, named Shui Ye, and she also stated that she would use her energy to help them escape. The guy realized that things were very bad, because in front of them was someone who had a rank that most likely exceeded the A mark. Zhu Ye laughed and commanded his future victims to tremble, but none of them were able to move as they were trapped by the bloody pressure. For the second time that day, Qin Feng felt real terror. He was afraid of dying before he could become a real warrior. For a moment the demon froze. He began to sniff and was finally able to recognize the scent of the one Onizi was talking about. Finally he found him. The smell of the one who had a spiritual patron attracted the monster, and he immediately grabbed the unfortunate man. Zhuya said that he was very surprised and upset that some vagabond had such power. Onizi reminded him that the clan leader had ordered that this guy not be touched. Despite the fear and pain, Lin Kuei managed to ask why the leader of the afterlife abyss suddenly needed him. The question angered the higher demon. He growled that food did not need to know information about who would consume it. After that, Zhuye created a portal that quickly swallowed him, Onizi, and the boy. Kui's friends had no idea what to do, since they had no way to catch up with such a strong opponent, much less take the young man away from him. At this moment of despair, Tang Ling and Lin Hood landed and asked anxiously if there were any casualties among the students. The women immediately noticed Lin Kuei's absence. His sister said that she could feel his aura coming from the blood sphere. There really was something in the sky that resembled a red swirl. Lin Hood immediately realized that this was a personal space created by the demon. If anyone entered it, it would collapse. So all that was left was to wait for someone to come out. Meanwhile, her brother landed painfully on the surface of this space. If it weren't for the S-rank body, he could have easily crashed to his death. Before he could come to his senses, he was immediately greeted by Shui Ye, who said that they were in his bloody dimension. The demoness could not understand whether the one she freed had gone crazy, because eating a guy surrounded by people was real madness. Our hero was very irritated by this character, who did not stop talking for a second, and in order to finally shut him up, he offered the man to taste the egg he had created himself. More than anything, Q disliked villains who were so self-absorbed that they could see nothing but their own awesomeness. The Red Demon lived for over 1,000 years, and no mortal could even think of throwing eggs at him. So now Sueye was so angry that he promised to destroy the boy along with all the people who were outside this dimension. Using the blood seal, the creature once again completely immobilized the youth, so that even his absolute defense was useless. Lin Kuei was so scared that for the first time in all this time, he felt that his situation was hopeless. Seeing that the boy was not particularly willing to give up, the demon said that he should accept his fate and submit to death at his hands. Before he could harm the young man, suddenly, huge scissors appeared between them, blocking the demon's path. Hong Ye entered the game, indignantly asking how Shueye dared to take her beloved without permission. Onizi immediately felt the strong aura of this girl. She was also a rank A demon queen, but it was completely unclear why she was helping this guy. Grabbing her weapon, Ki's wife revealed that 1,000 years ago, when she was still the princess of the empire, the demon's red demon and his minions slaughtered her people, killing her as well. Her husband listened with surprise to the fact that now she would not allow any of her loved ones to suffer. Grinning menacingly, the man declared that it was time to put an end to a story that had already lasted 1,000 years. He promised to kill her and then finish off her lover so that no one would even remember that there was some Hongye. The girl had waited 1,000 years to deal with this evil creature, and now she was ready to release all the anger that had accumulated in her over this long time. By thrusting her weapon forward, she was able to block the attack, which was a testament to her immense strength. But this was just a warm-up for her opponent, who then only complicated his attacks. They clashed in a difficult fight, their weapons clanging, and their looks indicated that they both wanted the other to die. Despite her fragile appearance, Hong Ye repelled each new attack with ease and grace, not allowing the enemy to get too close. Onizi watched the events closely. This heated battle was simply mesmerizing, and she couldn't look away. She wondered if this was really a battle between A-rank demons, since even she, a B-rank demoness, had received an internal injury, which meant she definitely shouldn't interfere, especially when she saw Shueye running towards her opponent, intending to attack with her blade-sharp claws. He managed to do it, and now Hong Ye's shoulder was covered in deep abrasions left by his claws. The woman's eyes darkened and she fell to her knees, overcoming the pain. She guessed that there was poison on the tips of his claws, so her internal spiritual energy was dissipating. Lin Kui watched all of this without taking his eyes off the situation, feeling uneasy because he couldn't do anything. He could only stand and watch as they fought for him. Anger filled his body as he told himself that if he couldn't protect his own wife, then he wouldn't be a real man. All this accumulated energy was converted into power, which began to spill out from his body. Onizi did not expect that the guy would begin to display demonic power. He was clearly on track to reaching his full potential. Everything inside him was burning, but his body seemed to be thirsting for more strength because it did not stop for a second. And eventually, it transformed into something new, something demonic and very dark. Meanwhile, Xueye was so caught up in the threat of cutting Hong Ye down again in 1,000 years that he didn't even notice the impending danger. This became his fatal mistake, because the one he underestimated dealt such a powerful blow that the world in front of the demon began to spin from the blow. Having caught his beloved wife, for whom he had transformed himself, the guy and his new guys felt more powerful than ever. The rescued demoness was not very happy with this outcome of events because she was very afraid that her darling could lose his mind due to the fact that he suddenly became so much stronger than he was before. Oddly enough, this was not something surprising for the red demon. He said that it was expected that sooner or later the test subject would sharply increase in strength. Zuyu was happy that such a strong character would become his food, but he didn't take into account that our hero would be able to not only dodge his attacks, but also reflect them. And his blows were so strong that for the first time in a long time there was hope that someone would kill this supreme demon, who had previously only been imprisoned. Their battle was not easy, and with each new blow the earth shook, because so much anger was put into them that it is difficult to convey in words. It was a real disaster for Shueye that someone was able to stand up to him and not just show courage but fight him on equal terms. But our hero also had a hard time because he was beaten with such force that he had never felt before. Looking at his condition, Hong Ye sounded the alarm. She realized that the guy was losing touch with reality and would soon use up all his spiritual strength, after which he would die of exhaustion. The red demon understood this too, because he began to beat his opponent more and more furiously, wanting to see how long he could last. But the question could also be posed in another way. How long would Xueye himself last, since his opponent was not going to bow his head before him? When the supreme demon realized that he had met the one who made him fight with all his might, he was truly delighted. So when the exhausted enemy stood before him on his knees, it was much more pleasant to look at this picture than all the previous times. Onizi, who was watching the confrontation, knew very well that no one could defeat Shueye, because despite the fact that the guy had awakened his abilities, he had only reached B rank. As if to confirm her thoughts, the red demon struck the enemy's exhausted body so hard that he literally flew away. It was some kind of torture. Hong Ye simply could not bear this terrible sight. When her husband was being tortured so severely right before her eyes, she rushed to him and began to beg him to come to his senses and return to the reality with which he had lost contact. But all the demon that Lin Kuei had become did was repeat one single phrase about how he had to protect his beloved. Their enemy mocked them, saying that even the new appearance could not hide the boy's weakness. He promised to torture him right in front of his wife's eyes so that she could see every grimace of pain. With tears in her eyes, the girl hugged her husband and began to tell him that the days they spent together were the best in her life. Somewhere deep inside the monster, Lin Kuei's consciousness awoke, desperately wanting to protect its master from pain. His wife continued to cry, not even suspecting that her words were bringing the guy back to reality. She did not want to look at the death of her loved ones again and was ready to do everything to prevent it. After letting him go, Hong Ye admitted that she had truly fallen in love with the guy. So now she had to make the only right decision and fight for the one she loved so much. The guy wanted to stop her, but he was too weak. His wife was determined to finish off the enemy, who was also weakened. Hong Ye's decision to protect her husband made the demon laugh a lot, as he took this gesture as an attempt to hide the boy under her skirt. The demoness didn't care what anyone thought or said about her. She activated her power to full capacity and wanted her spirit to turn to a fatal blow. This action simply shocked Onitsu. She could not believe that the blonde was ready to burn her soul for some person. Beginning to panic, the red demon began to ask what his opponent was doing. Instead of an answer, he received a strong blow that caused him to flip over several times in the air and fall to the ground. It was time to deliver the final, most devastating blow, and Hong Ye was ready to put all her remaining strength into it. This caused a real whirlwind of power, primal and unbridled, to swirl around the girl, making her even more dangerous. This turn of events seriously scared Sueye, who had already decided that the opponents were finished once and for all. He realized how wrong he was only when a stream of power flew into him, knocking all the air out of his lungs. The blow left him sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain, something no opponent had ever achieved before. A worried Onitsu rushed towards the demon she had just released. She assumed that the worst had happened to him. Exhausted, Hong Ye found the last of her energy to turn to her beloved and tell him that they had won. The guy reached out his hand to her, wanting to touch her skin one last time, but he never managed to do so. Then Hong Ye herself reached out to him and, squeezing his hand, said that she really didn't want to leave the one whom she could sincerely call her beloved. But she had no choice, and no way back. So our hero could only accept this situation. It was difficult. He didn't want to let go of the one who lit a real fire inside him, because now only ashes would remain from his heart. Hong Ye's body began to dissipate into space. Touching her lover's face, she said one last thing to him, to take care of himself. After that, she disappeared, and the world suddenly became so empty, as if an important part of the entire universe had disappeared. All that was left of Hong Ye was her core, which contained a piece of her soul, and Lin Kuei caught it and decided to keep it for himself. The guy decided that while her life was hanging on by at least a thread, he would definitely find a way to bring her back to a full life. Meanwhile, Sueye tried to come to his senses a little, but it was difficult, because the demoness's last blow literally tore him into pieces. Onitsu didn't know how to help him right now, so she decided to take him to the afterlife, because there were those there who knew exactly how to bring the demon back to life. However, Sueye clearly didn't appreciate her help, because he had ordered the woman to become his food, only this could restore his strength right now. After these words, he grabbed her by the throat and began to squeeze hard, so that his victim could not even squeak. Thanks to the absorbed powers, the wounds on the demon's body began to heal, and the torn tissues grew together. Casually throwing aside Onitsu's dead body, Jie thought that this worthless minion was very useful, because without her, he wouldn't have been cured. However, despite the fact that he managed to escape from the clutches of death, the wounds were too serious, so he simply did not have the strength to fight. But a battle was inevitable, because Lin Kuei was going to avenge the death of his beloved, who died literally in his arms. The guy approached his opponent and was already anticipating how he would cripple him half to death. But everything went wrong. Because the demon had enough strength to jump back from his attack, Sueye said that he would let the guy live for now, but in the end, he would still end up in his belly. Our hero didn't want to let this bastard escape, but unfortunately, he had no choice and no opportunity to stop his flight. When the demon left the created space, Lin Hood immediately noticed it. Tangling realized that the spatial sphere would begin to collapse immediately, which meant that they had little time to save Lin Kuei. So the women decided to split up, the sister went to save her brother, and Tang Ling would hunt the demon. The space that the red demon created was broken through from the inside, so the young man could have simply crashed to his death. He himself understood that he needed to clean up, but he just didn't understand how to do it. Onisa's body caught his eye, He thought she was dead. But it turns out the demoness took the form of a young girl after her powers were taken away, and thus survived. Lin Qiu knew that she must know where Xueye had gone, and this woman could also tell him how to save his wife. To find the answers to all these questions, it was necessary to save her, and this could only be done if Onizi could be transferred to the guy's spiritual dimension. The created space began to crackle, indicating that it was about to explode. Zhang Qiang began to say that they needed to leave immediately, because it was dangerous to be here. Lin Hood flew, and hoped that she would be able to pick up her brother before he turned into a pile of dust. There was an explosion, and the girl thought with horror that she was too late, because in such circumstances it was unlikely that anyone could survive. But still, a miracle happened, because somehow the guy managed to get out of the burning space. He was incredibly lucky, because his sister was flying nearby and did everything she could to prevent her brother from crashing. She was terribly scared, so she began to ask what had happened, to which the young man replied that he was just a little tired. Looking at her brother's exhausted state, Hood swallowed hard and said that she would return him to the academy right away. There were no other thoughts in our hero's head except for his beautiful wife, who sacrificed herself so that he could get out alive. The morning of another day arrived, but it did not bring the desired relief. Lin Kuei always felt guilty about what happened to Hong Ye, because in his opinion he was too weak and couldn't protect her. Even she and Yellow Ferret noticed that after the autumn trial, he seemed to be a different person. As soon as his wounds healed, he began to train hard. The little animal began to remember that the guy's demonic wife had not appeared for a long time. He assumed that his behavior was strange because something happened to her. The girl was distracted from her thoughts by the sound of breaking dishes. It was Onizi, the young girl Lin Kuei had brought into the house as a housekeeper. His sister was unhappy that he had hired such a useless girl who wasted food and destroyed everything in the world. Even the Yellow Ferret made fun of the former demoness, remembering himself when he was a servant and he wasn't so stupid. Little Lin Shi was quite a strict boss. She said that if Onizi was living with them now, she had to do all the housework. Otherwise, she would simply be useless. The new resident of the house only smiled awkwardly and obediently said that she would immediately prepare breakfast for Mr. Lin Kuei. Sister Kuei reminded her that she and the ferret were also hungry. Onizi was very angry because she agreed to serve only the guy as a sign of gratitude for saving him. The ferret was the most contented of all. He felt simply wonderful, and it seemed that his wounded pride was gradually being restored. But Lin Kuei felt worse than ever, and he tried to pour out all his accumulated anger into training. He was very worried about the fact that so many days had passed and Hong Ye still showed no signs of life. Her husband had tried everything possible, but it was still to no avail. He was distracted from these thoughts by his sister's cry, calling him to have breakfast. Then he turned and looked at Onizi. He had hoped that she knew a way to restore her soul. When the entire family, including the ferret, had eaten their fill, Lin Kuei stood up from the table and ordered the demoness to follow him. After closing the door behind her, the girl asked what Mr. Lin wanted from her. Pinning her against the wall, the guy reminded her that he hadn't forgotten about her membership in the afterlife. She must have known how to restore his wife's soul and return her body. The girl began to speak something indistinctly, so the young man assumed that she was still loyal to the afterlife abyss. But she clearly said that she was not completely sure of her knowledge. According to her, what the red demon did to her caused regression, so most of her memories were lost. But she remembered that Shui Ye's soul was incredibly strong. So she wasn't sure, but she was willing to guess that if she could get his spirit Jasper, she might be able to bring Hong Ye back to life. Our hero decided to believe the demoness, but he promised that he would kill the one who took his wife's life, because otherwise he simply would not be able to live in peace. Onizi watched the guy leave and couldn't believe what she saw. She found it hard to believe that a human could have such strong feelings for a demon. It was time to visit the academy, but our hero was not in the mood for it at all. He went only because it was necessary. Shankyo noticed that his friend was not himself, so he asked what had happened to him. The guy tried to cheer Kuei up by saying that Yang Xiao was furious when he found out that Baslard won first place, but it didn't help. Then he hugged his friend and reminded him that there was a good reward for first place. Tang Ling had said so, and she had also gotten Lin Kuei a day off. When Xiang Chang asked what he would do on his free days, the young man did not answer because he knew that he would be busy capturing a certain demon. The boy was so serious that his friend thought for a moment that he was hallucinating, so striking were the changes. Meanwhile, events take us to the throne room of the afterlife. On the throne, surrounded by strange creatures in robes, sat the head of this organization, and before him stood Xueye, The Red Demon reported that he had already dispatched his subordinates in human form, ordering them to kill the traitor Onizi and at the same time capture Lin Kuei's younger sister. The leader praised him, but reminded him that his target was not the Lin family but the entire Kanglan city. These words gave the demon the idea that everything was much larger in scale and that the master was preparing a serious invasion. The overlord confirmed these thoughts, saying that the academy's powers were constantly growing, meaning that they had become a threat not only to the demons of the afterlife, but also to their plan to dominate humanity. According to him, 10 years ago, the people managed to escape destruction only thanks to Lin Yun's tenacity. Now he was dead, which meant that the city would fall after him. These words caused the Red Demon to be truly delighted, and she said that it would be an honor for him to lead the troops. But the ruler asked with a grin how someone who was almost killed by an ordinary man could become the leader of his army. Zhu Ye didn't back down, saying that his strength was currently recovering and he had almost reached the peak of his power, so he would easily turn Kanglan into a demonic territory. He also recalled that he had a unique ability that allowed him to control people, so if he used it in battle, he could control the entire city. After thinking for a while, the Dark Lord decided that he would give the demon some of his troops, and if he succeeded in the task, he would receive the test subject Lin Kui as a reward. For Zhe Ye, this was the best reward since he was so desperate to finish off this guy. Opening the portal, the leader of the Netherworld announced that he would lead the demons to Kanglan, so the offensive would begin very soon. All the demons were now under Xue Ye's command, who, of course, promised to do everything in the best possible way and raze the city to the ground, and he wanted to cut his enemy into small pieces and drink all his blood. It was a normal school day at the academy. Tang Ling gathered the Basilarch squad to tell them some important news. According to her, despite the fact that the guys took first place in the future, many more battles await them. This was because Xue Ye had escaped, and the Netherworld would not sit idly by, so they had to concentrate on training. So Tang Ling announced that the next few weeks would be a time for the boys to undergo demonic training, which would increase their abilities to the maximum. To put it mildly, the students were not very happy about this news, because they thought that they would finally be able to rest a little and gain strength. The training was so intense that one of the girls began to wonder why she had to do all this, since she was assigned the role of a cleric and was responsible for healing the team. While everyone was indignant, Lin Kuei continued to meditate. Even the teacher noticed that recently, he began to train much more in order to become stronger. Xiang Qiang felt such a strong aura from him that it seemed like the guy was about to explode. The guy himself felt that his spiritual powers had already increased enough, so he was almost sure that when he took on the form of a demon this time, he would be able to control himself. The system reported that fragments of a new ability had been discovered and could be combined right now. Of course, Lin Kuei immediately did so, because he himself was curious about what kind of new skill he would acquire. The body began to fill with new strength, which pierced the flesh like needles. Then the strange pain disappeared and the young man finally felt the long-awaited relief. Power enveloped him like smooth silk. At some point, he finally felt himself and the demon that lived inside him as one whole. It was so natural that it seemed to have always lived inside him. There was a clear understanding inside him that if he became a demon, then all the worlds would fall at his feet. And if he wanted to be a god of war, then his martial arts would destroy the world. This is how the fusion with his power, which was called Chi-Yu, worked. The energy surge contributed to a real explosion in the real world. No one, not even Tang Ling, could figure out what had happened to Lin Kuei. The system notified the guy that he had now reached B rank. The guy literally broke through to it. His mentor almost immediately felt the changes in him and realized that he had succeeded in doing this, had succeeded in raising his rank. Soon the system reported that the guy could take the form of a demon, but it said nothing about the state of his soul. But he stopped thinking about it when he saw that he had a gift in his inventory, which he decided to open right away. A sword materialized from the box, shining and shimmering in the sun. When the boy touched it, the blade darkened and it became clear that it was an S-rank demonic weapon. Our hero looked at him with genuine delight, because he understood that he now owned something truly unique. His friend asked in surprise if the guy had really awakened some kind of ability in his combat weapon. Their conversation was interrupted by Tang Ling, who congratulated Lin Kuei on breaking through to B rank. Embarrassed, the young man said that it took hard work to achieve this. All the team members were thinking about one thing. It seemed like this kid really had the talent to help him reach a high rank. Suddenly, Tang Ling noticed a strange flash in the sky. It was very familiar to her, so the woman immediately realized that enemies were approaching them. The demons opened a portal right in the sky and were now trying to break through to Kanglin through this crack. But there was more than one portal. They opened all over the city in different places, allowing the demons to completely take over the territory. The woman realized that a great disaster was coming, which had not happened for 10 years, so she ordered everyone to immediately prepare, because the afterlife abyss had decided to strike. There was already real chaos in the outskirts of the city. Many demons were running and flying right through the streets, wanting to get to people as quickly as possible. The local population was so frightened that they did not know where to go or how to protect the weakest and most vulnerable. The city's patrol tried to calm the people, saying that the Night's Watch warriors would arrive on the scene very soon. Before he could finish this sentence, one of the monsters immediately approached him, depriving him of any opportunity to utter words. Time passed, and the demons increasingly captured new territories, deciding that victory belonged to the afterlife. Seeing the huge number of enemies, Tang Ling ordered everyone to work exclusively in groups and not to remain alone. The Basilards complied with this requirement without question, because they understood that their mentor had vast combat experience and knew how to act in such situations. The only one who had his own mind was Lin Kuei, who was blinded by the thirst for revenge, because he so badly wanted the Netherworld to pay for everything it had done. The opponents did not keep themselves waiting because at one moment, several portals opened in front of the guy. From them emerged new enemies, Jinlei and Yinren, who were members of the Afterlife Abyss and B-rank commanders. The young man immediately felt that their demonic power was at the middle stage, which meant he needed to be extremely careful. Jinlei said with a grin that in the last war, Lin Kuei's father had died at the hands of the Netherworld, and today his son would also die. His girlfriend, named Yinren, took out a blade and said that the guy should just accept his death. Our hero's face became very serious when he said that his opponents talked too much and did little. Gripping his new weapon tighter, the boy stated that the demonic aura of his opponents was simply ridiculous. The demons sensed that the boy had a strong thirst for blood, which is not very common in humans, and they decided that he needed to be killed as soon as possible. Of course, the guy wanted to shed demonic blood because, most of all, he dreamed of avenging his father and, of course, his beloved wife. Remembering the vile face of the red demon, our hero decided that he would make every effort to make his enemies pay for all their atrocities. So he swung his sword and decided it was time to show what he could do. In some areas it was still calm, but this only seemed so at first glance. After all, some demons took the form of humans to carry out a particularly important task of taking hostages. But the four generals of the Afterlife Abyss found it too easy. The men walked through the campus, trying to find Lin Kuei's house, because his sister and the traitor Onizi were there, and they needed to take them away. Finally, they got to the right house, checking the description and number. The demons realized that they were not mistaken. The house was calm, Onizi was cleaning, little Shi was enjoying the delicious cake her sister had sent her, and the ferret was dozing on the soft pillows. While eating the delicious buttercream, the girl thought that the cake was originally meant for her brother, but he was not in the mood, so she would have to help him. Feeling like a real master, the yellow ferret ordered Onizi to finish his work and give him a massage, because his paws were numb after sleeping. The former demoness said that she would do everything right away. But she thought to herself that if this dog had not enjoyed the patronage of its owner, she would not have left a single bone of it long ago. She began to stretch her furry paws, but the animal was not satisfied with everything. He said that she was doing it too roughly, or that it was not intense enough. He only calmed down after C yelled at him and said that he was preventing her from watching TV. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard behind the door. All three immediately realized that there was someone there. There was no doubt that uninvited guests were hanging around the house. Before they could do anything, four men burst into the house, asked which of them was Lin Si, and ordered her to immediately come with them. Both the girl and the ferret wondered what these clowns had forgotten here. But Onizi was the most frightened of all, because she immediately guessed that in front of them were members of the afterlife. One of the attackers asked Lin Kuei where he got the dog from. For these words, the ferret was ready to kill. Onizi barely stopped him, reminding him that the opponents were much stronger. Smiling, the demon in human form said that now the yapping animal would see their true nature. The black smoke hid the men for a moment, and when it cleared, the true appearance of these scoundrels could be seen. The great demonic generals declared that they had come here to destroy peace and tranquility and establish an order of true evil. Now Lin Shi looked at these characters differently. She saw that they could really be dangerous. The first thing the villains did was notice the apostate of their clan and decided to kill her first. But they noticed that she used to be more curvy. These words made Onizi so angry that she was ready to pounce on them with her bare hands. The ferret reminded her that she was weak, Then the demons changed their minds, deciding that they first needed to kidnap the stupid girl Lin, since that was the main point of their mission. When she heard herself called stupid, a burning rage ignited inside her. Onizi jumped back in fear when she felt a powerful demonic aura coming from the little girl. The ferret only chuckled, saying that the enemies were finished. Smiling sweetly, the girl said in an angelic voice that the 4 demonic freaks would not leave her house alive. Finally, even the enemies realized that this little girl was not as simple as she might have seemed at first glance. And they were absolutely right. Because C was strong enough to summon the beast that represented her power, it was a huge, enraged bear. The spirit of this animal entered her teddy bear, which has now turned into a real monster. Lin Si felt strong and confident, so she ordered the bear to immediately devour those who called her stupid. So now the monsters were faced with something that was even more terrifying than themselves, a creature that could easily be called a nightmare. As they watched the plush monster devour the demonic generals, one of them wondered in horror why the information didn't say anything about the girl being anything other than ordinary. Ferret really didn't like monsters that talk too much, so he pushed the last general right into the monster's mouth. So soon all that was left of these scoundrels were bones, which the teddy bear kindly spat out on the floor. Onizi remembered with alarm that she had already seen Lin Kei's transformation, but she never imagined that his sister also possessed such impressive strength. One of the demons who somehow managed to escape tried to run away from this house, but his path was blocked by a ferret who said that no one had let the monster go. He decided that the spirit beast form was too weak for fighting, but fortunately, he could try out the new transformation ability. Lin Si guessed that the yellow ferret could take on human form, which surprised her greatly. The girl turned out to be right. The beast really began to transform into a very unexpected form. Meanwhile, Lin Kuei was locked in battle with Yinren, who loudly declared that she would easily kill him. Now the demons understood that they had underestimated the guy, because in fact, they were facing a more than worthy opponent. The system gave our hero a choice. He could kill these two personally. There was an option to kill them together with his comrades, or he could inflict serious injuries on them. Of course, the young man chose the first option because he wanted these fiends of hell to answer for all their crimes. So the fight was just beginning, and to be honest, Kuei enjoyed these moments because he felt that retribution was very close. Yinren was a strong opponent, easily parrying every one of his strikes and withstanding the onslaught when their swords crossed. But the young man didn't take into account that he was fighting demons who were acting dishonestly. So while the woman was distracting him, Jinlei tried to attack from behind. He didn't care about honor. All he wanted was to cut off Lin Kuei's head. Fortunately, the guy noticed this cunning maneuver of the enemies in time and managed to put up an absolute defense that covered his entire body. No powerful blow could penetrate it, and the golden-haired demon was surprised at how powerful this technique was, since it blocked his power. Meanwhile, Yinren hit the guy hard in the face because she was simply furious that he was distracted from the battle with her. Lin Qi kicked her with all his might, as if to indicate that even if he was distracted, his strength was enough for everyone. The woman was so angry that she growled like a wild cat. After examining the wounds, the young man noted that after the last training, ordinary wounds on the body of his rank began to heal right before his eyes. The demoness didn't like this at all. She couldn't understand what kind of new generation of warriors the academy was raising. Her blonde friend was less reserved and declared that he would chop the guy into pieces right then and there. He made a good attempt at attacking, but Lin Kuei deftly avoided it and easily jumped to the side. After that, he hit the most vulnerable spot on the man's body, even though it was a little low, but effective. The demon, crying in pain, realized that they had to face a cunning enemy who knew a lot about dirty tricks. It was a revelation to the guy that demons have the same pain points as ordinary people. He managed to anger these creatures so much that they said that they simply had no other choice. One could physically feel that they were accumulating a huge amount of energy within themselves in order to release it at the right moment. Soon, Su noticed that the opponents began to create clones of themselves. There were so many of them that they filled the entire battlefield, surrounding our hero and encircling him. Jinlei said contentedly that once they completed their combined thunderstrike, there would be no trace of the boy left. It became obvious to the young man that they were trying to trap him in the air. So there was only one thing left to do: retrieve the dynamite from the spatial storage and use it as intended. Having thrown this bombshell at his opponents, the guy waved his hand at them and said goodbye. The pair of demons did not expect such a turn of events. They could not even imagine that the enemy had such an ace up his sleeve. The fire interrupted all conversation, and soon, nothing could be heard except a deafening explosion. This trick was effective, although it did not complete the job, because when the dust and smoke cleared, two silhouettes appeared, indicating that the demons were still alive. They didn't actually go straight to hell from where they came. The dynamite only damaged their bodies and burned them badly, but didn't cause any critical damage. Despite their pitiful appearance, the young man decided that he could not underestimate, and even more so, feel sorry for, the enemies who had already tried to strike him in the back. He knew that in such situations he had to act quickly and clearly, showing determination and casting aside doubts. So Kue swung his blade and decided that he would do what was necessary, because it would bring him closer to revenge and saving his beloved wife. Demonic power filled him, and the space around him, filling him with a powerful energy that made enemies bow their heads and run without looking back. Jin Lei and his girlfriend were simply shocked. They couldn't believe that an ordinary person could demonstrate such skills. They were wrong about our hero. And this became a fatal mistake for them, which changed the course of events. Self-confidence destroyed them. Deaths were not only happening in the center of Kanglan, there were also traces in the student town that needed to be covered up before his brother arrived. The ferret, who had taken the form of a young girl, was extremely upset that even his human form had not helped him escape his slave status, and now he had to bury the bones of demons. Suddenly, many portals began to open above the house, from which a huge number of bloodthirsty demons flew out. Lindsay continued to eat her ice cream and said that her maids would have to dig a deeper hole because new victims were already flying straight towards them. Onizi and her new assistant were simply furious and became even angrier than demons when they heard that they might have more work. Meanwhile, the skies above Kanglan City turned blood red. The guard of the Kanglao Academy and the deputy director Xuan Yin arrived to protect the city. These men were strong and determined to destroy every winged creature that came from the underworld. The old man ordered the dragon that had brought him here to open fire, and it obediently did as he was asked, engulfing many monsters in flames. As the men got to know each other's abilities better, they exchanged compliments and decided that they had often forgotten how strong their colleagues were. They were so charged with fighting spirit that they rushed into battle, wanting to remember the good old days when they defeated the demons and drove them back to the underworld. The main square of the city was in chaos, with the bodies of dead demons lying everywhere, with foul-smelling blood flowing from them. Lighting a cigarette, Tang Lan thought that it seemed like a real war had started since even Old Man Kanglao and the vice director had crawled out of their offices. But that wasn't the only thing the Basilard team members were worried about, as they noticed that Lin Kuei was nowhere to be seen, apparently having fallen behind the group. As soon as they remembered the guy, he seemed to sense it and approached them, saying that he had already managed to finish off a couple of demons. The guys breathed a sigh of relief, because they realized that everything was completely fine with their friend. Noticing two B-rank spiritual jaspers in the boy's hands, the mentor assumed that her student had dealt with a couple of demons of the same rank. Unable to come up with a better compliment, the woman patted the boy on the head and said that he had done an excellent job. After that, Tang Ling reported that there were no more in the area, so they should return to the academy and prepare for the next attack that could happen at any moment. After some time, our hero finally saw the surroundings of his house. He couldn't wait to get into his bed and forget about all the difficulties of the day. But his dreams of peace were shattered as soon as he saw what was happening in his backyard. His sister was overseeing the strange process of clearing away some bones that Onizi and the unknown girl were carrying into freshly dug holes. When C saw her brother, her expression instantly became soft and friendly, and she welcomed him home. The little girl, who had previously looked more like a menacing dictator, began to talk about how scared she was when some scum burst into the house. The guy's body tensed and he froze for a moment, after which he asked if she really meant demons. In response to this, the girl smiled broadly and said that there was no need to worry, because she and her teddy bear had already sorted everything out. Linky then realized that his sister was truly strong and did not need his protection. Before he could recover from this news, a stranger approached him and in a menacing voice told him to join in the cleaning. Having come to his senses, the young man asked what a strange girl was doing on their territory. The girl hit the guy hard on the leg and hissed that she was a great yellow saint. It finally dawned on Q that the blonde girl with the cute ears was the same sarcastic dog he kept as a pet. At first, the young man did not really believe in this whole story and was very careful about taking the word of a strange girl. But then, when he had been watching her habits closely for some time, he realized that this was the yellow ferret with its disgusting habits. He began to tease the ferret girl, and judging by the strength with which she fought, the young man assumed that there might be a boy in front of them. Laughing, Onizi noticed that her master's house was very lively. The former demoness was interested in when the guy would recognize her, and she would be able to become a full-fledged part of all this fun. She even hoped that the guy would still manage to defeat Shuiye and bring back his beloved, without whom he felt so bad. Meanwhile, the demons did not disappear from the city, as everyone thought. Some of them watched the people who did nothing but strive for material goods. Yu-Gi-Oh decided to wreak havoc, so he ordered his little winged helpers to turn the entire city into his servants. The bat-like demons happily began to carry out this order, moving ever closer to the unsuspecting civilians. People didn't pay any attention to the strange bats until they started biting them. After these bites, the victims fainted, during which time the poison quickly seeped into their bodies. When the victims came to, they were no longer the same people they were before the bite. They looked more like demons. Their eyes glowed red and their teeth lengthened and resembled animal fangs. The next morning, Xiangqiang ran to his friend's house and began to wake him up by knocking loudly on the door. Luckily, Lin Kuei was already awake, chewing on some toast. He opened the door and asked what was causing such a loud noise. The neighbor told me that there was a great opportunity to earn some extra money. As it turned out, there was another demon breakthrough, so the Night Watch will use the Academy's forces for a good reward. Having entered the Academy's public page, the guy read the news that his friend had just told him about, which led him to the idea that the afterlife had really decided to start a war. Saying that he would go get ready, Xiangqiang asked his friend not to delay either, since Teacher Tang's assignments were always important, which meant they needed to hurry. Sighing tiredly, the guy realized that he would have to leave his sister alone again. After yesterday's events, he didn't want to do that. Taking his backpack, the guy went to the exit of the house. He was not at all embarrassed by the fact that the former demoness was now sweeping the floor in his house, and the ferret girl was eating chicken right on the floor. Lin Shi asked when her brother would return home, as he had been coming home very late lately. Not wanting to upset his sister with bad news, the young man said that he would just take a walk around the city and would be back soon. The girl beamed and said that she would look forward to seeing him at home, and she also promised that she would not go anywhere. This made the guy happy. He noticed that little Sai had grown up and become more intelligent and obedient. But it only seemed that way at first glance because, as soon as the door slammed behind the guy, Lin Shi told the ferret that they were immediately heading to the city. Her plan included 3 points: destroy the demons, walk around the city, and of course, eat something tasty. The ferret was happy and talked about how he had been sitting at home for too long. This single phrase indicated that the creature was, after all, a boy and not a girl. Looking at these two, Onizi even felt a little sorry for the demons that would get in their way. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the city again. Traffic on the roads was paralyzed, and almost no people were visible. Wandering through the deserted streets, our hero and his friend met the leader of the detachment, Muzan, along with the rest of its members. Keke smiled warmly and was clearly happy to see him, while Mo Shu could barely resist rolling his eyes. When the young man asked Keke how she was doing, the girl became so embarrassed that she could hardly answer the question. Shuli patted the guy on the shoulder and reminded the guy that he had taken his card from him the last time they met and never gave him the money. Pushing the man's hand away, Kui said that their priority now was to exterminate the demons. Everything else could wait. Mo Shu anxiously announced that he sensed a strong demonic aura that was somewhere nearby. Xiangqiang said that they all needed to look ahead. Then the boys saw people approaching them, acting as if a zombie apocalypse had occurred. Our hero assumed that this was their goal, but Chuli informed them that they could not kill people, because they were not demons, even though they had fallen under demonic influence. All they could do was capture every zombified person, tie them up tightly, and hand them over to the Night Watch. A second later, the demonic zombies rushed to run straight at the guys, so fast that it became truly scary. Mo Chu warned that under no circumstances should one allow oneself to be bitten by these creatures, otherwise one might become one of them. Having activated his power, our hero asked if these zombies really love to bite everyone with their fragile teeth. The zombified people attacked Xiangqian in a crowd. He called for help and said that they wanted to eat him only because he was the most delicious. But no one was deprived of attention. A whole crowd of girls attacked Chuli. In another situation, he would have been happy, but these circumstances did not allow him to do so. Showing off his muscular arms, the man said that girls should be careful around big guys like him. But the ladies ignored the seductive look of his torso and ran on. They all attacked Xiangqian, and now the theory that he was attracting zombies with his weight didn't seem so funny anymore. Heavy footsteps were heard behind him, and Chuli thought that the next girlfriends would already fall for him. But grown-up and not at all attractive men decided to chase after him. Meanwhile, the rest of the guys who were in the thick of things tried to tie up all the zombies and not get hurt by their teeth. But no one attacked Lin Kuei. It seemed like they even avoided him. He assumed that the low-ranking demons did not want to mess with him because they felt Hong Ye's aura. One of the zombified girls attacked Xiang Qian so fiercely that the poor guy couldn't even fight her off. This insatiable girl had to be literally pulled away from her victim. Kuei came to the rescue in this difficult matter, threw the girls aside and thought about trying to remove their fangs. That's exactly what he did when he approached the immobilized zombie that had attacked his friend. As soon as the fangs were removed, the girl instantly came to her senses. Her eyes became normal and control over herself returned. Raising his fang, the guy declared for everyone to hear that this was their weak spot, and getting rid of it could bring people to their senses. All members of the Basilard and Muzhen squads obeyed the guy without question, and began to do as he said. An unsuspecting Shui Ye sat on the roof of the penthouse, sipping a cocktail surrounded by lovely ladies and waiting for his ability to turn people into puppets. The demon chuckled and thought about how poor Lin Kuei would fight him, when literally the entire city was under demonic influence. He simply couldn't wait to see how his greatest enemy, whom he hated so much, was suffering. But when he saw what was happening in the city, the red demon's mood suddenly disappeared. After all, he saw that people had figured out how to remove zombie fangs, which returned them to normal and freed them from his influence. Out of anger, he squeezed the glass so hard that the glass couldn't withstand it and burst. Zueye wanted to beat Lin Kuei with his bare hands. He was fed up with this kid's antics, so he decided that if he wanted to do something well, he needed to do it himself. The only thing that prevented him from making a rash decision was the voice of a subordinate, who said that he shouldn't leave his current place so recklessly. It was Meng Yan, the B-rank deputy commander, who reminded them that all the demon squads needed his leadership right now. The demon chuckled and asked if the man really wanted to volunteer to help him. The man in the gray robe bowed and said that this was exactly what he wanted to suggest, since he could easily deal with an ant like Lin Kuei. These words made Yueye smile ominously and said that if the deputy commander failed to complete the task, he should be prepared to say goodbye to his head. These threats did not frighten the self-confident Meng Yan at all, who said that the master need not worry and wait for him with good news. At this time, order was gradually restored in the city. Infected people were tied up and their fangs were removed one by one. The Night Watch officer informed the boys that the reward for the task would be credited to their accounts, because they had tried very hard. Shuli smiled widely and said that they had really done an amazing job. Everyone was happy, except for poor Xiang Qiang, because his clothes were torn to pieces by the zombie girls and now he looked, to put it mildly, indecent. Only Lin Kuei didn't pay any attention to these conversations. He was thinking that the rest of the city was most likely swarming with demons. He instinctively felt that Zieye was also in the city, and he wanted to destroy him at all costs. At some point, deafening screams were heard in the city. Someone was shrilly calling for help. The boys recognized the female voices, so Chu Li became inspired, because he always wanted to be a knight who saves a beautiful lady. He and Xiang Qiang rushed towards the direction where the sounds came from to rescue the girls in distress. Everyone else looked after them with slight bewilderment, because they literally fell for the women's voices, not thinking that it could be a trap. There really were girls nearby. They were chained by the hands, and they could not free themselves without outside help. They were hanging at a height and could fall at any moment, so it was extremely difficult to free them. The other girls were the most outraged. They could not imagine what these unfortunate women had gone through and what kind of scoundrel could have done such a thing. Shuli began to tell the poor guys not to worry because they were here to save them. The men were so absorbed in their role as saviors that they didn't even notice how the eyes of the unfortunate ladies were burning with a red demonic fire. Only Lin Qiu noticed that the girls had a distinct demonic aura. He tried to stop everyone and not let anyone get closer, because it was an obvious bait. But it was too late. A magic circle suddenly formed under the boys, and then they finally realized that they needed to run away. A powerful energy explosion threw the boys high into the air. But the girls who so desperately asked for help turned out to be just dolls that had been magically affected. A man in a gray robe appeared on the street with a loud laugh, indicating that he belonged to the afterlife. Gathering his power into one pulsating point, Meng Yan activated the dream world. Upon entering his world, a person enters a deep sleep, first losing his spiritual powers and then his consciousness. So he was sure that Lin Kuei and his friends were simply doomed, since they had zero chance of getting out. It was very pleasant in the dream world. One did not want to return from there. That is why it was difficult for a person to get out of this state on his own. For example, Shangqiang dreamed that he was sitting at a table filled with various delicacies and was served by stunning maids. Even his dragon left the spirit world and came here to dine on this amazing feast. It was understandable because it was simply impossible to resist an offer to eat, especially when such a beauty was offering an appetizing chicken leg. For a moment, the guy thought he had died from the explosion and had entered his own personal paradise. After all, he was literally fed from the hands of the most beautiful women he had ever seen. While some maids were feeding, others were bringing drinks and so on in a circle. All this lasted until the guy felt so full that it seemed like he was about to burst. To fit in a few more delicacies, Shangqian was offered to wash it all down with water. Other kids saw equally interesting stories that immersed them in a world they would like to live in. So Chu Li instantly became the ruler of the mercenary world, making the most important decisions in this industry. The richest people came to him and literally begged him to accept their task. The guys from his squad had the right to choose whether to accept or refuse this or that task. But Chu Li only chose jobs that paid at least 5 million, because customers had to understand that without money, they would not be able to hire the best mercenaries in the world. The members of the Basilard squad also had dreams that gave them feelings of happiness and peace. Some of them were too serious in real life, so in their dreams they wanted to just be happy and carefree children. But all this was just a deception, a dream that Ming Yan sent upon them. And he did it so professionally that the guys simply did not want to wake up. The man was very proud of his work because he saw that his opponents were mired in the world of Morpheus. Now he wanted to get to Lin Kuei and pick open the most painful wound of his heart. Like everyone else, the boy was sleeping peacefully, his serene face showing no signs of alarm. This was until the moment he woke up. Then all his peace was disturbed. Looking around, our hero realized that he was in bed at home. His wife was sleeping next to him, having woken up because of his abrupt awakening, and now, sleepily rubbing her eyes, asked why he had jumped up so early. This picture echoed in the heart of the young man with a wave of wild pain. Tears appeared in his eyes as soon as he realized that in front of him was the one whom he could not protect. Looking at her husband's sad eyes, Hong Ye asked in confusion what had caused him to react like that. Instead of answering, he hugged her tightly and began to talk about how much he loved her and missed her while the girl was away. Hong Ye hugged him back and said with a gentle laugh that he was too sentimental in the morning. Wearing her signature red dress, the blonde said that since they were no longer sleeping, it was time to have breakfast. But the guy wasn't interested in breakfast. He enjoyed the fact that he could actually hug his beloved woman. Hong Ye winked and said that if he wanted, they could spend an eternity together. Tears streamed down the cheeks of the young man, who said that he knew perfectly well that it was all just a dream. But he was still happy. Hong Ye melted in his arms and asked him to stay with her because she was so lonely. The system gave Kui a choice. He could stay with his wife and spend the rest of his life in a dream. He could refuse her and dispel the illusion. And there was also the option to destroy the dream world and save his friends. No matter how painful it was, our hero decided to let his beloved go, because only by getting out of his dreams could he bring the real Hong Ye back to life. So the choice fell on the third option. The illusion began to dissipate when the boy finally decided that he would personally deal with Shui Ye, who had taken so much from him. His actions caused Ming Yan to begin losing his strength with each passing second, as his inner world and the dreams he had created were crumbling. For the first time in his entire life, someone was able to destroy the illusions he had created, and this left him in real shock. The man in the gray robe could barely move his legs, as he had suffered severe injuries from the recoil after his victims broke the sleeping curse. Our heroes did not want to wake up, some cried, because their dreams, which were so close, were destroyed right before their eyes. Looking around his strange prison, Lin Ke decided that they would be able to escape through the largest crack, so everyone needed to quickly return to consciousness. They actually managed to do it, so the place that held them literally exploded. Now the boys were free and trying to comprehend what had just happened to them. Everything became clear when they saw in front of them a man in a gray cloak, who clearly belonged to the members of the Afterlife Abyss. He had a very strong aura. Lin Kyo knew that it was at least B rank, so he had to be careful with this stranger who wanted to trap them in illusions. The man was furious. He seemed simply inadequate due to the fact that his world was destroyed. Now he acted thoughtlessly and tried to attack Kuo. After dodging the blow, the boy remembered that the most dangerous beast was the one that was driven into a corner. And it seemed that was exactly what was happening to Meng Yan. Such characters had to be neutralized quickly, and since they acted extremely thoughtlessly, it was not difficult to find a gap in their defense. Meng Yan knew that he had so many wounds that he had no strength left to fight. So he took out an explosive object from the spatial storage and threw it straight at the enemy. The guy realized that they were all in great danger now, so he told his comrades to immediately go to shelter. There was a powerful explosion that made the earth shake. The smoke obscured everything beyond an outstretched arm, but Lin Kuo tried to see where the enemy had gone, because he couldn't let go. Xiang Qiang shouted that they had to be careful because the smoke was poisonous, which became clear as soon as some of them started coughing heavily. Having activated his power, our hero said that he would now try to clear the smoke. When he began to absorb it, another explosion occurred and the fire almost scorched the guy himself. But then everything suddenly stopped. The fire disappeared and there was not even smoke left after it. At that moment, the young man realized that the member of the Afterlife Abyss had escaped. It was already too late to catch up with him, and Lin Qiao's main enemy was Zhuye, not this bastard. So he needed to focus on neutralizing the Red Demon and bringing back Hong Ye. Hiding in the alley, Meng Yan told himself that it was not so easy to kill him. He decided that he needed to return as soon as possible and report the situation to his master. The man decided that once his strength and dream world were restored, he would repay Lin Kuei in full. Meanwhile, a car was racing along the deserted streets. Yellow Ferret was driving, Onizi was trembling with fear next to him, and Sai was in the back seat, saying that they could go even faster. The demoness thought that her end would soon come, because even in the afterlife it was calmer than with these children. The roar of the car engine made Ming Yan freeze in place for a second. Turning his head, he saw that a car was not just rushing towards him, but was literally flying. The sight was so strange that the man didn't even know where to go. Before he could do anything, the car landed abruptly, but was unable to brake. So fortune turned its back on Ming Yan, and the car drove right over his exhausted body. Onizi noticed that they had run over someone, but Hoke said that he didn't know anything because he was too focused on how to stop the car. Some lower demons who decided to take advantage of the situation and rob the store were happy with how much they managed to get, but their joyful cries turned into screams because a car was rushing straight towards them at full speed, and it clearly had no intention of slowing down. The ferret screamed loudly, calling for the demons to get out of the way, but it was too late. The car scattered them like bowling pins and drove on as if nothing had happened. The guys finally came to their senses and decided to go around the entire city to deal with the remaining demons, who were definitely hiding somewhere in the alleys. Shuli was very excited about this idea, because he knew that they would be properly rewarded for killing such creatures, so the decision was made to fight the demons and send them back to where they came from. Meanwhile, the Red Demon smoked a cigar and enjoyed the company of beautiful ladies. The only thing that bothered him was why Zhang Yan had been absent for so long. Taking the sphere that helped him keep track of other people and demons, he decided to take a look at what the member of the Afterlife Abyss was doing. What Sueye saw made him very angry, because his subordinate was, to put it mildly, not in a condition to follow his orders. The demon screamed so loudly that the sphere in his hands burst from the piercing sound. The anger was so obvious that the maids began to jump back in horror from the man, who was beside himself with rage because Lin Kuei was able to defeat him again. Once again, he thought that he would have to take matters into his own hands and deal with this boy on his own. He had an unbearable desire to devour the guy along with this entire disgusting city, which was inhabited by no less disgusting people. It seemed as if the noise was following our heroes, because just when they decided that all the dangers were behind them, the roar of an engine was heard not far from them. It was followed by a cry, in which the voice of a ferret could barely be made out, which ordered everyone to immediately move out of the way. It was lucky that the boys were able to jump back in time, which helped prevent them from repeating Ming Yan's sad fate. Lin Shi's company was almost 100% sure that they were finished, because the car was completely broken and the brakes had completely failed. This made Onizi act more rudely and decisively. She grabbed these children and quickly pulled them out of the car. Just a few seconds later, the vehicle exploded, sending parts flying in all directions. Looking angrily at the ferret, the demoness said that he would never even come close to the steering wheel again, but he only grinned and said that everything ended well. Stunned by what he saw, Lin Qi could only squeeze out one question. What was his sister doing in a city that was teeming with demons? The cunning little girl immediately hugged her brother and began to talk about how she really wanted to stay home, but the yellow ferret made her go with him, and she, by the way, almost died of fear. The bad driver said that, in fact, it was Lin Shi who forced him to get behind the wheel and kept telling him to drive faster. After these revelations, the poor ferret got a slap on the head from his sweet little sister, who didn't want these details to be revealed. Noticing that the entire Lin family had gathered, Xiang Qiang joked that his little sister Kuei was even more troublesome than him. Not paying attention to these words, The girl gave her face a very sinister look and said that the ferret should be punished well for telling all sorts of nonsense about her. She grabbed the poor fellow by the ears and began to drag him with such force that he began to squeal, as if he had again taken on an animal form. Looking at the entertainment of these children, the young man thought that they could very well cause a pogrom worse than demons. Suddenly, Chuli said that he had received an emergency notification that Sueye had launched a full-scale offensive and that his army had now occupied the city center. At that moment, our hero realized that this was a great opportunity to make the enemy pay for everything he had done. There were indeed so many demons that the frightened residents of Kanglin barely had time to escape from the dangerous territory. Juye was confident that no one could escape his hands, so he watched all the chaos happening around him with a smile on his face. After searching for some time, Tang Ling and Lin Hood finally found the cause of all their troubles. They planned to kill the monster together, but the red demon wasn't so easily scared. He was even glad to meet the beautiful and strong A-rank opponents again. He thought they had arrived just in time, because a thirst had just awakened inside him that could be happily quenched with female blood. But these warriors were not so easy to intimidate. They said that the demon would not be able to escape, and this meant that he should prepare for battle. Jeb Ye smiled evilly and said that if the ladies insisted, he would be happy to play with them. By activating his power, the demon summoned the power of the blood dragon. A few seconds later, a huge monster arose, the appearance of which made all adequate people run away in panic. Mounting his pet, Sueye confidently declared that no one in this city would survive now. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the dragon to tear the women into small pieces. He even felt a little sorry for ruining their attractive faces. Without a shadow of a doubt, Lin Hood commanded her winged tiger to fly forward, straight towards the one who was threatening them with death. Tang Ling also turned to her pet Zhu Yan, saying that it was time to transform. The monkey-like creature let out a shrill scream and began the process. Now in front of the demon stood not a cute little animal, but a predator who was ready to protect his mistress at any moment. The dragon attacked first. He began to spew scorching flames mixed with poisonous breath. But the monkey wasn't one to be scared either, and grabbing her weapon, she rushed straight at the enemy. At the same time, Zhu Yan created something that resembled a fire fist and directed it at the dragon. The fight was very serious and none of its participants wanted to retreat. It was very difficult to fight the dragon. He hit with his huge tail, so the girls barely had time to jump back from these blows. The red demon was absolutely certain that the two girls who had reached the middle stage of A rank were not rivals for him. Materializing his weapon, which resembled a bat, the demon attacked Hood, who was able to deflect the powerful blow. Meanwhile, Tang Ling had approached him from behind and decided to direct a stream of fire at him and finally send him to hell, where he came from. But the warriors did not take into account that in front of them was an ancient demon who knew a variety of techniques, including circular defense. So all their maneuvers were useless. Our hero's sister realized that she couldn't give this monster even a second's respite, because he could turn everything to his advantage. So, swinging her sword, Hood decided that she needed to try to hit the demon as often as possible so that he simply wouldn't have time to move away from the attacks and would become less attentive. One of her sword swings still managed to hit its target and severely wounded Xueye in the chest. When he paused for just a second to assess the extent of the damage, Tang Ling took advantage of this pause and immediately directed a wall of fire at him. The angry demon said that the women had managed to really provoke him, so now he would not give in to them. The warriors didn't care about his words. They decided that they needed to finish him off as quickly as possible, by any means possible. So they made a general attack. Where one of them was weak, the second supported, and where someone had a gap in the defense, the other covered. Meanwhile, the boys wandered around the city center and looked at the many destroyed demons, whose bodies lay right on the roadway. Shenqiang asked if Chuli and his squad had already left, nodding his head. Shui said that they still had a few tasks to complete. Looking at the three children trailing behind them, Chang asked if his friend was sure that letting them stay was a good idea. Covering his eyes with his hand wearily, the boy said that they simply had no other choice, because there were demons everywhere here, which meant that the children would be safer around them. Besides, according to Kuei, there was no need to underestimate those three because perhaps they were even stronger than his friend. Their conversation was interrupted as a gang of demons appeared right in front of them, clearly looking for trouble. The boy ordered the Basilard squad to get ready, because only new battles awaited them ahead. Before he could go on the offensive, little Sai flew up to him and said that she was very scared. Ferret and Onizi began to mock, saying that before this the demons had provoked the girl and she was clearly ready for new battles. Turning her head towards her companions, Sai quietly said that if they didn't shut their mouths, their pathetic bodies wouldn't be found, even if they searched diligently. These words had a very strong effect on the demoness and the ferret, and they instantly became the most silent creatures on the planet. Activating his power, Lin Ke said to protect his sister while he fought those demons, but his sister didn't need protection and she decided to prove it by releasing her spirit beast into the wild. The huge teddy bear began to throw the unfortunate demons around so furiously that at some point it even became a pity for them. Seeing how fiercely Lin Kuei's younger sister fought, the rest of the team members felt that they simply couldn't stay away. Even the ferret decided to stretch his joints a little in battle, because now that he had lost his furry paws, Onizi refused to give him a massage. Watching the members of the Afterlife Abyss die, Onizi felt no pity, because they had not stood on ceremony with her. So now let them not blame her for being insensitive. Moreover, she decided to help eliminate the demons, which meant that the demoness had chosen the side she would fight for. Lin Ke, meanwhile, used such a powerful technique that all that was left of the demons were stinking bones. But even despite the serious threat, the otherworldly creatures still continued to crawl. Using the flaming fist, the young man decided to destroy all his opponents with fire as quickly as possible. But the creatures did not retreat. On the contrary, they seemed to be trying to die, because it seemed that there were more and more of them. The system decided to remind him at the right time that the guy had 2 unused B-rank spiritual jaspers that could grant abilities. Of course, Kuo decided to absorb them, one of which gave him a thunder-type ability. The second one increased speed and agility, and also allowed one to master the air-type skill. Lin Kui was very happy that he managed to obtain 2 types of abilities at the same time. The fact that he was able to fight off all the demons single-handedly delighted the girls. They were sure that he was now strong enough to be their commander. But misfortunes never come alone, because Xiangqiang informed the guys that a whole army of demons was approaching here. Everyone turned around and began to look closely in the direction where their comrade's finger was pointing. It wasn't a crowd that was rushing towards them, but a real army of new monsters which, judging by their appearance, were simply furious. Lin Kui stepped forward and sensed the very powerful aura emanating from their opponents. But no matter how strong the enemies were, the guy decided that he had to defeat them, because a battle with Shui Ye awaited him ahead. All the members of the Basilard squad climbed onto Xiangqian's dragon and were about to fly away. They called on their commander to retreat. His sister, along with the other children, sat on a teddy bear and said that they had to leave immediately. The system, as usual, gave him a choice. He could stall for time until reinforcements arrived, escape with his comrades, or fight back and defeat the demon army. Of course, the choice fell on the third option. Fleeing from the battlefield could only worsen his situation. After all, he knew that it was precisely because of such retreats that the creatures captured cities one after another, killing many innocents. When everyone realized what the guy was up to, they opened their mouths in surprise, because they didn't believe that anyone in their right mind would decide on such madness. Lin Ku actually decided to go up against an entire army of monsters on his own. The guy tried to destroy them with his lightning, cutting through the darkness. He looked like a hero from some fantasy story, because battles like this were described only there, burning the demons as if they were mere chips. Our hero felt himself getting closer to his goal of destroying his main enemy. Hundreds, no, thousands of demons were burned by his flames, and just as many more were on the way. None of them could have imagined that they would ever experience such incredible power. The entire city was plunged into chaos and looked more like a huge bonfire than a stronghold of humanity. Everything was burning and exploding everywhere, and the spiritual beast only had time to protect their masters from the destructive wave. Little Lin Shi watched her brother struggle with her mouth open. She had never seen him so strong. The end of this entire fiery show was another explosion, which seemed to make even multi-story buildings jump. Lin Kuo emerged from the fire, triumphantly declaring that all the demons had been destroyed, and it was time to settle the score with their leader, Shui Ye. The red demon was also a bit busy right now. His dragon was trying to devour 2 incredibly annoying women who just didn't want to be eaten. This terrible creature tried to burn out all living things with its fire. But his opponent Zhu Yan deftly repelled all attacks because he was also a fiery creature. So it was extremely difficult to burn him. At some point, Tang Ling noticed that they had a good chance to attack the enemy and deal significant damage to them. Not wanting to wait a second, the woman rushed into the attack and struck the demon right in the torso, knocking all the air out of his lungs. The attack was so successful that Shui Ye lost his ability to float in the air and flew downwards. First his dragon fell, and then he himself, landing painfully on his pet's hard skull. At this moment, Lin Hood summoned the power of the Thunder Shadow Tiger and decided to deliver a crushing blow. Her energy was so strong that looking at her was as painful as looking at the sun on a hot day. Lightning, like small arrows, pierced the demon's body, causing him to writhe in pain and depriving him of any opportunity to move. The dragon also writhed in pain, as if the owner's sensations were fully transmitted to him. Lin Hood knew that she had dealt the strongest blow possible, after which these bloody monsters would undoubtedly die. But for now, Zhuye Ye was not only standing on his feet, but also able to speak, asking how mere mortals even dared to touch him. Seeing this, the girl was so angry because she simply could not believe that the enemy was not only standing on his feet, but still had the ability to move and speak. Regardless, Zhuye Ye was still a little weakened, so he decided to transform and merge with his dragon. Now he appeared before his opponents in a new form, stronger and almost invulnerable. The first thing the warriors felt was an incredibly strong aura. Seeing a completely new monster in front of them, they were seriously scared, because his entire body was solid armor, on which there were no vulnerable spots. Laughing evilly, the demon asked if the naive girls really thought that someone like him wouldn't have a backup plan. Zhuye Ye was simply enormous. His one arm could easily crush a person, and the spiritual beasts were like toys to him. Their blows and bites did not cause him any harm at all. The demon even found it amusing to catch these small fry who dared to attack such a higher being as he. He growled menacingly and said that he would kill everyone who stood in his way, and after that, he would deal with all the other people. One wave of the palm, and the women were already lying on the ground, trying to regain consciousness. His huge clawed hand reached out to Lin Hood, saying that she would make a great snack, but Tang Ling jumped forward and covered her with her body. The fist was so close that both women closed their eyes so as not to see such a sad end. Suddenly, Lin Ke appeared from somewhere, grabbed them, covered them with his body and activated a new skill, Wind Walk. It was this skill that allowed him to quickly move his sister and mentor away from the enraged monster. Our hero did not come alone. He brought with him a whole team to save humanity, so that with their combined efforts they had to accurately destroy the enemy. Tenderness and love awoke inside Hood when she noticed little Sai among the others, who was not afraid of anything. First of all, a healer ran up to the women and helped them recover from the demon's numerous attacks. Onizi was also nearby, helping as much as she could, so it was absolutely obvious which side the demoness was on. Noticing the traitor, Zhuye Ye immediately reached out to her with his huge hand, shouting that neither she nor Lin Kuei would get out of here alive. Having hit the monster on the arm, the guy reminded him that he was his opponent, so there was no need to be distracted from their upcoming fight. Pulling his hand back, the demon realized with horror that the boy had become much stronger than he had been before, which could greatly complicate his plan. The system gave the hero a choice. He could escape with the team, he could kill Wei Ye and avenge his beloved, or there was an option to defeat the demon without killing him. Without thinking for a second, the guy immediately chose to avenge his beloved by tearing the monster into small pieces. After making this decision, Lin Shui immediately began to change his form, taking on a demonic appearance. Now, the person standing before everyone was no longer the Lin Kuei they knew well. No, now they could see something dark and incredibly powerful. His friends and mentor were simply shocked by the fact that the guy had a hidden ability to transform. However, Zhuye Ye was not stopped by this new discovery at all. He shouted that he would not give his opponent a single chance. But despite the fact that the red demon significantly surpassed his enemy in size, he was no match for him. Moreover, the demonic version of Lin Shui was even able to hit the enemy hard in the face several times. Now, our hero has truly angered the monster, who was not particularly reserved to begin with, so it wasn't easy for the guy either, because he was thrown to the ground so hard that from time to time he heard the crunch of his own bones. The teacher, sister, and all of his friends decided to stand together against the demon, thus supporting Lin Kuei. By combining their forces, they launched a powerful attack that could not be compared to any of those they had attacked before. Lin Kuei finally recovered from the attack, rose into the air, and prepared to continue the battle. After that, he threw some of his power straight into the demon's face, who screamed in pain as it burned through his skin. While Zhuye Ye was recovering, members of the Baslard squad decided to attack him. The guys attacked from different sides and made the enemy roar even louder. Even the girl who had always called herself only a healer and didn't know what role she could play in the battle fought alongside everyone else, wanting to make her contribution. Finally, the blood demon staggered, his body unable to withstand so many attacks. Our hero did not calm down. He continued to attack him, finishing off the weakened enemy without any regret. Saye had never wanted to finish off this boy as much as he did now. Little She decided to help her brother, so she directed the flow of her power into the monster. And Onizi, who had a personal score to settle with the demon, supported her. These two forces also hit the monster hard, which was already making every effort to stay on its feet. His entire face was covered in blood, and he was twisted in a grimace of pain as he hissed that he would get to every enemy. Touching the ground with his hand, Xueye poured his power into it, deciding that he was willing to sacrifice his blood to open the prison. Tang Ling realized what was going on, so she warned everyone that there was a possibility that they would be captured. Realizing the gravity of their situation, Lin Kuei decided that he needed to come up with some kind of plan immediately. Laughing loudly, the demon said that the magic circle summoned by 2/3 of his blood was indeed strong, so he would eat his enemies alive. Our hero understood that he could only rely on brute force to break this pressure. Noticing that the boy could still move, the demon did not understand how his Chi-Yu power had broken out of the circle. Now he was too weakened to continue the battle any further. Having fully regained his ability to move, Lin Kuei asked if the red demon really thought that everyone would decide to surrender under his oppression. Even the teacher Tang Ling was surprised by the boy's power. She had never seen students possess such strength before. Meanwhile, the guy continued his speech, saying that he would rather die standing than kneel before the enemy, because people will never become slaves of otherworldly creatures. As another stream of power crashed into Xueye, he let out a piercing scream, feeling as if the flesh inside him was being torn apart. But he still decided that he would fight to the end, even though he had almost no strength left. His confidence was shattered as soon as the boy attacked him with the powers of thunder and lightning. This was an unpleasant discovery for the demon, because soon he felt all this power on his body. Lin Kuei was ready to do a lot for his family and friends, to protect his homeland and what he loved so much. All this made him act. The strongest motivation was that Xueye's death could help in the revival of his beloved Hong Ye, who gave her life for his well-being. Seeing this determination in the enemy's eyes, the demon realized that his death sentence had long since been signed. A bright flash, and the monster felt his body literally begin to melt. The sentence was really signed. All that was left was to accept it. There was an explosion, and the city shook once again due to a strong surge of demonic energy. The magical field that bound the boys disappeared, and this became a sign for them that the demon was defeated. All that was left of Xueye was his jade soul, which fell right into our hero's hands. Now Kuei was confident that he could bring Hong Ye back to life. He was distracted from his thoughts by loud shouts. Someone was calling his name. They were sisters who hugged the boy from both sides and said that they were very proud of how strong their brother was. After this, friends began to approach him and say the same thing, and also added that he had now become a real captain of the Baslard squad. The sign of final victory was the sky. Once dark, now it was bright blue. The warm sun warmed with its rays and gave hope for the city's quick revival. Lighting a cigarette, Tang Ling thought about how 10 years ago the city was saved by Lin Yuan. Today, his son has followed in his footsteps, not only inheriting the glory of the Basilard detachment, but also saving the city once again, perhaps through the tricks of fate itself. Even when he was surrounded by friends and relatives, Lin Kuei only thought about how he would soon help his beloved woman wake up. 2 days had passed since these events, and finally the heroes could rest. However, not everyone was enjoying the rest. Our hero was busy with work. After cleansing for 2 days and nights, the power of the blood demon soul jade was finally transferred to Hong Ye. The guy felt on a spiritual level that the power was gradually flowing into his wife's body. Eventually, he felt that the process was complete, and all that was left was to wait for the results. When the young man felt the breath of life in his beloved, he was simply happy, because it meant that all his efforts were not in vain. Indeed, gradually life force flowed into Hong Ye's body, and she began to come to her senses. While still in the form of a disembodied spirit, she strove to reach out to her husband in order to somehow touch him and let him know that she was with him again. And now, finally, the beautiful demoness took on her appearance and returned to life, gradually filling with her former strength. Opening her eyes, the girl felt weak, but she felt relieved when she realized that she had been pulled out of the embrace of an endless sleep. Our hero couldn't wait to hug his beloved after such a long and unbearable separation. She herself desperately wanted this. So she immediately threw herself into the arms of the man who literally brought her back from the other world. Holding the boy tightly to her, Hongya said that while in a state of eternal sleep, the only thing she was afraid of most in the world was that she would never see him again. These words brought tears to our hero's eyes because he felt the same way. The fear of losing his beloved forever haunted him even in his nightmares. Even though she was asleep in the spirit world, Hong Ye still missed her husband. She felt his pain and anxiety. There were so many feelings that the girl thought that it would be easier to give up on her. These words made the guy gently clasp her face with his palms and say that he would never give up on her and was ready to do anything for her well-being. She had never been loved like this, and she herself had never experienced such feelings in which she wanted to dissolve. Finally, this couple admitted their feelings and were not shy about showing them, because now, when Hong Ye literally returned from the other world, the most opportune moment had come for this. Meanwhile, at Mingyuan headquarters, not so joyful events were taking place. The demons reported to the leader of the Netherworld that the battle at Kanglang had failed and that Shui Ye had unfortunately died. This news angered the gentleman so much that he decided to simply kill the one who brought him the bad news. So another unfortunate demon said goodbye to his life. One of the subordinates asked his lord if he wanted to increase the number of troops and try to attack the city again. But the lord urged him not to rush things. According to him, although they failed to take Kanglan, the battles in other cities were successful. So before going to this city again, it is worth stabilizing the situation in the occupied territories. The servants thought this decision was very wise, so they knelt down and began to echo that the demon king would be a capable ruler of Daxia. This worship flattered him, and the words flattered his ego even more. So the demonic ruler laughed contentedly. The laughter was so evil and shrill that even the crows could not stand it and flew away from the castle so as not to become the next target. Morning came, and the bright sun beautifully illuminated the light brick of Lin Kuei's house. The ferret in human form was lazily stretching after breakfast, but Si was worried because her brother had not left his room for 2 days. Onizi decided it would be a good idea to take his breakfast there, so she put out a tray of all sorts of goodies. But Si snatched the tray from her hands and said that she would take it to her brother herself for a snack. The ferret and the demoness watched with alarm as the girl walked into Kuei's room, since they didn't know what he was doing there all the time. Touching the door handle, the sister began to enter with enthusiasm because she wanted to take care of her brother. Her plan was ruined after she saw what was happening in the room. Sai was so surprised that the tray simply fell out of her hands. What she saw had such a strong effect on her that she could not utter a word. Our hero jumped away from his wife and began to ask why Lin Shi came here, thinking to himself that now he was in trouble, because his sister saw Hong Ye. Ferret and Onizi were very happy that Kuei's ghost wife had woken up. They said this out loud, so Lin Shi asked what it all meant. The girl demanded to be told who this ghostly lady was and why she was in this room. With a heavy sigh, the boy realized that in the end, he couldn't escape, so he needed to tell the truth. When he told her the whole story from the very beginning, of course, she was shocked that all this had been hidden from her. And for such a long time, there was so much new information that the little girl felt like she was about to faint. The guy once again emphasized that Hong Ye was very dear to him. This girl was his choice, his love. Be she in the form of a ghost or a person, Hong Ye was overjoyed and happy that her husband had finally introduced her to his little sister. Frowning, the little girl said that this girl was very beautiful, but she was still a stranger to their family. In her opinion, in the whole world, only she and her older sister Hood sincerely loved and supported the guy, laughing. The young man said that Hong Ye could now be added to this list. It was obvious to his wife that Lin Shi was simply jealous of her little brother because she was afraid that he would deprive her of his attention. Therefore, the girl decided to start establishing contact with the girl. Sitting down at her level and stroking her head, she said that she was very pleased to meet her. She also said that she understood perfectly well that the young lady was worried about her brother, but she hoped that she would try to trust her and give her a chance. When Hong Ye's hand touched the little girl, she felt an inexplicable warmth, considering that the blonde was only a spirit. There was still something gentle about her. These feelings confused the girl so much that she ran out of the room, shouting at the end that she would accept Hong Ye only because it was her brother's choice. Hong Ye laughed and said that she was very funny, at which time the ferret realized that even the little demoness had weak points. Hugging his beloved wife, the guy tenderly said that in the future they will all become a real family. Suddenly, the girl felt such weakness inside herself that her legs literally gave way. Lin Kuei was scared, asking what was going on, but Hong Ye said that she was just tired. But Onizi felt that her soul was too damaged. So even if she recovered, she would still be weak, so she needed to return to Lin Kuei's spirit world as soon as possible. The guy did as the demoness said. He promised his wife that he would think of something, and she should not worry about anything and rest. After she disappeared, the young man asked Onizi if there was any way to return Hong Ye's soul to normal. Thinking, the girl said that the previous battle had taken too much of her strength. Now even the jade she had absorbed was not of much help to her. Lin Qi remembered that Hong Ye had once told him that her spiritual world had been destroyed. So now she couldn't accumulate too much power by relying only on her soul. The former demoness explained that since Hong Ye didn't have a physical body, even 10 jade spiritual stones wouldn't help her. So she needed to help her change her body shape. Our hero was determined to help his beloved woman, no matter what the cost. Finally, Onizi remembered that there was one thing in the world that could change the shape of the body. It was called the Sage Stone. It was an ancient treasure that could grant its owner divine powers. Only it was broken into 9 pieces during the battle between ghosts and monsters. So if Onizi is to be believed, these fragments were scattered all over the world, and it was said that powerful ghosts became their owners, and it could be very difficult to take the fragment from them. But this news did not affect Lin Kuei in any way. He decided that until his beloved found a body, he would go through fire and water until he collected the stone together. After that, he went to the academy, where the students were gathered in a classroom and told that although their city had won a victory over the demons, many regions were occupied. Yang Guang said that the refugees had suffered hellish torture. Some had been humiliated, many had been killed, so that there was no trace left of their normal life. Kanglin had taken on the role of a refuge for all these unfortunates. The Academy and the Night Watch have instituted generous bonuses as a reward for assisting in the fighting, so interested students can volunteer. Having invited Lin Kuei to the stage, the man also noted that in the recent battle, Basilard, led by the guy, performed very well. When the rest of the team members came over, Yang Guang continued, saying that these guys were worthy of praise and a reward of 3 million in cash, so other students should follow their example. Our heroes were very pleased with such a generous reward because they could not even dream of such a sum. Besides this, Lin Kuei already had a whole army of fans, which mostly consisted of girls. The awards ceremony took place on the same day. The children were given festive ribbons, which made them feel very strange. This sight made Tianyu laugh a lot. She thought the squad members were funny, but her friend Qing Cheng said that Kuei was actually quite attractive. Looking at this whole scene, Qin Feng decided that he needed to practice harder and follow Lin Kuei's path, because only then would he become as strong as him. Where there was stability was in regards to Yang Xiao, who was angrily wondering why his enemy had not died during the ghost invasion. Patting the newly minted hero on the shoulder, Tang Ling asked if the boy would participate in the demon extermination mission. Lin Kuei said that of course he would help with this, because the demon leader Ming Yuan was an enemy of their city and all of Daxia, so he needed to be destroyed as soon as possible. This answer pleased the woman very much, who believed that he was worthy of being the star of Kanglin, because he was only getting stronger every day. But the guy had his own motives for going on the mission. He hoped that in the process he would be able to find the sage's stone. When the young man returned home, news awaited him. His little sister passed the exam successfully and was enrolled in the primary class. This was very good, because in the future she will be able to go to school. The elementary school was where the youngest student studied, and since Lin Si was very talented, she would undoubtedly become popular. Looking at the girl's joy, Onizi sadly said that she would also like to learn, but the ferret was surprised that she needed to learn anything at all, since she was already quite strong. After some time, Lin Shi noticed that her brother was going somewhere. The girl expressed a desire to go with him, but the brother said that he would never allow this, especially since she needed to study. So the guy said that he wanted to see her success in her studies when he returned. The little girl innocently lowered her eyes and promised to obey her brother. But in reality, she was thinking that the guy still didn't trust her, which meant she should become even stronger. Finally, she shouted that she would study hard and that her brother should take care of himself. Our hero's path lay in the city of Heimu, which is located between the settlements of Kanglin and Lingfeng. According to information from the refugees, Heimu was occupied by the so-called Void Phantom and was now actively enslaving people. That's where Baslard's squad had gone, into the thick of things. So now they were wandering the deserted streets looking for demons. They didn't encounter any monsters on their way to the last human stronghold in the city, so they got there without any problems. The locals were scared and exhausted. They were grateful that the Daxia forces did not abandon them. Lin Kuei asked them to tell him as much as they could about the current situation. One of the men said that he had heard from others that the Void Phantom was from Ming Yuan and was a subordinate of Red Sword, one of the 8 demon kings. Our hero immediately noted in his head that if he could catch this creature alive, he would have a great opportunity to find out about the sage's stone from it. The poor local resident said that everyone who could had already fled, and those who remained were trapped These demons were so fierce that they did not spare women or even children. With tears in his eyes, he shared that a few days ago, demons took his granddaughter and said that they would raise her as their wife, and the baby was only 8 years old. Reeling back from the man, our heroes couldn't believe that such madness was actually happening. They decided that they would help sort it all out. Xiang Qiang was the first to come to his senses and tried to calm the man down, saying that they would definitely save his granddaughter and everyone else. Suddenly, strange sounds were heard. The local immediately realized that these were demons. He ordered the guys to leave immediately, because if they were found, they would be killed immediately. Bikers appeared in front of them, who looked more like ordinary people than demons. They ordered everyone to remain in their places, because now they were looking for a new girl for entertainment. A local resident said that these people were working for demons and had become traitors. And upon hearing that humans were also involved in all these atrocities, Kuei was simply furious. When the biker noticed 2 girls from Basilard, he was simply happy, because these were exactly the kind of beauties he was looking for. The leader ordered that the men be killed immediately and the women taken away to be later enslaved by the Phantom of the Void. These words angered the beautiful ladies so much that they were ready to deal with these scoundrels with their own hands. Lin Kuei decided to use the ability that he had previously considered useless. He threw eggs at these scoundrels, which were created from his strength indicators. The products landed directly in the eyes of the bikers, who were disoriented and did not understand what had happened. Now is the time to deliver the real death blow that will finally put these bastards out of the game. But he didn't have time to do anything, because the girls got ahead of him and ran forward, wanting to tear these vile men to pieces. A few minutes later, the screams of the scoundrels were heard, who now regretted having gotten involved with the Basilard detachment. So soon the bikers were lying on top of each other in a shapeless heap, and the girls, pleased with their work, were saying that these scum did not know how to fight at all. Lin Kuei was simply amazed by Su Teng and Mu Rong's work. They were so agile and strong that he was at a loss for words. Even though the guys were very strong, the locals still warned that the Void Phantom was not ordinary and they should be careful. But our hero was very optimistic because he said that they would definitely win. Return the prisoners and make all the demons disappear from Heimu forever. Unexpectedly, the system gave Kuei a choice. He could make a direct attack on the enemies. He could dress up as a woman and sneak into the demons' headquarters, or he could leave Heima, taking the townspeople with him. The second option was very strange, but it had the highest reward. But the young man had no idea who would agree to it, and they didn't have women's clothing. Having looked at his companions, he smiled ominously, because no matter what, he wanted to involve them in this matter. Taking Hoteng and Xiangqian aside, the boy said that the girls should protect the city while they needed to go away. A few minutes later, strange women appeared on the streets of the city, who looked more like guys in disguise, which is what they were. The locals immediately showed their disgust towards them, because they thought that they were women of easy virtue who had come out to earn some extra money in such difficult times. This reaction from the people made Xiangqian say that if Kuei's plan failed, he would kill him himself. Rolling his eyes, our hero said that they needed to be quieter, since they were almost there. The demons turned out to be greater connoisseurs of beauty than the city's inhabitants, so they immediately noticed such beauties. Winking coquettishly, the boys said that they had come to the Void Demon voluntarily, because they realized that he was the one they wanted to serve. Laughing disgustingly, the demons said that they were even ready to escort such beauties. Q realized that their taste was quite specific. All conversations were interrupted as soon as the owner of this place hissed that loud sounds were distracting him from his rest. The guys expected to see a terrifying demon that was even scary to look at, but in the end, they saw a skinny ghost that seemed to have been underfed for an eternity. He looked as if it wasn't he who was holding the beautiful girls captive, but they who were holding him captive. Lin Kuei couldn't believe his own eyes because his expectations were completely different. But the undercover guys did not show their surprise and began to approach the demon, telling him that they would very much like to become his servants. For the Void Phantom, this was not just good news. He was delighted that such beauties wanted to voluntarily give him pleasure. Having embraced all 3 beauties undercover, he said that they could go to his room and talk about life there. Night had fallen, and a huge moon was shining brightly on the building that housed the headquarters of the Afterlife Wasteland members. The demon, bound hand and foot, asked if the 3 beautiful sisters really enjoyed such entertainment. With a sinister laugh, Lin Kuei promised that the lovely ladies would serve him at the highest level. After throwing off their women's clothes, the boys finally revealed their true faces and said that they were 3 warriors from Kanglan who had come to fight him right now. This news sent the demon into a real shock, because he had planned to spend this night completely differently. He began to scream loudly and beg that no one come near him. The screams only angered the boys, who wanted the Void Phantom to gain courage and play with them. But all these words frightened the demon so much that he screamed even louder and activated his power. With her help, he teleported away, leaving no trace behind. Just a second later, he appeared behind the boys and shouted that he hated being lied to by men more than anything, so he needed an immediate apology. After these words, the demon became bolder and even decided to attack, using the crushing fist. However, Lin Kuei easily dodged the blow and laughed and said that the demon needed some training. Pointing to his sunken belly and protruding ribs, the young man said that it was not for nothing that the demon was called the Ghost of Emptiness, since it seemed to mean that no food could get inside him. These words made the dark creature even more angry, and it now began to hit everywhere and completely lost its composure. This gave our hero some room to maneuver, so he kicked the demon and told his friends they could play football. The boys happily responded to this offer and began to kick the Void Phantom, passing the ball to each other. When Hoteng caught the monster, he squeezed its body so hard that the crunching of skinny bones could be heard. While his friend held the enemy, Lin Kuei decided to feed him eggs created from his abilities. The food hit the demon right in the eyes, who screamed in pain, afraid that he had gone blind from the blow. Xiangchen even felt sorry to watch his friend waste such products, because they could enjoy their wonderful taste. Meanwhile, their enemy used teleport again and slipped right out of Hoteng's hands. But our hero got so carried away that he didn't notice how he started throwing eggs at his own comrades while the enemy was hiding around the corner. Xiangqiang was the first to come to his senses. He identified the enemy's location and hit him right in the most vulnerable spot. Hoteng immediately jumped up to them, deciding to punish the scoundrel who had managed to evade his capture. The demon was in despair because the terrible people beat him half to death. Using their strange techniques, he understood that he could not stand it any longer. So he decided that he needed to run away urgently. So the Void Phantom opened a portal instead of teleporting from place to place. However, no one wanted to let the monster go. Lin Kuei reminded them that they hadn't even started playing yet. In the end, this loser never managed to open the portal. So now he hid in a corner and asked to be pardoned, because he admits all his mistakes. The system allowed the guy to make a choice. He was offered to release the demon, rid people of evil and kill him, or defeat him and use him for his own purposes. Before making a choice, the young man asked if the enemy knew anything about the Sage's Stone. He promised to pardon the demon if he shared important information. Inspired, the demon said that his boss had a red sword, which contained a fragment of this stone, which the ruler received in the Demon War. The Void Phantom boss treasured the stone fragment so much that he inlaid it onto his sword. The guy thanked him for the useful information and, taking out his sword, promised that he would think about how to make the life of the unfortunate creature easier. This phrase did not calm the demon down at all. On the contrary, he became even more frightened. And he was right to be afraid, because soon Lin Kuei's power pierced his body and made him burn from the inside. Our hero chose to kill this monster, because no one can treat people so cruelly. This creature committed too many terrible deeds and had to answer for them. This action gave the boys a hint that they needed to take action, so they prepared to behead the remaining demons in the city. After some time, the battle for this city ended. All prisoners were released, and the threat was neutralized. Approaching the local they had met at the very beginning of the adventure, Kui patted him on the shoulder and informed him that there was nothing more to worry about. The man burst into tears and said that he didn't even know how to thank the guys for what they did. Smiling, our hero said that they didn't need anything because they came here on a mission. So who should be grateful to is Daxia. Murong Qingyue approached the man's granddaughter and told the little girl to listen to her grandfather and help him. Having said goodbye to the locals, our brave heroes decided to move on. Su Tang had a map in her hands, so she quickly determined which path they needed to take in order to get to living as quickly as possible. Walking along a deserted path, Xiang Qiang decided to ask why his friend needed the Sage's Stone. Our hero firmly decided that no outsider should know about his wife. So he lied and said he had heard that if you collected the pieces of the Sage's Stone, you could summon a dragon to make a wish, but his friend didn't believe a word of it. Suddenly, Su Tang heard a strange sound that immediately caught her attention. She thought that some kind of demon would jump out from an ambush at them, but in the end, the cutest little animal ran out of the bushes. And right behind her, local aborigines jumped out, who most likely wanted to roast this creature on a spit. Turning around, Lin Shui looked carefully at this whole scene and tried to understand why these madmen were pressing the poor fox. And again, the system presented the guy with a choice. He could save the life of the fox, he could not interfere, or he could think about ghosts and let the animal die. Muzin came closer and began to say that they should help the beast because he was so defenseless. The boy also felt the spiritual presence of Hong Ye, who believed that it was worth saving the animal because it had a very unusual aura. The little fox desperately tried to escape from these demons who looked like aborigines. He did not understand why they suddenly decided to make a snack out of him. Suddenly, the sounds of the chase became quieter, and the beast decided to turn around to see what was going on. Turning around, the furry one saw that his pursuit was literally on fire. Someone had helped him and burned his enemies. Approaching the animal, Lin Kuei offered to take it with him, because perhaps it was a talisman sent by higher powers. No one from the squad was against it. It was deep night, but our travelers still had not reached their destination. They had to set up camp right in the forest, so now, sitting by the fire, they ate pheasant eggs, which Xiangqian really liked. But the new furry member of the team happily ate the chicken leg that Mujin treated him to. The guy wanted to send the fox to sleep with the girl, but the animal chose his company, wagging its tail. The animal did not want to get off Ku's hands. Xiangqiu noticed that the little animal was delighted with his friend. He even suggested that the fox could turn into a woman. Hearing this, Murong grimaced with displeasure. While finishing his chicken leg, the boy noticed that the demons who were chasing the fox were very strange. Looking at their costumes, one could assume that they were hunters. Sitting in the shade of a tree, Su Tang said that the demon hunters were cannibals who lived in groups in the wild and killed without making too much noise. She believed that there might be a whole tribe behind those two, so they should be very careful, especially during the night. Lin Kui decided that they needed to organize a watch, so he said that he and Xiangqian would stand guard first, and that someone would relieve them after 2 hours. The squad members were pleased with this decision, so they did not argue. The night seemed terribly long, especially for Xiangqian, who was struggling to stay awake as he sat by the smoldering fire. Lin Kuei was on duty near the sleeping members of the squad. He was meditating at this time, and on his lap a new furry friend was peacefully snoring. Song still defeated Xiangqian, and his ill-wishers decided to take advantage of this. Feeling a strange presence, the guy woke up and realized that something was wrong. He let out a piercing scream, warning his comrades that the enemy was approaching them. And this scream brought everyone to their feet, and just in time, because as Su Tang had expected, a whole gang of demon hunters came to them. Having activated his power, the young man ordered everyone to immediately prepare for battle, because there were quite a lot of enemies. A huge monster emerged from behind the trees, who was the leader of these creatures. He was glad to see people because, in his opinion, they were the most delicious. The heroes did not expect to encounter such a strong opponent, so they were, to put it mildly, a little shocked. The demon hunter commander possessed B-rank strength and was determined to bury our boys right in this clearing. Su Tang understood everything as soon as she felt the breath of this evil creature. In front of them was a very strong military leader. The panicking friends were calmed down by Lin Kuei, who said that he would deal with the warlord and they should take on the rest of the demons. The guys were all for it. They wanted to destroy their enemies and absorb their souls to increase their powers. But all these loud statements only provoked the monster, who was now impatient to find out what his opponents were capable of. A difficult battle began, which soon turned into real chaos. Weapons rang, screams and war cries were heard everywhere. Then the leader of the demons realized that they had encountered very brave opponents who were not going to retreat. So the cunning commander activated his power and decided it was time to try one trick. Our hero immediately realized that the enemy had materialized a deadly spirit. It was hard for him to believe that he had such power. The system suggested at the right time to extract the spiritual compulsion ability of the ghost jade and transform it into a physical aura. The extraction was successful, so the young man decided to immediately try out the new ability of spiritual coercion. His enemy was amazed that there was a person who could compensate for the skills he thought were impossible. But there in front of him was a boy who attacked him without a shadow of fear, using absolutely unique skills. This time, Lin Kuei used the triple strike technique. He expected that it would be enough to defeat his opponent. One blow, another, and the guy felt how his opponent was becoming weaker and weaker, unable to withstand his blows. The demon died. The spiritual Jasper was in the hands of the guy who analyzed the fight and realized that it had become much easier for him to fight level B enemies. The boys had also finished their part of the job, so now they went to their commander and said that he had done an excellent job with the demon. Embarrassed, Q said that it wasn't that hard since the demon was only a mid-level demon, and he also asked how his friends were doing. They told him that they had defeated many demons and obtained a whole bunch of spiritual Jasper. With the help of these things, they would be able to become even stronger and reach a new rank. This news made the guy happy, because he knew that his friends were very promising and only became stronger in the heat of battle. Xiang Qiang shared his guess that the demon hunters were the leaders, so their tribes must have been somewhere nearby. The terrain was difficult, making the search difficult. But the fox perked up, as if hinting that he could show the way. She walked forward confidently, looking back at Kuei, as if she was checking whether he was following her or not. Noticing that the young man was standing still, the little animal grabbed his pants with its teeth and began to drag him in the right direction. Finally, the boy realized that they were trying to show him the route, so he should follow his furry friend. They walked long enough for the sun to rise, but it turned out that the beast was right about the location. Having attacked the settlement of demons, our heroes killed everyone who was there, after which they collected all the valuables and spiritual jaspers. The demons held a huge number of people hostage who could be eaten. When they were released, they could barely hold back tears of gratitude. Lin Qi asked where the people were from and how they got here. One of the men said that he and his family were from the city of Living. Not long ago, there was a raid by the Red Sword demons. They occupied their house. Those who could not escape became slaves. So he and all these locals decided to leave the city, but they never expected to meet these demon hunters. After hearing this story, the young man suggested that the people go to Kanglin, since this city was the only safe place. The people agreed and went towards their salvation. Our hero watched them with sadness, because he understood that these people had literally lost everything except their lives. Now Lin Qi understood that the Red Sword demon was simply terrifying. He wanted to visit Living to see who he would be dealing with. Hong Ye, using their mental connection, said that this demon was one of the 8 great demon kings. His strength was simply enormous, but the guy reminded that he had the shards of the sage's stone, so for this he would try to kill him. Ku's behavior was closely watched by his friends, who could not understand why he persistently tried to kiss the air. Some time passed, it was getting on towards evening, and the guys finally reached the outskirts of the city of Living. Xiang Qiang kept trying to figure out how to find a shorter route since it seemed like his navigator was broken. Suddenly, our hero stopped and ordered his friends to do the same, because he felt that there was a strong spiritual aura nearby. From somewhere behind the trees, a silhouette appeared, moving incredibly quickly. A girl named Kanya was walking towards them. She was leading a group of people with her, whom she ordered to immediately arrest these guys, who could be servants of demons. The evil Lin Kuei activated his power and said that they were most likely facing robbers, albeit rather cute ones. So without thinking twice, he attacked those who, in his eyes, represented a threat. The girl was also not as simple as it might seem at first glance. She used a force that forced time to change its course. This led to our hero literally freezing in place and unable to even move, because his body refused to obey him. The stranger's display of strength helped the young man understand that she was not to be trifled with, because the girl possessed a rare ability that helped stop time. The young lady, in turn, noted that her opponent had very high mental strength, and she could not keep him under control for long. While she was thinking, Lin Qi took the opportunity to quickly sneak up on her. Smiling as he said that she was very slow, the stranger screamed belligerently and tried to attack him. But she failed because the enemy dodged. Suddenly, the girl, whose name was Kanya, was stopped and asked what she was doing. But she asked not to interfere with her because she wanted to deal with the villain herself. It was Can Feng, who had just returned from a successful hunt, and he was curious about why his friend Lin Kuei and Kanya had quarreled. The appearance of a friend greatly surprised our hero, who asked what he was doing there and how he knew the stranger, whose name, as it turned out, was Kanya. Feng said that this girl was a student at the Living Academy. They met her by chance when they were fighting a horde of demons. Now our hero realized that there was a misunderstanding, and Xiang Qiang, who heard that Kanya was not their enemy, seemed to have fallen in love with the beauty. In the evening, the boys all went together outside of Living to the Lintu camp. While eating a fragrant chicken leg, Kanya brought the new arrivals up to speed and told them about what was happening in the city. From her story, it could be concluded that the Red Sword Ghost did not destroy the city completely, but instead allowed his servants to enslave the people. Frowning, Su Tang said that enslavement could be much worse than death. Kanya, with hatred towards the demon, reported that the Red Sword Ghost was doing all this on purpose because it became stronger by absorbing negative human energy. This indicated that defeating such an opponent would be much more difficult than those they had encountered before. But still, the guy didn't understand. Didn't humanity really resist? Because, in fact, it was only necessary to control one's emotions, but everything is not so simple. As it turned out, the Red Sword lived above the city and released negative energy through the dark towers. plunging humanity into madness and chaos, multiplying negative emotions. According to her, he has absorbed too much energy recently and is temporarily retreating, so there will be no better chance to attack. Lin K agreed with this, so he said that they needed to destroy the Dark Towers one by one to leave the monster without nourishment. Looking resolutely at his new and old allies, the guy reminded them that they were similar in that justice lived in their hearts, and the desire to destroy all evil in order to save the innocent. Qin Feng supported him, and Kanya realized that in front of her was someone she could trust, someone who gave her hope for saving her hometown. Smiling confidently, the girl extended her hand to him and said that her team would make every possible effort to increase their strength. Having shaken hands, the guys decided that their joint work could be very successful. 2 days later, the team of volunteers who wanted to save the city split into groups. Some of them ended up in the northern leafing area. Kanya knew well where the local patrols were, so she moved very quietly and quickly. When she and Lin Kuei reached the desired location, the girl announced that they must begin to act and destroy the Dark Towers as soon as possible. Extending her hand to her partner, the girl said that they needed to move very quickly. Giving his hand in return, our hero informed the rest of the team via a communication device that he and Kanya were heading off to destroy the tower. Peeking out from around the corner, the guys quickly assessed the situation and realized that no one would stop them from doing what they had planned. But still, looking more closely, they noticed something strange. Right in the center of the city, a crowd of people had gathered. They were sitting on chairs and listening attentively to the one who stood in front of them. And in front of them stood the one they called their teacher. The demon angrily waved his whip and said that studying was the only meaning of life for these guys. The children were clearly under the influence of dark magic, because they insisted that they loved to study, and that this was their whole existence. But their faces told a completely different story. They cried and grimaced from discontent and fatigue, but continued to ask the teacher to give them more homework. Tears rolled down their cheeks, but they claimed that studying made them truly happy. The children's only goal was to enter a prestigious university. They wanted absolutely nothing else. Looking at all this, Lin Kuei simply couldn't believe what he was seeing with his own eyes. He was used to children playing and having fun, but these were completely obsessed with studying. He also found it very strange that he and Kanya were not affected by the negative energy of the Dark Tower. According to the girl, this was possible because of their mental strength. Deciding to take advantage of this, the guy said that they needed to stop wasting time and head to the control room immediately. Xiangqiang and Hoteng were also in the northern region, and the guys witnessed a very unpleasant scene. 2 grown men were crying like little children because one girl was driving them crazy and she still wouldn't agree to date either of them. And the girl, in turn, was literally hysterical because these scumbags were constantly stalking her. While she dreamed of a rich man, at the other end of the street, a guy was hysterical because his mother wouldn't give him any peace, because he was already getting on in years, and he still didn't have a wife. Because of this, they called him trash. The guys were simply shocked, because it all looked like a real horror movie that just never ended. The rest of the team headed to the southern part of the city. Qin Feng, Su Tang, and Murong Qingyue walked along the deserted road. They began to worry about not meeting anyone. But then they noticed something strange. A place that resembled an open-air office. The workers sat at their workstations and did not take their eyes off the monitors, while the demon walked among them like some kind of king. The monster announced that he would raise wages next month, which made people work even harder, as some of them wanted to buy real estate. The work was so exhausting that some simply couldn't stand it and dropped dead, while others, looking at it, went crazy and said that they would never work as programmers. All this led to one simple conclusion. Office work was too difficult, so our guys were glad they weren't employees of this company. No less interesting events took place in the western part of the city. Lin Kuei finally managed to break into the Dark Tower, where he found the demon, who raised a cry and began to threaten that the Red Sword would quickly deal with the insolent people. But these words did not frighten the guy at all, who was used to doing whatever he wanted without paying attention to the consequences. So Kui made a precise and powerful blow, causing the enemy to scream. When Kanya saw that her partner was able to smear a demon across the wall with one blow, only then did she realize that he was very strong. The system gave the guy a choice. He could destroy the Dark Tower, refuse to capture it, but there was a more interesting option. Qi could start controlling it. As if reading his thoughts, the girl grinned slyly and said that if he wanted to start running this place, she could help with that. It turned out that his partner was well-versed in technology. She wanted to adjust the frequency of negative energy so that the demons could feel the taste of mental torture. Our hero was simply delighted that this was even possible. The guy asked Kanya not to wish for enemies. Meanwhile, alarming news had already begun to reach the ship that was above the city. One of the demons sat on his knees before the hovering sword, surrounded by his kin and servants of the afterlife. When the spirit that lived in the ancient weapon learned that enemies had invaded its territory, it was simply furious. The frightened demon servant said that the 3 dark towers had been captured and they had completely lost control over them. This alarming news meant only one thing. It was necessary to make every effort to prevent people from disconnecting the red sword ghost from the power source. Therefore, it was decided to summon trusted demons that could be relied upon. A few seconds after the summoning, the dragon and phoenix were already in place. The main villain was confident that if he sent these 2 on a mission, the enemies could rest in peace, because these guys were invincible. Flashing their teeth in a menacing smile, the dragon and phoenix said that they would be happy to carry out any order the boss gave them. They were happy that the moment had finally arrived when they could demonstrate all their skills. Events again take us to the western region, because extremely interesting events took place there. Kanya finally tuned the negative energy to the frequency for the ghosts. She used the same method to remotely control the other towers. Thanks to the girl's help, our hero was able to fulfill all the conditions of the system and receive a reward in the form of the water of life. Now that the tower had begun to spread energy again, the effect that awaited everyone was completely different from what it had always been. Gradually, people began to come out of the trance. The first to come to their senses were the school children, who rebelled and began to say that they would no longer do their homework. But the demon had no time to worry about this, because he was in so much pain from the sound waves coming from the tower that he could not even think, let alone speak. The men who were killing themselves over the beauty also regained their consciousness. Now they couldn't understand what they were doing in the middle of the street. Seeing people feeling better, the boys realized that Lin Kuei had found a way out of the situation and was able to put his plan into practice. The office workers also woke up and now desperately wanted to punish the one who made them work so hard and even delayed their payments. Qin Feng and his companions realized that it seemed like they didn't need to do anything now, since the people were already completely fine. Moreover, the locals did not just sit on the sidelines. They wanted to take revenge for their suffering, so they began to chase the demons in order to kill them. It was at this moment that the phoenix and the dragon descended to the earth. They did not understand why the fighting power of their soldiers had weakened so much that people were able to rebel. Lin Kuei and Kanya noticed that 2 very strange demons were approaching them, which were different from all the others due to their small size. The young man immediately realized that the demonic boss had sent more experienced minions to eliminate the problem. The girl was only glad, because she saw this as an opportunity to gain experience. These words confused the monsters, because they were counting on the fact that the enemies would start running away in panic and not talk about combat experience. But they were wrong, because they were met not with panic, but with a fiery fist and cries for them to get down to the ground as quickly as possible. The blow found both of its targets, and the boy noted with a grin that they flew further than he expected. The demons turned out to be not the timid kind, because after just a couple of seconds they were standing on their feet and ready to rush into battle. They took up battle positions and proudly announced that today was the day when their enemies would leave this world in agony. Barely holding back their laughter, the boys said that it was even funny that such small midges were trying to provoke them. Activating the power of the dragon wind, the creatures growled that they could do more than just intimidate, and now they would prove it, because they would demonstrate an ancient combat technique. A force actually swirled around them, enveloping their bodies and causing them to glow with an otherworldly light. Our hero watched this closely, but was not very afraid, because he did not think that these little ones could do anything too frightening. But still, they succeeded, because now the phoenix and the dragon became one huge creature, from which powerful energy emanated, which spoke of impressive abilities. While the guy tried to mock, saying whether the boss had taught them these skills, the girl silently looked at the enemy, because she felt his powerful breath. In order to urge her husband to be serious, Hong Ye decided to appear to him and tell him that after the merger, the enemy's strength was at an average level, so it was worth being careful. Having activated his power, the monster decided to test how strong the guy's friendship was and whether it could withstand his attacks. Hong Ye shouted that the boys should run away, so her husband, without further ado, grabbed Kanya's hand and did as the demoness advised, because he trusted her completely. The system asked the guy at the right time if he wanted to use the water of life to deal with the enemy, because this liquid increased ki energy. The young man thought this was a great idea, so he took 3 tin cans out of his inventory. He took one for himself, gave another to the fox, and handed the third to Kanya. who did not understand why they were trying to give her cola at such a dangerous moment. But nevertheless, everyone drank the contents of the cans without asking any questions, trusting the guy who did not make them doubt himself. Their enemy was perplexed. He could not understand how people could behave so calmly and naturally when he threatened them with death. Finally, the living water gave an effect that was quite good, because now the chi, blood, and spiritual power in the body were strengthened. The horse and the fox could not understand what was happening to them. Their whole body was pleasantly burning, and they had so much strength that they wanted to splash it out. Looking at the enemies, the monster became furious at such arrogance, because these people did not just ignore him, but dared to drink the drink calmly. Such a violent reaction really excited the guy, who said that he and the enemy should finally meet face to face. This is exactly what happened. The two forces met in a fierce duel, where no one wanted to give up their leadership positions. But it had to be done. The monster couldn't withstand the onslaught and was thrown back several meters, landing painfully on the ground. It was clear that the guy was quite strong since he was able to do this. Swinging his sword that was filled with power, Lin Kuei said that they needed to end this battle and find out who would emerge victorious. The attack was fast and precise, but the monster could not be hit by this attack because it had simply incredible speed, which was surprising for a creature of its size. This did not stop our hero. He still wanted to know who would emerge victorious from this fight. But the blow was again unsuccessful because Phoenix and Dragon, who were now in one body, were able to escape, leaving the guy with nothing. The creature moved so quickly and silently that it was able to sneak up close to Kyo and touch his head while standing behind him. Seeing that the enemy had gotten so close, Kanya was simply terrified. She shouted at the guy to be careful because danger was literally breathing down his neck. She soon realized that words were not enough. Actions were needed, so she activated her powers. The temporary pause worked as successfully as always. The monster froze in place and could not move a single limb. Our hero successfully took advantage of the unexpected advantage and used the sword technique. But he had to strike from behind, so he spent a little time on this maneuver. It turned out to be quite successful. Everything happened so quickly that the enemy could not even understand what happened and why he could not dodge. Kanya was very sorry that when faced with an enemy who was much stronger, she could only stop him for half a second. The girl decided that she would try to help her partner. She was doing quite well at this, because thanks to her actions, Kuei had more room to maneuver, which meant that victory was just around the corner. Having come to his senses after the unexpected blow, the monster regained his usual agility and was able to defend himself from another attempt on his life. The resistance was beginning to irritate the young man, so he decided it was time to break through the enemy's armor. But the opponent used a move called the Predator Fist and declared that there was no chance for any man to gain the upper hand. But the monster didn't take into account the fact that the boy was also very agile, so it didn't take him much effort to avoid the attack. Meanwhile, Lin Kuei concluded that it would be very difficult to defeat the enemy because his abilities were far from mediocre, and it was necessary to come up with a new technique. His wife Hong Ye also thought so. So she decided to share her ghostly aura with him to break through the monster's defense. Meanwhile, the phoenix and the dragon in the form of a giant activated their power and decided to attack again, wanting to take the enemy's life. But then a fox jumped out, who decided to protect her master. She used her abilities and her eyes lit up red. At that moment, the enemy screamed because his body stopped obeying, so he could not understand what the reason was. But Lin Kuei understood perfectly well what was going on, and was very grateful to his little animal for helping him at such an important moment. The furry assistant's blow was able to create a gap in the defense, which helped our hero finally destroy the armor. The monster could not understand where his opponent got the ghostly aura from, and how he managed to break through his defense, which was so strong. While the monster was tossing and turning in these thoughts, Kanya decided to bring the moment of its death closer. So she sped up time, which increased the destructive effect. This resulted in the injury on the giant's body becoming much more serious than it had been just a few seconds ago, and now the creature was not sure that it would be able to regenerate. Kanya merely watched his suffering with satisfaction, since it was her abilities that made the time acceleration worsen the injury. Lin Kuei decided that this was the perfect moment to kill, so not taking advantage of it would be simply stupid, a blow that was followed by a deafening death cry, and everything ended as quickly as it began. After the creature was destroyed, our hero had 2 pieces of the jade soul in his hands. His partner and the fox were also very pleased because they finally felt the long-awaited taste of victory. Unexpectedly, the guy approached her and said that it was thanks to her abilities that they were able to defeat the enemy. after which he handed her one spiritual jasper. Embarrassed, the girl said that she considered the young man to be the main character of this story. She only helped a little at the right moment. Looking at the girl sullenly, Hongya decided that she had a strange reaction and she didn't like it at all, because she felt a pang of jealousy. The situation was diffused by the fox, who began to jump on the guy, wanting to get the prize, because she also made an effort that helped her win, for which she received a drink. The creature squeaked, showing how pleased it was that it too had been given a reward. At that moment, our hero noticed his friends approaching them. Xiangqiang happily announced that all the demons in the city had been destroyed, so it was possible to storm their headquarters. Today, Kui was surprisingly generous, so he decided to treat all his friends with living water so that they would be stronger during the battle with the remaining demons. The boys were a little wary when they were given strange tin cans that resembled cola, but they still drank their contents. After the first sip, they felt like they were in heaven. The taste was simply breathtaking. Their bodies were immediately filled with strength, which increased all the time. The extra energy was very much needed for their cause, so Lin Kuei was delighted when the effect was exactly as he expected. Kanya, who was watching everything, admitted that the boy could have added something strange to the drink, because the guys were really behaving unusually. Meanwhile, the sword ghost was informed that Phoenix and Dragon had died in battle, and the enemies were drinking drinks, celebrating their victory. The demon was furious and began to claim that he would return everything to its place. He ordered an additional group to be sent to the city, which was to bring him people, alive or dead, but the servants reported in a trembling voice that it seemed their enemies were already on their way here. The master was pleased with this turn of events, so he said that they would fall right into his trap. Despite its considerable weight, Songchen's dragon very quickly delivered the boys to the demon ship that was hovering above the city. Landing with a thud, the creature crushed some of the monsters under its weight, who realized they had to run away too late. With wide smiles on their faces, the boys began to climb off the dragon. They were glad that they had flown so quickly, and they couldn't wait to clear the city of the last demonic creatures. Xiangqiang and his fire-breathing friend decided to show off their skills, so the dragon spun in the air and activated bomb mode. Something incredible happened. The beast's body rolled across the deck at incredible speed, and since it was not small at all, its weight crushed the enemies who were there. The rest of the guys didn't waste any time either. Qin Feng launched a 1,000-troop attack and destroyed those who weren't hit by the dragon's attack. The remaining monsters were dealt with by the other team members, who used their best skills to deal with the evil spirits as effectively as possible. Kanya, in turn, sped up time to make the damage from all these attacks even more deadly. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Kuei demonstrated the power of his fire fist to the enemy, which was eager to fight. There was complete chaos all around. Everything was exploding. The demons' bodies were flying apart and burning. They understood that only a miracle could save them. But miracles, as we know, did not exist. Soon, our crew stood over the burnt bodies of the enemies, rejoicing that on the deck, as well as in the city, there was no longer a single inhabitant of the underworld. That's what they thought until a vile voice came from behind them, saying that the invaders must die the most terrible and painful death. Lin Qi immediately felt the powerful aura of this demon. He guessed that it was the wisdom stone that awakened the consciousness. Hongye confirmed his guess. She was very worried about her beloved, so she asked him to act as carefully as possible. Having drawn his sword, the guy said that there was no need to worry about him. He was ready to personally fight this creature and get the fragment of the sage's stone. These words went straight to the girl's heart, because she was very pleased to know that there was someone in this world who was ready to fight for her and protect her. The demon was so angry that he was ready to unleash all his power just to make people pay for thwarting his evil plans, so he summoned ghosts. A few seconds later, some shadows began to rise from under the ground. They were clearly not from this world, so one could assume that these were the ghosts of dead people. Our hero was very surprised by the fact that the sword ghost possessed such a strong ability as summoning such creatures. Kanya confidently stated that the people standing in front of them were consumed by negative energy. They were all turned into lifeless ghosts. There was only one way out, and everyone understood this perfectly well. Despite the fact that everyone felt sorry for those who became victims of the sword ghost, it was necessary to eliminate these shadows. Lin Kuo planned to deal with the ghosts first, but then a sword flew towards him and decided to remind him that he was his main enemy. Luckily, our hero had good reflexes, so he managed to grab his blade and parry the blow that could have easily taken his head off. The sword was strong and moved quickly, so the young man immediately realized that he had to keep a close eye on his enemy and catch his every move. Kanya gave him an interesting idea at the right time. She said that if you break the stone of wisdom, then all that remains of the ghost is a pile of rubbish. Then he understood what he needed to do. But the sword was not going to give up so easily. Using its power, it summoned 1,000 swords, which were just trying to pierce our hero and his friends. There was a strong burst of demonic energy, after which the swords flew in different directions, so the guy had to try hard to dodge each of them. Despite all the difficulties and obstacles, Lin Kuei was able to get closer to his main enemy. The sword ghost hissed angrily and shouted words that the boy could not count on being able to get out of here alive. Unexpectedly, the fox came to the rescue, activated its power, and once again decided to protect its owner and friend. Taking advantage of those precious seconds that the furry animal gave him, the guy managed to put up absolute protection around himself. This helped him repel an attack that could have been his last moment of life. But thanks to the actions of the animal, he managed to avoid death. The current situation helped him understand that he couldn't wait another second, because if another batch of demons appeared, it would become much more difficult to exterminate them all. The system reminded the young man just in time that he had the Hunter's Ghost Jade and the Void Jade in his arsenal, so he decided to absorb them. Thanks to the jades he absorbed, Lin Kuei gained the skills of heightened intuition and teleportation. Such useful skills were very useful, so our hero was already thinking about how to use them correctly, and most importantly, in time. While Ko was in thought, the enemy did not sleep or wait, so he dishonestly attacked from behind. This was the first reason to use teleportation. It worked perfectly, and the sword ghost was unable to reach its goal. The demon was perplexed. He could not believe that his opponent was in front of him, and a second later he disappeared. It became clear that the guy had a strong perception, and Lin Kuei continued to have fun with his new power. He used instant explosion and disappeared with the help of teleportation, materializing in a safe place. Having reached the sword, the young man laughed loudly and announced that he had figured out all the cunning tricks of his opponent. Before he could react, the demon felt a strong blow that made him spin in the air. Then came the fatal blow, which did more than just make the steel ring. It did much more. The weapon, which was thought to be indestructible due to the ancient demon living within it, was now split in half. From its handle fell the very same sage's stone that our hero had been hunting for. Now this fragment was in his hands. He felt its power, its powerful aura, which, like a living heart, pulsated inside the stone. Squeezing his palm, the young man thought contentedly that he was now one step closer to saving his beloved woman. At that very moment, the ghosts began to disappear, dissipating right into the air. The guys realized that since the one who summoned them died, they too could not remain in this world and returned to where they came from. Qinfeng said that all this meant only one thing, namely the victory of Lin Kuei, who was able to deal with such a strong demon. The very first thing the boy decided to do after his triumph was to give the shard of the sage's stone to his dear wife so that she could absorb its power. As Hong Ye began the absorption process, her body began to glow with a pleasant, warm light that came from the spiritual jasper. After that, she opened her eyes and smiled gratefully at her husband, because now her soul had finally returned to its usual state. Gently cupping her head in his palms, Lin Kuei said that they would definitely collect all the remaining fragments of the sage stone to return her to her human form. While our hero was having a nice conversation with his beloved, his friends noticed that a portal had opened behind them, which meant that the enemy was not yet completely finished. Lin Kuei finally noticed what was happening and confirmed everyone's guess that the demon was still in their world. Kanya ran up and confidently said that the sword phantom was still in front of them, and it had not retreated as they thought, but had only taken a short pause. A blood-red haze appeared in front of them, covering almost the entire deck, and through it, one could see the vague silhouette of a humanoid demon. When the haze cleared, the boys were able to see the one whose spirit was in the broken sword. Now, the ghost of the sword showed its true appearance. None of the team members expected such a turn of events, so they were extremely confused and did not know what to do. The demon quickly looked around at what was happening on the deck. He couldn't help but notice the mutilated bodies of his servants. He growled angrily, asking what happened here. The power was accumulating inside him, and the ghost of the sword began to say that people would answer for what they had done, and the red sword, which he began to summon, would help him with this. Lin Kuei coughed and awkwardly said that the sword was no longer there and pointed to its fragments and torn-off handle. This information plunged the spirit into a real madness. He roared loudly and began to mourn the precious weapon that belonged to him. His eyes glowed blood red as he turned and began to ask who exactly would destroy what was so dear to his heart. But none of the team was going to put Lin Kuei in harm's way alone. They decided that they would fight side by side. Our hero assumed that without the sword, the ghost's strength should be much lower, so they had every chance of achieving a final victory over him. Hope is good, but the guys were quick to rejoice because the demon began to summon the kingdom of 10,000 swords. Waves of unrealistically strong energy emanated from him. This action brought the friends into a state of genuine shock, because no one expected to feel such power. The enemy not only had martial arts but was also at the peak of his abilities, as he could use demon skills. So now the people were engulfed in a cycle of power. They were all transported into some strange parallel reality created by the monster, and they landed painfully on a field strewn with countless swords. Rubbing his back, the young man began to complain that portals were always located in the sky, and if he did not have a high-ranking body, he would have broken all his bones long ago. While everyone was recovering from the fall, Xiang Qiang had already jumped up to Kanya and offered her his help, but she refused, saying that she could handle it herself. Su Tang analyzed the situation and said that high-level demons had other worlds, and his ability seemed to be to suppress breathing. Everyone else agreed with her because they felt how their spiritual strength was being suppressed. Qin Feng interrupted all conversations and asked them to look where he pointed. On the improvised mountain of bones stood a throne on which sat a demon, and said that they had entered the sphere of the red sword, where pain and anger are concentrated. It was a world of negative energy, a perfect space for a villain to gather thousands of grudges into a sword of murder. Things were bad, because this creature created a new weapon. The system gave our hero a choice. He could surrender to the ghost, he could kill him, or he could simply escape from this space. It was absolutely obvious that there was no way to retreat. Lin Kuei chose the second option and decided that he would fight with him until one of them died. But the monster wasn't going to give up just like that either. He attacked first, and the force of his blow made the boys jump back in different directions. Even though the enemy's strength was clearly superior to Lin Kuei's, he rushed into battle without any fear and began to try to attack. This creature was dangerous. There was no doubt about it. So it was worth acting as carefully as possible. His comrades adopted his fearlessness, and now they too rushed into battle, wanting to help the one who always fought for them. Kanya decided to activate a temporary pause to give her friends at least some head start. The fox also used her strength, but all these attempts to attack seemed to the monster to be a useless technique that would not lead to anything worthwhile. However, the guys did not give up. Each time they attacked with renewed vigor, hoping that the next blow would be able to break through the enemy's defense. It was all in vain. Every blow was repelled, and the demon did everything to keep people from getting critically close. To prevent serious injuries, the monster used his magic and hit the boys with a fiery force, which forced them to retreat. Taking advantage of the fact that the enemy was distracted by his friends, Lin Kuei tried to make another attack. The attempt was good, however. It also did not bring a positive result. His power seemed to be absorbed by the sword, causing no harm to the enemy. At some point, our hero thought that he needed to find another way. An idea came to his mind to weaken the suppression of spiritual power, as a result of which it might be easier to defeat the ghost. Turning to Xiang Tian, the boy said that since the underworld absorbs everything, let it smell the scent of resentment. His friend understood him at half a word. So he patted his dragon on the back and told him that they had urgent business. Meanwhile, the demon only increased his power. His strength was everywhere. It seemed to fill the space completely. However, Lin Qi had not yet finished dealing with the monster. He confidently said that he would not let it get out of this space alive. The dragon had already started to spew its flames directly at the sword ghost, and Xiang Qiang said with a grin that it was time to satiate his grievances. It worked. The demon's power weakened a little, and the ability suppression decreased, so the guys could use their skills again. The enemy was extremely unhappy with this turn of events. He decided to use the energy of Qi and create an indestructible armor around himself. It was lucky that the system had discovered the Soul Jade in time, and now the young man could absorb the dragon's power, which allowed him to ignore enemy attacks by 15%. Now that he had the new power, the boy defiantly told the demon that since he was so invulnerable, he should try to deal with him. Feeling the boy's strong aura, the demon, for the first time in a long time, was truly scared, because he realized that this battle could destroy both the sword and himself. The human team attacked with all their might. Su Tang used Dragon Attack, Qin Feng used Fire Breath, and Ho Teng used Lion Fist. Realizing that the defense could crack at any moment, the demon began to shout that weak humans should not even think about opposing the king. At this crucial moment, our hero felt a light touch on his hand. It was Hong Ye, who said that she wanted to help. She understood that now was the best moment to destroy this creature. Her husband was very grateful for the help. It seemed that every day he fell in love with her more and more. The sword ghost felt a powerful spiritual power that strengthened the attack and raised it to rank A, the same as his own. Thanks to the girl putting her power into Lin Qi's sword, he was able to summon a devastating lightning strike. Jumping back, the Ghost King was outraged that he had to fear some humans who were nowhere near his power. The two forces clashed in a duel. Lin Kui and his wife attacked with such force that there was no doubt that they would win. This was clear to the demon, and he became especially aware of his pitiful situation at the moment when he discovered that there was a spiritual body next to the guy. Moreover, his attack was completely useless, as it was completely absorbed. So our couple realized that the time had come to strike the final blow, which would be the last one for the demon. A burst of power that passed straight through the enemy and finished him off. A loud cry was heard from the monster, who was already beginning to dissipate in space. He could not accept the fact that he had lost to an ordinary person, but he was doomed. So soon our hero had another soul jade. As soon as it was all over, Hong Ye immediately flew up to him and began to happily say that they had won. Her husband reminded her that it had only become real thanks to her. Soon his friends rushed to him, who were also happy that with their joint efforts they had managed to destroy such a strong monster. But their joy did not last long, because the world they lived in seemed to be about to explode, and they would find themselves at the epicenter of the disaster. So they had to jump on the dragon as quickly as possible and fly away. After the battle in Living, peace finally reigned and people began to feel more or less calm. Local residents gradually restored their homes and improved the city. Our hero's mission was over, which meant they had to return to the academy to report on the results of the battle. Kanya came to see them off. She was embarrassed when she told them that she had been warned that a brave man would appear on her path who would be able to save her city. But she did not think that it was true. After these words, she threw herself into the guy's arms and said that she was glad to spend these days with them. She thanked him for his help and promised to come visit. Hong Ye was, to put it mildly, not very happy about her husband's growing number of female fans. Even though Xiang Qiang was upset that the girl he liked was hugging his friend, Ho Teng laughed and said that it was because Kuei was much prettier. For these cruel words, the guy received a blow to the most painful place that can be found on a man's body. Seeing his wife's gaze on him, Lin Kuei awkwardly said that he was forced to do this. To avoid conflict, the boy pushed Kanya away from him and said that they would be happy to wait for her at the Kanglin Academy. After this, the boys got into the car provided to them and waved goodbye to the city residents. As she waved back, all Kanya could think of was that she didn't want this to be the last time she saw Lin Kuei. After they had driven a little, Xiang Qiang rudely asked why his friend allowed himself to hug Kanya, and he only laughed it off. Ho Teng picked up on the wave of jokes and also began to tease the poor guy. A few seconds later, the whole team was laughing at the fact that the poor guy liked the beauty from Living. At this time, little Lin Si was sitting in the classroom and wondering how her brother was doing. Noticing his friend's thoughtful mood, the ferret in human form asked what had happened, since she had not been herself lately. The girl said that she was fine. She just really missed her brother, whom she hadn't seen for a month. The ferret said that his wife would take care of him, so her worries were in vain. Any mention of Lin Qi getting involved with some woman irritated she terribly, so she took out her anger on her comrade. The boys were distracted from a full-fledged fight by a student who entered the office and announced that he had brought the boss a cake. Looking at the boy indifferently, Lin Shi said that he could put it on the table and get out. At school, everyone was talking about how the new student was a real arrogant troublemaker. But it was all said in whispers so as not to anger her. One day, the older kids burst into the classroom and started asking where Lin Shi was. They wanted to talk to her and teach her good manners. Someone from the crowd said that they were high school students who came to take revenge for several punks from their senior year, who had been beaten up by some hooligan the day before. A ferret came forward and asked in a menacing voice what they wanted and why they had burst into the classroom. The boys began to mock him, calling the ferret a little monster and ordering him to immediately step aside. But instead of fulfilling the request, the boys received a strong kick that made them fly back a couple of feet. Lindsay approached them and said gloomily that she would not allow anyone to escape today, so the boys should take off everything valuable and get out. After being intimidated, they did what was required of them. So the satisfied ferret realized that the demon queen was becoming more and more discerning in economics. The girl was distracted from her educational work by a student who brought the good news that Lin Kuei had just arrived at school. Xi's mood immediately lifted. She laughed cheerfully and stood up from her seat, wanting to see her brother as soon as possible. When the car with Kui's team arrived at the school, a whole crowd of fans had already gathered in front of it, all of them desperately wanting to see those who saved the cities from the demon invasion. The boys got out of the car and were immediately surrounded by those who wanted to talk to the heroes who saved living. The arrivals looked at this whole mess and could not understand why so many people wanted to approach them. The fans were mostly girls who looked at Lin Ke with loving eyes and asked him stupid questions. Hong Ye was extremely annoyed by what the fans were doing, so as soon as the guy noticed it, he immediately asked them to stop. After this, the school students started running away screaming from the place where they had arranged an impromptu fan meeting with their idol. Literally, a second later there was no one left. The schoolyard was empty, and the fans no longer approached the boys. Our hero scratched his head in bewilderment, trying to understand what had happened, since it was unlikely that they had fulfilled his request so quickly. Suddenly, Lin Si appeared from around the corner, smiling sweetly and greeting her brother after a long absence. He immediately rushed to meet her, because only now did he realize how much he missed his little sister. The little girl melted into his arms. She began to tell him that she studied hard every day, and during this time she managed to make friends with her classmates. Looking closely at his sister, the young man asked why the school children had run away and what kind of hooligans they were talking about. He was interested in whether Sai had been bullied in his absence. Hugging her teddy bear tighter, the girl said that she was okay, because she was just an ordinary student who wanted to gain new knowledge. She asked the ferret, who called himself Xiao Huang, to confirm this, and he began to assure her that they were law-abiding citizens. But to himself he thought that the girl was quite an actress. Meanwhile, she turned her attention to the fox, who was now her brother's new pet. The furry animal couldn't understand why the girl had such a terrible aura. Noticing the animal's reaction, the guy laughed and offered his sister to hold the fox in her arms. But she began to squeal and resist, because she didn't want to touch Sai. The fluffy one had no choice because a second later he was already being hugged by the surprisingly strong arms of a little beast, who decided that the new family member would be called Snowball. Xiao Huang also really wanted to cuddle the little animal, but Snowball was against being touched by the incomprehensible monster. But whoever asked the animal's opinion, everyone squeezed and stroked it despite the fact that it desperately resisted. Everyone laughed at Snowball's reaction. But the fox was not at all amused, because he realized that he was doomed to become a domestic animal. After a month of absence, our hero finally got home. In honor of this, he even decided to prepare a festive dinner. So now he offered to try his culinary masterpieces. His sister, the ferret, and Onizi began to praise the guy, saying that he was a good boy for trying so hard, especially since the smell of the dish was simply amazing. The young man even invited the demoness to dine with them, as he was very grateful to her for looking after Lin Shi, even though it could have been extremely difficult. To put it mildly, it was as if Onizi had been tortured for a month, and she didn't know how she had managed to maintain her sanity and common sense. Finally, everyone started to try what Lin Kuei had prepared. It turned out to be very tasty. Even Snowball appreciated the guy's efforts. While eating this delicious food, Onizi only thought that the guy was really good. She even felt sorry that he loved Hong Ye so much. The blonde also decided to appear to her husband and say that she was surprised by the unexpected discovery of his culinary abilities. The young man was very sorry that he could not feed his beloved with meat he had cooked himself. She was pleased that her husband was thinking about this. So she smiled sweetly and said that for now it was enough for her that she saw how he enjoyed his food. Touching Hong Ye's hand, Kuei sincerely said that he loved her more than ever before, but little C was very unhappy that her brother was paying attention to someone other than her. The girl interrupted the romantic moment, sat between the loving couple and said that Hong Ye was a ghost, so she couldn't eat, and her portion could be given to her. To stop further conversations and whims, he decided to feed his sister some goodies. She was so happy that they finally gave her some time that she laughed out loud, and the food was just incredibly delicious. Seeing his friend's euphoria, Soya Huan wanted to feel something similar, so he asked to be fed too. With a dissatisfied sigh, our hero asked why he had to feed absolutely everyone, but took an appetizing piece of meat and put it in the ferret's mouth. When Xiao Huang tasted the unrivaled taste of the meat and the crispy breading, he was in seventh heaven. Now Onizi and Snowball were also interested and asked to feed them because they also wanted to feel this pleasure. Smiling, the guy said that he would definitely treat everyone sitting at this table. So now everyone was happy, because firstly, everyone was given attention, and secondly, the kids tasted the most delicious dishes that you can imagine. The ferret ran up to Kuei and said that he wanted to taste the amazing taste of his culinary masterpiece again. But Lin Shi kicked him and said that her brother would only feed her, and they could not even dream of it. These words caused a real fight, because everyone wanted to capture Lin Kuei's attention for at least a couple of minutes. While the guy was trying to figure out if it was because his food was so delicious, his wife was laughing, because she understood the real reason for such behavior. Lin Kuei was distracted from his thoughts by the sound of an incoming notification. Tang Ling asked him to come to the office immediately. He set out without delay, and a few minutes later knocked on the door of her office and asked why the mentor was looking for him. The woman looked at him with interest, and then said that he had only studied at the academy for 1 semester, but had managed to achieve impressive results, so the management valued his merits. Therefore, she decided to invite him, Qin Feng, Mo Qingcheng, and Yang Xiao as military training instructors for the freshmen. The only thing that bothered the young man was that his name was Yang Xiao. Qin Feng was a role model, Qingcheng had first-class organizational skills, and his enemy was nothing special, Tang Ling said coldly. This guy was an elder of the academy who belonged to an ancient family, so she hoped that she could use his strength for good. Realizing that the teacher had already decided everything, Kuei irritably clenched his teeth and said that he was ready to become an instructor and make sure that everything went at the highest level. The next morning, the first-year students were gathered on a large football field. Lin Kuei greeted the boys. Qin Feng said that together they could overcome anything. Qingcheng said that they should train hard, and Yang Xiao said that no one should dare to retreat. Then everyone split into groups, and our hero immediately went to meet those he would have to train in the near future. Some of the guys were outraged that they were given a first-year student with no qualifications as an instructor. Others said that he shouldn't be underestimated, and still others were simply charmed by him. The guy chuckled and realized that it would be more difficult than he could have imagined, since the students themselves were heating up the situation. One of the team members stepped forward and said that Lin Kuei had no right to command them, since he was their peer, and all his achievements could only be rumors. The system gave him a choice. The hero could resign and leave, show his strength and hit the student, or be above it and explain in detail why he is worthy of being an instructor. Choosing the third option, Kuei said, asking why the arrogant boy thought he could behave like that. While he was trying to come up with an answer, our hero declared that all the guys were ordinary trash and useless nobodies. He stated that they were no different from ordinary students and were at the very bottom of the food chain because they were arrogant and ignorant. According to him, with their current strength, his charges can only count on a mediocre result, so they cannot hope to become excellent fighters. After all, in order to become a capable person, you need to be able to soberly assess your capabilities and constantly practice. At that moment, the guys finally realized that the instructor standing in front of them was right. They realized that they were overconfident and wanted to achieve more. The young man was pleased that his words had reached the common sense of his charges, so that now they were ready to train and work hard on themselves. To boost their morale, the guy asked the freshmen to shout loudly that they wanted to become really strong. That's exactly what they did, shouting that they would do their utmost to achieve results and win glory. The task was completed and the system gave the young man a reward, after which he ran, shouting to the guys that their current training consisted of running 10 kilometers. Tang Ling and one of the academy leaders were walking nearby. They were discussing the moment when Lin Kuei became an instructor. The woman said that he was very serious. Suddenly, they noticed a column of dust that rose from too intense running. The leaders did not understand what was happening. This was precisely the team of the young instructor, who encouraged his charges and said that the training was going at a very good pace. The man was simply shocked by this method of training. He began to resent the fact that Tang Ling entrusted him with such responsibility. Mo Qingcheng also conducted the training. Her approach was much more gentle. She was worried about the guys and did not want them to get overtired. Qin Feng, on the contrary, constantly encouraged his charges, saying that they must fight until they die and stay in shape in order to be able to protect their family and country. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao taught that one should pay attention exclusively to accuracy and speed, because the most important thing is victory, no matter how it is achieved. But Lin Kuei was enjoying life, lying on a lounge chair and sipping a cocktail that one of the freshmen had made for him. While his guys were doing push-ups, when he asked if they were tired, they answered that they could do at least 1,000 more hikes. Looking at Kuei's team, Yang Xiao was extremely angry, because he couldn't understand why they were so motivated. He knew that he couldn't fall behind. The next item in the guy's special training was strength training, with a stone tied to his belt. They had to run 100 laps around the area. Then he decided to test the boys' balance. They had to walk back and forth along a rope stretched between the roofs. The first students were very scared. They said that this was not military training, but they still did what Lin Kuei said. The rest watched all this in surprise. Mo Qingche was worried about these poor guys, but she knew that their instructor was in his element. After some time, the training ended and it was time to enter Mount Hu. Before passing through the gate, Tang Ling warned that practical training would begin from now on. She said that according to the rules, the instructor must lead the team into the forest to catch the demons. Each demon had a collar on them, and the team that collected the most would win. Also, there was one nuance. During the process of catching ghosts, the instructor was prohibited from helping. He could only lead. All instructors stated that they understood the instructions of the mentor and would not violate the rules of this test. Turning to his team, Qin Feng said that each of them had the blood of a king in them, so they couldn't bow their heads. They had to try their best and show their strength. Mo Qingcheng tried to encourage and inspire the boys, but asked them not to forget about their own safety and to believe that true strength lies in unity. Activating his power to add meaning to his words, Yang Xiao stated that the most important thing was winning. So if his team didn't take first place, it was worthless. As always, Lin Kuei distinguished himself by deciding to treat his charges with eggs and living water so that they would gain strength. Covering her face with her hand, Tang Ling laughed softly, grumbling that compared to the other instructors, Lin Kuei was just a little brat. In all this hustle and bustle, no one noticed that it had become completely dark on Mount Hu. Mo Qingcheng asked the freshmen to stick together because the demons would appear soon. A sound was heard that made the boys turn around and begin to peer into the forest thicket. They all felt a strong and extremely overwhelming aura. This meant that they needed to prepare for battle, because the ghosts were approaching, which meant they needed to prove themselves and not disgrace the mentor. The Qingcheng team members didn't expect to see monsters running away in fear from something far more terrifying than themselves. The whole team was on alert, because it seemed like they were about to encounter something that even demons would want to get away from. As it turned out, something even more frightening were Lin Kuei and his team, who were trying to catch up with all the ghosts and destroy each of them. The monsters were afraid and said that they had already given away their collars, which meant they could be left alone. But Kuei didn't think so, because he wanted to get the Soul Jade as well. Upon hearing this information, the monsters screamed and cried in horror, because they realized that they were not just dealing with a human being, but with a real fiend of hell. The guy ordered his guys to immediately kill all the demons, because kindness to them was a manifestation of cruelty to people whom they might attack in the future. The Qingcheng team was simply shocked by this approach. They considered Kuei's protege to be real barbarians, since they were accustomed to the ethical approach of their mentor. Then our hero surprised his rivals with an unexpected proposal to join forces and get as many soul jades as possible. The girl asked sheepishly if the purpose of the test wasn't to collect collars. Behind her, the first years were whispering that the opponents were stronger, which meant they should join. Before Qingcheng could give her answer, Qin Feng and his team came out of the thicket. He was friendly and said that he was glad to meet her. Then Lin Kuei suggested that he join forces and act together, because he believed that if each of them shared their strength, the teams would cope with all the challenges. Rubbing his head nervously, Feng said that he felt like he might regret it, but he still accepted the offer because there was a chance to gain many benefits. Overjoyed, Kuei began distributing treats in the form of eggs and living water to his allies so that they would gain more strength. It worked. The guys' energy and motivation levels increased. They were eager to track down as many demons as possible and win. Lin Kuei was glad that the living water and eggs had such a positive effect on the members of the other teams. They were now useful allies. A few seconds later, the combined teams surrounded Yang Xiao's charges, who were ready to hand over all the collars they had collected. Their instructor hid behind the trees and watched, concluding that the three teams had united to scare him, but he was sure that they would not dare do anything to him. The anger inside him was just boiling, so he splashed it on his charges and told them to start acting and killing members of other teams. But it was impossible to deal with such a number of opponents, especially considering the fact that even the demons were afraid of them. Because the brave first years were going to take away their soul jade, those monsters who miraculously managed to hide watched the people and quietly cried from fear, because they did not expect that the enemies would be so brave. The demons regretted all the bad deeds. The day of the freshman's test reminded the demons of the fear that once possessed humans, but now they had switched roles with them. When the students returned to the entrance of Mount Hu, Tang Ling announced with a smile that Lin Kuei's team had won. The young man was simply happy. He thanked both his players and allies for the amazing job they had done. Everyone was happy with the results. Qin Feng was completely satisfied with second place. Qingcheng was glad that no one was hurt. Only Yang Xiao didn't know where to hide from anger and envy. The blonde didn't even pay attention to his beaten charges. All he thought about was why Kui was taking his place in the sun, time and time again. He simply couldn't admit his defeat. So he blamed Lin Kuei for being the reason why his team couldn't win. The system gave the hero a choice. He could respond kindly to this bastard. He could punch him in the face, or he could do the wise thing and ignore him. The first option had the highest reward. So the boy put on an innocent expression and began to ask Yang Xiao not to be angry with him, which greatly surprised his charges. But his opponent was so angry that he wanted to tear him into small pieces. So these words only made him even more angry. To Lin Kuei's surprise, the task was completed and his strength increased, which was strange because the action was extremely simple. After that, he realized that he could not hold back, which made him incredibly happy, because finally, he would be able to teach a lesson to this bastard who would not leave him alone. The guy hit the blonde so hard that he literally lost touch with reality for a few moments. The blow was justified by the fact that Yang Xiao had committed terrible acts when he was performing his duties as an instructor, which had caused great harm to the students, for which the unfortunate instructor should have been punished. These words had no effect on the young man lying on the ground. He continued to tease his enemy and say that they should fight like real men. Throwing an empty jar of living water at him, our hero said that he wouldn't mind, but he didn't see any man in front of him with whom he could measure his strength. The can hit the target straight on, causing the blonde's consciousness to become clouded. But even in that state, he felt all the humiliation that he had been subjected to. The beaten Yang Xiao began to say that he would never forgive his offender and would make him answer for everything. Taking advantage of the perfect moment and Yang Xiao's weakness, our hero stripped him of his remaining dignity and pulled down his pants. The joke was well received by the students, who laughed loudly and said that the blonde now had a unique clothing style. Without giving up, Xiao began to say that he was not finished yet, and now he would definitely make the bastard pay for all his dirty tricks. Just as he tripped over his own pants and fell shamefully to the ground, Tang Ling came in and grinningly told the boys to stop this mess. Looking at his humiliated enemy, our hero even felt a little sorry for him, because he didn't think that this guy would become a laughingstock. However, this pity quickly passed, because Kui remembered very well that the blonde wanted to kill him. So he decided that after some time he would repay him in the same coin. Tang Ling announced that there would be a celebration to celebrate the end of military training, and the boys were simply happy to hear this information. As Yang Xiao pulled up his pants, he could barely hold back his tears. He didn't understand why this happened to him. Since he was a child, no one dared to bully him. But now everything had changed. Some Lin Kuei thought that he could encroach on his honor. He was not ready to accept this, so he decided that he would make every effort to surpass him and destroy him once and for all. Night fell, and our hero finally reached home. There he was met by the friendly Onizi, who said that she was glad to see him back, and the less friendly Ferret, who did not understand why the guy had come at all. The young man asked where his sister was and why she had not met him. He assumed that she was studying hard at that time. Then, a magical aroma came from the kitchen, and it became clear that little Lin Shi was cooking something delicious. At first glance, it might seem that the girl was brewing some kind of potion, but in fact, she was preparing chicken soup according to her secret recipe. This dish looked, to put it mildly, frightening, but it smelled so delicious that one could try it to replenish one's strength after military training. So the guy was only happy about the food, especially since, according to him, he had lost a lot of weight in the last few days. Hong Ye didn't understand where, because all this time he had been eating like crazy. After taking a sip of the soup, our hero simply couldn't tear himself away from his plate. He liked it so much. Having emptied the plate, he praised his sister and said that her culinary skills simply amazed him. But the taste was a little strange. The girl shrugged her shoulders and said that she cooked according to the recipe. Then he thanked her for her work and attention, but to himself he thought that something was wrong, because the taste really made him wary. Night had fallen, the children had already wandered off to their rooms and were sleeping peacefully. Lin Kuei also wanted to sleep, but he felt very sick. He felt hot inside. His mind was clouded, but he realized that there was really something wrong with the soup. Hong Ye immediately appeared to him, asking with concern in her voice if everything was okay with him. The guy couldn't explain what was wrong with him, but one thing was clear. He needed her more than ever. The young man could not say what caused this sudden desire to get closer, to hug, to touch his wife. Hong Ye had similar feelings, and although she understood that ghosts and humans had different paths, she pulled the boy towards her and kissed him. Melting in her arms, Kui could not contain his feelings, so through the kiss he said that he loved the girl. After that, everything was like a fog. The guy slept for 48 hours and didn't even notice it. When he finally woke up, he felt cheerful and unusually happy. The last 2 days had been wonderful. Everyone thought he was practicing, so they didn't bother him. Noticing that her husband had woken up, Hong Ye asked him how he was feeling, and she seemed more shy to him than ever before. Smiling, the guy said that he felt great. He realized that the previous night had been fantastic, so he wanted to give his wife a good rest. The guy was distracted from these pleasant thoughts by an insistent phone call. Having answered, he immediately heard a scream, which indicated that they had called not for the first time. And with all the pleasant moments, our hero had completely forgotten about school. Tang Ling was simply furious. She said that everyone had already set off a long time ago, so he needed to wake up immediately and remember the task. Hastily putting on his things, the guy said that he was already leaving, which made his wife, who was watching all this, laugh. The mentor also said that, fortunately, the elder would personally lead them on a joint mission, which surprised the young man a little, because this happened extremely rarely. All this happened in the Kanglin Sea. After 2 days of rest, Kuei felt a little unwell in the boat that was gently rocking on the waves. Su Tang and Mo Qingcheng teased him, saying that if he was almost late for such an important task, then it meant he had spent the night in a very interesting way. But all this talk stopped as soon as the man spoke and greeted everyone on deck. In front of the boys was the elder of the Lebu Academy, and their guide in this quest, whose name was Yue Bukun. He possessed the power of the highest B level. While the elder was shaking Lin Kuei's hand, Su Tang stated her name and said that she was able to summon weapons, while Mo Qingcheng said that she was proficient in ice techniques. The man said that this time they had a special mission, because the place they needed was on the Island of Shadows. He told a story about how before the demons invaded, the locals were infected so that they looked like humans and were turned into slaves. From this story, our hero concluded that they must defeat the demons and free the people on this island. Yue Bukun nodded his head and confirmed that this was indeed the case. They had to first explore the area and gather the necessary information. He was not allowed to finish voicing his plan of action because the ship rocked, and they all almost fell overboard. It was an attack of monsters, unexpected and cruel. It seemed that all the creatures that were in the water were now hunting them. The guys were attacked with the primitive goal of robbery. The demons were interested in everything: spiritual stones, treasures, bank cards. The monsters wanted to own everything valuable that they had. The elder began to act strangely, hiding behind Lin Kuei and saying that the disciples should show their abilities and deal with the creatures. Meanwhile, the sea robbers were getting closer and closer. They had their eye on the women and wanted to take them with them. The girls realized that they needed to act immediately because they wouldn't get any help, so they activated the power and got down to business. Throwing demons around was even fun because their ability level was lower than the guys, so dealing with them wasn't a problem. The only problem was that there were too many monsters, so the team literally did not have time to fight them off. Then our hero decided that it was time to use the technique of summoning ghosts to kill their own kind. His body was filled with power as he called upon this ability and activated a special seal that could summon demons and force them to do his will. A magical seal was imprinted on the deck and various creatures crawled out of the circle, ready to answer the call of their master. But Lin Kuei was a little disappointed because he expected to be able to summon a beautiful girl and not a bunch of decrepit, half-rotten skeletons. The chief demon who commanded the sea robbers said that they should not be afraid because these were nothing more than human tricks. His tirade was immediately called into question because when the pirate boss got punched in the face, these human tricks stopped seeming like a joke or a setup. While the guy was evaluating his new technique, his wife was surprised that he could use such power because it implies a certain level of might. Su Tang and Mo Qingcheng were shocked by what they saw. They couldn't believe that a freshman, even one so strong, could have such abilities. Even the elder realized that he had underestimated this boy, so he decided that he would need to reconsider his plans. Finally, the summoned demons finished their work and Lin Kuei won. He was so happy that he could now send someone else into battle in his place. Yue Bukun finally deigned to come out of his hiding place and immediately began giving orders, saying that the students must now immediately remove the corpses from the deck. Turning his head irritably, Kuei reminded that the elder was also a graduate of the academy, so it was unclear why he was chickening out now, to which he replied that it was a test. The man began to convince others that they were slandering him, but the guys did not believe him. Now they were attentive and wondering if the elder was trying to set them up. Finally, they arrived at the island. It was so picturesque that our heroes caught their breath. However, Hong Ye warned that behind all this beauty there was a strong demonic aura that needed to be handled with caution. Uebukun approached the guy and said that they didn't have enough information about this island, so there was no risk. He suggested sending Lin Kuei to scout. Even the girls were outraged by this, because sending Kui alone was stupid and dangerous. It seemed that the elder simply wanted to neutralize the unwanted student. But the guy hastened to calm everyone down, saying that there was no need to worry about him because he would definitely return from this mission. He was thinking to himself about what the man had planned. His girlfriends were not convinced and did not stop worrying about him. But Uebukun was pleased that he did not resist and said that it was a brave and worthy act. Our hero entered the settlement and activated Hong Ye's demonic aura, because with it there would be no difference between him and the demons. Suddenly, he heard strange sounds. They seriously alarmed him, and for good reason. Somehow he ended up at a construction site. People were hauling heavy boulders, and demons were watching them closely and threatening them with whips. The monsters screamed that if their slaves did not build a palace, they would tear them into small pieces. The sight was simply horrific, as one could see how people were deformed and became ghosts under the oppression of their slave owners. Suddenly, the monster turned its head and noticed Lin Kuei and his wife. Having struck them with his whip, he told the newcomers to get to work quickly, otherwise they might anger him even more. The demon began to tell them that they must build a new beautiful island of shadows. He promised that for every effort of the masters he would personally reward them and the slaves would not need anything. Of course, no one believed this nonsense because it sounded like a fairy tale that would never come true. The system again gave the hero a choice. He could join the construction of the Island of Shadows, he could fight against the monsters, or he could escape. The choice fell on the first option because the reward was high. Looking at her husband's expression, Hong Ye knew that another bad idea had come into his head. That was true, but there was an SSS rank card at stake. So he approached the monster and said that he was right, and he agreed with him 100%. The slave owner was surprised and asked to prove it. The young man punched himself in the chest and said that he was ready to go through fire and water for the sake of the Island of Shadows. The mission was completed, the SSS rank card was received, which meant he had once again managed to cheat the reward system, and his acting was, as always, at a high level. Taking out living water and eggs created from his abilities from his inventory, the boy asked to be allowed to treat the demons with food from his own garden. It looked very appetizing, so the slave owners were tempted, but warned that if the food was poisoned, they would tear the scoundrel into small pieces. Putting on his most innocent expression, the guy said that he just wanted them to enjoy the delicious food. Hong Ye could hardly contain her laughter as Qi's acting was getting better and better. This food was infused with spiritual power that harmed the demons. So now they had clearly lost their minds, because instead of working, they ran along the beach at sunset and thought about their lost youth. At some point, the vile creatures realized that something was wrong with them, because their breathing became intermittent and tense. The sudden flow of power seemed to make their bodies burn from the inside. It overwhelmed them and could not find a way out. They realized that it was because of the food that Lin Kuei had given them. And they began to ask what he had put in their treats, because now their hearts were literally jumping out of their chests. Throwing back his cape, the young man explained that he had merely added a few secret ingredients for flavor, so if they couldn't resist them, it wasn't his problem. When the slaves realized that there was a living person in front of them, they burst into tears of happiness, because this meant that they finally had a savior. The demons liked this news much less, because they immediately decided to take the life of the impudent boy. This was the perfect time to try out his new SSS rank sword. So Lin Kuei was pleased with this turn of events. The enhancement was successful, and now he had in his hands a weapon that could destroy even the most powerful enemies. As it turned out, the sword suddenly developed the ability to speak, and a voice came out of the steel, muttering that it was very boring to be silent all the time. Lin Kuei was so dumbfounded that he didn't even immediately react to the approach of the enemies. He only came to his senses when the sword told him that he shouldn't be stupid, because he needed to use it immediately. Then the young man decided not to wait, but to act. So he activated his power and swung his renewed weapon. The magic sword was indeed very powerful. Its aura emitted such overwhelming waves that all the demons immediately recoiled to the side, not wanting to get to know this artifact better. The weapon simply sang in the hands of its owner. It called to use it and destroy the enemies with one blow, so as not to give the slightest chance for a counterattack. After a few minutes of hard work with the sword, all the demons were dead, and the people rejoiced, because they were finally free from the oppression of the enslavers. The youth declared that the tyranny of the demons had come to an end, so that the world now belonged to humanity again. And he called upon them all to create an island of shadows together. The sun was already setting over the horizon. The expedition members managed to make a fire and rest a little. But Lin Kuei still had not returned. Qing Cheng suggested going in search of him. The elder smiled in response and said that the Island of Shadows was a truly dangerous place, so most likely they would never see the guy again. The girls screamed indignantly, saying that the school elder could not say such things, since his direct responsibility was to take care of the well-being of the students. This time, the man activated his power and said that he would kidnap the girls to study their abilities thoroughly, because one was a member of the Mo family and the other was a descendant of the moon god. Now, it was absolutely clear to the friends that the elder was a traitor who had eliminated Lin Kuei just to catch them. The man said that there was no longer any need to pretend to be someone incomprehensible, so he admitted that he was an agent. Of course, the students weren't going to give up just like that. They were ready to attack. But the man said that they would never be able to defeat him, so it would be better for them to give up. These words meant nothing to them, because Mo Qingcheng and Su Tang knew very well what they were capable of. Moreover, their level of ability was the same as Yue Bukun's. Meanwhile, on the Island of Shadows, the fight with the demons continued. Now people openly rebelled and did not allow the monsters to enslave them. Lin Kuei found a passage that his wife said was emitting a strong demonic aura, so he had to be as careful as possible because the fish god was there. The guy playfully licked his lips and said that the name of this deity sounds like the name of an exotic dish. Taking Hong Ye, he jumped into the pit without hesitation, telling her that she could start preparing for the worst possible outcome. When they landed, they realized that they had entered, as if another universe, with creatures that vaguely resembled people suspended everywhere, like decorative elements. Even Hong Ye was uneasy as she fearfully asked her husband to look at the monster, which looked like an octopus and sat on a mountain of skulls. Coming closer, Lin Kuei was surprised to find that this sleeping monster was the very same fish god. The demoness listened to her own feelings and without any doubt said that this creature exuded the stone of the sage. This news pleased her husband, who decided to kill the creature and take the shard. His sword supported this idea, because it was only happy when it was put into use. The boy attacked, but he didn't apply enough force, and instead of breaking through the octopus's thick skin, he only slightly scratched it. The creature woke up, opened its huge eyes, looked around and noticed the one who disturbed its peace. The creature attacked with lightning speed. It wanted to punish the one who decided to prevent it from recovering. Our hero did not lose heart. On the contrary, he was quite optimistic, because he realized that in front of him was only a level B monster, especially since his wife was fighting side by side with him. Hearing these words, the sea creature called him ignorant and arrogant, and he preferred to punish such people with death. Hong Ye noted that the tentacles were very difficult to resist, so they had to come up with some kind of effective strategy. The answer was found by itself, or rather the system found it. The guy was offered to absorb the jade that was in his inventory. This would help him gain strength and win. Now that the young man had even more ability, he attacked the octopus so powerfully that it blinked its bulging eyes in bewilderment. And when he released magical power in addition to physical strength, his opponent screamed in horror, because he had not fought with someone who possessed such abilities for a long time. Now the octopus's claws were wounded. Some kind of mucus began to flow out of them, and this caused him severe pain. But Lin Kuei didn't know about the enemy's ability to quickly regenerate. While he was recovering, he was able to growl that now the humans had seriously angered him. Now the young man finally realized that the sage stone fragments played a significant role in restoring his body. Hong Ye confirmed this, saying that they were simply wasting his strength. Suddenly, the sword gave them some incredibly useful information, saying that the octopus's weak point was in the forehead area, which was where the stone fragments were. Lin Kuei was simply amazed that his weapon not only could talk as if it were alive, but could also see right through the enemy. The only thing that was outrageous in all this was that the sword remained silent the entire time, and did not reveal the details of the fact that it was magical, arguing that its owner simply did not ask about it. Hong Ye interrupted this argument, asking the boys not to hesitate, but to quickly attack the enemy while it was possible. Having grabbed the enemy by one of his many claws, our hero declared that his wife need not worry, because now he had everything under control, which meant that victory was just around the corner. The octopus was confused, because some boy was standing there and tugging at his tentacles as if he wanted to tear them off. Continuing to pull the tentacle towards himself with force, the boy said with a grin that he had heard information that they contained the life force of the monster. The monster panicked and said that he needed to be released immediately, because the rumors were untrue and could not be trusted. The system gave the guy a choice: Among the options were not to kill the monster, to destroy it in cold blood, or to eat it. It was not the first time that the guy thought the system was failing, because the options were extremely strange, but he decided that he needed to choose the option with the best reward. And this was the first one. So instead of killing the creature while he had the chance, the young man began to free it, deciding that he didn't want to deal with the problems in the system right now. The task was completed, the tentacle was torn off, the reward went into the guy's statistics and increased his agility rating. The part that was still in our hero's hands continued to twitch disgustingly, as if it were still alive. Meanwhile, the octopus came to his senses and rushed to attack, saying that now he would finally get even with his enemy, who had broken into his lair and disturbed the peace. But thanks to this attack, Lin Kuei had a perfect opportunity to reach the monster's weak point and strike it straight in the head. The blow was precise and strong, so that the sage's stone immediately flew out from the place the sword had spoken of. The monster instantly began to shrink in size until it turned into a very small octopus, which was unlikely to harm anyone. As the dead enemy's body landed on the ground, the youth only thought that he was one step closer to his goal of retrieving Hong Ye's physical body. What was left of the monster began to squeal and threaten, but the final blow of the sword finally squeezed the last of the life out of it. Lin Kuei's entire attention was focused only on his beloved, who was about to absorb another piece of stone and become stronger. Thanks to the stone, her soul stabilized a little. The first signs of blood awakening appeared. While she received enough strength, she had a chance to change her body. At this moment, no less interesting events were taking place on the beach. Yuebu-kun tried to prove to the two warriors that they were not worthy of being his opponents, since only a few possessed such strength as his. The girls managed to send a distress signal to their mentor, but they felt that they could no longer bear it, because the elder was indeed much stronger than them. They had an idea to grab him and try to hold him until help arrived, but they realized that this might be difficult to accomplish. They were truly scared when they realized that the man was approaching them again, and at such an incredible speed. But when the elder jumped towards the girls, he was unable to catch them, because there was no one in their place. Lin Kuei appeared at the right time. He saved his girlfriends and said menacingly that as long as he was here, the vile Yuebu-kun would not dare to lay a finger on them. Noticing that her husband was hugging the girls for too long, Hong Ye decided to appear to him and remind him that he was, in fact, bound to her by marital promises. Embarrassed, our hero quickly let go of his friends and said that he just wanted to save them, so there was no need to invent anything extra. Seeing the boy, the elder was confused because he sincerely believed that he had been destroyed by a demon long ago, and his bones had been gnawed by wild animals, but everything turned out differently. The young man disrupted all his plans and stated that he knew all the tricks and techniques that the elder could use, so now he would hardly be able to surprise him with anything. These words seriously angered the man. He said that the guy was nothing more than just an experiment that decided to encroach on his plans. So now he will call his octopus. Kuei guessed what kind of octopus they were talking about, so he did not regret taking its corpse, which he now kindly showed to the elder, who could not believe his eyes. Yuebu-kun roared and decided to use another technique. After activating the new power, horns appeared on his head and his teeth lengthened and began to resemble animal fangs. It was now absolutely clear that this man had sold his soul to his enemies, and he had to be executed as punishment for what he had done. However, the man was not afraid, but called upon all his abilities to destroy the enemies with a wave of force. It was not easy to repel this attack, because the old man summoned 100 swords, which were now trying to break through the defense put up by the guy. But he still managed to do it, which left Buchan perplexed, as he couldn't understand how the freshman knew this technique, especially considering that it wasn't in the public domain. The guy had something better than secret techniques, namely a wife who was ready to help him at any second, support him, and make him even stronger. Yuebu-kun never thought that this boy would cause him so much trouble. He realized that he had not taken the situation seriously enough, so he should be more careful from now on. Raising his sword, the man summoned even more demonic energy, causing dark magic to fill the entire area around him. But even the fusion of two swords, which the evil old man used, did not frighten our hero. He resolutely declared that he would make every effort to destroy the enemy. The girls got tired of standing on the sidelines and decided that they needed to help their friend who saved them from a terrible fate. They hit the bastard from both sides, so he simply couldn't parry all the blows no matter how strong he was. The elder himself understood perfectly well that he would not be able to defeat 3 strong opponents at once, so he decided to use a more powerful technique. Smoke began to billow around him, and then a scorching flame appeared, causing our heroes to jump back from it. The fire began to transform into something like tentacles that reached out to them and tried to grab them. Soon, Su Tang and Qing Cheng were caught in this trap and couldn't even move because their hands and feet were cuffed. The sight of the immobilized girls seemed extremely tempting to the guy, but Hong Ye reminded him that he had to immediately save them from the trap. The enemy was simply furious that his technique did not work on the boy. He could not figure out what was so special about him. Meanwhile, Lin Kuei was thinking about the choice the system gave him. He could beg for mercy, kill the enemy, or escape from the combat zone. The third option had the highest reward, so he chose it, turned to his friends and announced that he had urgent business to attend to, and it was time to leave them. The girls were shocked. They did not believe that a friend could just leave them like that. Even the elder did not understand the meaning of this crazy guy's actions. Kuei had only run a short distance when he suddenly received a notification that his agility had been increased by 15 points. But these were not all the surprises because the guy noticed that someone had arrived on the island. It was Master Tang Ling who quickly responded to the distress signal the girls sent out and rushed over to help. The students' joy and relief cannot be described in words. Now they realized that they would definitely get out of this mess. The woman quickly activated her firepower and declared that the elder was now on the Kanglin Academy's prisoner list, so it was best for him to surrender now. But the man decided that he would not follow Tang Ling's threats, so he ordered her not to interfere with him while he did his job. Meanwhile, Lin Kuei helped his friends free themselves from the magical shackles that completely restricted their movements. Tang Ling was not distracted from the battle. She was very angry because this betrayal was something personal. The entire academy trusted the elder, but he betrayed everything they believed in and fought for. The reason for the betrayal was that Yue Bukun always wanted more power. And in the academy, he was the weakest elder who was forced to do basic things. But after joining the Ming clan, he changed a lot. His ambitions were valued and trusted with important matters, even if they meant doing dirty work. After pinning her opponent down, Tang Ling shouted that he should surrender, since there was nowhere else to run. Turning his head, the elder said that there was no point in existing, but one could constantly find things that were meaningful to oneself. So he chose life and cut off his own hand that Tang Ling grabbed him by, allowing him to escape from her. The boys couldn't even imagine that the once revered elder would behave like a real rat. Opening a portal in front of him, Yue Bukun bid farewell to those who considered him an authority. He saw the hatred and contempt in their eyes, but it meant nothing to him. Finally, he uttered a mysterious phrase. The man believed that the one who would rule the world would definitely achieve unprecedented power. For some reason, these words became the last straw for the teacher. She decided to shoot him with fire, hoping that the elder would not have time to disappear into the portal, but it was useless because the scoundrel managed to escape. This was bad, because if he returned to the Ming clan, he would definitely come up with some new conspiracy. The guy became curious about why they decided to attack his friends. Su Tang said that she was a descendant of the moon's legacy, and the blood of the Mo family flows in Qing Cheng's veins. Now he realized that there were characters more interesting than him who were connected to the gods and carried the blood of the ancient dynasty. But Hong Ye said that she still considered him the best. When morning came, our heroes finally returned to the academy. The teacher said that they had done well and could now rest. But now they all needed to be more careful and be wary of the Ming clan area. Heading home, our hero told his wife that he really enjoyed receiving so many awards during the battles. Hong Ye was also happy to see a smile on her beloved's face. He only got home when it got dark, but they still waited for him and did not go to bed. Having placed all his trophies and spiritual jaspers on the table, the young man said that there were enough gifts for everyone. Lin Si was surprised that her brother had destroyed so many monsters, and the ferret was simply euphoric from how many valuables lay in front of him. Even Snowball was happy because he got a bone. Onizi was intrigued by the beautiful fabric, which was incredibly pleasant to the touch. While she was looking at it, the sword spoke and said that with the soul jade, it would become the strongest. But as it turned out, it was not a sword, but another talking object, which was clearly part of the Ghost King's treasure. Sister Kue asked if she could put all the extra stuff up for auction. She heard on TV that anyone could participate in it. The idea seemed simply wonderful to the guy, because if he could sell the items, he could make good money, and he wouldn't have to think about where to put all this junk. Even Hong Ye materialized to tell little Shi that she had come up with a great solution, and the girl was very pleased, although she tried not to show it. To make this idea a reality, we had to go to the business district of Sanglin. There were a lot of people, but our hero disguised himself well so that he would not be noticed. But his image, on the contrary, became the cause of numerous glances. An administrator immediately approached him and said that in order to participate in the auction, one had to register in advance. He asked if the guest had the appropriate document. Of course, Quay had none of these things, so he decided to play dumb, saying that he was just coming to eat. But in reality, he was trying to come up with a plan to infiltrate the auction. But all these words only angered the administrator, who began to demand that he immediately leave the premises and not interfere with his work. Hearing the noise, the director of the Kanglan Auction Center, whose name was Wu, approached our hero, who was being kicked out by the administrator, and asked what was going on. The employee reported that the person in front of them had not registered in advance, which meant that entry was strictly prohibited for him. The man chuckled and told the boy that he had to come up with something convincing. He decided that the boy didn't look like a problem, so he could let him show his wares. Lin Qi, in turn, thought that this man looked quite sincere, which meant that perhaps he could be cooperating with him. The boy rummaged through his wide sleeves and declared that he wanted to show the director something very interesting. Taking out an impressive pouch, our hero said that it was filled to the brim with low-level soul jades, so he would like to participate in the auction. The man was speechless, because for the first time in his life he saw so many C-rank soul jades. Now it became clear that the guy was not simple at all. The director said that the young man did not have to go to the auction because he himself would buy these valuables from him for 6 million yuan, a price much higher than the market price. The deal was so profitable that it would have been simply stupid to refuse it, since that kind of money could not be earned even at an auction. The guy's expression seemed too gloomy to the director, so he decided to raise the price even higher. He decided that he needed to pay even more. With a trembling voice, the gentleman offered 8 million. He hoped that now the guy would accept his offer. Our hero could not even dream of such a sum, so he became even more embarrassed. It seemed to him that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. The director decided that the guy's face had become even sadder, so he said that he offered 10 million. The administrator began to beg Quay to sell the soul jade. 10 million, this amount will allow the young man to literally bathe in money and not think about it for the next few years. Finally, the boy came to his senses, nodded his head, and said that he accepted the offer, emphasizing that he needed every penny, and he promised to give the goods only after payment. Laughing merrily, the gentleman said that there was no need to worry about that because they would immediately send him an invoice, and in the meantime, he could go inside, because now the auction was organized for him. So the guy got to the auction not as a visitor, but as a special guest, who was greeted with applause. Lin Qi, who was wearing a strange costume, said that he had brought an unusual drink for the people today, the water of a happy life. The respectable men began to be indignant about the fact that someone had let in a boy who had decided to put up a bottle of Coca-Cola as an auction item. The building manager was horrified. He had already decided that this kid was hopeless and had ruined their entire event. To prove his point, Lin Qi said he was willing to give away 1 bottle of water for free so that potential buyers could understand the value of the product. One of the men took the jar and looked at it suspiciously, while the others encouraged him, saying that he should find out what was special about it. In the end, he decided to drink it anyway. He could only hope that the liquid was not poisoned. The man immediately felt extremely strange. Emotions began to overwhelm him. It seemed to him that he was, again, a young guy studying at the academy, and next to him was a beautiful girl who was his first love. He spoke so emotionally that at some point he began to cry. His colleagues decided that he had gone crazy. But the strangest thing was that a ghostly aura emanated from him. After such a strange incident, everyone else wanted to try the drink too, and everyone's reaction was similar. The living water mentally transported them to a time when they were truly happy. Some kind of chaotic force was seething in their stomachs, and it seemed to the men that it was about to burst out. Lin Qi smiled awkwardly and said that he forgot to tell you one important detail. If a person's body is weak, water can cause severe stomach cramps. The men's reaction became excellent advertising. So there were plenty of people willing to buy the water. Journalists felt that they were witnessing an event that could become iconic, so they immediately began filming everything on camera. The young businessman immediately turned everything in a way that was beneficial for him, so he said that everyone would get their bottle as soon as they paid for it by scanning the code. With all eyes on Qi, the boy decided to introduce another item to the public, namely the very same treasure of the Demon King. At this moment, the broadcast was cut off. Lin Qi, who was closely watching the process, was indignant because she was deprived of the opportunity to control everything. Onizi suggested that it might be because some inappropriate content was shown. Xiao Huang suggested that their dear Lin Kuei was involved. The auction ended, and the happy guy discussed with his wife that despite the broadcast being interrupted, they were able to earn 10 million yuan. Extending his hand to Hongye, the boy showed her the beautiful bracelet he had bought for her when she was distracted at the auction. She was so surprised by this act, because even in life the girl had never met men who would give gifts just like that. For the fact that she exists. While our hero was fastening the clasp of the bracelet, his wife said with trepidation that she really liked this gift and was grateful for it. Pulling the girl closer, Ki looked into her beautiful eyes and, blushing a little, said that he would definitely find a way to return her physical body, because he wanted to be able to hug her. The events take us to the headquarters of the Ming clan, where things were extremely unsettled. Yuebu-kun reported to the clan leader that he had failed to obtain the blood of the Mo family and the Moon clan, and with a pitiful, trembling voice the man asked for forgiveness. However, his master was not particularly kind, so he activated his overwhelming power and said that forgiveness was a waste of time. A huge, ghostly hand grabbed the former elder and began to cause him unbearable pain. The old man began to beg for mercy and say that it was all Lin Kuei's fault, since it was because of him that he had failed. So now he had a plan of action in mind. Taking pity on him, the master said that he would give him another chance because Bukyun had been working for him undercover for a very long time, so he was willing to listen to his ideas. After catching his breath, the man stated that he was using the man from the academy to prepare for further espionage. If it didn't work, he was ready to pay with his life. Smiling slyly, the boss said that he was looking forward to his subordinate's success. It was already deep into the night, but not everyone in the Yang family mansion had gone to bed. Yang Xiao trained hard. He did barbell exercises, squatting 562 times already. He exhausted himself to the point that the barbell fell from his hands and his legs gave way. But he told himself that he had to keep training, otherwise he would not be able to surpass Lin Kuei. Trying to push these thoughts aside, the blonde repeated that his enemy was just a nobody, and if he managed to rise from the bottom, it was just luck. At that moment, Elder Buchan appeared to him. The guy jumped up because he immediately felt someone's presence. The blonde recognized this unexpected guest as the one the academy was looking for. He asked why the old man had come, and also warned him that he would not step into the same river twice. But the man asked the boy not to be nervous, because he was here to help. As it turned out, the Dark Lord appreciated his potential and wanted to reward Yang Xiao with the power of darkness. After saying these words, he materialized in his hand the Night Devil Soul Jade, which had previously belonged to a powerful ancient demon. With its help, one could kill anyone. This offer tempted the boy to get the jade. He was ready to join the demons, and all this in order to kill his sworn enemy. Having hidden the spiritual jasper, the elder said that in order to become its owner, one must complete one task, namely, deal with the old man. When Yang Xiao heard that she had to kill her own grandfather, he was horrified, because it was the worst thing she could be asked to do. The old man raised him and taught him everything he knows. Yuebukun laughed evilly and asked if the task was too difficult for the boy. But Yang Xiao didn't think so, because he had a real chance to kill Lin Kuei. So the blonde decided not to put off until tomorrow what could be done today. Looking at the sick old man, who was peacefully living out his years, the guy thought only about how he was forced, but he didn't have to be persuaded for long because he put revenge first. Opening his eyes, the grandfather looked at his grandson and asked why he had come at such a late hour. The boy said that he just wanted to visit him, after which he picked up his dagger and decided that he needed to do everything with his own hands, because he always respected his grandfather. When the elderly man realized what his grandson was going to do, he screamed in horror, because he never imagined that he would be killed in his own bed, and that it would be done by his own family. A sharp blow to the chest, a dying cry, a last breath, and the old man's soul left his body. Yang Xiao sat on his knees by his bed and still could not realize that he had actually completed this task. Before the grandfather's body had time to cool down, an elder appeared in the room and said that the young man was now definitely worthy of the night demon's soul jade. As soon as the object was in the guy's hands, the power immediately began to overflow his body. He had never felt such powerful energy. It seemed that now the sea was knee-deep for him. But there was one nuance. The power took away the guy's attractive appearance. His fangs lengthened, and his eyes began to resemble two bottomless abysses. Yuebukun chuckled and said that many people couldn't withstand this power, so he was very curious to see if Yang Xiao could handle it. An unprecedented beast was bursting out of the boy's very guts. He screamed in pain, but understood that he had to endure this torment if he wanted to defeat his sworn enemy. The old man watched what was happening in surprise. He couldn't believe that this guy had combined the power of Jade and his own abilities. It was clear that he had been underestimated. The young man's body transformed, and dark wings appeared behind his back. He triumphantly proclaimed that now the power overwhelmed him because it had reached its limit. The elder said that Xiao's condition was currently unstable, so it was impossible to go into battle right away. It was best to go to the boss right now, but the blonde didn't think so. He jumped out the window and flew up. He couldn't wait to use his power, using it against the hated Lin Ke. In our hero's house too, they were not yet asleep. But joy reigned there, and not death and devastation. This night was special because the guy had gifts for his loved ones. Everyone was just happy and eagerly unpacked the bright boxes. Xiao Huang had never received gifts before, so he was delighted that Kuei had earned a lot of money and decided to spoil them. Onizi received a salary that fully paid for her efforts. Seeing that everyone was being given gifts, Snowball also began to ask for some kind of surprise. But there was no need to ask because our hero bought a small present for him too. It was juicy meat in a fragrant gravy. The general joy was broken at that moment when a dark, sinister aura began to emerge from behind the door, which clearly belonged to some kind of bloodthirsty monster. Hong Ye felt it at the same time as her husband. She said that they should be careful. The guy nodded and said that he also felt a demonic aura. Suddenly, the door swung open, causing black smoke to enter the house, which had a strong putrid smell. Then, a winged demon flew into the house, shouting that the last day had come for his enemy, so Kuei could prepare for a cruel death. Our hero attacked so suddenly that the blonde didn't even have time to react before the guy's foot had already slammed into his once handsome face. The impact was so strong that Yang Xiao flew out the door and all his fog dissipated. It was even unexpected that such a strong demon turned out to be a weakling. Finally, Ku realized that in front of him was none other than his main enemy, who now looked completely unwell and seemed to have turned into a real monster. Summoning his newfound inner beast, Yang Xiao ordered the boy to shut up immediately, as he was now heading straight to hell. After these words, he attacked. His cruelty and anger knew no bounds, but his opponent managed to defend himself from this attack and did not allow himself to be harmed. Hong Ye asked her husband to be as careful as possible, because looking at the enemy's indicators, she guessed that he had the Night Demon Soul Jade. He could not be underestimated. As if to prove these words, Yang Xiao activated his power and summoned the Wolf King that now resided within him. But when this demonic creature attacked Kuei, he quickly reacted and repelled the attack, saying that no vile creatures would dare scratch him with their claws. The system once again provided a choice. Our hero could kill the enemy, torture him, or show mercy. The highest reward was for torture, so he didn't have to think long. The young man was happy to offer his opponent a game. He was ready to torture this guy just like that. But doing it for a reward was much more pleasant. He covered Yang Xiao's eyes with bandages and began to jump and spin, causing the enemy to spin like a top. When the blonde's vestibular system began to fail, the boy decided to finish him off by hitting him on the head with a frying pan as hard as he could. At this moment, Lin Shi ran out of the house thinking that her brother had decided to play and wanted to join him. The little girl activated her power and summoned a spirit beast, which quickly ceased to be her teddy bear and became an imposing monster. The bear immediately rushed towards Yang Xiao and sat right on him, pressing him to the ground with its impressive weight. Even Lin Ke felt that his sister's spirit beast had behaved very ferociously. Although the youth had not yet completed the system's task, he thought that it would not be a bad idea to join forces. The blonde was pinned to the ground and had no way to move. He asked to let him go, because the enemy was not acting alone, which meant the battle was unfair. Coming close, but not close enough for Xiao to touch him, Kei began to say that attacking so suddenly was also unfair, although then he decided that he still wanted to fight the bastard one-on-one. Onizi came out onto the street, happily running to the scene with a huge pile of garbage and shouting that now was the time to take it out. Of course, she placed the huge container right on the spot where the beaten enemy lay. Xiao Huang ran after her, outraged that he was not invited to have fun. The guy looked at this and thought only about the fact that he lived in the same house with crazy people. The ferret swung his tail and used his secret technique called fragrant mist. As you might guess, the stench was so bad that it was hard for everyone to breathe. Yang Xiao, who barely managed to lift the trash can, realized that he was very scared of the Lin family. He had never seen so many freaks in one house. The smell of the ferret had an interesting property. For everyone, it smelled differently, acquiring notes of what would bring the person the greatest moral suffering. For the blonde, it was the smell of home. While Yang Xiao was crying over the memories that came flooding back, Lin Ke told the ferret that he had never thought that he possessed such an interesting power. While the guys were having a nice conversation, their enemy decided to take advantage of the moment and escape. He was noticed in time, so his insidious plan failed. Our hero waved his whip and declared that the guests should not run away because they had only just started the game. The thing is that Kuei had not yet completed the system's task, which meant that the torture must continue. Yang Xiao cried like a little child, screaming that if he had known that he would end up in a family of real demons, he would never have acted so rashly. Meanwhile, Yuebu-kun was approaching the house. Hearing the sounds of a fight, he thought that his ward was winning, because the blonde had combined the soul jade and his abilities. He didn't even imagine that it was exactly the opposite. His cute young killer Yang Xiao was being tortured by the entire Lin family. When the elder saw this picture of torture, he felt uneasy. He, a man who easily killed other people, could not watch this. Finally, the system's task was completed and the young man received his reward. Now he had 20 fragments of the new ability. The elder couldn't stand to see the torment of the one who had the night demon's soul jade spent on him, so he intervened and tried to save him. Bukan rose into the air and said that he and Lin Kuei would see each other again very soon, but the guy only shrugged and said that two traitors would never defeat him. These words made Yang Xiao very angry. He shouted that he would eat the enemy, drink his blood, and finally be freed from the hatred that was eating away at him from within. Looking at what was happening to the blonde, the elder realized that, although he had become stronger, his physical abilities were still weak, which meant that he might die if he continued. Hong Ye appeared to her husband and said that the enemy's power had awakened again and was continuing to grow, and she offered to deal with him here and now. But Yue Bukin wasn't going to allow another fight. He grabbed the boy, opened a portal, and started to run away. Xiao begged to let him go so that he could finish off Kuei, but no one listened to him. Our hero rushed after the demons, hoping to block their path and kill them before they reached the abode of their master. But he didn't manage to do it. The elder and the now former student slipped away into the portal, leaving no trace behind. Irritatedly thinking that he wouldn't be so kind next time, the boy began calling Tang Ling, because the situation was serious enough that he needed to inform the mentor. The next morning, the boys tried to tidy up the house, although Onisi did most of the work, while the rest either rested or fooled around. A notification from the academy arrived on Lin Kuei's phone, informing him that Elder Yang Guang was dead. The murderer was his grandson, and there was now a bounty on his head. The guy immediately found a connection in this, especially since Yang Xiao could really kill his grandfather to gain strength. People like him had to be killed as early as possible so that they would not become stronger. While the boy was carefully reading the messages, his sword spoke, saying that it had finally absorbed enough soul jade. Blinding its owner with a bright light, the weapon announced that it was about to evolve right now. From the sphere of purple light, something resembling the silhouette of a human body with wings began to emerge. As it turned out, the magic sword finally acquired a human form and spirit. While the guy was discontentedly indignant about the fact that in addition to the ferret, now the sword had also become a human, Lin Shi was simply delighted, because she could become an older sister for this little girl. The others approached the strange girl, and they were all surprised at how tiny their new acquaintance was. When this miniature fairy ignored the ferret, he harbored a grudge against her and decided to deal with her a little later. Hong Ye laughed and said the obvious thing. Now that her husband had a whole house of little sisters, Lin Kuei was already beginning to feel the burden of responsibility. The introduction to the new family member was interrupted by a phone call. Tang Ling for some reason decided to call her student. The woman said that the city would hold drills to boost morale and make students feel safe in the wake of Yang Xiao's betrayal. Of course, she wanted Kuei to participate in this. The guy had to create his own team of 3 people to fight with the other guys from the academy. The boy decided to find out who would be on his team, but Tang Ling only laughed mysteriously and said that he would find out about it in due time. Soon the young man was already at the competition and listening to the welcoming speeches of the host, who wanted to attract the attention of the public. The fair-haired man said that they were planning to send student teams to other cities soon, but first they needed to improve their physical and mental performance. Then the stadium erupted in applause as it was time to welcome the 2 groups into the first round of the competition. Hongfang Academy was represented by 2 guys and a combative red-haired girl, whose gaze indicated that she was not going to spare her opponents. Kanglin School was represented by Lin Qi, Xiang Qiang, and Qin Feng, and the boys were not very happy that their teacher was putting their lives in danger again. When Qin Feng tried to stand up for the woman, the other team members called him bald and asked him to shut up. He did not fulfill this request, and a fight broke out between the guys. Mo Ching-cheng was surprised that they started fighting before the competition began. Su Tang said that this was normal. The opposing team decided to take advantage of the opportunity and launch a surprise attack. Thinking that they could win the first round this way, our heroes decided that this was a great opportunity to have some fun and get some exercise. Activating their power, the boys instantly pushed their enemies back. It seemed like they had put in minimal effort to do so. The satisfied guys said that this was their old trick, which worked like a charm and helped fool the weaklings from another academy. The spectators were delighted. The host of the competition said that the Kanglin team demonstrated its strength and definitely deserved to win. The boys' next opponents were representatives from the Chengyan Academy, who were determined not to fall for the tricks of Lin Kuei and his friends. But now our hero was in the mood to use completely different tricks, so he decided to use his magic sword. The little fairy answered the call and immediately appeared, asking who needed to be defeated. She was simply happy that she was finally called. The opponents were shocked that their opponent was able to summon someone to fight them in his name. Someone began to shout that the fairy was small, and child labor is prohibited. The boy waved his hands and said that as everyone knew, a spirit was not a substitute for a player, so he had not broken any rules. Throwing aside the sword, the fairy said that if her master's enemies were afraid, she could fight them with her bare hands. The men decided that in front of them was just a small artifact that appeared from the sword. So they decided that they would have no problem dealing with the fairy. The little girl just grinned and said that her opponents were wrong to think that they could underestimate her. So now she was going to teach them a lesson. The fairy was so fast and agile that the enemies simply did not have time to react. So they were unable to parry any of her attacks. Even Lin Qi didn't expect such strength and power, so he was very surprised when he saw the results of his new little sister's attack. Victory was theirs, so it was time to meet the next opponents from another academy. The guys didn't expect to see such warlike girls. They were even a little confused. But this state quickly passed, and our heroes were able to deal with these self-confident girls, who decided that they had won as soon as they entered the ring. Little Sai closely followed the progress of the battle. She did not leave the TV and even supported her brother from a distance. The whole family gathered around the screen, and everyone admired how Lin Kuei was able to approach each of his opponents and win. The guys were very inspired by their victories. They were ready to fight with anyone and were confident that they would come out of any trouble with their heads held high. From the faces of the spectators sitting in the stands, one could tell that they were very surprised by what they saw. Another squad from Kanglin Academy proudly stepped forward, raising the morale of the rest of the boys. Su Tang chuckled and told her friend that Lin Kuei was able to kindle the boys' desire to fight with just a few words. And that was the charm of the guy. From the very top of the stands, a girl with pink hair watched the progress of the battle closely. It was Kanya, who silently said to herself that she and Lin Kuei would finally see each other again. The sun was already setting behind the horizon, but the competition was still going on. Finally, the host was able to announce the winner, which of course was the team from the Kanglin Academy. Lin Kuei, with feigned tears in his eyes, began to thank everyone who had somehow contributed to their victory. The speech was so long and saccharine that the defeated participants could not find a place for themselves due to irritation. Kuei was, to put it mildly, not very pleased with the gifts. He had some kind of honorary banner in his hands and only 500 yen. His friends shrugged their shoulders and agreed that the main thing was participation. It is expected that now the guy has even more fans. Needless to say that his wife did not like it very much. Xiang Qian was less fortunate. The beauties did not pay attention to him. But Qin Feng was not interested in anyone's attention at all. In his head, there was only training and competitions. However, when a pretty girl approached him and said that she really liked him, the boy offered to exchange phone numbers with her. Meanwhile, Lin Kuei was constantly being asked whether he had a girlfriend, and everyone wanted to get his phone number and chat informally. Laughing loudly, the guy said that he had never had a girlfriend. These words caused a storm of negative emotions in Hong Ye. Then the beauties realized that the path was open, and each one could have a chance to win the heart of such a guy. Suddenly, the crowd of fans was pushed apart by some stranger who really wanted to talk to our hero. It was Kanya, who immediately threw herself into the arms of her acquaintance, which confused him. The fans were simply outraged by such blatant arrogance and impudence of the girl. Su Tang and Mo Ching-cheng curiously asked who she was. When Sung Xiang realized that it was not him that Kanya hugged, he burst into tears. Hong Ye understood his feelings because she was also against her beloved being hugged by someone else. Having pushed the girl away from him, our hero asked how she was doing. He wanted to distract her, because he didn't think that she would show such enthusiasm. For this, he would have to justify himself to his wife. Looking innocently at her friend, Kanya said that living was completely safe, so she decided to come visit, since she had nothing better to do. Qin also greeted the girl, but she was much colder with him than with Kuei. She only said that she was glad to see the guy as energetic, but when Xiangqiang approached her, she didn't even remember who it was. So she didn't appreciate his friendly and slightly persistent behavior. It was such a strong blow for him that all his dreams of a future together with a beautiful girl began to crumble right before his eyes. In despair, he fell to his knees and began to cry about how there would be no more love in his life. Qin began to console him, saying that he would not be alone forever. But instead of gratitude, Feng received a kick for being too straightforward and not being able to support at all. Mo Qingqing was also furious. She just couldn't accept that some unknown girl would run up to Kuei and allow herself to hug him. Her friend had never seen her so angry, and the female fans, judging by their looks, were ready to tear Kanya apart. But for now, they simply asked who she was to the young man and why they were so close. Instead, Kanya answered, saying that she was the boy's sister and that they were so close that no one could claim anything like that. While our hero was thinking about his reputation being ruined, he felt inexplicably cold. The thing was that Hong Ye's strength was bursting out from anger. The next morning, the boy woke up from the bright rays of the sun that were breaking through the unclosed curtains. Before he could even wash himself, the doorbell rang. It was Kanya, who decided to bring breakfast. The guy was not happy, because now there was a huge misunderstanding between him and Hong Ye. But the family was not happy that guests had come to visit them. So the boy thought that this meal could be his last. As if nothing had happened, the girl sat down at the table and said that she had already had breakfast, so nothing would happen. Ferret came up to her and told her not to hope to please them by feeding her breakfast. But Xiao Huang only thought so until Kanya took out the gifts. Now he thought she was cute and very beautiful. Onizi and Lin Shi were absolutely furious that the ferret had so quickly defected to their enemy's side. Sister Kuei stepped forward and said that Kanya couldn't get her brother that easily, especially since he already had a girlfriend. These words hit the young lady hard. She realized that she could have been mistaken in considering the young man an ideal match. It was at this moment that Hong Ye appeared, walking down the stairs in a gorgeous dress, putting on a welcoming smile, and asked if it was Kuei's friend in front of her. The girl was simply speechless when she saw such a beautiful blonde with a charming figure. When Lin Kuei saw his wife materialize, he realized that she was so angry that she was ready to spend the rest of her strength. Extending her hand to Kanya, Hong Ye said that she was the guy's fiancée, and they had already signed a contract. The guest extended her hand in response and was confused by what she heard. The girl immediately became embarrassed. She remembered that just yesterday the guy said that he was free, and now she saw his charming bride in front of her. Kanya said that she was Lin Kuei's friend. Hong Ye said that her future husband's friends were her friends too, but asked him to warn her about future visits to their house. No one saw, but behind her back she squeezed her hand on Kuei's back so hard that he could barely hold back a plaintive squeak. With a smug smile, Lin Shi said that her brother was very happy with his fiancée, so Kanya didn't have to make any claims. Although the girl's heart was broken, she approached Hong Ye and said that she didn't want any misunderstandings to arise between them, because Kuei was like a brother to her, and if the bride was satisfied with these words, then little Shi was not. She was simply furious, because no one could call themselves Kuei's sister as long as she and Lin Hud existed. The girl ran to Kanya with her fist to make it clear to her once and for all that her brother already had a sister and they didn't need anyone else in the family. When Onizi and Ferret tried to stop her, she activated her magic power and in a suppressive voice ordered them to leave her alone and stay out of their way. The couple began to run away in horror, because if Lin Shi was going to fight and hurt someone, they wanted to be away from all this chaos. Our hero was completely confused. Before he was angry and tried to keep everything under his control, but now that he became completely devoted to his family, they were twisting his ropes. While Hong Ye laughed and called this chaos a family idol, Kanya was shocked by how terrible the guy's family was. She assumed that his life was extremely difficult. The guy was distracted from this whole nightmare by the sound of a notification that came to his phone. It was his sister Hood asking if he would be free tomorrow, as she had some business with him. The message from his sister made him remember the old days and feel a pang of nostalgia. He remembered their family hearth very well, those good times they spent together with his mother and father, who once took him into their family. Lin Hud also missed those times. Despite all her seriousness, she wanted to become that ordinary carefree child even for a moment. She recalled with a smile on her face how little she always forced Kuei to catch butterflies with her, so she had to worry about them falling. And when they did fall, she indignantly ran to help them, saying that if they had listened to her, this would not have happened. And when little Sai wouldn't stop crying because her scraped knees hurt, Hood always brought her candy. The parents watched their children and were happy that they were growing up and learning to take care of each other. But then the war with the demons began. The father was wounded, so the mother had to carry him on her shoulders because they needed to return to the children and protect Kanglin. Hearing these words, the man came to his senses and began to say that they must cleanse the city of demonic infection. But things didn't turn out as he planned, because one powerful monster managed to wound him so much that death was approaching with incredible speed. Tang Ling, who was just a subordinate at the time, screamed as she was unable to save her captain. Some events were inevitable, sadly, but some people experienced the death of loved ones at a very early age. All the care for the family fell on the shoulders of Lin Hud, who was still a child herself, but clearly decided that she would protect her younger brother and sister. The girl grew up, became strong, independent, and respected. But in her soul, she was still that child who missed her parents and could not accept this loss. Noticing tears in his sister's eyes, our hero wondered whether the memories had really touched this Iron Lady so deeply. And although she said that she was fine, her sad eyes spoke more eloquently than words. Lin Kuo took his sister's hand and was ready to go with her wherever she wanted, because he trusted her more than anyone else. When the girl took his hand, he became shy and blushed. She asked what was the matter, because in childhood this was normal. The guy answered that they had already grown up. Looking closely at her brother, Hood said that after the bloody night he had matured considerably, and now she believed that it was time to tell who he was. Hood knew that her brother thought he was adopted. She revealed the details that his father brought him from the land of ghosts. The Lin family could not part with him, so his parents decided to raise him as their own. Turning to the guy, she once again reminded him that she and Lin Si would never abandon him and would always love him, no matter what happened. Kuei in turn promised to become as strong as their father in order to protect the two beautiful sisters and the entire city of Kanglin. These words made the girl hug her brother tightly and say that she would support him in all his endeavors, would be there to support and help. After this warm family conversation, they flew by helicopter to Qingyun City to carry out a mission there. The pilot reported that there were many demons on the ground, which were divided into groups, and he ordered the passengers to put on their parachutes and get ready. When the guys saw what the city had turned into, they were simply shocked, because in front of them, there were only ruins. Sheng Qiao noticed with disgust that the ground was simply giving off a terrible putrid smell. This was one of the signs that demons were close. Qin Feng was glad that there would soon be a battle, but Lin Kuo saw in all this an excellent opportunity to make money, because the academy paid well for killing the fiends of hell. In order to keep up with his brave friends, Xiang Qiang decided to show how to jump from a parachute, and did it first. He wanted to attract Kanya's attention at all costs, but she didn't pay attention to anything because she was worried about the fact that she had never jumped before, and asked Qing Cheng to help her. The Mo family representative had also never jumped with a parachute, so she turned to Qi for help, asking him to take her with him. Our hero did not see anything strange in this request. So, like a true gentleman, he said that he would help his girlfriends who trusted his strong male shoulder. So he took responsibility for their lives and helped them make the first jump, which they would remember for many years. Since Kuei was with two girls, he was pulled down more strongly. So he told his comrades that he would open the parachute first. Xiang Chang was outraged that he took two girls. He didn't care about all the indignation. He did what he had to, and thanks to this, everyone landed safely. While our hero was bowing to the ladies, his friend could barely contain his anger because he didn't like the fact that Kanya was reaching out to Kuei and not paying any attention to him at all. But all these love dramas were distracted by a strange smell. It came from the green liquid that the young man was unlucky enough to step into. While Kuei was wondering what kind of ghost slime had stained him, Kanya asked him in surprise to look where she was pointing, and she pointed to the huge ghostly insects, which did not hesitate for a second and were already advancing on them. While Xiang Qiang was worried about how their bites would cause him to swell up terribly, Qin Feng was already ready to pierce them with his spear. The girls immediately attacked them. Qing Cheng used ice magic, and Kanya sped up time so that the insects would freeze faster. Lin Ke also did not stand still. He managed to pierce the bodies of some monsters with a sudden attack. But these creatures weren't going to give up either. They started to splash out that same viscous green slime that stank so much that you wanted to run. When this disgusting substance landed on Qing Cheng, she almost passed out from disgust. The sight was impressive, because the liquid wet all the girls' seductive curves. So the guys involuntarily stared at her. What can we say about the guys? If even Kanya couldn't take her eyes off her, only Feng was in his right mind, so he reminded them that they needed to save the people who lived in the city. To bring her husband to his senses, Hong Ye materialized and kicked him in the head with all her might to throw out the unnecessary thoughts from it. Rubbing the sore spot, the boy almost cried. His wife was a real tyrant because she didn't even let him look at the beauty that surrounded him. But now was not the time to think about such trifles, because the priority was to destroy the huge demonic insects. Our hero could not understand why there were so many of them. Xiang Qiang said that according to the information received, there were simply a lot of them in the city. The reasons for their appearance were not announced. To cheer himself up, Qiang began to say that although there were many insects, they were all small things because they were doing a great job. But a second later, the guy wanted to take his words back. Now they were faced with a huge spider, which was several times larger than all the other demons. The spider was so terrifying that everyone who looked at it caught their breath and their soul sank into their heels. But our hero did not lose his head. He activated the power and realized that in this position he could dodge any attack. It was a mistake to think so, because the demon managed to hit him with one of his sharp paws, so hard that all the air left the boy's lungs. Kanya realized that they had to fight, so she told the guys to leave and she would take the demon on herself. She fearlessly stepped forward and activated her power, which helped her slow down time and make the spider slower and more vulnerable. The rest of the team didn't stand aside either. When they realized they had extra seconds, they immediately attacked with all their strongest moves. This all had its effect, so that after a few minutes of intense struggle, the spider fell dead and no longer moved any of its legs. Just when they were starting to enjoy their triumph, Hong Ye fearfully told her husband that there was something wrong with this creature, so they had to get out of here immediately. The creature's body actually began to behave strangely. It cracked and emitted a strong stench. Then something happened that no one expected. The spider's body exploded and other monsters began to fly out, this time winged. Now the heroes became truly scared, because they had never encountered anything like this before. Qinfeng assumed that it was a giant fly, but Qing Cheng said that it was a human skin, a parasite that controlled the movements of its victims. Noticing that the creature began to randomly spray its slime, the guys assumed that it was calling its own kind, so it was necessary to get out of here. But it was already too late, because all these mutant flies had already arrived here, so the only way to save yourself was to fight off their attack. The only problem was that there were too many insects, and if they started to parasitize, then it would be the end for all people. Hugging her husband's shoulders, Hong Ye quietly whispered that they were in a lot of trouble, because judging by their characteristics, their boss was a very dangerous creature. According to the demoness, they were at risk of encountering one of the 8 ghost kings, who was called the ghost of the demonic fly. The boy wanted to cry at the mention of another demon king, and all he could do was hope that this time he would receive the sage's stone. The flies surrounded the friends and Xiang Qiang asked in confusion what they should do, to which Kuei replied that they had only one way out. Either they fight or die. Help came from an unexpected place. Suddenly a car appeared on the street, in the back of which sat a man with a gun. With the help of a firearm, he destroyed many flies. After that, he smiled, lit a cigarette, and greeted the youth kindly, the man acting as if he hadn't just dealt with a dozen demons. The boys looked at the old man in surprise and couldn't understand where he came from, because they had been warned that there was not a soul in the city. The flies were getting closer again, so the man started shooting at them, saying that there was no time for explanations. They had to quickly jump into the car and drive away. The guy decided to trust this stranger because they didn't know the whole situation, and just continuing to fight when the enemies were becoming more and more numerous with each passing second was just stupid. In the evening, they arrived at a place that could well be called both a shelter and an arsenal of weapons. On the walls of this shelter hung hundreds of different rifles, which had clearly been used more than once. The man was simply happy that guests had finally dropped by to visit him, because he hadn't met people for so long that he had already become a little wild. The girls sat down on the sofa and thanked him for saving them, and they also became interested in whether the man lived alone or whether there were other survivors. But there was only him. The survivor said that 6 months ago, Qingyun was attacked by insects, because of which all the people either died or mutated under the influence of these monsters. His family also died. The man was heartbroken, but then he discovered that he had an unusual ability that allowed him to bless bullets with spiritual power, so he survived. Now this unfortunate man had only his faithful dog, and his only goal was to kill as many insects as possible, which would comfort the dead and help rebuild the city. There was another man in front of the guy with his own sad story, so he wanted to help him save what was left of the city. While everyone was pondering what they had heard, Ching Chung screamed loudly, and everyone turned around to see that there was a huge cockroach sitting on her. Kanya jumped up from her seat and began to furiously trample the insects she was so afraid of. The man laughed loudly and said that there was nothing to be afraid of, because these armored cicadas were just pawns of the ghost cockroach. They could be easily killed. The boys' faces reflected confusion. It became clear that they didn't know what kind of monster they were talking about. Hong Ye said that there was no reason to laugh, because the ghost cockroach was also one of the 8 demon kings. Now it became clear that there were 2 kings in the city. The guy was distracted from his mental conversation with his wife by Ching Chung's sob, who was so afraid of the cockroach that she literally froze in place and couldn't even move. The system gave the guy a choice. He could ignore the girl, kill the cockroach, or eat it to prove his strength. Funny, but for the latter option you could get an S-level skill. This was too much, but our hero wanted to raise his level so much that he was ready for even such madness. In front of everyone, he ate this little monster, causing a general shock that could be felt even without looking at his friends. The girls could barely hold back their urge to vomit. But Xiangqiang couldn't hold back anything, because he had never seen anything more disgusting, and Qin Feng was simply delighted, because Kuei looked so fierce. Laughing awkwardly, the man said that if the boy was hungry, he could have said so, because there was plenty of food in the shelter, so there was no need to eat cockroaches. The guy managed to cheat the system again. He didn't swallow the cockroach, but still got a new skill that will help him reach unprecedented heights. When the hero saw that the system had awarded him the ability to communicate with cockroaches, he thought that he had been deceived, because it sounded like mockery. He decided to just forget about what he had to do, because perhaps this skill had a simply fantastic effect. It was true, because now the boy could hear the cockroaches talking about running. They were afraid that people might eat them all. Everything was so strange that the young man bent down to look at those he had heard, but the insects were afraid that he would want to eat them. The guy looked angrily at the 2 little cockroaches who were begging him for mercy, and grinned, because they clearly did not want to die. After some thought, he decided that he should take advantage of these cockroaches and turn the situation to his advantage. His wife appeared to him and suggested that he could take advantage of the fact that the cockroach king was in a terrible relationship with the leader of the flies. Delighted by the useful information, the young man said that his wife, as always, suggested the ideal solution to the problem. So, bending down, our hero said that the cockroaches had only 2 options. They could either be eaten or take him to the leader. The choice fell on the second offer. His attempt to negotiate with the cockroaches was closely watched by his friends, who began to suspect that he had already gone crazy since he was trying to talk to insects. While stroking the dog, the man thought that some very strange people had snuck into his hiding place, but that was their specialty. After grabbing the 2 unfortunate cockroaches, Lin Kuei mysteriously said that he would be back soon. No one even suspected what he was going to do. Friends found the boy's behavior so strange that they suggested that by eating a cockroach, he too could become a monster. Ignoring the guys, our hero went to the cockroach territory, which was in the city of Qingyun. The guy was surprised that the insect base was so large, but meager. He imagined everything completely differently. As soon as the insects noticed a person on their territory, they immediately began to shout that there was an intruder on the spot. They did not understand why their relatives had dragged this boy along, but a couple of prisoners ordered everyone to be quiet, because they had to take this man to the boss. Otherwise, they would all be finished. No one listened to them, and they were also called traitors who deserved to die. The cockroaches decided to deal with Lin Kuei on their own, because he was not worth a minute of their boss's time. Our hero began to say that the cockroaches did not respect the lives of their fellow creatures at all, which made them dishonest and low creatures. Suddenly, a female voice came from some hole in the ground, ordering them not to make noise and not to disturb her sleep. This made the cockroaches run around in place, and with fear in their eyes, they said that everyone should shut up so as not to wake up the leader. A hand appeared from under the pile of rubbish. The whole pile began to move, and it seemed as if it had come to life. A little girl fell out of there, with cockroach antennae visible on her head. Everything indicated that it was she. They were afraid to wake up. She wanted to get to her feet, but she got tangled up in the trash and began to roll down, loudly shouting curses. Her downward fall was only stopped when she hit Key's leg, at which point her subordinates began running towards her. When the little girl got to her feet, the guy asked with disbelief in his voice if she really was the same ghost cockroach who was one of the demonic kings of the underworld. The girl was clearly offended by the distrustful tone, so she threatened to stop looking at her as if she were a child and not a demon. Laughing loudly, the young man said that the cockroach boss was so small that he was afraid of crushing her. The daring words were the last straw, So the demoness activated her magical power to show what she was capable of. The force helped her gain her full form, so that now she looked not like a child, but like a teenager. But it didn't help. The guy still thought she was too cute. He didn't even know how to fight such a demonic queen. The little girl tried to attack, but Kuei didn't even have to activate her power to stop her. Hongye asked the guy to be careful because this creature was very strong, and soon it proved its strength, hitting the guy in the jaw so hard that he flew back several meters and almost lost consciousness. While in flight, the boy thought only about how he was once again suffering because he underestimated his opponents. The little girl flew up to her opponent and asked if he regretted his words. He replied that in fact he came to make friends, after which he handed over a jar of living water. While she was drinking the contents of the can, the boy was only thinking about the fact that this girl was an A rank, which meant that she could easily kill him. She finally finished drinking and, like a true cockroach, left behind trash, throwing the can right onto the asphalt. A second later, she realized that the drink was unusual, because her body began to behave strangely. She was thrown into heat and cold, and the power inside seemed to have gone crazy. The other cockroaches were intrigued by what the lady who was in a state of real euphoria had drunk, and they also wanted to try the drink. Oh, the creatures seemed to have grown wings that could take them straight to paradise. They felt some kind of inexplicable divine power. The cockroaches, who were just watching this, decided that their relatives were just pretending, and they were also interested in trying. Suddenly, a demoness jumped up to the guy and began to beg him for a second can of the drink, because one was critically not enough for her. As the boy thought about it, he realized that the ghost cockroach was actually a gourmet. So he thought about how he could use this to turn the situation to his advantage. Our hero said that he could provide an unlimited amount of the drink, but in exchange for this, he asked for help in eliminating the ghost fly. The demoness said that she was loyal to the Mingyuan clan only in words, and that she and the ghost fly had been long-standing enemies, so she did not mind fighting with him and accepted these conditions. Joyfully giving the girl several cans of the drink, the boy said that he was happy to have found such a strong ally. She and her subordinates were happy for another reason, namely, that they now had a huge amount of this heavenly drink. Meanwhile, the flies had somehow found their way to the surviving man's base, and now he had to burn them with napalm to stop them, even for a short while. None of the boys were happy with the company of the nasty insects, so they all wanted to get rid of them as quickly as possible. Even though Xiangqiang was very afraid of them, he still continued to attack because he couldn't abandon his friends. Just at this moment, Lin Ke returned, bringing reinforcements in the form of hundreds of thousands of cockroaches who now fought by his side. Of course, his friends' first reaction was fear, because they didn't know that some insects would wage war against others. Proudly closing his eyes, the boy asked if the guys still doubted his courage, after which he told them that he had made an alliance with the ghost cockroach. After listening carefully to Kuei, the man said that he was simply a genius, because he decided to defeat one enemy with the help of another enemy. Now everyone's fighting spirit was raised, because there was a real chance to deal with the flies and liberate the city. The surviving man was in the front lines. He burned the creatures with hatred, hoping that after the victory his soul would finally find peace, because he would avenge those whose lives were taken. Finally, all the enemy troops were defeated. Now it was time to visit the leader of the flies to settle scores with him. But they didn't know yet that they wouldn't be able to attack unexpectedly, because the little flies reported everything to their demonic boss. They crawled over her skin and whispered what was happening in the city. Now one of the demon kings knew that humans had united with cockroaches. He decided that he would create the most powerful insect that would destroy all these scum. Activating her power, the woman summoned the flying rat because she had a task for her. A demonic rodent with wings immediately appeared from the portal, ready to fulfill any request of its mistress. While the rat was licking her feet, the woman ordered them to immediately go to the city and kill everyone they found, for which she promised a good reward. Pleased with what it heard, the creature flew out of the lair and went where the queen directed it. She arrived so quickly that she found the boys just finishing off the flies. Hongye was telling her husband at this moment that it was the first time she saw him so focused, and she really liked this sight. But Xiangqiang was less joyful, because he could not recover from the battle with the flies, which seemed to him the most disgusting creatures on the planet. The ones who were really happy were the cockroaches. They ate flies and were happy that they had food for the whole week. This sight was so unpleasant that Kanya and Xiangqiang couldn't help but gag. This time, even the indifferent Feng started to feel nauseous. Just when the boys decided that the main danger had passed, that same rat appeared. The demonic servant called her friends, and now they all opened many portals together, which caught the guys off guard. Some of the rats were happy that they would fight. Some, on the contrary, were outraged that their sleep was interrupted. Some squealed in fear because they still couldn't fly well. The boys watched everything closely and couldn't believe that they had just dealt with the flies, and now they had already dropped rats on them, and flying ones at that. The ones who were really happy were the cockroaches, because they knew that another hearty meal was waiting for them. Grabbing a broom, which very conveniently ended up near the wall, our hero began to shout that they needed to immediately return to shelter. He scattered the rodents, but was unable to eliminate them completely, as they managed to jump away. All these creatures flew straight at Ching Cheng, who was afraid of not only insects but also rats. She was hysterical because they all stuck to her. The other part of the rats flew into the faces of the guys, who also felt, to put it mildly, unpleasant. But they reacted much more restrainedly. Looking at its fellow rats, one of the rats squeaked that it would never forget their sacrifice and would try to take revenge on people. The boys reminded the rodent that they were the ones who attacked first, so our heroes had no choice but to accept the fight. The leader of the rats snapped her teeth angrily and said that she didn't care what people said. She came here to fight them and no one could stop her. Lin Q was once again faced with a choice. He could retreat, fight alone, or attack with his friends. The second option was tempting, but he wanted to develop the ability to fly. Having activated the power, the guy summoned the Angel of the Magic Blade. It was time to check how useful it was in battle. The little assistant said that she would now show how to fly, and use this skill so that it would be useful in battle. The boy thought that he would be given a theoretical explanation of how to use the flying skill, but in fact, he was simply kicked so hard that he didn't even need his wings. But these were all minor details because with the help of this sudden acceleration, he was able to get to his rat opponent faster. The creature squeaked that her favorite pastime was fighting, so she would happily defeat anyone who stood in her mistress's way. Although the mission to attack alone was completed and the reward was in the boy's pocket, it was not successful because the demonic servant was too strong. At the most opportune moment, the Angel of the Sword decided to help her master and flew up to him, intending to save him from falling. She grabbed him at the very last moment, holding the guy by the hair. She asked if he was grateful to her for her help. As much as he felt bad about being held by the hair, our hero replied that the little girl had a natural talent for helping in flight. But in reality, it wasn't she who saved him, but Hong Ye, who opened her umbrella in time and her husband was able to use it as a support. Smiling sweetly at the blonde, the young man thanked her for her timely help, because without her, he could have crashed to his death. Suddenly, Hong Ye froze for a moment. Her husband understood what was going on, because he also felt the aura of the sage stone from the main rat. Now it was clear who should be eliminated from the very beginning. Our hero said that now the rodent would taste his hospitality. But the demonic servant wasn't going to give up either. She directed her power at the guy and was able to easily repel his attack. Therefore, Lin Kuo decided to cheat. He remembered just in time that he had an active teleportation skill, so he thought, why not use it? This gave him the opportunity to materialize on the other side, which revealed the unprotected parts of the beast's body. Having attacked unexpectedly, the guy managed to knock the creature down while it could not move. He ordered it to surrender immediately because it had no other choice. When the dust from the energy explosion settled, Key's friends noticed that he had won. It wasn't unexpected, but it still made them admire the boy's skills even more. But even after the victory, the guy had some strange feeling. It seemed to him that the enemy's aura was somehow strange. And he was not mistaken because the rat did not die, but transformed into a stronger monster. It seems that she was very angry and now she was ready to do anything, just to kill people. This didn't frighten our hero at all. He only said that such insignificant skills would not help the rat win. To prove otherwise, the creature attacked his friends, who did not expect that they would have to take the blow, and therefore did not fight it off. Kanya decided to join the battle, because she understood that her ability to slow down time could help like never before. She activated the power, but the rat did not take it seriously, saying that it could not be defeated with some childish techniques, so it attacked back. The demonic servant's power was such that it sent Kanya flying backwards, and she was picked up by Ching Cheng, who suggested that they fight together. The girl looked at Ching Cheng carefully and thought not about the danger that was approaching, but about the fact that her new friend was very attentive. The fact that Konyu was offended gave Xiangqiao courage. He summoned his inner dragon and was determined to take revenge. Qin Feng was not going to let his friend get into a fight alone. This only made the rat happy, as she loved to destroy the pathetic little people who suddenly imagined that they could defeat her. She released a poisonous mist from her body. Hong Ye said that everyone should run away immediately, and the Sword Angel tried to disperse the deadly fumes. But the guys didn't listen to the warnings. They thought that Lin Kuei wanted to test how they could handle unforeseen circumstances, so they didn't go anywhere. Xiangqiang asked his dragon to use its power, so the poor thing ended up in the middle of this fog. No one expected such a turn of events, but the dragon managed to absorb most of the fog. The rat was simply shocked. After petting his huge pet, Xiangqiang said that his help was invaluable, so he would be rewarded with grilled chicken in the evening. The Sword Angel sternly said that they needed to be more serious because the enemy was extremely powerful, so it would not be easy to destroy him. The sword's power increased, and this was a clear hint that it was necessary to immediately go into battle. Seeing the sword, the monster said that it was only a pitiful copy of what he had, after which claws appeared from his paws, which in size were more reminiscent of huge blades. They clashed in a duel, and the rat was very surprised that her enemy had a divine weapon that could kill almost any monster. Xiangqian's dragon also joined the battle. He began to spew flames from his mouth, which enveloped the space around him and did not give the rat a chance to escape. Lin Feng also did not stand aside. He activated magic and sent a stream of strong, destructive light towards the enemy. The monster was unable to fight off all these attacks, so he screamed loudly and called people vile creatures who only knew how to attack from behind. Looking at the fact that the enemy had already begun to give up positions, our hero was even a little upset, because he had prepared for a difficult battle. But in the end, he got a pitiful parry. But Hong Ye said that it was not the end yet. After all, it was not for nothing that this creature had a sage stone. Its presence indicated that this creature could constantly generate new powers. And so it happened. The rat began to rise to its feet. A blood-red haze swirled around it, through which several new silhouettes could be seen. At first it seemed crazy, but then it became obvious that the rat had cloned itself, and now it was necessary to fight not one monster, but a whole dozen. No one expected such a turn of events, but Lin Kuei tried to calm his friends, saying that they would kill the clones. But now they needed to stop the offensive because the enemy was only getting bigger. If they had stopped, the rats had only just begun their fun, beating the boys with their clawed paws and taking advantage of the fact that Lin Kuei's team was trying not to hurt them so that they wouldn't multiply. The guy confidently stated that his friends didn't have to worry, because he had everything under control. All he had to do was wait for the right moment. After that, he called upon his power and it quickly responded, filling his body with such power that the ground beneath his feet shook slightly. The monsters were at a loss. They did not expect to have to fight such a dangerous person who could easily turn them into dust. While the creatures were confused, Kanya decided to take advantage of this moment and stop time. This gave Qing Cheng the perfect opportunity to use her ice magic. The surviving man decided to join the battle, arriving in his pickup truck and happily waving his hand, saying that he just happened to have a rat trap. Looking at all these instruments of death, our hero said with delight that they were simply inhumane. He could not wait to use them as soon as possible. So he and his friends didn't hesitate and started throwing these traps at the enemies. The feeling of superiority was intoxicating the guy to the marrow of his bones. He liked the fact that they could use multiple suppression. Soon, the street where the battle took place turned into real chaos, from which it was impossible to escape. But the rats managed to do the impossible. They quickly realized that staying in the epicenter of chaos could turn into a bloody mess. So some of them managed to avoid this fate. However, those who managed to escape from the chaos risked becoming targets for Lin Kuei's clique, who were already waiting for their victims. The flying rat was able to dodge the first sword strike, but that didn't mean that luck would always be on its side. Moreover, it was worth remembering that our hero had a sword angel who could help him deal with even such powerful enemies. It was the little girl who delivered the final blow, which pierced the rat's body and removed the sage's spiritual stone that Lin Kuei was hunting for. Turning the third fragment of the stone in his hand, our hero smiled mysteriously. He understood that very soon he would achieve his goal and finally be able to touch his beloved woman. He immediately gave it to Hong Ye and told her to recover as soon as possible. The girl was so happy and grateful for what her husband did for her. Having absorbed the shard, the girl felt a surge of unbridled energy inside her, which spread throughout her body like liquid flame. Having found the strength to materialize, she did it and was finally able to hug her beloved man. The guy clearly did not expect such tactility from her. For the first time in all this time, Kuei's friends saw his wife. Kanya immediately recognized her. Qing Chen couldn't understand why some girl was throwing herself at him again, and the guys couldn't understand where this beauty came from. Laughing, the surviving man said that there was now so much energy in the city that new people began to appear. Our hero was not very happy that his wife, albeit unintentionally, revealed their secret because she could not control her body and now everyone saw her. Of course, the guys immediately started pestering him with questions about why he hid the girl, who she was, and whether he really fell in love. The surviving man and his dog watched with interest, and Kanya awkwardly whispered that the boy would do well to explain himself. So Lin Ki found himself in a terrible situation that was very difficult to find a way out of. Because he couldn't just say that Hong Ye was his demon bride, he saw the only suitable option, so he used it and said that Hong Ye was the summoned guardian spirit. This news shocked everyone, even the man, who did not really understand what was being discussed. But the girl was not happy that her husband did not reveal the details, so she herself clarified that she was still his fiancée. And although they had not yet had an official ceremony, they were almost married. This news shocked Qin Feng and upset Xiang Qian and Qing Cheng. The boy was in despair because all the best things were going to Kui, and the girl sadly whispered that she had no chance. The beauty felt very dizzy, and for a moment it seemed to her that she physically felt her heart breaking into pieces. She cried on Kanya's shoulder, thinking only about how she should live on. Her friend in misfortune consoled her and noted to herself that Qing Cheng smelled very tasty and enticing. Our hero watched this whole circus and thought with relief that finally he no longer had to hide anything. Hong Ye continued to stand next to him, which was strange because she had never stayed for more than a minute before. So Kui asked what was wrong. Smiling, the girl said that the energy of the sage stone was so strong that its fragments merged, strengthening her flesh and blood. Now she was closer to the human body than ever. Blushing with embarrassment, our hero hinted that in that case, her body would soon materialize and they would be able to touch each other. Rolling her eyes, the blonde said that Kui could have come up with something more original. The guy asked her not to be angry because he really liked her. Meanwhile, one of the demon fly's spies went to her lair to report what happened in the city. This little creature cried out in a plaintive voice that their affairs were extremely bad. The queen was very angry about this squeaky voice, so she gave an ultimatum. Either the information was conveyed to her calmly, or the messenger died. It was difficult to contain the fear, but the fly tried. She told that people killed the main rat, and they said that they ate the rest. The queen did not like this news at all. She did not want to believe that her main subordinate had died, because in that case the question arose as to who would accompany her at night. But then she remembered to enjoy the last moments, because very soon the strongest bug she had ever created would be born, so her enemies would become food. Laughing loudly, this demoness said that now she was even interested in watching how her enemies, people and cockroaches, would come running to her in search of salvation. The next day came, which meant that Lin Kui already had a new plan and was asking his friends if they were ready to put it into action. He called on the boys to gather and prepare to attack, for today was the day when they would put an end to the reign of the flies and destroy their queen. Even the surviving man went into battle. He wanted to put an end to his revenge, but the cockroaches had less noble motives. All they wanted was more food. Half an hour passed, but the search for the demonic fly's lair led to nothing. It seemed that the guys had reached a dead end, because the map pointed to the exact place where they were, but there was nothing there. His wife was there the whole time and supported him, so the guy couldn't help himself. He hugged her, pressed her to himself and said that she was incredibly sweet today. All these saccharine displays of affection seriously irritated Xiang Qiang. He envied what his friend had, although he seriously did not wish him any harm. Qin Cheng also had a hard time enduring this sight. She had just fallen in love, but her heart was already broken into pieces. Kanya was pleased that the girl found solace in her company. While our heroes slowly moved through the half-destroyed city, an insect that resembled a praying mantis watched them closely from the shadows. As Lin Kui approached it, it screeched and jumped out from its hiding place to attack. They looked at the little monster with affection. Qin Feng even called him a cutie. Xiang Qiang considered him harmless, and only Kei did not forget that in front of them was a demonic creature. Having carefully examined the people, the mantis decided that in front of him were very smug monsters who had destroyed a huge number of insects. Lin Kui prepared to defend himself. He himself knew that this was not a defenseless creature in front of him. And Hong Ye only confirmed his suspicions, saying that she felt a strong aura from him. Jumping high into the air, the praying mantis squeaked angrily that there was nowhere to run, and now people were doomed to die at its paws. Hong Ye clung to her husband, as she began to suspect that the green mist that the demon had sent upon them was not a simple one. She was not mistaken. When the girl opened her eyes, she realized that Lin Kui and all his friends had disappeared. It could not be explained, because they simply dissolved into thin air, But everything was a little different. Our heroes did not disappear. They shrank so much that they were now the size of ants, all because of the magic of the praying mantis. The scariest thing was that Hong Ye couldn't see them, so she stomped around and almost crushed them with her heels. The girl screamed desperately and looked for them. They answered her call, but she could not hear their voices because they were too quiet. Screaming louder than anyone, our hero couldn't believe that his wife couldn't hear him. He wondered why their mental connection wasn't working. It seemed to be blocked by the mantis's magic, but the terrible events had not yet happened. They began to approach only now. The guys noticed this when an impressive shadow fell on them. Now the little mantis was not so cute and defenseless. They had switched roles, and the demonic creature was going to show them what it was like to be cruel. Activating his power, Q said that if the monster grew any larger, he would only need one move to return it to its original form. But these were just words, and when he tried to back them up with action, nothing came of it. The clearly shocked guy said that it was just a coincidence. He tried to summon his magic blade, and Xiang Chang meanwhile summoned his dragon. The boys didn't expect that their deities would also shrink so much that they would become barely noticeable. After they learned about this, despair overwhelmed them with renewed vigor. At that moment, they realized that they had to run away, because the enemy was clearly stronger, which meant that the chances of victory were extremely low. Their escape was unsuccessful, as they encountered more large creatures that stood in their way. They were cockroaches who were puzzled as to why their leader and his friends had suddenly become so tiny. Lin Q realized that they had a real chance of salvation, because he had completely forgotten that they had a whole army of cockroaches ready to help in difficult times. Having gathered the cockroaches around him, our hero said that they all must fight back against the creature that decided that it could dictate its own rules. The idea of riding these insects appealed to Lin Feng very much, and he decided that he would be the one who proudly led them into battle. Sitting on the same cockroach with Qing Cheng, Kanya suddenly felt afraid. She asked her new friend to hug her, because then she would feel a little calmer. Having saddled their cockroaches, everyone rushed into battle because the future of this city depended only on them. Noticing the approach of the enemies, the mantis attacked first. He directed 10,000 blows at Kuei. He was able to repel them and counterattacked, directing his energy at the enemy. It was harder to hurt the monster than you might think. He dodged all the blows and seemed to be simply invulnerable. The guy was already completely desperate. But then he was told to get out of the way because cruise missiles were approaching. The rockets were wooden pikes that the cockroaches launched themselves by simply swinging them hard. It didn't take much effort for the mantis to block the spear and make sure it didn't do any harm to him. But while the insect was distracted, Lin Kuei decided to try to strike, because if the forces were unequal, then the only hope was maneuvers. It was a good attempt, but all the guy could do was rip off an item of clothing from his opponent. This sudden attack, especially from behind, made the mantis very angry, because he thought that Kuei should have faced him in a duel face-to-face. This turn of events gave the rest of the boys some time to concentrate on their strength to attack. Qing Cheng activated her ice magic, and Kanya slowed down time to make the attack more destructive and inflict as much damage on the enemy as possible. The attack was bold and powerful enough that there was hope that it would also be effective. This power even amazed Lin Kuei, who had never seen his friend use a long-range attack before. It turned out to be very effective, because the mantis jumped back and finally realized that you can't underestimate people, because they can really surprise you. Noticing that the enemy, although he had fallen under the flow of power, was still alive, our hero decided that he needed to finish him off before he gained strength. This was not easy, because the mantis was not so injured. So it was able to deliver a blow that threw the guy back a few meters and showed how angry the monster was. The monster stated that their attack helped it activate its fugitive mode, which launched maximum firepower, so now it promised to leave no one alive. The monster, confident in his strength, did not even suspect that the huge paw of another beast could pin him to the ground. That's why he was very scared when he realized that death could be much closer than he thought. The wonderful beast that ate the praying mantis was the surviving man's dog, who decided it was time for a snack. Nobody expected this, so the guys even thought that heavenly justice did exist after all. They all watched attentively as the dog chewed on the praying mantis with great pleasure as it panicked and tried to escape death from its sharp teeth. Looking at his pet with displeasure, the man asked what he was eating again, since this creature loved to pick up all sorts of nasty things from the ground. When the boys realized that the praying mantis no longer posed any danger to them, everyone was overjoyed, because no one thought that the problem would resolve itself. After his death, our heroes returned to their previous sizes. This was the transformation that pleased them the most. All this time, Hongya continued to search for her husband and his friends. There wasn't a single second that she didn't call out Lin Kei's name. Finally, he appeared before her alive and well. The guy said that he was okay. They just got trapped and couldn't get out of it. Looking at the hugging couple, Qing Cheng felt uneasy. Her new friend pressed herself against her and said that she shouldn't pay attention to them. And the guys rushed to the dog to pet her and thank her for her help, because the praying mantis died thanks to her efforts. Even the cockroaches wanted to touch the soft fur of their savior. Our hero understood that the time had come to meet the head of the cockroaches and finally deal with the annoying demonic fly. The devil fly's lair was a gloomy and very foul-smelling place. It was there that she nurtured her most valuable creation, which was to change the course of the battle. At last, the queen of the flies announced with delight that her dear children were about to be born. One of the eggs began to glow with an otherworldly purple light, and small cracks appeared on the surface of the shell. And when the creature hatched, the light was so bright that it filled half the city with its glow. It wasn't just any monster, but a giant insect that, although a newbie, possessed A-level strength. The queen of the flies laughed and rejoiced at the birth of her precious child, who was to become a great king. The newborn insect was so hungry that it grabbed its mother's subordinate and began to devour him. Even though he tried to escape, the demoness just stroked her son and said that soon they would occupy the entire city, so he would have a real feast. Suddenly, a portal opened right above their heads, from which a silhouette appeared, loudly screaming that flies only think about how to fill their stomachs. Laughing, the queen of the flies asked what kind of little cockroach had come into her domain and decided that he could speak his mind. Jumping up, the demoness said that she was glad that her sister had arrived, because she had just been looking for someone who would help her and her son warm up. Activating her power, the queen fly took out her weapon and waved it playfully, as if hinting that she was up for some fun. Such impudent behavior angered the leader of the cockroaches, because she had expected that her sister would behave more seriously. Following her relative, she activated her power and was now dressed in shining armor, with a shining sword in her hands. Having summoned the black flies, their queen ordered them to attack immediately. She was in front and led them like a true leader. Her subordinates bared their small but very sharp teeth. Everything in their behavior indicated that they were ready to kill for the queen. Two sisters decided to face each other in a duel, and no one could predict the outcome, because the strength of the newborn monster remained a mystery. Weapons crossed, and this marked the beginning of a battle that would become decisive for the fate of the occupied city. The queen of the flies hissed with undisguised anger that she would make the cockroaches cry because they decided that they could cross her path. To which the leader of the cockroaches shouted that she hated everything that was somehow connected with flies, so she would make every effort to exterminate their entire population. No one was going to give in, and this only complicated the fight, in which it was still impossible to even guess who would be the winner. The two forces collided with such power that everything around began to explode and sparkle. The scene where the bosses fight was so mesmerizing that the flies and cockroaches even stopped fighting to enjoy the spectacle. The demoness began to mockingly say that after so many years, her sister remained the same weakling, living in a garbage dump. The leader of the cockroaches retorted, saying that her relative had not changed much either, since her head had not become any smarter. These words outraged the queen. She believed that the girl was simply jealous of her, because she had never had such an appearance or such a figure. The cockroach leader said that this was not so. For her, although the most important thing was intelligence, she was not deprived of appearance either, because she won her sister in a ghostly beauty contest. These words outraged the fly. She said with bitterness in her voice that she just wanted love. But all the male demons considered her too dirty and did not want to enter into a relationship. The sister screamed that she would never find her soulmate, so the fly went completely crazy and rushed at her, striking with its weapon. Hearing all the insults exchanged between the demonesses, the cockroaches and flies began to move. They decided to help their queens by destroying their opponents. A real war began. The cockroaches began to chase away the flies, and the flies in turn attacked the cockroaches. Each one wanted to please their queen. Meanwhile, the lady of the flies enjoyed the battle, because her quarrels with her sister had long been boring to her, and she wanted to put an end to them. But the leader of the cockroaches was also not an easy one, and she was not going to give up, although it was difficult to repel the attacks. So far, she was doing well. Her sister was even a little shocked that the girl had so easily dodged all of her attacks and was not hurt at all. The fear that was written on the fly's face betrayed her rival forces, because she believed that she could finally end this war. A grimace of pain replaced the fear as her sister's powers hit the fly. She never expected it to be capable of such a thing. The fly managed to counterattack, but this blow also seemed weak and useless to her opponent. Then she decided to act differently, turning her head to her newborn monster. The demoness offered him to kill this scoundrel together. He wasn't at all against it, because all he dreamed of was finally getting his hands on new prey. Now the cockroach queen realized that she was up against something incredibly powerful, and that it would be harder to defeat than she had expected. She determined that the demon created by the magic fly actually possessed the strength of a rank A beginner. As if to confirm this theory, the monster began to vomit a viscous, foul-smelling liquid, which served as its instrument of attack. The queen of the cockroaches was now completely covered in this substance. She did not expect anything like this, so she was unable to react in time. This strange liquid spread over her body and constrained her movements. It seemed that it was fastening her limbs together, and some of her subordinates were trapped along with her. After some time, the girl realized that this liquid was corroding her armor, and with every second she was becoming more and more vulnerable. Her opponent chuckled and said that no one said that defeating her would be easy. The fly said that she would happily tear all the cockroaches to shreds, and finally prove that she is the most beautiful queen among the demons, who will become #1 in the underworld. She was so absorbed in her impending triumph that she did not notice anything around her. This mistake became fatal for her, because the fly did not realize that a car was approaching her. A camouflage pickup truck knocked her down at high speed, leaving no chance to maneuver. Our heroes realized that their ally was immobilized, so they decided to help her immediately, because she came to their aid at the right moment. Taking her in his arms, Lin Ke helped the queen move to a safer place, because she could not do it on her own. Hong Ye could barely contain her inner anger. She was incredibly angry that her husband was so willing to touch other women without even asking her opinion on the matter. The guy started making excuses, saying that his wife had misunderstood everything and that he was just doing what he had to do. The Lady of the Flies was still alive. And what's more, she was watching Cool closely and found him attractive enough to play with and then devour. Her sister quickly guessed what she was thinking, so she jumped out in front of the guy and said that no one would dare to hurt him or offend him. A little embarrassed by this behavior, the young man activated his power and said that together they would definitely be able to destroy this woman. The fly thought that the guy was behaving this way because he didn't like her. These thoughts made her make the final decision to kill him. But it wasn't that easy, because our hero wasn't alone. Together with his wife and ally, they fought off the attack, which was surprisingly powerful. Then all the other members of the team joined them, deciding that only by working together they could defeat this evil queen. The woman then realized that she needed to make her attacks more dangerous, so she summoned a demonic snake using the Phantom Flurry technique. This move was successful, as it helped her scatter the enemies in different directions, making them completely helpless for a few moments. After recovering from his fall, Lin Kuei began to think that the demon fly and its snake were at level A. Among them, only the cockroaches were at this level. The rest were weaker, but he completely forgot about the demon that lived inside him. The monster whispered that he only had to apply force to his sword, and it would set him free. The situation was such that this was the only way out for the guy. So he did what the demon living inside him told him to do. This blow was able to stop the enemy's advance. They were discouraged by the sharp attack, so they slowed down and were no longer so confident of their success. Lin Q realized that what was used against them was the breath of the ghosts, a poisonous vapor that should never be inhaled. A kind of smoke screen completely limited the guy's vision. He couldn't see beyond his nose, which allowed his opponents to grab him. The demoness was pleased with the abilities of her newborn monster, which helped her a lot in this battle. Her baby had bought her time, and now she could attack with renewed vigor, not paying attention to the fact that the enemy was also quite strong. While the monster held the guy upside down, his creator hit him with her weapon, with such force that sparks flew in all directions. Lin Kuo was beaten but not broken. His sword angel said in a panic that she would try to help him now. Looking at the state of their friend and beloved, the guys were very scared for him, because he looked as if he was about to leave the world of the living. Looking at him, it was clear that with the protection of the physical body at S level, such experiences were life-threatening. At the critical moment, the potential was stimulated, and the supernatural fragments accumulated in the body rapidly condensed. If the young man is not mistaken, then he will be able to do something amazing, namely, awaken the second ability. His skin began to burn, the power pulsing just beneath it, causing his bones to crunch and warp. No one understood what was happening, but everyone felt the same thing. A powerful, overwhelming aura that indicated that something had awakened within Kuei. There was a real fire burning inside him, which indicated that the guy had discovered a new, completely unknown power within himself. The hot flame did not burn, but enveloped his body like a pleasant veil, as if kissing the owner's skin. While the guy's body was shining with fiery reflections, something began to form behind him, which later turned into his spiritual beast. It was a huge, flaming monkey. Hong Ye was simply happy for her husband. She was glad that he was finally able to reach the A rank and awaken his full potential, which could help him become a true master. The Queen of the Flies refused to admit her defeat, even though the boy's new abilities could make her task extremely difficult. Our hero decided to immediately use his awakened abilities and directed a fiery stream of power at his enemy. The woman couldn't withstand such power, so she immediately flew back, no matter how much she didn't want to admit it. But the guy became much stronger. She crashed into her monster, and he couldn't resist either, because he didn't think that trouble would come from an unexpected place. He had expected to just snack on his mother's enemies. But he was put to work, ordered to cut the queen's ill-wishers into small pieces so that they would not have a single chance of salvation. Our hero noticed that the monster had become more active, so he jumped back and decided that he should be more careful, because you can't underestimate an enemy whose abilities you don't know. After a strategic retreat, the guy attacked and hit the enemy with such force that he quickly gave up and flew back. The mother of this monster looked at his defeat and could not understand how this was even possible and why her greatest creation was defeated so easily. She realized that it seemed like the responsibility was on her, so she had to defeat this impudent guy on her own. But she was prevented from carrying out a full-fledged attack, because the blow was parried by another weapon. It was Hong Ye and the Cockroach Queen who claimed that they were the Queen Fly's main opponents. The monster's mother was only glad that 2 people attacked her, because she could commit twice as many murders. She liked it. The guys were a little taken aback by their opponent's behavior. They realized that this woman was not afraid of a fight, and this, frankly speaking, was seriously frightening. They were brought back to reality by Qing Cheng, who said that they needed to immediately come to their senses and join the battle. But Xiang Qiang shouted that he was very afraid of insects. The flies instinctively sensed his fear and began to fly towards him as if he was covered in honey. Lin Feng couldn't help him either, as he was also being attacked. The sword angel Lin Kuei appeared. The little girl laughed loudly and said that no one could do without her help. So she came to help sort out all the problems. The little girl swung her weapon with such force that she supposedly sliced through Xiang Qian's clothes by accident, leaving him in an awkward and rather amusing situation. The sword angel had no intention of stopping. She rushed forward, saying that she would kill all the monsters that stood in her way, because only this could help her become better. She never expected that she would be attacked by the monster that Kuei had just neutralized. She was hit so hard that for a moment the little girl was completely lost in space. Then Lin Kuei came to the rescue and said that he would deal with this monster himself, which did not want to leave the world of the living. He managed to push the monster back again, giving it no chance to counterattack. He was already so tired that he literally began to choke on his saliva from hunger, because he still hadn't managed to have a proper snack. Hunger gave him the motivation to get the prey, so he tried to pounce on the guy again to at least slightly satisfy his insatiable appetite. But our hero directed a stream of power at the enemy so that he could not get too close to him. The creature growled and resisted. It did not want to give up. But our hero decided that it was time to end this senseless battle. So he called upon his new fire magic, which he directed at the enemy to burn away the traces of his vile existence. Looking at what was left of her precious child, the fly could not believe that the creature she had raised for so long and considered invincible now resembled a charred mess. The woman screamed and said that she could sacrifice herself, but she would avenge her child, whom she had come to love. Having called upon her magic, she began to do something that sent shivers down one's spine, because everyone understood that something truly sinister was about to happen any minute. The otherworldly light was so blindingly bright that everyone closed their eyes so as not to lose the ability to see altogether. As it turned out, this unfortunate mother absorbed the powers of her dead child to perform a transformation. Now, she not only looked different, but also possessed greater power. Lin Qi looked at this scene in shock. He quickly understood what the demoness had done, and this led him to the corresponding conclusion that the fly possessed A-rank strength. While everyone stood and thought about what to do, the Angel of the Sword enthusiastically suggested doing exactly the same as their enemy did. The baby literally exploded with bright rays of light. At that moment, Hong Ye felt something strange inside her. It seemed as if a foreign force was knocking on her mental doors. The girl realized that the Angel of the Sword and the magic knife had combined with her own weapon, creating something completely new. It was at this moment that the Queen of the Flies headed towards her, saying that her enemies could line up because she would kill them all in turn. Laughing loudly, the boys rushed to tell her the sad news that they were not planning to die. But she was clearly asking for trouble. Our heroes' forces encountered strong demonic resistance, but they were confident that they would survive because they acted together and in concert. The battle was not easy. At times, it seemed that the blows would lead to a large-scale explosion. They were so powerful. After another not very successful attack, Lin Kuei realized that the enemy had activated a shield that was simply impossible for him to break alone. Before he could say it out loud, his wife announced that she was already running to help. It seemed that she knew the guy so well that she literally read his thoughts. She put all the power she had available to her at the moment into her Demon Eater scissors and then struck. Her opponent did not ignore Hong Ye's strength, so she decided to use a triple strike to not give her the slightest chance of escape. It didn't help, because the blonde was stronger and was able to do it so that the fly didn't even have time to move before the scissors pierced her body. Noticing what Hong Ye had done, Lin Kuei praised her, saying that she had done an amazing job, but he was the one who wanted to finish off the enemy. He was eager to try out his new skills. All these actions seriously angered the fly, who believed that all the attempts of these losers were pathetic and would definitely not lead to any result. These words only spurred Lin Kuei to take more decisive action. He activated his firepower, and everything around him burst into flames. Even the Queen of the Flies did not expect to encounter a real element. She thought it would be a pitiful smoke, but an unbridled flame tried to engulf her. After this attack, she realized that her weapon was broken because it could no longer protect her, which meant that her chances of winning were in great question. Looking at the fly with a smile, the boy triumphantly declared that the thing was that from now on, he possessed a universal weapon against demons and ghosts. Literally falling apart, the woman continued to scream that she had not lost, because she was not going to surrender to some vile people. But she quickly realized that her words did not frighten anyone, because she was not even given the chance to finish speaking, having been dealt another series of strong blows. When the battle was almost over, the boys noticed a terrible foul smell that was spreading throughout the city. It was this smell that led the surviving man into the very lair of flies. He decided that while his new friends were having fun, he should not lag behind. After looking at this disgusting place, he decided that it was time to destroy all the insects in this city. The man thought it would be nice if the others could also see this historic moment when he rid everyone of the annoying demonic flies. So he took out his phone and turned on the camera. After starting the live broadcast, he greeted the viewers on Qing Yun's channel. His dog barked cheerfully several times, as if he was also saying hello. By pressing the button, the man made everything behind him explode. But he didn't pay any attention to it, continuing to broadcast and saying that it was time to send him gifts. The explosion was so powerful that the entire city seemed to jump and glow with a clear flame. Noticing that one of his subscribers had sent him an expensive gift in the form of a rocket, the presenter thanked this do-gooder. This was followed by a second series of explosions, which also caused the earth to shake. The Queen of the Flies, of course, heard all this, but because of her condition, she could not understand what it all meant. All her strength was spent on repeating the words that she had not yet been defeated. She more or less came to her senses only after the enemy's sword almost pierced her throat. Then she realized that if she did not start acting, she risked dying right on the dirty asphalt. Lin Kuei stood over her with a threatening look and said that she dared to attack people, take many lives, and now she must be punished for her crimes. The woman could not find words, because all this time she was trying to understand where an ordinary human boy could get such strength that allowed him to kill strong demons. No one answered her. Our hero only strengthened the suppressive ability of his aura to frighten his opponent even more. They were approached by the ruler of the cockroaches, who told her sister that she had made a mistake when she decided to act against people, because times had changed, and now it was best to coexist peacefully. Stroking the little demoness on the head, Kuo said that she understood everything. She was outraged by such a condescending attitude because she was not a child. Meanwhile, the Queen of the Flies finally managed to get to her feet. She wiped the blood from her face and looked predatorily at her enemies. Her legs were still shaking, but her voice was confident as she asked if people were naive enough to think she only had one child. The guess pierced the guy like an arrow. He didn't even want to think about the fact that she could have more monster children who would happily eat them all. Laughing evilly, the queen raised her hand and called upon her army of beetles to come to her aid. A second passed, then a second, then a third. But nothing happened. They looked at her expectantly, and the queen could not believe that something had gone wrong. Soon our hero's friends came and shed light on the situation, saying that Mr. Qingyun had blown up all the insect cradles and showed it live on air. The young man realized that they were almost there and would finally be able to finish off the demons. His opponent also began to guess that she was living out her last moments. She closed her eyes and began to expect the worst outcome, because she really deserved it. The system gave Lin Kuei a choice. He could kill the demoness, put her in prison, or show mercy and forgive her. Since the reward for imprisoning the demon was much higher than for all other options, the choice fell on him. Now the Queen of the Flies was tied hand and foot. She clearly did not expect such a turn of events, so she asked what they wanted to do with her. Having carefully examined the captive, the boy ordered that she be immediately taken to the Night Watch for interrogation. She was an important person in the criminal world and therefore possessed valuable information. The woman began to scream that she would not say a word, but then our hero put his hand on her and deprived her of the rest of her strength, so that now she simply could not resist. After that, her ghostly aura completely evaporated. The woman became a useless demon who couldn't even defend herself. Lin Kuei looked at his brave friends and said with joy in his voice that they had all done well, so he would invite them to dinner tonight. Sitting around the fire late in the evening, everyone was happy that they had managed to defeat another powerful demon and liberate another captured city. Among the vacationers was Mr. Qingyun, who said that he never thought that he would ever be able to live peacefully, and he asked Kuei what he planned to do next. The guy said that he would liberate the rest of the captured cities, but he kept silent about the fact that his main goal was to collect all the fragments of the sage's stone and return the body of his wife. Looking cheerfully at the leader of the cockroaches, he joked that first they needed to finish her off. The little girl was afraid that her ally had decided to betray her, but the guy calmed her down and said that he just wanted to introduce her to the sisters and accept her help. The demoness was at a loss. They were forced to believe that people hate all ghosts. Kuei told her that this was not true, because people also had supernatural powers and collaborated with decent demons, and then showed her a photo of his family. The little girl had a breakdown in her pattern. She envied those demons who lived with Lin Kuei because they did not have to worry about food and clothing. Noticing the sad expression on the girl's face, our hero stroked her head and said that when she joined them, he would often bring her various goodies. But the young man had been away from home for so long that he didn't even know what his younger sister was doing, and it became clear that he needed to hurry home. Lin Shi tried to be a diligent student at Kanglin Academy Primary School, studying hard every day and achieving success. She also enjoyed every opportunity to see her brother online. And her friends thought she was a little crazy because she looked at her phone every few minutes and smiled. She looked through the news about her brother that appeared on the Academy forum and kept thinking about how handsome and strong Lin Kuei was. The only thing she didn't like was that there was Hong Ye, who was taking away her brother's absolute attention. When her friends started whispering that she was controlling the guy, the girl hit them so hard that they flew in different directions. Looking at these impudent fellows, she thought that they were becoming too self-confident. She should think of what to do about it. While Lin Si was thinking about this, two female disciples approached her from behind, clenching their fists too tightly. These strange students started saying that she had no friends with her today. They assumed that they were just tired of accompanying the little girl who was always hiding behind her popular brother. In response to this, Lin Shi only smiled sweetly and said that students were forbidden from fighting. This was a rule worth remembering. The girls, whose figures resembled strong guys, continued to say that someone was always protecting her because she herself was not capable of fighting back. Then they went too far, because they assumed that her brother was also nothing special, and that all the main work was done by his friends. This was the last straw for Lin Shi. She asked to repeat the words they said about her brother again, because no one could offend him, especially in her presence. The girl activated her power and summoned a spirit beast, which quickly scattered all the opponents and reminded them of the need to keep their mouths shut. The students who attacked her realized their mistakes, which led to them now hanging defenselessly from the tree, with no way to climb down. Looking at the opponents, Lin Si said that it was their own fault, because they decided to insult her brother, and she could not allow that to happen. Suddenly, a teacher appeared behind her and asked in a stern voice what the little girl was doing. The girls who were hanging from the tree realized that they had a great opportunity to take revenge on their offender, so they decided to tell about what happened. But Lin Shi was much more cunning. She burst into tears and rushed towards the woman in tears, as if seeking protection. The girl said that these evil students were bullying her. After analyzing the situation, the lady said that she would immediately sort everything out, so she could rest assured that no one would offend her again. For better effect and more drama, Lin Si told the teacher that her bullies said that she was ugly and born to be their servant. This information outraged the woman so much that she ran up to the tree and began to scold the girls hanging there. They tried to prove that they had nothing to do with it, but it was all useless. At this moment, Onizi and Xiao Huang, who had fallen from 500 meters, just returned. Lin Shi told the teacher that her companions had also gone too far, so they needed to be punished too. Hearing this, the guys were simply shocked, because they physically could not have done it. But who would believe them, because it was their word against Lin Shi's word? They realized that now they would have to deal with something they didn't even suspect. Smiling, the teacher grabbed the attacking girls and said that Lin Shi should not blame herself, and she in turn would help deal with the offenders. The girls' friends were surprised by what happened. They reminded them that they shouldn't hurt anyone, because it was bad. She didn't have time to answer anything, because a boy approached her and asked why she was still there and not going to the playground, because the corporate party was about to start. Lin Si almost forgot that today was the day when the corporate event for the junior high students was held. It was hosted by a representative from Elliston College, who also expressed his hopes that the students of the two schools would become stronger every year. Much more than all these beautiful phrases, our heroes were interested in the aromatic snacks that stood on the tables. They fell upon them with such gusto that some thought that these children had not eaten for several weeks. Soon, some guy approached them and said with a grin that he was very glad to meet that same hooligan from the Kanglin Academy. When the girl asked who was standing in front of her, the boy said that she could call him Master Tiger. He and his friends were the three talents of Hellenic College, and he couldn't wait to become the main bully. However, Lin Si didn't show the slightest interest. She and her friends agreed that food was much more important, so she asked not to disturb her while she ate. This guy was so outraged by her behavior that he snatched the sandwich from her hands and said that in front of him was a real weakling who couldn't even show what she was capable of. Everyone who became an involuntary witness to this altercation froze in place. They looked at the sandwich that was lying on the ground and understood that something was about to begin. Lin Shi felt very sorry that her delicacy, which was very delicious, and which she had spent a whole minute preparing, had been taken away from her. The three guys asked warily why everyone had such a reaction, to which they were simply told that there would now be a couple less idiots in the world. But the arrogant boy said that this was all nonsense because he had already defeated his rival, who did not even want to fight him. At that moment, he didn't even realize how wrong he was, because very soon he would have to face a real fiend of hell, who was furious. While eating a juicy chicken leg, Xiao Huang asked why he wasn't invited, since he couldn't miss such a spectacular fight. Holding a chicken leg in one hand, the ferret, without further ado, rushed into the fun process to help his friend. Meanwhile, Lin Shi watched with pleasure as her little bear gave the enemy a little carousel, although judging by the screams, he didn't really like it. At that moment, the teacher arrived who had just finished punishing the offending students, and she asked what was going on. Xiao Huang was so immersed in all these violent actions that he didn't even notice that the teacher in front of him was there. So without thinking, he attacked her too. The woman landed right on Snowball and blocked the poor animal's access to oxygen. While chaos reigned around, Onizi calmly ate noodles and thought only about how the youth of today were completely uncultured. She was right about this, because the guys from two colleges put up a real fight, not wanting to lose to their competitors. Everyone wanted to prove that he was the strongest. The sun had already begun to set behind the horizon, and the day was gradually declaring its end. But what was not going to end was the war between the colleges, which had reached unprecedented levels. Little Lin Shi wrote in her personal diary with a sweet smile that it was a sunny day and she and Elliston College were having a great time. She was very eager to grow up quickly so that she could go on missions with her brother, who was away so often. The girl didn't even suspect that her beloved brother was much closer than she could have thought. Lin Kuei had landed at the Kanglin airport and was already heading to his native land. Xiangqiu missed his native land so much that he literally began to kiss it. As soon as the guys left the building, they were already greeted by fans, who, of course, greeted Lin Kuei the most. The guy looked closely at the fans, who even drew posters in their honor, and realized that some of them were just crazy. But in the end, he liked the feeling of being a star, so he didn't mind basking in the glory and popularity. The saddest one was Xiang Cheng, who never found someone to draw his portrait on the poster. Qing Cheng said that she needed to go home, but she couldn't see a way out because the fans were blocking their exit. Kanya laughed and said that she had a solution. The girl began to loudly call the team members and insistently asked them to come closer to her. Having arrived last, Lin Kuei realized that he had made a mistake, because it seemed that his friends had come up with a solution without his participation. And so it was. The guys decided to use his popularity and distract the fans, giving them the opportunity to talk to the guy, and in the meantime, they calmly left the airport building. The guy felt like he was thrown not to nice ladies but to hungry tigresses who were trying to tear his clothes to shreds. While the fans were trying to enjoy the attention of their beloved hero, the guys took advantage of the opportune moment and ran away while no one was looking. The boy was subjected to this torture for 3 whole hours. All his clothes were pulled off, so he could not return to the academy because he was half naked. He decided that he needed to call his sister and ask her to bring him a change of clothes, because showing up like that was simply indecent. His attention was drawn to the phone, which was receiving notification sounds too often. It turned out that an auction had already begun in the academy group, where they were trying to sell his things. While he was ranting about how the fans had gone completely crazy, his wife asked him to look in the direction she was pointing. As terrible as it may sound, his photos were even sold in the underpass. They were photoshopped into the images of various celebrities and displayed as photos from a personal archive. Moreover, they sold signs with quotes from deceased sages, placing Lin Kei's face next to them, as if he had said these words. Our hero was thinking about everything that was happening, and while he was thinking about the downsides of popularity, a couple more crazy fans jumped out from the bushes at him, who considered him their saint. It was the height of absurdity, but when the guy heard that women wanted children from him, he started running so fast that only his shadow flickered. The residence seemed to Lin Kuei to be the only place where he could feel safe. When he ran home, he absolutely clearly understood that he did not want to be a star at all because, as it turned out, it could cause a certain discomfort. But some amazing events awaited him, including within the walls of the mansion. His sister and the ferret were carrying a whole suitcase of some things. He asked what it was and assumed that his sister was going to move. Her brother's arrival clearly confused Lin Si. She didn't expect to see him and was now clearly thinking about how to get out of the situation she found herself in. Lin Kui was no fool. He immediately connected the two strange facts, so he snatched the phone from his sister's hands to see what she was up to. His guesses turned out to be correct. Lin Si was the initiator of the auction, where they sold his things, which were just lying in her chest. The girl quickly said that she wanted to help her brother earn money. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Huang added that the little girl was simply obsessed with money, so she couldn't pass up such a source of income. For these words, the poor ferret paid. The girl directed a stream of her power at him and said that he should not pretend that he did not help her and did not receive personal benefit. Lin Ke was very unhappy with what was happening. He said that although the sister had good intentions, she did wrong. The girl immediately promised to return all the things to their places. But this is not what our hero was trying to achieve, since they were still relatives, and he also had an entrepreneurial streak, so he said that the price for his things should be significantly higher. Onizi watched the couple closely and couldn't understand what kind of strange family had taken her in. Not even 30 minutes had passed since he had crossed the threshold of the house when someone began to knock furiously on his door, saying that there was urgent news. It was Qing Cheng, who literally rushed at the guy and shouted that she urgently needed his help. They took her to the kitchen and sat her down at the table. The girl was so excited that it was clear that she first needed to calm down a little and drink some water. The girl's hands were shaking and her voice was breaking as she said that she wanted to ask him to become her temporary boyfriend. The request was so strange and unexpected that everyone literally opened their mouths in surprise. Hong Ye was the first to come to her senses and shouted that she was against this relationship. Lin Shi joined in, and the little girl reminded him that his brother already had a fiancé. Qing Cheng raised her hands in confusion and said that she absolutely did not want to ruin the relationship between Lin Kuei and his girlfriend. She burst into tears and told the story that it was her grandfather's birthday today. And when she returned home, Qing Cheng overheard a conversation about how they were planning to marry her off to a guy from the Luo family. Everyone listened attentively and were simply amazed that in the 21st century there were still families that married off girls against their will. In a complete confusion, she muttered that Ho Teng and Qin Feng had gone on a mission with Su Tang, so she had no one else to ask for help. The girl began to bow to Hong Ye and say that she would be very grateful if she allowed them to enter into a fictitious marriage contract, allowing her family to terminate the previous one. No matter how worried the demoness was about her husband, she was a woman who understood Qing Cheng's pain, so she allowed Ding Qi to help her. Turning to his wife, the guy said that she could stay in his body and watch everything, but Hong Ye said that she would not be jealous of him. Lin Shi almost vomited from all this sweetness. When it was time to meet at the Mo family's home, Lin Kuei showed up wearing a handsome three-piece suit that showed off his figure well, but he wasn't the only one who was dressed up today. His companion was simply shining. Qing Cheng was a real beauty, and the white dress only emphasized this. As support, she also invited Kanya, who was very grateful that the girl allowed her to wear her beautiful peach dress. Our hero did not have to feign delight, because the girl's appearance could not leave him indifferent. It even angered his wife a little, who promised not to be jealous. Taking their companion by the arms, the girls informed him that he had better get used to the role of the groom, because it was time to meet the Mo family. Soon they found themselves in a huge banquet hall, which was already full of guests who were eating snacks, drinking drinks, and chatting cheerfully. The conversation stopped as soon as the girls realized that the person standing in front of them was the one everyone had been talking about lately, namely that same Lin Kuei. There were crazy fans in the Mo family's house too. No one ignored the guy, so our hero quickly became the star of the event. He was not at all happy about the fact that every girl in the building wanted to touch him, or talk to him, or even hang on his arms. However, as soon as the elder entered the hall, everyone calmed down and fell silent. The guards ordered the guests to behave respectfully, and they obeyed. Senior Mr. Mo smiled warmly and welcomed the guests who had come to congratulate him on his birthday into the house. Ching Ching realized that her grandfather had come just in time. Otherwise, the guests might have torn poor Lin Kuei into little pieces. After examining the man and the fact that he was treated with great respect, our hero realized that Mr. Mo must have been a real strongman in his youth. The guests tried to surprise the birthday boy with their gifts. Someone presented him with a whole box of tiger roots. Someone got hold of spiritual ginseng, and someone even gave him enchanted porcelain. Lin Kuei stood there and was amazed at these precious gifts. He realized that all these people knew a thing or two about celebrations. Finally, the chosen groom, Ching Cheng, approached grandfather. He was the eldest son of the noble Luo family, and he wished the birthday boy a long life and blessings. The feigned joy on this guy's face told Lin Kuei everything he wanted to know. The guy was not the best choice for the kind and soft-hearted Ching Cheng. Smiling even wider, the boy said that he brought something special as a gift, namely a rank A elixir called Binglian, which caused a furor among the guests. The head of the Mo family was pleasantly surprised. He whispered that this gift was too expensive and asked the guest to make himself at home. The boy said that they were now a family, so he didn't feel sorry for anything. Looking at Ching Cheng, the guy added that she was his future wife, so he should treat her relatives well. These words caused the girl to become aggressive. At this moment, Mo Shu burst into the hall, declaring that he was categorically against his sister's wedding. The future groom was furious. He ordered her to immediately stop talking nonsense because, in his opinion, he and Ching Cheng were ideal for each other. Both were beautiful and talented. The head of the Mo family ordered everyone to be silent, then asked the guy why he was so against this marriage. He was confused and could not immediately find the right answer. A girl joined the conversation, who was also against it, and did not want to marry this smug blockhead who believed that absolutely everything could be bought. The girl decided it was time to show her cards, so she pulled her fictitious fiancé into the center and introduced him to the public. The guy did not expect that everything would happen so unexpectedly. The old man was extremely unhappy that this was happening behind his back, and he didn't even know about it. But the failed groom almost cried from resentment. The one who was ready to cry at that very second was Mo Shu, who couldn't believe that his sister had been taken away by someone he literally couldn't stand. The guests immediately began to whisper that before them stood the very new hero of the city of Kanglin, who saved people from demons. Luo Tianyi realized that his opponent was a pathetic guy who didn't have a penny to his name. His family was much richer, so his chances of getting married were much better. Lin Kuei chuckled and said that Tang Yi was nothing but trash, who couldn't do anything without his family and their resources. Perhaps that was why he didn't like those who achieved everything on their own. The girls also attacked the guy, saying that money doesn't solve all problems and doesn't give him the right to insult people whose wallets are thinner than his. The system gave the young man a choice. He could leave Mo's house, say that he came only to wish happiness to the young couple, or he could humiliate the villain and show who was boss. The highest reward was precisely for humiliation. So Ku asked if his opponent really thought that an expensive gift showed his power, and he nodded his head in the affirmative. The boy said that he would now show off a gift that one could only dream of. After these words, he offered the old man a bottle of living water. According to him, one could refresh. If you drink 2, then the fatigue will disappear, and 3 will make it so that the man will never age. This gift made Luo Tianyi laugh. He thought that giving a can of an unknown drink was not only stupid, but also shameful. But the old man did not laugh, because he remembered that during one auction, some man sold lucky water, which increased spiritual strength. He asked where the guy got this water from. Instead of answering, our hero said that this water is created underground, so it needs to be tasted, and then all the conversations continue. The man was so intrigued by all this talk about the strange water that he thought, why not try drinking it? As soon as the liquid hit his mouth, he realized everything he had heard about her was true. He felt simply wonderful, as if a volcanic force had awakened within him, which allowed him to feel young and vigorous again. The old man really began to emanate a more powerful and bright aura, which hinted that he had become at least 10 years younger. Of course, Luo Tianyi didn't want to admit that some scoundrel had given the birthday boy a gift that surpassed his most expensive elixir. Mr. Mo's guards were also surprised because they felt that their boss had not only become stronger, but also that he exuded an invincible power. One blow from him caused two strong men to lose their balance and go flying. Having embraced the young couple, the old man told his granddaughter that she had found not just a good guy, but had found a real treasure. The children did not even know what to answer to this or how to tell about their deception. Lin Qiu decided not to rush into revealing the truth, so he patted his fictitious bride on the head and said that he was no less lucky with her. Unwilling to accept his defeat, Luo Tianyi began to hurl accusations at his opponent that he had not created the water he had bought, and our hero promised to send him 20 bottles of the drink. Having materialized a huge amount of the drink, the young man suggested that everyone have fun and celebrate his birthday by trying his living water. The guests were simply delighted, because they never expected that the guy would treat absolutely everyone who was at the celebration. Such generosity won the hearts of the people. Smiling widely, Kuei offered Mo Xiu a treat, but he refused because he didn't like the guy even looking at his sister. The old man looked at Tianyi and announced that he had made his final decision. His granddaughter would become the wife of the highly respected Lin Kuei, the hero of Konglin City. The guy didn't want to admit his defeat because his pride was deeply hurt. He promised that Qing Cheng would still be his, after which he hurriedly left the house. Waving his handkerchief goodbye, our hero said that one should never look down on people and judge them based on their material wealth. Afterwards, a worried Qing Cheng approached Kuei, thanked him for his help and expressed her hopes that she had not caused him any trouble. The boy shrugged and said that the Luo family were just clowns who couldn't harm him. And he thought to himself that he had finally put those who oppressed others in their place. The next morning, the young man woke up in the arms of his beloved woman. Their peace was disturbed by a telephone ringing, which seemed too loud against the morning silence. It was Tang Ling who called and said that demons were rampaging in the Konglin Mountains area, so she asked the guy to lead a team to fight them. When she added that the job would be well paid, the guy immediately jumped out of bed and said that he was setting out immediately. While he was hurriedly getting dressed, Hong Ye woke up and realized that her dear husband was leaving for another mission. Lin Kuei was very sorry that his day off was cancelled, but his wife tried to cheer him up by saying that the more responsibility, the more opportunities. Meanwhile, in the area of Mount Konglin, a decent crowd of people had already gathered, who came in order to earn money by killing demons. The young man didn't like this, because such a number of people only meant that they had a lot of competitors, which meant that their earnings could decrease significantly. Qing Cheng reported that the Night Watch had also sent specialists, so everyone present was only here for the money. Kanya guessed that their forces would not be enough now. These words were heard by adult fighters who advised the students to return home and gain strength, because they were not qualified enough to protect people. What irritated Kanya the most was that her strength was underestimated or even downplayed, so she wanted to grab onto those scoundrels. But Lin Kuei stopped her. When all the participants of the expedition approached the mountain, they froze, because it emanated a simply terrifying aura that made the blood boil with fear. This indicated only one thing: the huge number of demons that were waiting there. The senior warriors were glad, because they realized that they would have the opportunity to see the death of self-confident children. But most of all, the men wanted to assert themselves, so they were the first to rush into the thick, ghostly fog that was at the foot of the mountain. Everyone immediately realized that they had made a fatal mistake. The fog swallowed them up in a few seconds, so that no one even understood what exactly happened to the daredevils. Obviously, they were no longer tenants. At first, the girls wanted to help them, but Lin Kuei reminded them that they were on a battlefield, and the arrogant people who spat on the advice of others would not last long. But the rest had learned nothing from their predecessors, so they rushed headlong into the fog, hoping to defeat the demons by working together. The warriors expected to see vile demons, but to everyone's surprise, they were met by beautiful girls who were eager to meet men. Confident of their victory, the representatives of the stronger sex instantly froze. They could not understand where the ghosts were and where so many beautiful women came from. The mere glances of the beauties were enough for men to fall under their spell. Everyone wanted to touch the beautiful stranger and fall madly in love with her. Kanya couldn't understand why these gentlemen were so greedy for female attention. Ching Cheng explained that they were simply crazy. Lin Kuei, who was not susceptible to this charm, quickly realized that the warriors had been misled. Hong Ye could not believe that adults could be so easily deceived, but this deception was short-lived. As soon as the men fell into the arms of the girls, these beauties began to turn into bloodthirsty monsters. So when the demons' transformation was complete, their victims could no longer escape anywhere. They were doomed to die from the monster's sharp teeth. He needed to act quickly and decisively, so the guy thought that he could deal with the demons by summoning his own ghosts. Hinting to his friends to join the battle, he said that now was the time for a collective attack. Noticing that the guy and his girlfriends had successfully attacked, the crowd began to shout encouraging speeches, as they were simply delighted with his skill. Now, the area around Mount Kanglin was in chaos. The demons were fiercely attacking the people, and the students were trying to fight off their attacks using all their strength. Despite the fact that the guys were strong and fought off the enemies with dignity, they were driven into a corner. They understood that they would not hold out for long and hoped for help from Lin Kuei. Xiang Qian was angry that they couldn't handle it on their own. Yes, his friend was strong, but they also had to learn to be more than just secondary participants in the battle. So he told the crew members not to be discouraged, because even if their captain wasn't around, it didn't mean they couldn't unite to defeat the enemy. Mudong Qingyue completely agreed with this, so she suggested that everyone try hard, and she would be their support. These words made the boys gather their spirit and strength to show what they were capable of. The clashes with the demons were so intense that even the mountains seemed to shake. No matter how hard the guys tried, the enemy still did not stop its offensive, which became more and more successful. Soon, a dragon ghost appeared before them, which had reached level B and was a serious threat to people. He appeared and immediately took aim for an attack. Apparently, this creature was seriously determined to kill everyone who was in its field of vision. A green flame burst out from his mouth, and it was aimed straight at the dragon that was Xiang Qian's spiritual beast. The beast jumped in front of its owner and protected him from the stream of scorching flames. At that moment, the boy realized that things were really bad. After the fire stopped, Murong Qingyue, who possessed healing magic and could help, ran up to them. Shangqiang gritted his teeth and hissed that in order to survive, they must rely only on their own strength. Standing up, he proudly declared that some B-rank demon couldn't defeat them all. So he had to try harder, and then everything would definitely work out. But most of all, he wanted to finish off the monster himself, to prove that something worthwhile could depend on him too. Meanwhile, in the very heart of Mount Kanglin, an equally interesting event was taking place. A man with an aura reminiscent of a demon came to the ancient tree to absorb its power. It was one of the 8 demon kings, Yang Xiao, who possessed a level A ghost power. He was absorbing spiritual energy and thinking that now Lin Kuei would not be able to defeat him. Behind him stood Elder Buchan, who had become a traitor, and he was amazed at how many spirits and seals this guy had absorbed, thus unlocking a huge flow of energy. Yang Xiao had become so immersed in the role of the head demon that he was now ordering the man he had previously called Elder. This time, he wanted the man to not allow anyone to enter the mountain. As he watched Lin Kuei and his companions, Yue Buchan only thought that he had made a huge mistake when he gave the demon soul jade to Yang Xiao, who was now only thinking about his own interests. But all these thoughts had to be put aside until better times, because now he needed to deal with Lin Kuei, who had come quite close to his shelter. But the guy was not left alone. There were 2 men next to him who were ready to stand up for him at any moment. Elder Buchan was simply amazed by the fact that this kid had bodyguards. This was not entirely true. The men literally pursued our hero because they were afraid to be alone with the demons, and Kei could protect them. They showed him the slain demons and claimed that they were worthy of being under his protection. Kanya and Ching Cheng couldn't understand what was going on, because the guy was treated as if he was some kind of deity. Deciding to take advantage of these people's desire to follow him, an idea came to the boy's head, so he promised to show the man something interesting. Nobody thought that he would show how to cook a roast, although it was quite a sight. The aromatic meat seemed even tastier in the open air. The guy enthusiastically poured various sauces on it and claimed that if his younger sister were there, she would not be able to resist and would eat this deliciousness without letting it cool down. It smelled so delicious that Kanya and Ching Cheng couldn't contain their delight. Winking at the girl, our hero said that he loved his teammates very much, so he would treat them first. The girls didn't mind, so they gratefully accepted the fragrant pieces of meat and immediately tried this culinary masterpiece. Kanya almost swallowed her tongue. She was amazed by the unrivaled taste of the meat, which was covered with a crispy crust on the outside, and the texture on the inside was soft and tender. Ching Cheng, in turn, noticed that thanks to this food, she felt a surge of strength inside herself and how it spread inside her like a pleasant warmth. It was so delicious that the girls simply didn't know what to say, so their satisfied expressions spoke for them. Seeing the girls' reaction, the men also wanted to try it. They were even ready to pay or give away their spiritual stones, just to taste the tasty morsel. Pretending that he didn't care about the wealth, the guy said that he didn't need anything, but if they wanted to donate something, they could put it in the box, which immediately began to fill up with valuable things. The girls could only stand there and marvel at how quickly Lin Kui had managed to raise such a large sum of money, knowing that they would not have been able to achieve such a thing on their own. Realizing that shashlik was a very profitable business, our hero began to call customers, saying that they could try his signature meat for only 10,000 spiritual stones. Yuebukun was watching all of this closely, but he couldn't bring himself to attack because there were so many people around the guy. He was also attracted by this amazing aroma of shashlik, because it reminded him so much of his past life. When he was a man, the man ordered himself to forget this smell. Kanya said she wanted more meat and handed over the payment. The young man grinned and said that he could get rich at her expense. While eating the delicious food, Ching Ching asked if their job wasn't to lead a campaign against ghosts. But the boy told everyone to relax and exhale, because while they were eating and resting, the ghost that served him helped him complete the task. The elder could not understand why people continued to follow Kuei. Turning his head, the old man noticed some movement in the nearby bushes. He realized that it wasn't just him who was assigned to watch Lin Kuei. Someone else was doing the same thing. It was Luo Tianyi, who had been humiliated by our hero, who told his henchmen that they must prove their loyalty by killing his enemy who had taken Ching Cheng from him. The man quickly recognized the hidden guy as the young master of the Luo family. He quickly realized that he also hated Kuei. The enemy of his enemy was his friend. So he activated his evil puppet power, and purple threads of dark energy reached out towards Luo Tianyi. The guy didn't even feel how someone else's energy penetrated inside him and displaced his desires, replacing them with its own. With these threads, the former elder could amplify people's emotions, so he was confident that this boy would be able to give him what he so badly desired. Everything inside Tianyi seemed to have turned upside down. His desires became so bright and clear that he immediately understood what he wanted. Having stopped his henchman, the young man declared that he wanted to deal with his sworn enemy with his own hands. Jumping out from the bushes, the young master declared that the moment had come when Lin Kuei would say goodbye to his life and beg on his knees for mercy. Seeing her ex-fiancé, Ching Cheng was extremely surprised. She thought that she had finally gotten rid of him. But no, here he was again in her field of vision. But our hero was glad to see here the one with whom he had not fully dealt with at the party. He wanted to humiliate him completely. This reaction outraged Tianyi. He expected to see fear in the enemy's eyes, but he saw only mockery, and this made him incredibly angry. So he decided not to boast about his own strength, but to send his guards into battle, saying that whoever brought him Qi's head would become a member of the Luo family. When they rushed to attack, Lin Kuei's new friends did not stand aside. They decided that they would help him and protect him at all costs. However, they were beaten to it by a small black fury who rushed past and ordered everyone to get out of the way. It was the sword angel who also desperately wanted to help her master. The little girl swung her sword and screamed furiously that everyone who wanted to harm Lin Kuei would die today. Seeing this strange creature, Luo Tianyi screamed in fear because he didn't understand what he was facing, so it caused obvious anxiety within him. It was very funny for the angel to listen to empty threats that her master would die today, because she knew perfectly well that it would be exactly the opposite. The guy from the Luo family did not calm down. He started shouting that he could win without his bodyguards, so Lin Kuei should just accept the fight. Everyone was very curious about how this one-man show would end, because they noticed something that Tianyi had not yet seen. The young master turned his head and noticed where his enemies were staring. At that moment, he realized that behind him were monsters that seemed to have come out of nightmares. Hong Ye suggested that it was a monster riot caused by an earthquake. And after teleporting, our hero decided that it was worth taking his enemy out of danger. And in order to convince Tianyi to help them with the monsters, the boy slammed him into the nearest rock with all his might. After analyzing the situation, the girls realized that they needed to immediately engage in battle. So Kanya sped up time and Ching Cheng activated the ice shield. Even the little angel was in on the action, doing tricks with a sword and shouting that the ghosts should understand who they were up against. Meanwhile, Lin Kuei continued to carry out educational work. He claimed that trampled pride could be restored by valiantly fighting monsters. Tianyi was still reluctant to engage in battle, so Kei said that since his dear friend wanted to find a girl so much, he would help him fulfill that wish. While Mr. Luo was trying to figure out what was going on, Kuei poured special water into him that increased hormone levels and produced pheromones that attracted the opposite sex. While Tianyi was trying to spit out what had gotten into his mouth, irreversible processes had already begun. Having sensed these very pheromones, the female sex began to flock to him. But there was one nuance. These were not human representatives at all. Laughing loudly, our hero pushed the guy straight into the arms of the monkey, who so wanted to meet Tanya. Everyone was simply delighted with this picture and simply could not help but film the moment when the cute little animal kissed the young man. Soon, the monkey was joined by other representatives of the fair sex, a huge spider and a hippopotamus. When the guy's clothes were torn off, he was seriously scared. The young man began to shout that the animals had made a mistake and that they shouldn't bother him. But of course, no one listened to him, because the pheromones had their effect and the animals simply could not move away from him. Waving his hand to the guy, our hero said goodbye and wished his enemy a pleasant time in the company of animals like himself. Watching from the bushes as yet another henchman failed to complete a task, Buchan realized that it looked like he would have to go back and ask Yang Chao for help. The blonde, who had now become a full-fledged demon, continued to hang around the ancient tree, trying to absorb its energy. Only this time he encountered a problem and could no longer absorb the aura of the mountainous region, as it seemed to be blocked by someone. At that moment, the guy realized that something unpleasant was about to happen. And he was absolutely right. Suddenly, the tree began to glow with a green otherworldly light. For a second, Yang Xiao thought that he might go blind from such a bright glow. A small creature emerged from the ancient tree, emanating powerful magic. It was confused and did not understand who had summoned it. Yang Xiao jumped back. He couldn't understand where this little girl came from and why she was looking at him so strangely. But what surprised and frightened him most was the moment when the aura of Mount Kanglin suddenly became crystal clear, without any admixture of anything demonic. The blonde was very cunning, so, putting on the mask of a good-natured hero, he decided to offer the little girl to go with him, because he needed to keep her close until he figured out how to take away her power. The spirit thought about what she had heard, and it seemed that she was about to agree to go with him. But then she seemed to sense something. Her behavior instantly changed, and the little girl declared that she would not go anywhere with such a terrible person. These words did not please Yang Xiang at all, and he decided that he would now force her to follow him. But the girl suddenly took off and found herself out of the guy's reach. She said that she felt some kind of energy not far from here, so she had to check what it was there. Without further ado, she set off on a new adventure, clearly excited and fascinated by what awaited her, having slept for too long. But the blonde wasn't going to let her go just like that. He remembered that he now had wings too, so he soared into the sky and followed her. The sun rose brightly over the mountains, indicating that the presence of demons was diminishing. However, not all of them were gone. Right now, one of them was being destroyed by Xiang Chong and his dragon, who were not going to give up. Su Tang was also in the action, but it was noticeable how tired she was. The girl guessed that their enemy had inexhaustible energy. Her friend Murong Qingyue supported her and said that this could not continue any longer. They had to end it all right now. An idea came to Xiang Qian's mind. He asked his dragon to get ready, because they had to try to use a powerful technique. And then there was a burst of energy. Our guys could only watch as a fiery whirlwind swirled around their friend and his dragon. It turned out that Xiang Chang had decided to try to take the form of a dragon and become one with his spirit beast. And he had succeeded. His friends were simply amazed that he was capable of this. But he always hid the fact that he possessed this incredible technique. The demon understood that he was now in great trouble, but still decided that the best defense was an attack. However, the transformed Xiang Chang stated that all these resistances were useless because the demonic dragon did not reach his level of strength. Using a move called Flame Blast, the boy forced the demon to retreat. The monster growled loudly and tried to resist, but nothing helped him. For the first time in all this time, he felt defenseless. But Xiang Qiang, on the contrary, felt omnipotent. Such power flowed inside him that he simply could not contain it. He wanted to show the true power of his dragon, because he had hidden it for so long because he was not sure that he could control it. Finally, the guys won, and Xiang Qiang went to his friends to thank them for being there. They started praising him and telling him how strong he was. Murong Qingyue realized that her friend had indeed become much stronger. She guessed that he was influenced by Lin Kuei's example. It was clear that they should not fall behind either. Meanwhile, little Luluo was enjoying the flight after such a long sleep. But when she saw that there was an explosion nearby, which caused the monsters to fly in different directions, she thought about her safety. Of course, the reason for the fuss was Lin Kuei, who decided to roast all the monsters in the area. His girlfriends stood nearby and were amazed at how skillfully he dealt with the monsters. Suddenly, Hong Ye felt a powerful flow of energy that was rapidly approaching. She warned her husband about it and asked him to be careful. Before the guy could say that he understood everything and would be wary of strange creatures, a small lump of light and strange energy suddenly crashed into him at full speed. Although this strange creature was quite small in size, after its landing, a rather impressive crater remained in the ground. Having come to his senses, the guy realized that a little girl had fallen straight from the sky onto him, who was now sitting opposite him and smiling sweetly. Both Hong Ye and Konyi Qingcheng were simply shocked by what happened, as they all sensed an ancient and very powerful aura. When Kuo finally regained the ability to speak, he asked the girl who she was and why she had come here. The little girl didn't explain anything, but only called the boy daddy and said that it was very difficult to find him. Hearing this sentence, Hong Ye even staggered back. She couldn't understand who this girl was and why she was acting so brazenly. Burning with rage, she demanded that her husband tell her the truth about why he had an illegitimate daughter that he had kept silent about. Our hero began to say that it was all a mistake. The girl fell silent as soon as this little girl threw herself into her arms and began calling her mom. She became embarrassed and tried to figure out what was going on. Kanya and Qing Cheng moved even further away, amazed at how quickly one could become parents. The young man and his wife tried to tell them that they had got it all wrong, but circumstances spoke louder than words. The tension level gradually subsided and finally the girl approached the little girl and asked where she came from. After receiving the treat, Lu Luo became more sociable. She said that she only knew her name and that she had slept for a long time in the mountains, but something suddenly woke her up. Hong Ye said that the child had the spiritual energy of Mount Kanglin. She guessed that this was the incarnation of a deity. They did not receive an answer to their question because the little girl was interested in something that was happening very close. Following her gaze, our heroes realized that things were bad for them because someone opened a portal nearby. Luluo said that it was a blonde freak. While Kuei and his wife were trying to figure out who they were talking about, Yang Xiao and the elder emerged from the portal, smiling and announcing their triumphant return. The blonde asked if Lin Kuei was not happy to see him. He sarcastically noted that they were friends in the academy. Hong Ye immediately recognized this young demon as the eldest son of the Yang family. Our hero said that they could talk as friends once he stopped hiding behind others. Little Luo said with fear in her voice that it was this freak who had offended her and tried to absorb her power. Kei was surprised that this scoundrel did not even spare children. Indignant, Yang Xiao said that this guy should be ashamed, since he humiliated him so often in front of the entire academy. These words only amused the young man. He said that he would gladly repeat every joke he had made, especially the one that resulted in the blonde being left without pants in front of the entire academy. This was the last straw for the blonde demon, and he promised that today he would do his utmost to send his enemy to hell. Flying higher, he spread his clawed arms to the sides and began to call upon his strength and all the power that he had managed to absorb during this time. When Hong Ye realized that their enemy had the power of a ghost king that had reached the A rank, she asked her beloved to be as careful as possible. No one expected it, but little Lu Luo jumped forward. She declared that she would save her mom and dad, so she activated the powers of nature and directed it at the demon. The girl said that she cares about the environment, and it helps her cleanse the earth from such demonic monsters. She made the magic vine entwine around the elder and Yang Xiao, making them unable to move. Our hero was amazed at how strong this little girl was, but it was time for him to stretch a little. While tearing apart the vines with his dark magic, Yang Xiao said that it was a cheap trick that wouldn't hold him for too long. While he was saying this, Lin Kuei managed to get too close to him. His opponent was amazed at such speed and even assumed that the guy had gained new strength. All these thoughts were scattered in different directions when he and the elder were attacked by scorching flames that burst out from Ku's hands. Meanwhile, Lu Luo was growing sharp thorns on the ground, which obediently grew larger with each new wave of the girl's hand. So when Yang Xiao landed on that very spike, he screamed loudly in pain, because it literally pierced him right through. The young man praised his adopted daughter and said that she took after her daddy. One could only guess what kind of cheerful family they would make. Raising his body from the spike, the blonde complained that this time he had been careless and had paid for it. Lin Kuei teased him, saying that he was being careless every time, since he was literally getting it from him all the time. Roaring with anger, the blonde demon no longer knew what to do to emerge victorious. Buchan couldn't even look at this loser. He understood that he had given the Jade Soul to the wrong person. So, in order not to make the situation worse, the former elder grabbed the guy by the cloak and dragged him towards the portal. Unfortunately, our hero realized that he would not be able to catch up with his opponents. But an idea came to his head on how to fix everything. Swinging harder, he threw a parting gift at his enemies, which, although it would not destroy them completely, would make them unpleasant. The piece of wood hit right where it would hurt the most, so Kuei was pleased with the result. The girls watched all this with their mouths open in surprise. They never expected to witness such amazing accuracy, but the young man was still unhappy that he had not managed to destroy the enemies this time. He understood that Yang Xiao was no longer the same as before, and now he would become even stronger. He was distracted from his thoughts by Hong Ye's voice. She was holding a frightened mountain spirit in her arms and asking what to do with her. With a wide smile, Kanya offered to hand the baby over to the patrol department, but Lu Luo did not appreciate the offer. After these words, the little girl began to cry bitterly and asked not to send her anywhere, because she wanted to stay with her mom and dad. Qing Cheng realized that her friend was deliberately teasing this little girl, so she asked her to stop doing it. Wiping away the little spirit's tears, she asked why the spirit wanted to stay with them so much. Wouldn't she be comfortable at home? In her native mountainous area? Lulo thought for a moment and then said that she wanted to go with them, because she thought they were beautiful and kind. Hong Ye laughed and hugged the little girl tighter, and Kanya realized that this spirit was simply putting them through face control. And after Lin Kuei began to echo that they were indeed the most beautiful, everyone realized that he was a real narcissist. But no matter how cute it all was, he felt the pressure on himself, because now he was responsible for Lin Shi, Onizi, Xiao Huang, the Sword Angel, Snowball, and now Lu Luo was added to the mix. Meanwhile, the news of what happened in the mountains had already spread across all the newspapers. The news describing the exploits of the young student Lin Kuei. They also said that Luo Tianyi had fled the scene, had been traumatized by demons, and had become mentally unstable, and was now in the hospital. They also didn't forget to mention Xiang Qian, who discovered new strengths within himself and became a worthy vice-captain of the team. Someone from the tabloids managed to take a photo of Kuei and the little girl. So now the public was buzzing about the guy having an illegitimate child. But for now, no one cared about all this news, because the guys finally had the opportunity to have a normal rest, and they intended to take advantage of it. But even on the beach, Lin Kuei was not left alone. Fans immediately noticed him and began to pester him with their obsessive attention. The guy was not upset, on the contrary. He said that nothing and no one had disturbed his rest, because for the first time in a long time he was given a day off, and he wanted to spend it with pleasure. Qin Feng turned the music up to full volume and enjoyed it, while his friend enjoyed the fact that they were surrounded by a huge number of beauties. Despite the fact that the guys offered to go surfing, our hero said that he couldn't, because he wanted to spend time with his family. Sheng Qiang began to resent the fact that his friend was more fortunate. Because he was always surrounded by beautiful girls, Feng advised him to stop being envious. His sadness didn't last long because Su Tang came and dispelled it, inviting the guys to go surfing together. Now the boy was simply happy because he was showered with attention from such beautiful girls. Only Qin Feng didn't understand why his friend was so impressed every time he saw a cute female face. As he had promised his family, Lin Kuei spent time with his beautiful wife and little girl, who now called him Daddy. But Hong Ye was extremely upset that she couldn't be with her beloved for too long, because her body hadn't fully recovered. Lin Si was extremely unhappy that her brother had brought a new child into the family, because now he had absolutely no time for her. Xiao Huang shrugged and said that she was just jealous of the little girl. He advised her to enjoy the beautiful moments and not to darken them with unnecessary thoughts. As LMN Shi sipped her cocktail in irritation, she noticed small legs moving towards her. It was Lu Luo who found a beautiful shell in the sea and decided to give it to her newfound sister. It was so cute that Si didn't even know what to say. All her aggression instantly disappeared, and she realized that she had finally become an older sister who could protect this little girl. Rolling her eyes in irritation, the ferret reminded her that just a minute ago she was jealous of this little spirit, and now she was ready to kiss him from head to toe. Onizi added that the girl could now be called Aunt Lin Shi, since she was no longer the youngest in the family. Noticing the sarcasm in her friend's words, Lin Shi made them fly to the other end of the beach. She shouted that her younger sister loved her, but they were just waiting for an opportunity to make fun of her. To preserve happy moments as a keepsake, Our hero suggested capturing everyone in photographs so that they could later look through them and enjoy the memories. He got some amazing shots. The first ones he photographed were his daughter and sister, who started getting along well with each other. Then the moment was captured on camera where Lin Shi unleashed her spirit beast on her friends, and they ran away from it in terror. Next, the beautiful Hong Ye was captured, distracted from posing by little Shi, who left her the most delicious piece of meat. And then the young man managed to photograph a joyful Xiao Huang, who was pleased that he was able to build a simple structure out of sand. When the day was almost over and the sun had set, all the vacationers had left the beach, leaving only Lin Kuei and his family sitting in front of the fire. Taking a pen and paper, he said that before they began to eat, he wanted everyone to make a wish, write it on a piece of paper, fold it into an airplane, and send it flying. Lin Shi was skeptical about this proposal, but still decided to give it a try. But Xiao Huang was happier than ever, so he wanted to do it himself. He and Shi even managed to fight because they couldn't decide which of them would be the first to launch the airplane. Looking at them, Kuei said with a grin that they were still very far from complete idle. When everyone finished writing their wishes, the guy decided to see what his loved ones wanted. His sister wanted to be with him every day. The ferret wanted to eat junk food the most. Onizi dreamed of a robot vacuum cleaner. And Lu Luo wanted mom and dad to be together. Lin Ku himself, more than anything in the world, wanted to restore the body of his beloved woman. Each of these desires was beautiful and magical in its own way. Even Snowball scratched out his wish, and it turned out he wanted to become a riding animal. Fluffy squeaked and clearly wanted to convey the idea that he also wanted to become stronger. And when a bright light shone around Snowball, the boy realized that all this time his pet was not just playing and having fun, he was learning and growing. So now his aura has become stronger, and his body has clearly increased in size. But he hadn't just changed physically, the beast had now also learned to talk. So he asked if his friends were surprised by this turn of events. Oh, our heroes were not just surprised, they literally lost the power of speech and could only make incoherent sounds. The animal explained that it already had a certain level of development, but after following its master, its strength increased. Stroking the soft fur of the beast, the young man said that this was all good, but it would be better to return to its previous size, because then it would be more convenient to take it with you. The little animal squealed enthusiastically and said that now it could change at will. So changing its size would not be a problem. Lin Si watched the huge fox closely and realized that she had an irresistible urge to pet it. But when she casually touched his tail, Snowball discontentedly declared that she needed to be careful with his well-groomed fur. But the ferret was not stopped by this warning at all. He said that if the Demon Queen wanted to pet him, she would do it. So when the children started trying to climb on top of him, the fox started squealing and running away as if he were a little dog and not a proud beast. Lin Ku approached his wife, in whose arms the baby was asleep, and said that they were becoming more and more like a real family every day. Having folded the piece of paper with his wishes into an airplane, our hero told himself that they would all definitely come true. Having sent him off into the distance, the guy said that he would make efforts every day to make his particular wish come closer to becoming a reality. Watching the paper airplane fly away, Kei felt an inexplicable peace because he realized that in the future he would have everything he dreamed of so much. Not everywhere was the sea as calm as on the beach near the city of Kanglan. On one of the ships there was a demon, resembling a shark, who dreamed of becoming the king of sea ghosts. Having conquered many small islands, he was ready to set foot on the mainland. The shores of the city of Haiphong, which was located in Daxia, were always carefully guarded by warships. So the sailors immediately noticed the invasion of ghosts and sounded the alarm. They called for a stop to panic, because they had cruisers that could wipe the enemy into dust. The warriors opened fire without hesitation to destroy those who were so eager to land on the shore. Only the demons were able to survive. Moreover, they began to attack the ship and say that attempts at resistance were useless. The demon shark possessed B-rank strength, so it was strong enough to repel enemy attacks without much difficulty. Activating his power, the monster stated that every time someone confronted him, no one could fight back. The ship burst into blue flames and it became clear that the people had underestimated their opponents. And perhaps now they would pay for this mistake with their lives. No one could have imagined that the Coast Guard would find itself in such a situation. People thought that they were protecting their city well enough, but it was not enough. The demon shark was 100% sure that all the people of Daxia were worthless, so he could easily become an invincible captain. Suddenly, the demons noticed something strange flying towards them. The flying object resembled a paper airplane. They immediately began to sound the alarm because something was approaching them that emitted strong energy. The captain went out on deck to see why his subordinates were making a fuss, but ended up right where the plane was supposed to land. Whether this was a coincidence or a terrifyingly precise calculation, we will never know. But what we do know is that the demon ship was blown up and disabled. All the monsters were thrown overboard. They were screaming in fear because many of them didn't even know how to swim. Their leader also began to panic because he thought that they had encountered Daxia's secret weapon, which they had skillfully hidden from them. The captain remained on what was left of his ship until the very end, and despite everything, ordered his subordinates to land on the coast and kill everyone they found. Meanwhile, on the beach near the city of Kanglin, it was already so quiet and calm that Hong Ye and her adopted daughter fell fast asleep. Meanwhile, her husband and his sister decided that the singing talent inside them was dying. So they decided to awaken it and started singing songs loudly, so that everyone wanted to close their ears and not hear anything. Even though Lin Kui was already very sleepy, he immediately sensed the approaching danger, so he turned his head without taking his eyes off the microphone. His intuition had never let him down before, and this time it worked perfectly, because something appeared from the sea that made the brother and sister's voices fall silent. These were the sea demons who declared that today was the day when they would rule Kanglin. The demon shark called humans pathetic ants who were incapable of putting up a decent fight, so he saw no problem in occupying the city. Lin Kui, of course, did not take these threats seriously. He asked where these fish heads came from and why they were preventing him from spending his day off with his family. This insult hurt and humiliated the captain so much that he ordered his henchmen to rush into battle immediately. Pushing the guy away, Xiao Huang said enthusiastically that if the ghosts wanted a fight, then they would get one, because it wouldn't hurt him to stretch his bones. Without waiting for any orders from the elder, the ferret rushed into battle and knocked down the nearest demon, who clearly did not expect something like this from the child. Huang was just about to try out a new weapon called the Evil King's Tooth, and Lin Kui was trying to figure out where he got that huge sword from. Licking the sharp blade, the ferret said that it was his child, which he had given birth to thanks to Carries. These words made our hero and his sister grimace in disgust. They guessed that the ferret did not brush its teeth, but did not think that this problem was so large-scale. But now, instead of healthy teeth, he had an excellent sword, which became a conductor of power and could manifest it at full power. The shark was not at all scared. She fought off the attack and said that the strong always win, so now her enemies will know what a real nightmare is. The empty chatter irritated the young man very much, so he could not stand it, and came closer to give this chatterbox a good slap in the face. Spitting out his razor-sharp teeth, the monster could not believe that an ordinary man could achieve what no one before him could: defeat the ruler of the seas himself. Trying to get to his feet, the demon could not accept that he was so weak that he lost to some underage student. At this point, Lin Si decided to enter the game. She wanted to show her brother that she could stand up not only for herself, but also for him. So she ordered her spiritual beast to attack the monster. The once cute teddy bear, who had now become a dangerous monster, hit his opponent with all his might. The force was such that it sent him flying back several meters. The ferret decided to finish off the creature. It seemed to him that he had not tested the weapon well enough, so he had to try to cut the demonic flesh. However, the final blow was dealt by Lin Kui, who said that the demon's dreams of dominating Kanglin City could be considered scattered. Finally, the sea ghost died, and his soul jade hung over his lifeless body. Having taken this unique artifact for himself, our hero said that he was not going to fight anyone on his day off. But since the fish heads themselves asked for trouble, he could not refuse them. Suddenly, his older sister appeared on the beach. When Kui asked her why she was there, the girl explained that an alarm had been raised and she was sent here to find out the reason. After looking around the perimeter, she smiled and said that it looked as if he had already dealt with the problem himself. Smiling back, the young man confirmed Hood's words and said that they had just finished fixing an unexpected problem. Scratching the back of his head, the boy began to play the poor guy and say that they had encountered simple fish, so there had been no difficulties. Lin Hood was very pleased with her brother and sister. The boy had become noticeably stronger and more serious, and little Shi had also mastered her abilities well. The girl's strength grew even though her height had stood still. Lin Shi didn't appreciate this joke and frowned, saying that she didn't need to point out her shortcomings. Stroking her little sister on the head, Hood said that in a couple of years she would definitely become a beautiful girl. But for now, she could enjoy being a cute child. But Lin Shi didn't like being comforted as if she were a little baby. These words surprised her relatives. They asked if she didn't consider herself a child, since that's what she was. Suddenly, Hood went silent. she felt a strong demonic presence somewhere nearby. It was Hong Ye. Sister Qi immediately realized who it was, so she asked if it was the same spirit that had always been by her brother's side. Smiling, Hood said that her brother and his lover were quite nimble, because, as one could see, they already had a child. The guy, embarrassed to the extreme, could barely say that Luluo was their adopted daughter. He realized that there was no point in keeping secrets anymore. Smiling mysteriously, his older sister said that she didn't need to explain anything, but Kuei was sure that she had misunderstood. The girl changed the subject and said that after what happened, they still needed to train. She promised to give them a task to investigate the Sand Shadow Ghost. Hearing this, the young man was surprised, because the Sand Shadow Ghost was one of the 8 Demon Kings. Hood said that according to the information available, this demon expanded its territory, swallowing up 4 cities and turning them into a desert. They sent people there, but they barely coped. Our hero immediately realized that he shouldn't underestimate the ghosts, which can only be temporarily suppressed with the help of a few A-level people. The youth was also curious as to whether his aura would be increased as a result of his assistance in the ghost extermination operation. Without saying anything for sure, the girl only hinted that she had personally been promoted to advanced level A. This explained why Kuo immediately felt such overwhelming energy from his sister. He realized that she was very powerful and surpassed many. Waving goodbye to the boy, she said that they still had a long way to go. She was sure that her brother would also achieve a lot, because he was not afraid to work and make an effort. As she left, the girl expressed her hopes that the next time they met, Hong Ye's body would already be restored. Lin Ke thanked her for her kind words, but at the same time he felt sad. Because Hood was so lonely, she always dealt with everything on her own. In recent days, each family member has awakened their fighting spirit and worked hard to continue living their lives. Qianfeng continued his hard training, which was closely watched by Kanya, who also wanted to become stronger and decided to learn from the best. Su Tang, Ho Tung, and Murong Qingyue attended dangerous training sessions that Tang Ling had arranged especially for them. But Xiang Qian's whereabouts were unknown. It was rumored that he had returned to his family and was trying to get his figure in order. But Lin Kuo was assigned to work on another project, and his partner was KK. So they investigated the Sand Shadow Ghost on the western edge of the desert. The girl awkwardly said that she was very surprised by who she was assigned to work with. And the young man grinned and said that it was logical because KK had mastered water magic, which was simply necessary here. Without answering, she only thought that meeting Lin Kuei and being able to go on a mission with him was truly a blessing. They hadn't seen each other for quite some time, so Kiki was extremely surprised when she found out that the guy had adopted a little girl. Hong Ye watched her husband closely and immediately recognized the girl who had managed to form a team to exterminate evil spirits. Only this time the blonde wanted to remain invisible and secretly watch whether her husband could remain faithful. The guy noticed that Hong Ye did not appear and thought that he had offended her somehow. Suddenly, Keiki said bitterly that there used to be a beautiful city here, but now everything has turned into a lifeless desert. According to intelligence, the ghost was injured by people and was now recovering. The girl thought it would be very difficult to find him, because the desert was simply huge, but her companion smiled mysteriously and said that they would move gradually. After saying these words, he woke up Luluo and asked her to prepare to green this desert. This would cause the demons that lived here to panic greatly. Enjoying the ride on Snowball's soft back, the little mountain spirit scattered seeds in all directions, wanting to plant this lifeless soil with beautiful plants. Keek was a little shocked. She asked if they hadn't come here to complete a task. She was tormented by doubts about whether it was worth sowing grass seeds. However, she did not receive an answer to her question, because Luluo was too busy raising the young plants. The first shoots of grass sprouted very quickly. They made their way through the lifeless sand and took root. Despite everything, Keiki was here to help, so she activated her water magic and called for rain to water what was planted. After a couple of hours of hard work, our heroes enjoyed the beautiful view of a green meadow, a river, and many trees. It was strange to realize that just recently there was only sand there. After assessing the work, Lin Kuei said that they were all great. Luluo was simply happy because she felt much better among the greenery. The guys had barely had time to relax when they heard the sound of an approaching car. It seemed that someone had discovered their oasis and realized that there might be people there. Kiki warned that they all needed to be careful because most likely they were dealing with thieves from the desert. The guy also believed that they were not dealing with ghosts, but with someone worse. Soon, they saw 2 strong men who said that they had come there to commit a robbery. They called on the students not to make noise, but to hurry to surrender to them without a fight. Then perhaps they would even remain alive. In order to bring these guys down to earth a little, Lin Kuei kicked them hard with his strength, causing them to land spectacularly face down on the ground. Looking at how awkwardly the men fell, the guy said that he just wanted to give them a gift in honor of their meeting. The bandit brothers were outraged and began to claim that they had not fallen at all, but had simply decided to liven up the atmosphere a little. The very next second, they jumped to their feet and began to show off their muscles, saying that no one could compare with such strong men, so it was better to give them your money right away. Little Lu Luo was scared of these people and called them narcissists. These words made Kuei burst out laughing, and their enemies became even more indignant. The system gave the guy a choice. He could kill the thieves, re-educate them, and allow them to give up their property on their own initiative, or he could obey them. The second option had the highest reward, so our hero smiled sweetly and suggested that since the two brothers were kings of this area, they must be quite rich. These words were very flattering to men, so they immediately began to boast that they really did own a lot of valuables. But a second later, Kai's friendliness was replaced by a sword at the enemy's neck. The guy said that he planted a tree while driving along this road. He asked if the brothers understood what this meant. The men laughed cautiously and said that they knew the local rules well, so they ordered the treasures to be brought to their brother immediately. The bandits were perplexed and reminded the boss that they were supposed to rob and not share their spoils. Then the second brother pulled out a weapon and said that they also had dignity and their profession should be respected. It was a subtle hint that they would not share. Snowball jumped out of the shadows and said that he wanted to deal with these disobedient bandits himself. When the men saw the huge beast, they did not immediately understand who was in front of them. They decided that it was an overgrown desert bat. They paid for these words the very next second. The fox pressed them to the ground with the full weight of her furry body. The rest of the gang of thieves decided that they needed to save their boss, so they took out their weapons and prepared to shoot at the huge beast. Less than 30 minutes had passed before our heroes had finished this battle with victory and were now bathing in the gold they had taken from their enemies. The bandits cried from resentment and disappointment. They could not understand how this had happened, because before they were the ones who robbed others and now everything had happened the other way around. Lin Kuei chuckled and asked if his captives weren't glad that he wasn't going to kill them, and they perked up and said that they were just happy to hear that. The young man recalled that before this, the thieves had searched other people. Now he had done the same to them. So he was interested in whether the men thought this was a good deed. They said no. As soon as they said this phrase, the system gave our hero a reward in the form of 24 indicators that were added to his strength. Since the task was completed, now the guy finally wanted to ask these villains the questions that interested him the most. His captives noticed a sudden change in mood, so they began to cry and begged to be released. They pressed on pity and said that they had no one. They were just poor orphans. Smiling, Kay said that he would gladly let them go. But first, they had to tell him everything they knew about the sand shadow ghost. But they strangely said that they didn't know anything. Since his new friends were reluctant to reveal such important details voluntarily, the boy decided that he and Luluo would show them something interesting. The girl was just happy that she was given the opportunity to use her power, so she immediately called upon the power of nature. She acted very cunningly, allowing the shoots to get critically close to one of the most vulnerable places of a person. After that, they became more talkative and told about how, according to rumors, the ghost was being restored in the capital of sins. But the road to the city was very dangerous. There were demons and quicksand. The information was quite useful, although not very comforting. But no matter how difficult it was, the guys had to move forward. Without thinking twice, our team set off on their journey. Long wanderings through a dry, lifeless desert awaited them. They drove for a long time, and the landscape did not change at all. This made Keiki assume that they were dealing with an illusion. She asked what Sui thought about this, but instead of answering her question, she heard the guy telling her that he noticed that she liked him. According to him, girls confessed this to him every day, so she should not be embarrassed. His wife barely restrained herself from rolling her eyes in irritation. After all, her chosen one was a real narcissist. Looking down, Kiki smiled awkwardly. The guy was as cheerful as before, but she didn't believe that he could like a girl like her. Understanding what his companion was thinking, our hero decided to carefully say that he already had a fiancé, so he was not looking for love, because he had already found it. Lin Kui scratched his head and proudly asked his wife to show herself, as he wanted to introduce her to his old friend. After removing her invisibility, Hong Ye naturally appeared before them in all her glory, her dress fluttering in the ghostly wind and her hair shining beautifully in the sun. She smiled sweetly and gave her name, adding that she was the very bride who was also the guardian spirit. Cake was simply delighted by the beauty standing in front of her. It was hard to even imagine such an appearance. Upon noticing her mother, Luluo immediately rushed into her arms. Hongye noticed that her little girl was obedient even when she was not around. Watching this happy family, Keiki realized that this was exactly what Lin Kuei's bride should be like. Hongye placed her hand on the girl's shoulder and said that she had been watching her throughout the trip and was grateful for her working so hard to help her future husband. Embarrassed, Keiki whispered that it was her duty, after which the beautiful spirit wished her luck. The closeness of this girl was very embarrassing, but it was impossible not to notice that the blonde was very caring and good-natured. Lin Kuei didn't understand why his companion suddenly became so embarrassed. It seemed as if he had become superfluous, since his wife had drawn all the attention to herself. He was distracted from these thoughts by Snowball, who began to say that in any case, he still had him. This idyll was interrupted because a sandstorm began to approach them at incredible speed. Nothing foreshadowed trouble, so everyone was confused. However, this was not a natural disaster. Hongye quickly determined that they were dealing with something else, because the sand had the smell of ghosts. She was not mistaken, because very soon one could notice demons that appeared simply from the sand. When the blonde realized that they were facing ghost soldiers, she became seriously scared and ordered everyone to run away immediately. The demons began to twirl their weapons in their hands, and at that moment one could feel how powerful their ghostly aura was. Just a couple of movements and our heroes flew back. They were powerless against this wave of force, so they immediately realized that things were bad for them. When their fall did not stop, the boys realized that there was something underground and they were flying straight down. After landing, Hongye said that the danger had passed, but whether this was really the case, only time would tell. And now they needed to figure out a way to get out of this hole. Looking around, the blonde said with delight in her voice that they had entered the treasure trove of former soldiers. These words caused Lin Kuei to jump to his feet and declare that at this rate, they would become rich and would no longer have to carry out tasks. The guy rushed to open the chests to at least roughly understand what treasures were hidden underground. He couldn't wait to count every coin. However, Hongye and their daughter did not share the general joy. They felt that something was wrong with this place, so they ordered Q to immediately move away from the chests and under no circumstances open them, because something bad might happen. His girls were right, because as soon as he touched one of the chests, a dark spot appeared under it, resembling a portal, and soon a clawed paw appeared from there. The rest of the chests also moved from their place. The monsters inside them awakened, now smelling the scent of people and moving towards them. At that moment, the ghost soldiers came down to them and decided to finish off the pathetic little people who had wandered into their lands. Our hero did not lose his head and decided that the dear guests needed to be presented with gifts in the form of demonic chests, which so wanted to taste living flesh. Panic began to spread among the demons. They did not expect that in this pit, in addition to people, there would also be similar creatures. While the monsters and demons were trying to kill each other, Lin Kuei decided to take advantage of the moment. So he grabbed his girls and started running away. Snowball noticed that Keiki was running very slowly, so he asked permission to help her. Kui shouted that she could help, so the fox happily grabbed the girl and quickly ran away, happy that she could be of use. Our heroes were seriously scared that the monster that lived in the treasury was going to swallow the soldiers who were chasing them. It all looked extremely terrifying. So much so that even the demons screamed, as if it was the most terrible thing they had ever seen in their lives. One of the chests jumped right on the demon's head, snapped its sharp teeth, and something happened that no one expected. This treasure box took the place of the head, and now controlled what remained of the ghost's body, acting as a command center. It was all so surreal that Lin Kuei screamed in fear. It felt like he was in some kind of scary video game. But unfortunately, the reality was much scarier. The pursuers were so fast that Kiki screamed in fear. Snowball calmed her down, saying that he had always been the best in racing. Hongye had a strange feeling. It seemed like she had been to this place before. Inside her, there was an absolute certainty that there was a way out of here. When she noticed a strange thing hanging at the top, she asked her husband to pull it, because it seemed to her that there was a mechanism hidden there. It seemed brilliant and stupid at the same time, because they didn't know how it would turn out. But the guy decided to listen to his lady and do as she asked. Jumping up, he pulled with all his might on a strange cord that was hanging on one of the walls. At that moment, he realized that they had done everything right. The demons immediately began to fuss. They understood that the prey was escaping and tried to do at least something about it. But after Kuei pulled the rope, The ground opened up under them and they fell somewhere very deep. Now there was a deep gap between our heroes and the demonic spawn. Quay was just happy that he had such a smart wife, because her idea worked 100%. The girl said that it was not time to relax yet, because one had to be on guard, since there was clearly more than one trap nearby. They began to run their hands along the walls in search of some kind of ledge that would show them the way to freedom. Finally, Lin Kuei pressed something. Something resembling rockets appeared out of nowhere. The button activated the launch, and now all that was left was to guess where they would fly to. The explosion thundered right in the direction where the demons had gathered, whose bodies the chest had taken possession of. At that moment, our hero stepped on a certain place and the ground immediately collapsed under his foot. It became clear that there were traps underneath them too. He activated a mass launch of weapons that were hidden in the royal treasury, and the entire arsenal flew towards their enemies. Every arrow, mace, and other deadly weapons found their targets and struck the bodies of what remained of the demons. Those who had not yet suffered now did not know where to go and crowded around the passage without the possibility of returning to a safe place. After some time, everything stopped. The dead bodies of enemies littered the entire dungeon so that the floor was not visible at all. However, they had to face another problem. Hong Ye noticed that too many traps had been triggered at the same time, and now this place was preparing to self-destruct. Gritting his teeth in tension, Lin Kuei whispered that they would not be buried alive in this place. At this moment, Luluo activated her power and said that she would save her parents, and a strong magical energy began to emanate from the little girl. Her tiny hands began to draw some symbols in the air, and after a couple of seconds a beanstalk appeared from the ground. It grew and grew until it became so huge that with its help the heroes began to rise upward, approaching the surface. When Lin Kuei finally realized what was happening, he shouted at the top of his voice that the plant was simply wonderful, and his daughter was a real smart girl who saved everyone. The boys got out when it was already deep night. After such stress, they had no time to sleep, so they sat near the van and rejoiced at their victory. Keek said that she didn't even expect that her partner had the ability to spatial dimension and would be able to defeat ghosts. Stroking Snowball's soft fur, the young man said that he had only shown a small trick. He was sure that Kiki would be able to repeat it as soon as he became a little stronger. Hugging the little girl, Hong Ye said that their Luluo had also tried hard today, because it was thanks to her efforts that they were able to escape so easily. Snowball was outraged that no one had praised him yet, since he had also put in a lot of effort. But Keke remembered him, stroked his head, and admitted that if it weren't for his help, she would most likely have remained in that terrible dungeon. While everyone was rejoicing and talking happily, Hong Ye stepped aside and looked thoughtfully into the distance. Lin Kuei immediately approached her, inviting her to go and try some barbecue. And when he received no response, the guy asked what she was thinking about so much. Smiling tiredly, his beloved replied that it had been a long time since she could last feel the atmosphere of the desert night. She missed it. And then the guy finally decided to ask how she knew that there were traps in the underground palace. Looking at the stars, Hong Ye said that this was once the treasury of her empire. She personally participated in the design of the traps, so some of them were created by her personally. Starting her story, she told that 3,000 years ago, in the western desert, there was an empire of sand. It existed in peace and quiet, gradually growing and developing. However, evil ghosts invaded this world and did not bypass her empire. As a princess, she fought bravely, but still suffered defeat. She said that their empire was brutally destroyed. Not only the girl, but also her father and brother sacrificed their lives. Hong Ye's soul reincarnated for thousands of years, gradually losing itself. It became a ghost, and finally woke up in the modern world. As she spoke, it seemed as if she had returned to those times and was once again experiencing all that pain, which was now reflected in tears in her eyes. Turning her head to her husband, she thanked him for helping her remember who she was, helping her begin to feel, and now wanting to give her a physical body. Hugging her beloved, she thanked him for helping her restore her humanity, awaken her memory, and remember everything that happened. Dissolving in these pleasant sensations, Lin Kuei also said that meeting her was the happiest event in his life. After this sensual conversation, our heroes merged into a kiss, which was the personification of their love for each other. Here, in the middle of the desert sands and the dark night sky, they were ready to sit all night so as not to lose this perfect moment. The next day, Keiki was the first to wake up, and it seemed to her that she had slept too long since she had gone to bed very late. As she got out of the van, she panicked because she couldn't find her companions or the food that should have been left over from yesterday's get-together. It turned out that Lin Kuei was also in the van, and he was no less surprised than the girl that all their food had disappeared, because they had not seen anyone in this desert. Snowball immediately assumed that they had encountered thieves again, but this time they were acting much more skillfully and covertly. The little animals suggested that there were some secret passages hidden underground, which meant that he had to literally get to the bottom of the truth. He began to dig a hole exactly in the place where he smelled a foreign smell, and soon someone jumped out from there. It was a small puppy who yelped because the fox accidentally hit him while he was digging the ground. Hongye immediately realized that this was a sand dog, a creature that lived in the desert and hid under the thick sand. Lin Kui approached the beast and stroked it, realizing that it was very hot, indicating that it had heat stroke, and he wanted to help the poor thing. But help was not the only thing our hero wanted. In return, he demanded that the dog tell him absolutely everything he knew about the desert. The little animal was so scared by the rude tone and the overwhelming aura that he promised to tell everything he knew. He told about the sand ghosts, as well as about the local city of sand sculptures. The information about the city interested the young man very much. He ordered the dog to take them there. In exchange, he would receive the necessary help. The sand dog complied with this request, so after several hours of walking through the lifeless desert, they finally saw the outlines of the city. Looking around, our hero was surprised by what he saw, so he asked again if they had really come to the right place. The only thing that mattered from the city here was its name, because the houses were made of sand, the roads too. And what can I say? The inhabitants of this miracle city were also made of sand. They hadn't even had time to move deeper into the city when they fell into a trap. Walls had appeared out of nowhere and were now quickly advancing on the boys, threatening to slam shut with them. There was a laugh from behind. It was Vin Gasso, who could control sand. He thanked his faithful dog for doing a great job and catching several villains. Lin Q was very angry, first of all at himself, because he had failed to recognize this deception, and now they had all fallen into a trap, especially since the enemy seemed to be a very unusual person. A strange man came forward and said that he wanted to introduce himself formally. He gave his name and stated that he was the Sand Master of the Sand Sculpture City. Since the boys were not locals, he promised to make more sculptures out of them, since they had invaded the desert without an invitation. Keki could barely contain her panic attack. She asked what they should do because it seemed they had met a madman who had just escaped from a mental hospital. Before he could say a word, the system offered him a choice. The guy could fight Vin Gasso, sit quietly in one place, or hold a sand sculpture competition. The last option was offered a strange coin of good and evil. So our hero made his choice and now mocked the Sandmaster, saying that he did not dare to call himself that. Hearing this, the man was furious. He could not understand how some boy dared to defame his good name. Our hero began to put pressure on him and say that if he was so confident in himself, then they should fight and show each other their skills in creating sand sculptures. The opponent immediately agreed. Although Hongye was worried about her husband, she knew that his crazy ideas often worked, so he could be relied on. After thinking for a moment, Hongye noted that if they decided to compete, they needed judges who would take a neutral side. Laughing, Vin Gasso said that he would solve this issue right away. He just needed to wait a little. The sculptor explained that the competition consisted of 3 stages, each of which had its own theme. Only the judges could give points for the task, and they had to do this as fairly as possible. The judges were a sand fox, a hare, and a lizard caught on the side of the road, who had absolutely no idea what was wanted of them. The theme of the first stage was the embodiment of plants. Upon hearing about this, the guy immediately became happy, because he and Luluo could show a real performance. Vin Gasso looked at his opponent, who was awkwardly picking at the sand, and realized that he was a mere amateur who wouldn't be able to build even a sandcastle. When the time was up, our hero pretended to be very tired, but his smile showed that he was extremely pleased with his work. His opponent looked at his work skeptically and beamed. He was 100% sure that he had created another masterpiece. Turning to the judges, he asked them to evaluate the results of their work and choose their favorite. When presenting his work, Vin Gasso said that he decided to combine nature and love, so he named his masterpiece Cupid of Plants. When it was Lin Kuei's turn, he showed off his sculpture that he and Luluo had created together, called Child of Nature. The beasts put up their fair and independent scores, so Vin Gasso had 90 points, and his opponent Kuei got 5 points more. The sculptor was simply shocked, and our hero only grinned and suggested that his aesthetics were simply closer to the animal world. The theme of the second stage was the embodiment of the image of a large bear. Vin Gasso created a truly impressive sculpture of a huge beast that inspired fear and awe, but the statue of Lin Kuei might appeal to some lonely bear who had just come out of hibernation and wanted to continue his race. The beasts once again gave Kuei's creation high marks, In this stage, he received a whopping 92 points, while his opponent was given a modest 70. Vin Gasso was in despair. Ku mocked him and said that he simply did not understand the true desires of the beasts. In the third stage of the competition, it was necessary to depict human love. The man created a statue of himself, because it was his only love. But our hero was very sweet and devoted. So without further ado, he portrayed his beautiful wife, Hong Ye, because she was the only one who made his heart beat faster. It was so touching that the blonde didn't even know how to react. She wanted to throw herself into the arms of her beloved. But now was not the time or place. The animals simply fell in love with Hong Ye's sculpture, because it really turned out to be simply amazing. The judges gave it the highest score. Vin Gasso was simply heartbroken, because he had lost what he was most proud of, his talent. Quay approached him and asked with a grin if he really didn't love anyone, since he had created a sculpture of himself. The task was completed. The coin of good and evil ended up in the guy's inventory, so now Quay showed sympathy and asked why the defeat had affected the man so much. Vin Gasso just looked at the sand and said that Quay wouldn't understand anything anyway, since he wasn't a local resident. According to him, this city was once prosperous, but one day, they were attacked by an army of ghosts who brutally killed all the inhabitants of the city. In desperation, Vin Gasso awakened within himself the ability to control sand, which made him the only survivor. But the worst thing was that all these ghosts were attracted to strangers. He mentioned that his beloved girl also died in that terrible battle. It was from that moment that he promised that he would not let any strangers into the city, because this could bring demons back to this city again. Vin Gasso wanted to live alone forever, changing the city and the townspeople. Patting the man on the shoulder, the young man said that he understood his pain, because he too had lost loved ones to demons, which is why he came here to fight the ghost king Ming Yuan. The boy believed that they, humans, should have understood each other, so he took back his words and acknowledged Vin Gasso as the greatest sandmaster. Kike intervened in the conversation and asked if the man had created a statue in her honor when he had a girlfriend. Looking down at the floor, the man said that he hadn't shown it to anyone. But they were good guys, so they deserved to see his lost love. So soon, Vin Gasso showed a miniature statue of a very bright woman with rather large forms. The guys realized that the man had a specific taste. When our heroes were about to leave, they said goodbye and said that parting was not the end of the world. It could help a person find himself again. The man thanked his new friends and said that he didn't know exactly where the ghost was, but after everything turned into a desert, the city of sins appeared, so most likely the demon was there. He gave the boys one last gift, a sandboat, and although it would only last them one day, it would be enough to get them to the right place. So now our heroes traveled through the desert in comfortable conditions. When they finally got to the city, Keiki told them that she had managed to find out that people and demons lived in Sin City. The former were famous for their simplicity. In one of the alleys, they came across a blind poor man who was asking for some money for food, but everything that was given to him was intended to be stolen by a ghost who was sitting nearby and suffering from boredom. The poor blind man had to catch up with the villain, who decided to pocket all his savings, with which he could buy himself the food he so badly needed. For some reason, Ku found this funny, because the blind man ran so confidently that it seemed as if his illness had been cured. While the heroes were walking and chatting cheerfully, a man appeared on their path who did not allow them to pass him by, and clearly wanted them to pay attention to him. The old man smiled sweetly and asked if in such difficult times there were still those who traveled the world. After these words, he offered his help. While Lin Kuo was looking at the local resident with distrust, Keiki approached him and kindly asked him to take a photo of her. Because the city was very beautiful, the whole team stood next to each other, and the old man ordered a wide smile. Kei didn't like all this at all, but he didn't start to sound the alarm yet. When Keiki's phone ended up in the old man's hands, his gaze became overly cunning. No one could have imagined that the old man could run so fast. All they managed to hear was that the phone no longer belonged to Keiki. Lin Qiu was even glad that his instincts had not failed him. So he gave chase to see how fast this old man could move. Having caught up with the impudent local resident, our hero hit him in the back of the head and said that one must respect elders and love the youth. Grabbing the old man by the clothes, the young man decided to beat information out of him because he was the eldest in the city, and therefore knew quite a lot of information about the sand ghost. The man was very scared. He said that he knew nothing about the creature that comes and goes without a trace. But there was a bard in the tavern who could answer many questions. This man was clearly so rotten that our hero did not want him at all and hit him again. Turning to Hong Ye, the guy asked her to find a hotel and rest a bit, since they had a hard road. and he would explore the city alone for now. The young man's feet led him to the Moonlight Tavern, which stood out against the backdrop of poor buildings. And this spoke of its status and importance in the city. Surprisingly, it was full of people who were talking happily among themselves. It seemed as if they didn't even know that a terrible demon was sleeping nearby. Kui turned his attention to the man who was sitting at a table near the wall. Opposite him sat a demon who was very unhappy. Everything indicated that this was the same bard. Looking at the man, one could tell that he had a rather respectable appearance. Since Kui did not know the state of affairs in this city, he decided that he should behave with restraint. Smiling kindly, the boy said hello and said that he had heard that the man had any information and could answer his question. At first, the bard claimed that he could answer any question, but when he heard about the sand ghost, his confidence immediately dissipated. Having assessed the reaction of this man, our hero realized that he must have met a ghost in real life, so there was hope to hear something worthwhile. Returning his business-like expression to his face, the man suggested playing a game, and if the guy won, he would receive the necessary information. Kui didn't really want to get involved in gambling, so he suggested betting on a coin. He thought to himself that he could use the system reward in this game. So he got a special coin with wings on the front side that allowed him to gain enough power. And with the demon's head on the other side, if this side fell, then lightning would instantly strike the target. Lin Kuo said that they could bet on who would get the angel. The bard said that he was a gambler. So chickening out was not in his vocabulary. The entire tavern came out to see how the bard started gambling again. Everyone wanted to see how the newcomer would be beaten. The man turned the coin over in his hands and decided that flipping it so that an angel would come up shouldn't be difficult. It was only when the coin landed on the wooden table that everyone saw that it was lying on the side with the demon depicted on it. At that moment, the man was pierced by a magical lightning bolt. The tavern patrons laughed loudly and said that the bard's luck had run out. The disgruntled man said that now it was the boy's turn, so he had to do the same thing with the coin. In fact, Lin Kuei didn't expect the coin to work so well. He was even a little scared to use it on himself. Throwing aside his fear, he twirled the coin in his hands and then lightly tossed it, imagining a face with an image of wings appearing on the table. His opponent was watching the coin closely. He knew that it was possible to play unfairly, because he himself often did so. So now he watched his opponent's actions. Unfortunately, the guy was also unlucky, because when he opened his eyes, he saw a picture of a demon. When he too was struck by lightning, he was thinking only that the system had deceived him and given him a bad reward. Someone from the crowd shouted that it was time for the second round. The man said that he was gifted with talent by the god of luck himself, so he simply could not lose. He was sure that this time, success would be on his side. But no matter how much talk there was about luck, lightning struck the man again, and the coin passed into the hands of its owner, who was now afraid to touch it. His fears were not in vain, because the next attempt was also unpleasant and even a little dangerous. Like all the others, up until the 66th time, which turned out to be just as unsuccessful and painful, it was the 100th attempt, and our heroes were already starting to emit smoke and an unpleasant smell of scorched skin. But they still did not give up. Finally, after so many unsuccessful attempts, the wings fell out. The bard was simply in shock, because it was not he, the man who was gifted by the god of luck, who was lucky, but the boy who now boasted that fortune was on his side. Not wanting to admit defeat, the man turned away and said that only children play with coins and that they needed something more serious. But Kui immediately realized that his opponent wanted to stop playing. Then, after thinking a little, the gentleman suggested a competition to see who could recite poetry better. He decided to start first and come up with something about that very coin. The words flowed from the bard's mouth like a turbulent stream. They were transformed into beautiful rhymes and eventually became poetry. Of course, the work of this man was supported by everyone who was present in the tavern, because he was dearly loved by the local public. Rising from the table, the man declared that his verse was a new masterpiece, so that no newcomers could surpass it. But our hero only grinned and asked if this really was a verse. The guy understood perfectly well that he could kill him with his culture, because on the mainland where he came from there was an incredible number of beautiful poems. Lin Kuo had a great example, so he easily created his masterpiece using as a basis the examples of the poems he knew from his school days. The bard and his admirers simply froze when they heard Lin Kuo's creation. They could not understand how he could come up with something so beautiful. They were delighted that the poem promoted the poet's heroic temperament, and they liked the loud, yet restrained and classical character of the work. The young man was a little surprised that neither the people nor the demons made any sounds. He even thought that they were scared and left. But then the bard fell at his feet and began to say that the boy had become his idol, because this verse had hit his heart just like Cupid's arrow. So now, the conversation about the sand ghost went more successfully. Bard admitted that in fact, he was the demon's informant. As it turned out, this monster took the man's house, threw him out into the street and ordered him to collect information for him. Quay assumed that the creature was recovering in his house. Nodding his head affirmatively, the man said that he regretted being too weak. Otherwise, he would have taken advantage of this moment. Then, Lin Kuei realized that he had a great opportunity to defeat the enemy. The ghost was weak, which meant that this time it simply could not escape from him. The heels clicked on the tiles, warning the security that a beauty was approaching them. But the beauty kept some secrets. She thought that it was not the first time she had to dress in women's clothes, especially since she had no other way to get into the enemy's lair. So our hero decided to use a proven method. He called himself Nudzia, and said that he was a servant who was personally selected by the sand ghost. The guards were surprised that their master would choose such a saccharine human woman. This was too much even for their master, so the guards were extremely surprised that he was so partial to the fair sex. While the demons were busy discussing her physical characteristics, Ku, in the form of a girl, decided that now was a great chance to strike. When the enemies were already lying under the fence, Kuei coquettishly waved his hand at them and said that if they were tired, they could lie down and rest right at their workplace. But it was not possible to get into the building without obstacles. It seems that our beauty was too noisy, so a whole crowd of guards ran out of the house. Laughing awkwardly, our hero said that demons have very unusual ways of greeting guests. In his opinion, they were extremely frightening. The enemies did not fall for these flirtatious phrases. They immediately realized that an enemy had come to them, so they rushed into the attack. There was no reason to pretend anymore, so the guy dropped his cover and decided that he would fight the demons in his true form. Lin Kuei activated his power and summoned an elf blade that would help him disperse the enemies without any trouble. The sword angel who appeared was clearly unhappy with being disturbed. She asked why the young man suddenly decided to summon her, since Luluo had been more popular lately. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, Kuei said that he was just trying to be considerate because he was worried about whether the sword angel was overtired. Smiling contentedly, the girl said that this time she would believe these tales, so the guy should be grateful to her for her help. To show herself in all her power, the little girl activated a force that caused a real firestorm. Kuei was pleased with her work, but said that she shouldn't forget that he also had something interesting to show. And after these words, a flame lit up around him. It transformed into shining armor that covered the boy's body and gave him special fire control abilities. Our hero really liked fire magic, because it allowed him to literally burn out everything bad and evil that he encountered on his way. Suddenly, a hissing sound was heard from the house. A female voice with a strange intonation said that the fire boy should be quite tasty. A B-level snake spirit appeared before the hero. She was the captain of the ghost soldiers, and now she was Key's opponent. Noticing the ghost woman, the young man was extremely surprised because she was very strong, and her presence could not be simply ignored. The spirit suddenly approached and said that if the boy voluntarily became her slave, then she would consider leaving him alive. Lin Kuei twisted his face in disgust and declared that he would never serve anyone. The snake hissed and said that it was all very impolite because the boy didn't even think that he could hurt her heart. Having approached the guy as close as possible, the snake hissed that with every second it wanted to eat him more and more. Then the little angel entered the game. She swung her sword and told her opponent that it was time for her to leave the world of the living. The cunning spirit managed to dodge the attack. Laughing, she said that she had completely forgotten about the little ruthless angel. After these words, she looked at her enemies with some very strange, bewitching gaze that simply could not leave anyone indifferent. The boys were subject to a powerful love illusion, and now they could not look at the snake with hatred or anger. After all, Lin Kuei saw his beloved Hong Ye instead of his opponent, who appeared before him in her best form, and the Angel of the Sword had the opportunity to see the largest and most beautiful blade that one could imagine. But suddenly, the action of the snake's power was interrupted. A strong energy wave distracted it, so that the effect of the magic was destroyed. Hong Ye was simply furious that some snake dared to charm her man and touch him with her vile fingers. After coming to his senses, Kui was very happy to see his wife here. She said that she was uneasy, so she decided to come here and save him from danger. But the snake spirit wasn't scared by all this. The more people were near her, the more excited she was, because this meant that her snack would be more filling. After assessing the situation, Hong Ye ordered her husband to go inside the manor and deal with the sand ghost. while she and Sword Angel would deal with the snake. Their opponent was a very cunning creature, so she immediately realized that the boy was not indifferent to this blonde. Hong Ye didn't hide it, because she immediately declared that the spirit would answer for trying to charm her man and seduce him. The girl's demonic blood helped her quickly transform and activate her weapon, so she attacked without a second's hesitation. Laughing, the snake hissed that this dimension was filled with danger, so it simply couldn't stop. The essence of the demon began to burst out of the spirit. This was manifested in her tail, which grew with each new movement. Jumping back, Hong Ye realized that the creature standing in front of her was very strong, because the snake's tail could sting and most likely contained poison. No matter how the girl dodged, she ended up trapped, and the enemy's tail restricted her movements and pressed so hard that she could suffocate. The girl's bonds were cut by her spiritual weapon, which was so powerful that the snake's tail fell off at lightning speed. The snake was in so much pain that it couldn't even say anything. All that came out of it was a cry of pain, but Hong Ye didn't stop there. She wanted to finish off this impudent girl who decided that she could touch her beloved man. Finally, the blonde gained the upper hand. She ordered her opponent not to move, otherwise she would kill her. She hissed so loudly that she simply could not fight such a beauty at full strength. The strange spirit said that Hong Ye could even hit her again. The girl jumped away from her and thought that if she left her opponent alive, she could be of some use. Using her magic, the blonde made the chatty snake return to its original form so that now it could only hiss. She informed the snake that she had sealed the ghostly energy in her body, so that she would only remain alive if she provided the necessary information. The snake was so enchanted by Lin Kuei's wife that it forgot all its principles and simply obeyed her every word. She believed that Hong Ye liked her because she didn't kill her, and even began to dream that in the future they could communicate more and even travel the world. Meanwhile, Lin Kuei had just finished dealing with the guards inside the building, so now no one was blocking his path. He was even a little sad that the security was so weak, and he didn't have to give it his all in the fight. Approaching the next door, our hero felt a very strong aura. He was 100% sure that the sand ghost was behind it. Taking a deep breath, the boy collected his thoughts and opened the door behind which the enemy he had been looking for so long was hiding. The demon in shining armor sat on the chair, but he sat so importantly that one could think that there was a throne under him. The creature declared that it had been expecting a guest for a long time. He stated that he had deliberately spread the rumor that he had been wounded, since people were very inclined to believe unconfirmed information that would be beneficial to them. Before Lin Kuei could even move a finger, he was already blocked by a strong ghostly aura, and he realized that the ghost had previously hidden all of its potential. The demon suddenly jumped up from his throne and appeared right in front of the guy. He said that as soon as Kuei stepped into the desert, he immediately attracted his attention. According to him, there was a very powerful soul energy in the guy's body, so he was looking forward to his arrival. Our hero immediately understood that if they were talking about the energy of the soul, then the demon meant Hong Ye. He tensed up, because he could not even imagine what they wanted to do with his wife. Summoning his shadow sword, the desert demon said that this mysterious strong soul must leave Ku's body, otherwise there would be no mercy. The enemy's sword approached so quickly that the young man could barely defend himself. He realized that in front of him was one of the most brutal and powerful opponents. Activating his fire energy, Lin Kuei smiled widely and said that he was very curious to know how strong his enemy was, who was so boastful about his strength. He learned what he wanted in the first seconds of the fight, because the energy wave threw him so far that he almost broke the wall with his body. The sand ghost only grinned, letting his opponent know that he was wrong to doubt that he would be smeared across the wall today. Looking at the boy haughtily, the demon said that the attacks of an ordinary student could not cause him any fatal harm, so he did not even have to try. These words angered the young man. He was tired of all the ghost kings pretending to be weak at first and only after some time revealing their full, frightening potential. Laughing ominously, the ghost promised the boy that he would find out right now what absolute power was. After these words, he activated the sand hand. She was so huge and terrifying that when Lin Kuei saw her, he froze for a moment, not knowing what to do. A second later, a red-hot flame flew at him, threatening to burn away all living things in its path. When the flow of power pierced our hero, for the first time in a long time he felt what real pain was, which prevented him from thinking and speaking. But no one was going to leave him alone. On the contrary, an interrogation began with partiality, because the ghost was very interested in what kind of spirit was in the body of his opponent. Lin Kuei was ready to die, but he did not intend to reveal the secret of his beloved. He wanted to take the information about Hong Ye's existence with him to the grave. It seemed that nothing could save Kuo, when suddenly a strong stream of energy swept through the room. It was Hong Ye who revealed her existence, but in doing so saved her husband's life. The sand ghost didn't even immediately understand what had happened, but when the puzzle finally came together in his head, he realized that he had won a real jackpot. He quickly put up a shield in front of him, so the girl's attack didn't harm him in any way. No matter how hard she tried, her weapon couldn't penetrate this magical block. By gathering all his energy into one specific point, the demon decided to show his enemies what real power means. When the explosion thundered, the boys could not withstand the force and flew back, unable to stay on their feet. The sand ghost very quickly figured out that Hong Ye had the same breath as the guy. This meant only one thing. Her soul was in his body. Hissing in anger, the blonde said that she would tear the demon into small pieces if he dared to even touch her husband. After assessing the situation, Hong Ye told her beloved to be careful. Because the ghost was of the highest level A, our hero realized that perhaps in front of him was one of the strongest demon kings. What made things more difficult was that the monster wielded the power of sand, and there was nothing but desert around them. So Hong Ye didn't expect the battle to be easy. The demon grinned and asked if such a beautiful girl really wanted to fight right at the first meeting. Ignoring the question, the blonde activated her power and summoned a spiritual flame that took the form of a giant dragon. The force achieved its goal, but the enemy was able to defend himself without much difficulty. The monster arrogantly said that they had not seen the girl for so long, and she had not made any progress. These words pierced Hong Ye like an arrow. Only now did she realize that she had a feeling, as if she and this demon had already met before. Noticing that his opponent had begun to doubt and was lost in her own thoughts, the ghost of the desert said that while she hesitated, he would not stop attacking. At that moment, a huge hand made of sand appeared from the ground, grabbed Hong Ye and squeezed her so hard that it felt like all the oxygen had been squeezed out of her. Lin Kuo rushed to help, but he couldn't run too close because he was blocked by the enemy's aura. When he finally managed to get to his beloved, he immediately freed her and promised to deal with the monster himself, saying that his wife should take care of herself. But the girl did not listen at all to what they were telling her, because she wanted to understand who was standing in front of her and how the enemy knew her. The demon's gaze moved to the blonde, and he angrily asked if she had really forgotten him in just 3,000 years. After these words, the monster began to take off his golden mask, which completely hid his face from prying eyes. Now her gaze opened to a familiar face that was too similar to her own. The ghost said indifferently that she and her sister had not seen each other for too long. The girl simply could not believe that standing in front of her was her own brother Hongshan, who had somehow survived, and now, after so much time, was standing in front of her again. There were thousands of questions in her head about how he survived, why he didn't look for her, and how he could join the clan of demons that killed their entire clan. The man said that when he died, his soul disappeared, he had nowhere to go. So he was forced to join the demons, but according to him, he held back for many years, secretly wanting to destroy them. Hong Ye was glad to hear that her brother had not become a traitor, but was still the same Hongshan she knew, and with an outstretched hand, the girl invited him to join them. Shan's eyes flashed predatorily, reminding him that he was now half human, half demon, so he would not be able to return to the human world. He had a better idea. His brother wanted to stay here, swallow up the human cities, conquer the whole world, and restore the Sand Empire to its former glory. Our heroes did not expect to hear anything like this at all. So they were very surprised and realized that the demon had rebelled a little. With a mad smile, Hongshan said that he had created a huge number of ghosts that were ready to kill at his first command at any moment. He invited his sister to join him, but she believed that if she did this, if she followed this path, the earth would be plunged into chaos. Lin Kuo decided to try to ease the situation, so he said that if his brother-in-law wanted revenge, he could cooperate with the Daxia forces. Then they could all take revenge on the demons together. But Shan condescendingly said that he was not going to cooperate with them, because the warriors of Daxia had very naive ideas and perceptions of the world, so they were doomed to failure. Summoning his demonic energy, Brother Hong Ye said that their conversation was over, as there was no point in further discussion. The girl tried once more to reach out to the once closest person. She claimed that he would not succeed. While she was distracting her brother with idle talk, her husband decided that they should try to attack together. So now Shauna was being hit by her sister's spiritual flame and her husband's lightning strike. But the demon turned out to be stronger and was able not only to repel the double blow, but also to counterattack his opponents. Summoning dark magic, Shan said with a laugh that his sister should wait just a little while, and he would allow her to see the creation of a new world with her own eyes. Turning to his wife, our hero, with a hint of awkwardness in his voice, noted that her brother had changed a lot. The girl saw this too, so she said that she would stop him, no matter what. An idea had ripened in the young man's mind, so he announced that they would set out on their journey tomorrow and travel to the very depths of the western desert. They managed to escape from the demonic clutches of Hong Shan, so now they decided to try something new, namely sand surfing. However, Hong Ye didn't express much joy. She was almost 100% sure that it would be difficult for them to find what they needed, because this item was hidden deep in the desert. Suddenly, little Luluo noticed a strange protrusion in the sand. It seemed like someone had carelessly buried some large object there. It reminded the little girl of a shark's fin, so she got scared and showed her find to her mother. Hong Ye laughed and said that sharks can't live in the desert. Keek found this conversation funny, so she added that sharks are creatures that live exclusively in water bodies. So Luluo just imagined it. Putting a cheerful expression on his face, our hero said that even if they met a shark here, he would protect everyone. But Snowball was not laughing. Nobody expected it. But little Kiki was right. A huge shark emerged from under the thick sand, its sharp teeth shining in the sun. Our hero was not just surprised. What he saw shocked him so much that he could not put two words together. The animal's mouth was so huge that the boys fell into it without any problem, as if it were a huge abyss. At the last moment, Snowball managed to save his master from this terrible fate, but the boy realized that Hong Yi, Luluo, and Keke were much less fortunate. Having come to his senses after the shock, the boy could not believe that the creature dared to attack them. He was ready to kill it. But the shark went deep into the sand. Feeling the tension of the owner, the Angel of the Sword appeared, who was gladly ready to help sort out all the problems. Having activated fire magic, the guy decided to direct the blow to where part of the shark's fin was visible. This action helped him to force the monster to emerge from under the thickness of the sand. So now he was dealing with a huge tail that was trying to kill him. Then the strangest thing that Lin Kuei had ever seen happened. The shark began to grow fins, which contributed to the great acceleration of the fish. Lin Kuei could not even imagine that a shark could not only move on land, but literally hover above it, and at such an incredible speed. Meanwhile, Keke, Hong Ye, and Luluo were slowly but surely moving down the creature's stomach. It was impossible not to notice the disgusting stench that made it difficult to even think. The smell was so pungent that the idea of suffocating didn't seem so bad. Finally, they landed. The smell didn't get any better, but now the girls were at least not in free flight. Looking around, Hong Ye immediately began to think about how to find a way out of this uncomfortable place, because the shark could simply digest them. She determined that the spiritual power was sealed in the stomach of this beast, so she needed to find something sharp and cut its flesh. Having agreed, the girls flew off in different directions because this way they would be able to expand the search perimeter and finish the job much faster. Meanwhile, the shark swam along the sand as if it were a seething sea that beckoned with its waves. Snowball and his owner didn't even suspect that they would have to chase the monster across the desert. He was so fast that sometimes it seemed as if catching up with him was simply impossible. Finally, the fox was able to grab the shark by the fin. Quo, in turn, grabbed the pet's tail and said that he had an idea on how exactly to stop the enemy. While the boys were trying to climb onto the huge fish, Sword Angel happily announced that she had managed to pierce its body. Finally, the shark stopped. It was in a lot of pain, so it wanted to understand who hurt it and deal with this problem here and now. But then the monster sped up even more, so that our hero began to curse the angel, because now he could barely hold on to Snowball's tail. The shark kicked and tried to throw off the passengers. It was even ready to beat its own body against the rocks to achieve this. By hugging the Sword Angel, the guy wanted to be sure that she wouldn't do anything stupid again, but he told her that he just wanted to protect her. At some point, the boys found themselves right in front of the monster's face. The creature's frighteningly red eyes looked straight into their souls, and this look made them want to bury themselves in the sand. The young man realized that he had to run away right now because if he didn't, it might be too late, so he rushed away from this creature. Suddenly, Sword Angel asked in a pitiful voice why they didn't join forces. Kui was only too happy, so he said that he would do whatever was needed. According to the little girl, her magic sword and Kui's blade were a perfect match, so it was possible to make their powers merge into one. A few seconds later, our hero had a unique weapon in his hands, namely a first-class sword with the aura of a god and a demon at the same time. He stood with this weapon and did not know if it would stand up to the huge creature that was rushing straight at him with its mouth wide open. Enthusiasm was added by the realization that the shark's agility had decreased, so now the advantage would be on his side. The young man delivered the first trial blow, and it worked just fine. The monster flew back and was clearly amazed by such force. Sensing the power, the fish decided to go deep into the sand, but no one was going to let it go. The guy managed to cut off her fin, so she roared in pain and tried to swim as far as possible. But in her current state, it was extremely difficult. Meanwhile, a strange stone was discovered in the shark's stomach. Luluo noticed it completely by accident and thought that this discovery was worth telling others about. When the little girl brought everyone else to this place, the girls realized that in front of them was a real philosopher's stone. Luo asked what kind of wonderful object it was. Hong Ye happily reported that they were saved. She understood that if they pulled out the stone, the shark's life energy would disappear, which meant they would be able to get out of here. Lin Kui witnessed an extremely strange scene. The monster suddenly began to spin in one place and roar furiously. It seemed like something was scratching it from the inside. It became clear that it was Hong Ye who was helping him. Even while she was there, in the belly of the shark, she gave him the opportunity to make the attack even more effective in order to finally deal with the enemy. Eventually, the body of the ancient fish turned to dust, and 3 captives emerged from it unharmed and were able to free themselves from captivity. Joyful Hong Ye decided to immediately show the find to her husband. Our hero considered the Philosopher's Stone to be an excellent catch. Stroking his beloved's cheek, the young man told her to immediately absorb this stone, because it would help her spirit become even stronger. Seeing no reason to argue, the girl did it without thinking. She felt how every cell of her spiritual being was filled with strength. When the absorption process was completed, our hero looked at his wife and thought that she had become even more beautiful, although it seemed that it was simply impossible to be more beautiful. Luluo squealed and said that her mother was like a real fairy, as they told about in ancient fairy tales. After kissing her husband, the girl said that she felt that she needed to absorb just one fragment of the sage's stone, and then she would be able to gain a physical body. Holding her tighter, Qi said that once she was completely recovered, he would make her his real wife, and they would spend the rest of their days together. But in order to find happiness, they first need to defeat the sand ghost. Our hero decided that next time he would not stand on ceremony with him. Events led the boys to a village that was very close to where they were. In this village there was a staff. They had previously heard local fables about it, but were not sure that it really existed. Only after they found it did Hong Ye reveal that the staff had belonged to her, but she had lost it when she was a princess trying to save her dynasty. After examining the ancient weapon, the girl said bitterly that before, it shone like a jewel, but now it looked like an ordinary piece of wood. While she was standing next to the artifact, a whole crowd of people ran up to them, ready to attack them with shovels and other tools. Lin Kui was surprised to see that all the villagers were very old, and there was not a single young person among them. For a moment, the old men froze. They looked at Hong Ye and unanimously came to the conclusion that she was very similar to their princess of the sand desert. Then the heroes realized that in front of them was what was left of the Hong Ye Empire. These people still remembered their princess and honored her memory. People fell to their knees and began to bow to the girl. The blonde was so embarrassed that she stuttered that this should not be done. When the men stood up, Hong Ye asked why there were no young people among them. The old man said that all the young guys were taken by the Sand Shadow Ghost. They were building a pyramid. The girl realized that her brother wanted to summon even more ghost soldiers. It was absolutely clear that she needed to stop the monster that her relative had turned into. A local resident told a story about how the night ghosts ruled the areas around the pyramids, not only capturing people as slaves, but also controlling the water sources. This was a real crime against people because the ghosts did not allow people to use clean water, leaving them only dirty wastewater to drink. When the boys learned about this, they were simply shocked. They could not even imagine that someone who was once a human being would commit such base acts. Lin Q stepped forward and declared that the locals could rely on them, as they had come here to help them restore justice. He suggested that his friends split up and attack the enemy camp. Keke, Luo, and the fox were to capture one of the main sources of water. Since Keke had mastered water magic, she could handle this task better than anyone else. And the fox and Luo could definitely be relied on, so they should be able to handle it. Clean water was located at the very top of one of the pyramids. Lin Kuei and his wife were watching everything carefully through binoculars. They had to carry out reconnaissance as discreetly as possible. Movement was noticed near the pyramid. Someone was walking around it and doing construction work. It was far away, so it was not possible to see everything clearly. The demons behaved like real slave owners. They beat people for no reason, forced them to work hard and hurried them, even when the unfortunate ones simply fell down without strength. Hongya realized that the pyramids were already completed, which meant that they could be used to summon ghosts. Pointing to the largest pyramid, the blonde suggested that it must have served as the sand ghost's lair. Her husband nodded his head and suggested moving to the enemy's lair. With a wave of his hand, the boy activated his ghost summoning skill. So now an entire army was ready to fight for him. The servants of the ghost of the desert did not yet even guess what awaited them. So they diligently beat people, saying that they were just low creatures who should be flogged. One of the demons approached his comrade and asked if he was patrolling this perimeter. He proudly replied that everything was safe and no strangers would enter their domain. While they were talking, enemy arrows were already flying in their direction. But of course, the self-confident demons did not look around, because they were not used to being afraid of anyone. When they realized that safety was only an illusion, they were very sorry because their self-confidence had dulled their caution and they had become careless. The demons looked around and noticed that they were being attacked by ghosts. Their brains almost exploded from misunderstanding, because their relatives had never opposed them before. There was no time to consider the new realities, so the Sand Wraith's minions rushed to attack. Otherwise, they would become just another pile of bones in the sand. People realized that they had been given a great opportunity to restore justice, so they simply could not help but take advantage of it. While chaos reigned below, near the water on the pyramid, it was quiet and calm. Even the sounds of battle did not reach there. The Night Phantom, who possessed A-level abilities, was resting peacefully with his beloved maids, knowing for sure that no one would dare to attack him. One of the girls, who had a beak instead of a nose, reported that she heard strange sounds below, as if someone was attacking them. Her owner said that if they got to him, he would drink all the water. Flying closer, the young man asked his wife what kind of poultry farm her brother had opened. He could not understand why some chicken was floundering in the drinking water that was supplied to people. Hearing these words, the demon became extremely angry. He had never been called such humiliating nicknames, so he, of course, decided to teach the chatterboxes a lesson. However, our hero's opinion did not change. After looking more closely at the enemy, he once again called him by an offensive nickname. The golden rooster jumped out of the water and crowed words about how chickens were looked down upon, so they were best called night ghosts. A snake materialized from the portal and begged Hong Ye to let her fight this overconfident scum. The spirit of the snake ghost, who was now in the form of a reptile, hissed that thanks to his sister's power, he had become much stronger. Seeing the huge snake, Lin Kuei almost ran away. He did not expect at all that his wife had a pet of such a size and did not even warn him about it. The beaten chicken began to scream loudly and accuse its former ally of becoming a traitor and joining the human race. Continuing to beat the golden rooster, the snake spirit hissed that he had joined not with the people but with Hong Ye, who had given her her power and not allowed her to die. When their new reptile friend finished, Lin Kuei ordered the enemies to surrender. Otherwise, he threatened to turn them into a burger and sell it on sale. But the enemy did not want to give up so easily. He found a better option, for example, to deliver 3 blows that would fully demonstrate the power of the chicken paw. Without waiting for approval from his enemies, the bird began to scatter its feathers in different directions. It was a beautiful sight, but it was unclear what he wanted to achieve by doing so. As it turned out a little later, the feathers sharpened and turned into a kind of arrows that flew straight at our heroes who tried to dodge. Eventually, the golden rooster, who was not used to fighting, quickly ran out of steam, and, tired to death, he cried out that he was the most talented in the area and deserved respect. Having drawn his sword, our hero said that throwing feathers around was a very bad habit, so now it was necessary to correct this outrage. After these words, the young man rushed into the attack. He wanted to quickly deal with the enemy and move on to the next stage of their mission. Before sending the rooster to the next world, he wanted to fix its haircut, so now the enemy would know what a good stylist Lin Kuei was. Our hero was so carried away by the process that he left almost no feathers on the body of the poor chicken, who was now terribly embarrassed, because he was in a very indecent state. But Kuei had no intention of stopping. After he finished with the feathers, he immediately suggested to his new friend to go to the bakery and warm up his bones well. The system gave the boy a choice. He could simply kill the enemy, let him go, or subjugate the ghost and control him like a puppet. The reward for freeing the ghost was the highest, so our hero did not think long about what to do, but trusted the system, as he always did. Surprising all his friends and even the demon himself, the young man said that he had changed his mind. So now he was letting the golden rooster fly freely. But the enemy quickly realized that the boy was up to something, so he flatly refused to leave. Kui was unhappy that his plans were collapsing right before his eyes, so he decided to use the tried-and-true method of threats, swinging his sword. The guy said that the rooster either leaves right now or forever loses the ability to walk at all. The threat worked, and the enemy flew away, flapping what was left of his wings. The reward for the completed task was in the guy's pocket, and his agility increased by 18 indicators. But as soon as the reward was credited, the guy immediately stopped the chicken, saying that he had not said when he could leave, so there was no need to rush. After tying up the demon, Lin Kuei declared that he was now his prisoner. The rooster did not hold any hope, and immediately said that he knew that his enemy had no good intentions. Looking at the clear expanse of water, our heroes ordered the gates to be opened immediately. Luluo was simply happy, because now people had full access to water. Kiki thought that there should be many such sources, so that it would be possible to provide water to everyone. The riverbed, which had remained dry for a long time, was finally filled with clean, cool water. The villagers were simply happy and did not know how to thank their princess. Our heroes appeared on the horizon, and not only did they fulfill their promise, but they also captured the one who was mocking the poor residents of the nearby villages. The old people ran to their princess and kept thanking her for being so kind and honest. When the men realized that this was not an ordinary chicken in front of them, but the very same night ghost that had kept the entire area in fear, they stared at it with interest. Their confusion did not last long and soon turned into anger. They began to beat the demon for not allowing them to live a normal life for so long, and even taking the youth for construction. Smiling, the young man turned to Keki and asked her to light a fire because they had a juicy chicken planned for lunch today. The golden rooster began to crow so loudly that it seemed he could be heard throughout the desert. He threatened, begged him for mercy, but none of this sounded convincing. Gently patting the enemy's head, Lin Kuei said with a threatening tone that the rooster could only survive if it led them to the sand ghost. With tears in his eyes, the prisoner said that his master was in the village of Iron City, 100 miles away, where the troops were stationed that were supposed to attack Daxia. The chicken even offered to provide the team with transportation to the village, but our hero decided to joke, saying that the best transportation would be the rooster himself when he grew up a little. These words greatly outraged the rooster, and he said that even if his life was at stake, he would never humiliate himself so much. It would be better if he didn't say that, because after those words, Lin Kuei forced him to undergo express training and become a pretty good means of transportation. Sitting on the chicken's back, the young man kept urging it on, saying that it was not fast enough, so if its speed did not increase, it would have to undergo retraining. Finally, the guys were able to reach the Iron City, which, as it turned out, was located quite far from the village of old people. The heroes hid nearby to spy on the city for a bit, but they didn't find anything interesting. It seemed like they were looking at a very ordinary provincial town. Looking at the entrance to the settlement, Keki assumed that it could be very well guarded, so it was necessary to behave carefully in order to get inside without making unnecessary noise. After thinking for a while, Hong Ye came up with a brilliant idea. She suggested using invisibility, because then they would be impossible to notice. But Lin Qiu had an even more brilliant idea. Pointing to the rooster, he said that they had an excellent intelligence agent who could fly over the city and find out what was going on there. The rooster began to say that he would do everything in the best possible way. He was so accommodating because he saw a wonderful opportunity to switch to the other side and save himself. However, his plans were ruined the moment Kui informed him that a contract spell had been cast on him, so if he betrayed, he would simply explode. The bird screamed in panic. It didn't know what to do because there was no way out. The cunning Lin Kuei had foreseen everything down to the smallest detail, realizing that the only way out was to do as Kuei ordered. The rooster flew up and said that his master could expect good news. After the bird flew away, Hong Ye asked if there really was such a contract spell. The guy laughed and admitted that he lied. He didn't even expect the rooster to believe it. These words amused the girl so much that she said that the level of her husband's lies was so good that sometimes she got scared. Flying over the city, the golden rooster kept wailing that there were a lot of troops in the city, which indicated serious preparations for the coming war. The warriors saw a huge bird flying over them. Some assumed that it was a night ghost, but others said that this could not be, because it was engaged in the protection of the pyramids. After observing the bird, the demons decided not to think too much and just shoot it, because it looked very plump, so its meat could be enjoyed. When the rooster noticed demons running towards him, he thought they were his fans desperately wanting an autograph from a star like him. Only when a huge number of arrows flew at him did he realize how wrong he was. because they wanted to make him not an idol, but a hearty meal. Meanwhile, our heroes settled down near the entrance to the city, pitched a tent there, and waited for the golden rooster to arrive. They were all in a great mood, chatting happily, laughing, playing cards, and spoiling Snezhok with their attention. Almost an hour had passed since Chicken had gone out on reconnaissance, and when he returned, he looked as if he had single-handedly fought off an entire army. As soon as he entered the tent, he immediately began to swear because the guys were playing poker while he was doing such a dangerous thing and suffered from enemy arrows. Smiling awkwardly, the guy said that he would reward the bird, at least for proving the danger of this city, and that it had a decent army and could not be attacked. The fox woke up and immediately suggested running away. Our hero agreed with this, adding that they could dig a tunnel thanks to magical abilities. At first, no one took the idea seriously, but after a few minutes, everyone was busy digging in the dry earth. The fox kept looking at the chicken with a predatory expression. The bird felt this tension, so it couldn't relax either. The rooster wanted to get ahead, so he was dripping very actively. But the fox did not lag behind, so in the end, they did their job much faster than the others. Eventually, they dug down to a damp area, so the bird assumed there was a water source somewhere there. Lin Kuei immediately approached him and realized that his feathered friend had not deceived him. They had indeed dug up something very interesting. The desert hid an underground reservoir of water, which was carefully guarded by demonic warriors. When the security guards noticed that strangers had broken into the reservoir, they immediately raised the alarm, because this had never happened before. What they didn't expect was that they would be attacked by a night ghost, who only needed one flap of his wing to send all the demons flying in different directions. Lin Kuei gave a thumbs up and showed with his whole appearance that he approved of the actions of his feathered friend, who was not very happy about it. Taking out her staff, Kiki said that she had to control the source of water, because if she didn't, a flood could happen. When Kuei realized that his companion was going to summon the water spirit, he was worried that she would spend a lot of energy, but Hongye said that Kiki could handle it. Kiki did not consider herself a heroine about whom legends should be composed, but she clearly knew that in order to win, you need to sacrifice something. So she decided to take a risk and sacrifice her energy by calling on the spirit of water. The space around her filled with power. The girl had clearly started a mechanism that could not simply be turned off. The water began to rise to the very ceiling of the cave. She thought that this was not enough, so in addition to the reservoir, she also called upon underground waters. Now Kuei was afraid that the Iron City would be completely flooded. The fears were not in vain. The waters had left their limits and were now flooding the desert, forcing the demons to panic and think about where to evacuate such a number of warriors. Of course, it all happened too quickly, and none of them had time to escape. So now hundreds of ghosts were floating in the seething water, which was carrying them away in a violent current. Keka created a wave for herself and her friends, which gently carried them along the water. Lin Kuei looked around carefully and came to the conclusion that there were only land soldiers here. Noticing that the girl had weakened a little, Hongye approached her and asked if everything was okay. And she said that she was very tired, having spent a lot of energy. Hearing this, Ku approached her and offered her some living water to drink, after which he asked her to at least rest a little. But Keiki didn't agree. She felt like the weak link in this team, so she told herself that she had to work harder. Hugging Luluo, Hongye said that she shouldn't go into battle with them, since she was too small, so it was better not to take unnecessary risks. The Golden Rooster was also exhausted. The guy brought him payment for his help in the form of several jars of living water and said that he should take Kiki and Luluo away from the battle site. Having received 3 bottles of the life-giving drink, the chicken thought for the first time that if he followed the guy, he would have a better future than with the sand ghost. Having drunk all the water, the chicken instantly gained strength and declared that he would do the job he was assigned to do in the best possible way. Looking at the enthusiasm with which the rooster rushed to carry out the order, our hero realized that money played a very important role in this world. When the girls flew away, Kuei, his wife and the fox, decided that it was time to start the battle. The demons that had not yet drowned were simply shocked that people dared to attack so brazenly. The young man was full of strength and enthusiasm. He wanted to deal with these sandy upstarts as soon as possible and finish them off once and for all. It only took him one blow, and the vile monsters emerged from the water and scattered in different directions. Suddenly, the ghost of the lizard Baimu appeared in front of him, the second captain of the army who possessed B-rank abilities. He was now guarding this city in place of the snake spirit. At first, Lin Kuei didn't understand what kind of snake spirit they were talking about. But then he remembered his wife's new pet, and the puzzle in his head came together. The snake sat quietly on Hong Ye's palm and said that it didn't want to be any captain. It was content to be the favorite of such a beautiful and strong girl. The ghost lizard Baimu hissed in indignation and anger. He could not believe that one of them had betrayed the army, the Sand King, and the very idea that united them. Having activated his weapon, which had now transformed into one whole, the boy was ready to confront the captain. In the end, he had in his hands the strongest purple-gold sword that could easily defeat the enemy that stood right in front of him. Unlike the snake, the lizard was not going to give up. She declared that she would fight to the death because she was devoted to the idea for which they were going to fight. Having summoned the coins of good and evil, the boy said with a smile that out of respect for the enemy, he would give him one thing. Becoming even more angry, Baimu declared that the enemy simply wanted to fool him, thinking that he was some kind of fool. The coins flew up, and now the outcome of the battle could be predicted, because the advantage was on the side of our hero. The demonic warrior felt like he was falling into some kind of abyss where no one could find him, because no one returned from such places. Lin Kui also did not expect something like this, so he was seriously scared. Deciding that these were all the negative consequences of the punishment, he realized that in the future he needed to use the coin as a weapon. When the lizard had more or less come to his senses, he declared that the soldier could be killed, but not humiliated. So he called on the enemy to come out to him and fight for real. Our hero quickly realized that now was a good opportunity for him to attack, because the enemy's defense was completely destroyed by the lightning that the coin summoned. Taking advantage of the moment, the guy quickly did everything necessary to emerge victorious from this battle. Seeing that her husband could easily kill a B-level ghost, Hong Ye was simply delighted, because before, she could not even dream that she would be next to such a strong man. After Baimu's death, Kui extracted the soul jade from his body, which could increase strength by as much as 20 points, which could be compared to the rewards from the quest. Without thinking twice, he absorbed what was left of the demon and felt an unimaginable power flowing through his entire body. He was distracted from his enjoyment by Hong Ye, who said that they should go to the bard's mansion and fight the sand ghost. But her husband believed that they should first destroy the soldiers in the city. Stepping loudly on one of the demons so that the crunch of his bones could be heard, Fox announced that they could leave the soldiers with him and go visit Hong Shan. The snake joined the fox and said that its owner could go because they could manage without her. Flying over the Iron City, our heroes noticed that all the inhabitants of the neighboring villages had come out to fight the ghosts. They wanted to take back their lands and destroy the enslaver. As they approached the mansion, they saw the silhouette of a man. Hong Ye immediately realized that her brother was already waiting for her. Hong Shang was looking forward to the moment when the silly sister would honor him with her attention. And he was even a little pleased to realize that the trick with the flood was impressive. Flying closer, Hong Ye declared that her brother's plan had failed, and she would never allow him to enslave the entire world, turning it into a lifeless desert. Shang barely suppressed a sigh of disappointment as he asked if his sister still hadn't realized that if she didn't join him, they would have to fight to the death. Hong Ye stated that this would not have to be done if her brother gave up his unhealthy ambitions and realized that the world had long since changed. Putting a combat mask on his face, the man said that there was no point in talking. If she didn't want to be on the same side with him, she would be in the grave. Hong Ye and Lin could combine their powers to create a powerful lightning strike and send a double stream of energy towards the enemy. But the enemy managed to successfully avoid even such strong attacks. He had enough speed and agility to jump back at the most necessary moment. Raising his sword, the Sand Wraith declared that the entire land would know of his power, and he was willing to make any sacrifice for that. After these words, real chaos began. Everything around exploded with strong magical energy and literally burst into flames with a scorching fire. The boys found themselves in a real sandstorm, which did not allow them to take a single step, and strong magic did not allow them to free themselves from this trap. To send his stupid sister to the next world, her beloved brother did not hesitate to use an explosion of sand dust. A huge fireball filled with hot sand was rushing straight towards our heroes to permanently deprive them of the ability to resist. This phenomenon moved so quickly that our heroes could not react in time. Moreover, the pressure was so strong that only a miracle could stop it. Lin Kui and Hong Ye were barely able to hold the hotball back from exploding right above their heads. Only the Sand Ghost declared that all this was useless, because sooner or later their strength to resist would end, and then he would finally gain the upper hand. It happened exactly as Hong Shan said. At some point, his sister gave in for just a moment and the part she was holding on to exploded. The guy realized that a very difficult, if not turning point moment had come for them, which could separate him from his wife forever. Hong Ye also understood this, so she screamed with tears in her eyes. She put all the pain, fear, and despair that was in her heart into that scream. Our hero stubbornly reached out to his wife because he could not let her go. He could not lose and allow the demon to absorb her soul, which was about to acquire a physical body. Touching his beloved's hand, he understood that this might be the last time he felt the warmth of her gentle palm. This was followed by an explosion of such force that it seemed as if the planet itself shook at that moment. Even the sand ghost had to fly as far away as possible to avoid being hit by its own power. Inside his rotten being, the demon was glad that finally everything was over. His plan was realized, and those who were against it turned to ashes. When the fox and the snake saw and then heard this explosion, everything inside them turned over with fear. They were seriously scared because they knew that Hong Ye and Lin Kuei were at the very epicenter of this nightmare. At first it was very loud and hot, and then Lin Kuei felt as if he had been dipped in water. It became quiet and so calm that he thought that he had already died. He immediately thought that if death had taken him, he would not be able to bring a gift to his sister. The guy mentally apologized to her for being a bad brother. Then he remembered his older sister Hood, to whom he had recently promised that he would walk hand in hand with her. But if his life was over, then he had let her down and not fulfilled his promise. Then thoughts about Tang Ling, Xiang Chang, and all the other friends who had become truly close to him began to come into his head. And he felt very sorry that they would not see each other again. But what worried him most was Hong Ye, because he hadn't had time to do so much, hadn't had time to say so much. If she died too, then he was ashamed that as her boyfriend and future husband, he could not protect her from this fate. But then, our hero clearly understood that he could not allow himself to die, because he had not fulfilled his main promise. Namely, he had not restored the physical body of his beloved. When the smoke and dust clouds from the explosion had settled a little, a weak but persistent light could be seen shining through the rubble. This light attracted the attention of Hong Shan, who was sure that the enemies were dead, so there would be no more resistance. It wasn't his imagination. The light grew brighter until it turned into a bright fire that could lift the rubble and pull out the one who was still alive. The sand ghost was confused. He just stood and watched as a pillar of light appeared in front of him, from which a strong magical energy emanated. At some point, he realized that he felt the aura of the breath of the gods. This phenomenon was fabulous even for someone who called himself a demon. Lin Kuei was no longer like himself. He had gone through a major transformation and regained his original form. This helped him save himself and the woman he loved. Pretending that the ghost was not at all impressed, he asked if the boy really wanted to scare someone with a simple transformation. The boy chuckled and said that he wasn't done with his stupid brother-in-law yet, so he just couldn't afford to die. Hong Ye warned her husband that her brother was still full of strength. This was indeed the case because the demon screamed, directed a stream of energy at the enemy, and said that they could fight as much as they wanted, but it would not help them avoid death. He was even glad that after so many millennia, he again had the opportunity to feel what a real battle was and to sense his power. Surprisingly, the human boy repelled absolutely all of his attacks. Not a single fireball hit him or his woman. Of course, Hong Ye wanted to help eliminate her brother. But Lin Kuei asked her and the Sword Angel not to interfere, as it was important for him to defeat him on his own. He realized that most likely he would not be left without help, because the fox and the snake had also arrived, and they were clearly alarmed by what was happening. The snake turned to its former owner and said that he must accept the fact that they only had a chance for a future if they learned to live with people. These words outraged Hong Shan so much that he promised to kill all the traitors along with the people they considered their allies. After that, the sand ghost released some of its energy, and this caused its enemies to scatter in different directions. After assessing the situation, Hong Ye realized that they had encountered a unique technique of the Ghost King, which was to create a fire vortex. She didn't even have time to say it out loud before the whirlpool swallowed them up and transported them to a separate space that resembled an even more lifeless desert. Hovering against the red sun, Hong Shang said that this sand field would become a grave for his enemies. The guys realized that something had happened to the demon, because his power had become much more powerful. Summoning sand soldiers, the ghost ordered them to attack those who decided they had enough strength to oppose him. After looking around, Snowball said that the owner didn't have to worry about the soldiers, because he could handle them without any problems. He nodded his head, allowing the little animal to show what it could do, so it, taking the snake with it, rushed into battle. Taking off, our hero decided to attack the enemy with his fire power. Hong Shang was impressed that his opponent had gained the ability to fly. Using all his magical abilities, the guy decided that he needed to finish off his wife's brother right now. Hongshan wanted to stop the boy from attacking him, but he used his movement ability and was able to avoid the blow. With each passing second, the battle gained such momentum that it was difficult to even imagine what would happen in the next second. Lin Qi stubbornly resisted and did not lose his irritating sense of humor. As he voiced another joke, Hongshan only thought about where the limits of this boy's strength were. He was so immersed in these thoughts that he did not notice his sister approaching him with a weapon raised above his head, but it only seemed that he didn't notice anything. In fact, he just wanted his opponent to feel like a winner and relax ahead of time. Hong Ye realized too late that she had fallen for her brother's trick. At that moment, she really felt like an infantile girl who was easily deceived. She was saved from complete collapse by her husband, who attacked at the very moment when Shan was distracted, which helped him deliver a very accurate blow that hit the target. Although the sand ghost's face was emotionless, he felt a small pang of fear inside himself for the first time, as this was the first time the enemy's weapon had gotten so close to his body. This realization made him very angry, so the demon decided that he had had enough of playing with these scoundrels. He believed that it was time to summon a sandstorm. His power quickly filled every corner of the dimension he had transported his enemies to, who were now choking and coughing up sand that was quickly seeping into their lungs and making it difficult to breathe. Meanwhile, Snowball and the snake had just finished dealing with the ghostly warriors. Looking around, the fox said that they needed to hurry to the owner. When the animals saw that the battle had become extremely dangerous, they realized that the boys needed help because the enemy was too strong. Noticing that the beasts were now with them as well, Lin Kuei said that they should first repel the attack, and then they should disperse and counterattack individually. Hongshan never ceased to be indignant about the fact that he was being attacked by some rabble who would never be able to compete with him. Of course, no one listened to the demon. Snowball activated his skills and used the art of charm. The snake also did not stand aside. It decided to use its demonic spirit in the battle. Having built a protective dome around himself, the Sand Wraith declared that such attacks would never be able to cause him any harm. The beasts had distracted her brother well enough that Hong Ye realized that this was the perfect opportunity to land a strong blow. She was right, the enemy was open, so the flow of power was able to pierce his body without much difficulty and throw him back. Even though Hong Shan was clearly in a difficult situation right now, he still stubbornly declared that his enemies would never be able to win. Feeling the double attack of his sister and her husband, as well as the blows of the fox and the snake, the demon asked with an evil grin if they really wanted to destroy him altogether. Anger filled him so much that he simply could not hold back a scream. Out of despair, the sand ghost decided to once again summon a sandstorm. The space was filled with such powerful and unbridled energy that everyone was sure that a strong explosion would occur that could completely destroy each of them. Moreover, the demon created another funnel, which sucked in the remaining oxygen. As expected, there was an explosion. It was several times more powerful than the previous one. The scale of the losses could only be assessed once the dust and ash had settled. One might think that all our heroes were dead, but a hand appeared from under the rubble. It was all bruised, but it clearly belonged to a living creature. Unfortunately, it wasn't just the good characters in this story who survived, as a knight in golden armor stood over Hong Ye's mutilated body. But this was not the kind prince from the fairy tale, but a bloodthirsty demon who mocked the fact that his stupid sister was defeated. Hongshan once again thought that he had won, but all his dreams were shattered the moment a voice came from behind him, warning him that he was celebrating too early. Before the demon could even turn towards the voice, an enemy blade suddenly pierced his body. Beaten, exhausted, but alive, Lin Kuei was finally able to put an end to his enemy, who attempted to take the lives of everyone dear to him. Looking at how the sand embraced its master in a hot embrace, our hero said that some explosion could not damage his high-ranking body. Trying to take a deep breath, Brother Hong Ye said that there was one thing that the boy didn't know about either. After these words, the demon suddenly attacked and plunged his sword into the young man, which, according to him, could penetrate even the strongest defense. When Hong Ye and the animals saw the enemy's sword sticking out of their Lin Kuei, they were so shocked that they couldn't even scream. They just opened their mouths and stood there silently. They couldn't believe what they were seeing, and they saw how the sword entered deeper and deeper into the guy's body, and their enemies smirked and declared that victory would still be his. Taking out his bloody sword, the boy boldly asked if this was all his opponent was capable of. Even though the wound was extremely serious, our hero said that even if everyone in this world wanted him dead, he would not die until he stopped Hong Shan. Having spoken these words, our hero gathered the rest of his strength into a fist and hit the demon right in his smug face. The already weakened ghost of the desert now finally collapsed to the ground. It was clear that he was making an effort not to lose the rest of his consciousness. Taking advantage of the moment, Kui pulled out the sword with a scream. It was more painful than he could have imagined, but it was worth doing as soon as possible. Seeing the boy approaching him, Hongshang asked how it was that he was able to defeat him, since during his transformation, his level was no higher than A, hitting the demon even harder. Our hero informed him that he had long since surpassed rank A, but simply kept silent about it and pretended to be weaker than he actually was. Hongshang was also not in such a deplorable state as it seemed at first glance. He found the strength to hit Kui back and say that he would not give up until peace came to the earth. The young man struck a second blow, this time into the enemy's chest, saying that the demon had no idea what peace was, because he was provoking a war that would take a huge number of lives. Slamming his back hard into the stone wall, Shang declared that humanity was wicked beyond measure, and its morals were immoral. So, having attacked the guy, the ghost declared that there was no point in defending the world in which people lived, because they were unworthy of salvation. Coming close to the guy, Shan told him that ghosts used to be people, but they became disillusioned with the human world, so there are more and more of them. Hong Ye intervened in the conversation, stating that her brother thought this way because he was used to only noticing the darkness. Enraged, he asked what kind of light his sister saw, who probably forgot that she was not an ordinary person, but a princess of the Sand Empire. The girl said that her brother had never felt warmth. His soul was sick because he did not know what love was, so he was simply not able to understand what light is. These words made the demon stop and think about whether his sister was right, because he really had never known warmth and love. This realization left him devastated and angry, and he asked Hong Ye since when she thought she could lecture him. The blonde did not calm down. She screamed that Shan was not worthy of being her brother because he became the one she fought against. Strong people, protecting the weak, sacrifice themselves, and he became the one from whom they needed to be protected. She called upon the demon to look around and answer honestly what kind of life the people under his rule had. The man realized that Hong Ye was right. He didn't say anything, but he realized that people lived under the oppression of his power. They were not free and happy. They died early and were afraid all the time. The last question the girl asked made Shan wonder what the difference was between the result he had achieved and the demon that had destroyed their empire. Shan's gaze became confused and softer as he asked if his enemies really enjoyed living with humans. Looking down, Hong Ye said that, although her husband sometimes seemed like a fool, she felt good with him, because before meeting him, she literally wandered in the darkness, and he became a ray of hope for her. This guy didn't care what happened to her before. He sincerely helped her, and the girl felt her love. Her life became beautiful and fulfilling. She knew that darkness would no longer swallow her, so she could answer with confidence that she truly enjoyed living among people, because in this world there was someone she loved so much. After this speech from his wife, our hero simply could not say a word. He was flattered to the depths of his soul that he occupied such a place in her life, and most importantly, it was all mutual. Hong Shan admitted that he had wandered alone for too long. He had never had the life his sister described, so deep down he understood why she was happy. These words came as a shock to the girl, because she could not even imagine that she would be able to get through to her brother. Suddenly, the demon materialized 2 fragments of the sage's stone in front of him. He said that at first he wanted to absorb them and become a man, but now this decision did not seem right. The guys began to unanimously declare that he needed to absorb the stone, because in the future he could atone for his guilt by joining the forces of Daxia. But Shan lowered his eyes and said briefly that he would not be able to return and become a normal person who lives his modest and happy life. So he channeled the power of the 2 stones into his sister and declared that of the 2, she was the one who deserved to gain human form. Tears came to the girl's eyes. She could not believe that her brother was ready to sacrifice his future for the sake of her happiness. After the power of the 2 stones penetrated Hong Ye's body, she lost consciousness and her skin burst into flames, scorching with bright flames. Looking sadly at his sister, the man said that he would give her the world that she spoke of with such delight. The snake, who had previously served Shan, understood that her boss had almost destroyed the ghosts, and he could use this artifact to control them. A few seconds after what happened, very strange events began. The demonic army, with which people fought so bravely, began to dissolve in space. Looking around in surprise, the boy realized that Hong Shan was taking his army with him. The sand ghost also began to disappear, because its energy was weakening with each passing second. And finally, it said goodbye to its sister and Lin Kuei, and wished them happiness. The demon himself said that he would go on a journey around the world to study it from top to bottom. But he gave his word that if the future turned out to be a complete disappointment, he would try to return and take over the world again. These words did not please Q at all. He ordered the demon to return immediately, but there was no trace left of him. Meanwhile, Hong Ye was slowly coming to her senses. She was coughing heavily, because her body had experienced severe stress due to the fact that the energy was too powerful. She explained that the stones helped her restore her human form, but they did it in a very aggressive manner. Taking his exhausted wife in his arms, Lin Kuei said that she could just close her eyes and not worry about anything. Following his advice, the girl began to relax, whispering his words of gratitude. 4 whole days have passed since these events. At the moment, our heroes were coming to their senses in the City of Sins. In order to ensure that no one would interfere with their rest and recovery, Lin Kuei decided to buy an apartment. While his friends were sleeping, he sat next to the bed where his wife was lying all the time. He was afraid to leave her even for a second, because it seemed that she might be gone at any moment. All these disturbing thoughts disappeared as soon as the girl opened her eyes. She was able to get out of this mess alive. Turning her head, she saw that her husband had fallen asleep on the chair next to the bed. Hong Ye realized that he had been there the whole time and had not left her for a second. Laying her head on her beloved's head, the blonde kissed him on the forehead. She was so grateful to this guy that she wanted to express her love as clearly as possible. The young man's eyes slowly opened. At first, he thought he was having a very realistic dream. But then he realized that it was all real. The guy shouted with joy and announced that his beloved wife had woken up. The girl became embarrassed and said that she felt like she had become human again. Unable to bear it, Lin Kuei hugged her tightly and said that he was happy to hear her voice again, even though his wife scolded him for not having rested at all. The loud conversations woke up Keikei, Lu Luo, and Snowball. They were also very happy to see that Hong Ye had come to her senses. Smiling warmly, the blonde stated that she was fine, so the guys didn't have to worry about her condition. While Hong Ye was talking with her friends, our hero did not let go of her hand. The sensations now seemed completely different. Her skin was so soft that it was incomparable to what he felt before. Embarrassed, the wife asked why the guy became so shy after her transformation. Hui replied that it was all because she was simply charming. In fact, our hero himself did not understand why he was so embarrassed, because he had known Hong Ye for a very long time, so this period should have passed. With a mischievous laugh, Lu Luo teased that she knew Dad just wanted to kiss Mom. The little girl started screaming that they had to do it right now, which confused the couple even more. Although Keiki was silent, she was thinking inside that she wouldn't mind watching their kiss either, because it was so romantic. Hong Ye glanced playfully at her husband and said that, frankly speaking, she found the idea quite attractive herself. The boy didn't have time to react to this confession, as his wife decided to act. She was the first to kiss him, which embarrassed him to the limit. Everyone was simply delighted, because this act was so romantic that it erased all the bad emotions after the protracted battle. Kiki even suggested throwing a party to celebrate Hong Ye finally gaining a human body. So soon our heroes gathered to celebrate all the happy events, eating delicious shashlik, which was prepared by Lin Kyo. During the celebration, Snowball and the snake became such friends that people even started making fun of them, saying that now there was another couple in the company. When little Lu Luo fell asleep in Keikei's arms, the girl said she would take her upstairs, but in reality, she just wanted to give the boys some privacy. Hong Ye laughed, because she immediately figured out what the girl was up to, and Lin Kie got angry because he didn't understand anything and it irritated him. The blonde realized that she needed to take matters into her own hands, so she extended her hand to her husband and suggested that they go and look at the moon together. Of course, he agreed, but he still felt terribly shy. After all, it was his first love, so there was nothing surprising about it. Taking off into the sky, Hong Ye brought them as close to the moon as her flying abilities would allow. In complete delight, the girl said that she had long wanted her husband to feel the sky. Kei was surprised that even after the transformation, Hong Ye could fly. Smiling, she explained that her powers were now at A level, and that flying was one of her abilities. It was simply incredible. Our hero realized that in the future he would have to work hard to catch up with his wife and sisterhood, who also possessed A-level abilities. Noticing a high mountain on the way, the blonde decided that it was a great place to land and watch the sky. Lin Kuei quickly realized that they were right on Mizuki Hill, which was the highest point in the desert. Hugging her beloved, the girl said that the moon and stars would witness their love. The guy relaxed a little and whispered that Hong Ye would always be his. After that, they merged into a kiss that completely reflected their feelings for each other. It was gentle, but at the same time made it clear that now they were together until the very end. 2 days had passed since our heroes had climbed the mountain. After everything that had happened, the guy felt like a real supernatural being. Hongye said that it was time for them to return to their friends, because they might think that something bad had happened. Even though our hero was happy, he was not against returning, because his wife's strength was too great. So it was time to return to the apartment, which was located in the city of Sins. Keika immediately ran up to the boys and told them that they had arrived just in time because they had guests. Entering the courtyard, the boys saw Lin Hude, who sat down next to Luluo and gave her a cute stuffed rabbit. The young man was very happy to see his sister. He realized that she had been gone for so long because she was also on a mission. Noticing that mom and dad had finally returned, little Luo ran up to them and began to show them her new toy, which her aunt had given her. Getting to her feet, Hood said that her brother did a great job. She only asked him to investigate the ghosts. The girl could not have imagined that his team would destroy them all. Hood also reported that Sand Ghost became a member of Daxia. But, according to her, the most valuable was Quay. The inspector agreed to accept him into the ranks of the night patrol. Once this was the guy's cherished dream. But now he realized that he wanted to be a free man more, and our hero had not yet enjoyed life with Hongye. However, his sister reassured him, saying that the night patrol was just a rank, and that he would simply be carrying out various tasks. Hongye looked at her husband and said that he should not forget how much he dreamed of going there. She believed that he should not give up on this goal. These words touched the guy very much. He thanked his wife for her understanding and support, which he needed so much. After thinking for a while, the young man decided to join the night patrol and protect civilians from the insidious demons that were giving them no peace. Lin Hood happily said as she bumped her fists together, saying that she didn't expect any other decision from her brave brother. Having looked closely at the guy, the girl declared that since he had chosen this difficult path, he deserved to know some of the secrets of the world. It sounded extremely intriguing, so our hero prepared to hear some shocking news that would turn his world upside down. The first thing my sister said was that the world today has become much more dangerous than it used to be. This was not a revelation for the young man, because he knew very well that at that moment ghosts were wandering everywhere. Hood shook her head and said that the news only showed a small part of the information, because Ying Island was engulfed in wars and natural disasters, and its territory was taken over by demons. The troubles also affected the Western Kingdom. Many ghosts pretended to be civilians and disappeared into the crowd. Thus, they managed to get rid of many enemies. Also, according to the information received, a desperate battle took place in the Snow Kingdom, where despite the lack of people, everyone sacrificed themselves for the common good. Even in the sea regions there was unrest, because giant monsters emerged from the water and destroyed entire islands. There were many strong people on the borders of Daxia, so they had to resist the invasion of ghosts. But unfortunately, the enemy forces did not give them a break from constant invasions. That's why they need talents like Lin Kuei. But Hood said that the guy shouldn't forget that this path is not easy, so he should be mentally prepared for difficulties. Looking at his wife, our hero suggested that they return to Kanglin together, since she too was supposed to join the Night Watch squad. But Hongye surprised him with her answer, saying that she wanted to stay in the desert. The guy was shocked to the depths of his soul when he heard these words. He could not believe that his wife did not want to follow him. With her eyes downcast, the girl explained that they simply couldn't live like this. Yes, Kui loved her, but at the same time, he had his own goals. So she decided to stay to give him the opportunity to succeed. Not knowing what to say, the young man simply remained silent, because he understood that Hongye was right. Despite the fact that they were good together, each had their own priorities in life. Patting the girl on the shoulder, Hood said that she could join the Night Watch as a special agent and stay to live in the desert. But first, Sister Kay suggested renaming the area Sand City to make people feel safe, which would help Hongye improve the cities one by one. Hongye was glad that she was given the opportunity to help Daxia, so she agreed to the offer without hesitation. Our hero did not expect that his wife would take the separation so close to her heart. On the one hand, he was glad that she found what she wanted to do, but at the same time, he was very sad to think about the separation. Turning her head to her husband, the girl asked how he felt about her decision. The guy said that he would support her in any case. Lin Hud watched the couple and thought that they were separating just when they had finally become like a family. The next morning, a plane arrived in the desert, which was supposed to pick up our hero and his friends and take them to Sanglen. In order not to lose contact with his wife, Lin Kuei wanted to give her the phone so that she could call him at any time. The girl smiled warmly and said that he shouldn't worry about it because they were spiritually connected, which meant they could exchange souls. This information, to put it mildly, made the boy nervous because it meant that his wife would be able to spy on him, which was not very pleasant. It turned out that Keki also wanted to stay because her abilities were connected with the water element, which meant they would be useful in the desert, and the snake also had no intention of leaving its owner. Little Luluo also wanted to stay with her mother and help her with her work, because she had a wonderful ability to make everything around her green. All the locals were very grateful to the guy, so they came to see him off and give him parting gifts. In order to accept all these gifts, the young man had to find a bag that could contain it all. The helicopter pilot said that they needed to take off immediately because there was very little time, so the guy had to hurry. After hugging Kuei goodbye, Hong Ye asked him not to worry about her, but to take care of himself. The boy chuckled and reminded her that he was no longer the weak student he used to be. The blonde felt so sad that she hugged the guy tighter and whispered that she would wait for his return with all her heart, because he was the only one she loved so much. Enjoying her pleasant scent, the young man said that it was all mutual and that he too would miss her very much. The helicopter took off, and everyone began waving their hands in unison to the one who found the strength to save this area from the invasion of demons. No matter how sad Hong Ye felt, she consoled herself with the thought that her feelings with her husband were eternal and nothing could destroy them. But at the same time, she understood that most likely, the next time they met, Lin Kuei would be a completely different person. Meanwhile, things were not going well at the demon headquarters in Daxia. The leader was simply beside himself with anger because the sand ghost dared to pretend to be missing and was now completely useless to them. Yang Xi emerged from the crowd and declared that the overlord did not need to worry, as his men were hiding undercover in various cities and were ready to launch a large-scale operation. The chief demon chuckled and said that the boy showed good promise, so now the king of night mosquitoes was also with them. Submissively bowing his head, the blonde said that he would do everything in the best possible way. But to himself, he thought that the time would come when he would take the place of the head of the demons. The Dark Lord stated that his clones were abroad. Their main task was the occupation of all territories, and the ultimate goal was world domination. For the first time in a long time, Yang Xiao thought about how many clones this demon had, and in general, who was sitting in front of him right now. It was hard to imagine how strong this creature was. At this time, everything was quiet and peaceful in Sanlin. The townspeople walked calmly along the streets, hurrying about their business. They had no idea that the sand ghost himself was walking among them, who accidentally ended up in the city where his sister lived. He realized that everything here was different from the desert. The infrastructure and technology were developed. There were too many people in the city, but fortunately, Hong Shan could hide his ghostly aura and disguise himself as an ordinary person. But people still paid too much attention to him. It was all because of his strange costume, which imitated the fashion of ancient people. Listening to the passers-by whispering about his appearance, Hong Shang decided that the people in front of him were simply a gathering of ignoramuses. When the man took off, the townspeople were simply shocked, because this meant that just before them there was a man who possessed simply extraordinary strength. Landing at the traffic light, Hong Shan thought about how the city was filled with moving iron boxes. In the desert, they could be seen rarely, but here they were at every step. But the man didn't like the architecture at all. He thought that the buildings were too tall and ugly, and he liked the ones in the desert much more. His antics did not please the police, so the guardian of the law ordered him to come down to the ground immediately. Ignoring the remark, Hong Shan took off and wanted to get away from this boring city. His beautiful flight was filmed on mobile phones by surprised people. Suddenly, a frightened girl ran out of the gateway, screaming in panic that monsters were chasing her, and a couple of demons followed her. On her way, she noticed a strange man in white clothes, who walked aloofly and did not pay attention to anything. The stranger decided to scream louder to attract the attention of the gentleman, and he finally helped her get rid of the monsters. She was in such a hurry that she didn't even notice the stone on her way, which she stumbled over. By the will of fate, the girl fell right on Hong Shan, who finally returned to reality and realized that he was among people. Looking up, the girl in trouble realized that the man was unusually handsome. His appearance literally took her breath away. At that moment, demons approached them and advised the man to mind his own business and give the girl over if he didn't want to be eaten. These words outraged the man so much that he didn't even know what to say, because he had never been spoken to so disrespectfully. Lifting the girl up with him, the man activated his magical energy and struck at the creatures. The sand blast instantly killed these ghosts before they could even utter a death squeak. His new acquaintance was simply in shock, because she had never seen anyone kill 2 demons with one blow. She realized that the stranger looked like a supernatural being. When it was all over, the girl thanked him for saving her and said shyly that she could now be put on the ground. The man let go of her so abruptly that the poor thing fell to the ground. He shouted that people were very strange because they wanted to hug all the time. Despite this, the girl once again thanked him for his help and wanted to tell her savior her name. Hong Shang looked at the stranger arrogantly and advised her not to think of anything unnecessary, because he only killed monsters. But the saved student said that she wanted to invite him to dinner. She wanted to follow the man, but her leg hurt so much that it was painful even to stand, let alone walk. The girl began to cry and turned to herself, lamenting that because of the monsters she would not be able to walk. Turning around, Hong Shan saw this unfortunate woman and once again thought that people were very weak and vulnerable creatures. Having picked up the stranger in his arms, the man said that he would take her wherever she said. The student could not believe that the handsome stranger hugged her again. Ignoring the girl's confused look, the sand ghost told her to show the way. While telling her where to turn and at what point to go straight, the student herself could not understand why her heart was beating so hard. At some point, she said that she couldn't even imagine how she would have coped without her savior, because the demons could have had unpredictable consequences. The girl turned out to be extremely talkative. She literally wouldn't shut up, asking if the gentleman was a member of the Night Watch, because she admired the strength of these warriors. The look the blonde gave her could indicate that he was extremely irritated or even angry. It became clear that this man was too cold-blooded, so that despite his beauty, it was almost impossible to communicate with him. Hong Shan was silent the whole time, and the girl he saved never stopped hoping that he would say at least a word. She was interested in everything, even why his hair was so long. Then the student asked if the man was a cosplayer, since she had only seen such outfits on anime characters. Shan said that he was just a wanderer from Sin City. Thinking that the blonde was getting too into character, the girl laughed and said that Sin City was a very beautiful name. Finally, the stranger gave her name. Her name was Xia Shui. She studied at Beiqing School and wanted to know how she could address her savior. Without any emotion, he said that he could be addressed as Hong Shan. The man did not understand why she needed this information, because it was better to be interested in technology and not such nonsense. The day was drawing to a close when the heroes of this story finally reached the right place. When they entered the house, Sui asked Shan to put her on the sofa. She was thinking about how it was the first time there was a guy in her apartment. Instead of carefully placing the victim on the sofa, the man carelessly threw her straight onto the floor, causing her to scream in unexpected pain. When he began to take off her socks, the girl thought of the worst thing, because this stranger could very well be some kind of pervert, but he wasn't interested in anything. Shui thought. He just wanted to examine her leg, which was badly bruised after the fall. The girl herself felt awkward about her thoughts. She was ashamed that she had thought so badly of the man who wanted to examine her sore leg. Activating his magic, the blonde said that it was just a bruise that could be cured without going to a doctor. A moment later, Zhu realized that the pain had disappeared. It was a real miracle. She never thought that this stern man would be so sweet and caring. After waving her leg, she realized that the bruise no longer bothered her. In gratitude for his help, she wanted to feed Shang, but he said that it was time for him to go. But the man realized that he was actually quite hungry. He assumed that people were sucking the energy out of him. Returning to the room, Shan announced that he would stay for dinner, but would do so solely so that the girl would not hold a grudge against him. After some time, a strange smell came from the kitchen. It seemed like something was really burnt. Ignoring the smoke billowing in the kitchen, Wei brought out 2 plates and said that she had finished cooking. The dish, which literally continued to burn right in the plate, impressed Shan, to put it mildly, who was certainly not surprised by such culinary masterpieces. Smiling widely, Yui presented her dishes. The first plate was pork and fish sauce, which she had fried well, and the second plate was fried eggs with tomatoes. Watching the man eat her food, the girl asked him if he liked the taste of the food. Shan closed his eyes with restraint and said that taste was not important to him, since food was just a source of energy, not pleasure. But Shui was absolutely sure that her guest liked the treats. He just chose to say nothing due to his excessive modesty. Only when she made bento, her classmates said it was the worst thing they had ever eaten. But Shan kept eating, so she's not such a bad cook. Having finished 2 dishes, the blonde man rose from the table and thanked the hostess for her hospitality. The girl immediately said that she wanted to accompany the guest to his home. The only problem was that Hong Shan was not at home, which he told the curious girl. Hearing this information, Sui was really shocked. She asked where the man slept. He replied that he spent the night on a tree in the park. It was cool there, and you can feel the aura of the sky and the earth. His new acquaintance presented a simply horrific picture of a man sleeping on the bare ground, covered with a newspaper, while stray dogs walked around him looking for a place to go to the toilet. The girl decided that she couldn't let a nice man sleep on the street, so she offered to stay at her place. She could lie on the couch and he could take her bed. After thinking for a while, Shang suggested that Shui would be uncomfortable on the sofa, so they could sleep on the same bed together. Having imagined a terribly tempting picture, the student decided that she couldn't even think about something like that, because they had only met a couple of hours ago. She waved her hands in panic and said that they couldn't sleep in the same bed, since they had only known each other for a short time. Coming closer, the sand ghost stated that if she was not satisfied with the bed, they could lie down together on the sofa. Zhu was simply amazed at how this man's logic worked. Or rather, she didn't understand whether it worked at all. In the end, the strange couple lay down on the sofa. Of course, it was not at all comfortable to lie there together, so Zhu could not fall asleep for a long time, so she began to pester Shan with questions. She understood that she would never be able to build a relationship with a guy if she couldn't even sleep peacefully next to him. The girl wanted to know where his parents lived if he himself was sleeping on the street. The man sleepily muttered that they had been dead for a long time. Jumping up from her seat, Jue asked the guy not to hold a grudge against her for this question because she did not know about his loss. He reassured her, saying that he was not angry. Frowning, the girl said sadly that of her relatives, only her father remained alive. She said that her mother died from a long illness, and her father spent his days fighting ghosts, so they rarely saw each other. As for her, she didn't have any magical abilities, so she went to a normal school. She couldn't stand up for herself, so she admired strong people like Shang. But the blonde didn't agree with her, because in his opinion, being an ordinary person was also quite good, and envying him was the height of stupidity. As she fell asleep, the girl said that she always wanted to become stronger, because then she could join her father's warriors and be with him more often. These words made Shan open his eyes and say that if she wanted to gain strength, he could teach her something. The girl jumped on the man out of joy and began asking if he was really ready to do this. Siu was so close that Shan could clearly feel her overwhelming desire to become stronger. And suddenly he wanted to touch her lips. When the girl realized where this was going, she immediately jumped away from Shan and said that nothing should happen between them. Her behavior did not surprise the blonde at all. It only caused him an irresistible feeling of boredom. In the morning, Kanglin's school was very restless. Everyone was buzzing about the news that concerned Lin Shi. The girl took over as the chairperson of the disciplinary committee, so now she will patrol and maintain order in the school. Of course, Si was smart enough to delegate the dirty work to her subordinates, while she herself did not lay a finger on those who broke the rules. Everyone was so afraid of her for only one reason. She had a clear aura of a low-ranking demon king. It was hard to believe that any of the school children were capable of such a thing. Smiling, Lin Shi proudly declared that under her careful guidance, all the students would become good and polite. Some brave soul declared that such a position was beyond the capabilities of a child from the lower grades. Because some little brat could not dictate to the senior students, they would continue to break the rules. Xiao Huang was only glad that the rebels had appeared, because it meant that he could flex his fists and show that discipline would now be strictly observed. 3 cheeky high school students confidently declared that no one could force them to follow the rules, because they had never done so and had no plans to start. Oh, these were exactly the words the ferret was waiting for. Now he was 100% sure that he could use his special weapon. Having dropped a bomb of his own making on the boys, the ferret announced to everyone that from now on, the rules had changed and anyone who did not follow them would be punished. The bomb exploded not with fire, but with a disgusting smell that forced the impudent boys to free themselves from their breakfast. Those who witnessed this attack began to wonder if all of Lin Shi's subordinates were that strong. They understood that it was not for nothing that the girl was called a little witch. Looking at Xiao Huang, the girl reminded him that they were against violence because they were good people, a phrase that caused doubt in everyone who heard it. Lin Shi asked how her brother's things were selling. The ferret replied happily that the monthly income was 10,000, so they had $1 million profit. This news made the girl happy, because she understood that her brother would be proud of her, but she felt sad in her soul, because she had not called him for so long and there was no signal in the desert. Suddenly, a black car with tinted windows flew into the schoolyard at full speed. A ferret jumped out in front of Shi and aggressively declared that the yard was not a parking lot, so the impudent driver should immediately get out of the car. When the ferret saw the person who got out of the car, all his anger disappeared. Taking off his sunglasses and winking at the boys, Lin Kei said that he had finally returned home. Nobody expected such a surprise, so they immediately rushed to the guy to greet him and hug him. Lin Shi clung to her beloved brother and said that she missed him very much while he was away on a mission. The ferret turned away from his brother and sister in displeasure and grumbled that they were being too cute again. When night fell, the entire family gathered at Lin Kuei's mansion. The guy asked everyone to gather around the table. Onizi was even ordered to stop cleaning and look at the gifts with the others. The demoness received a new maid uniform that she really liked, and Lin Shi was also given new clothes. A toy car was brought for Xiao Huang, and it looked absolutely amazing. Hook was happy, but he showed his emotions in his own way, which he had every right to do. But there was a second gift that Huang liked much more. Kuei brought a land shark bone, which was simply impossible to buy anywhere. Having grabbed the bone with his teeth, the ferret began to jump as if he were a dog, which probably meant that he was very happy with the new toy. Lin Si asked why Hong Ye and Lulo had not returned, and the boy said that his fiancée had taken human form and found work in the desert, and the little girl wanted to help her. This news made everyone present happy, because the guys had been waiting for a long time for her to finally gain a physical body and fully recover. After that, Kuei announced that he also had a new goal. Tomorrow, he would go to the Night Watch department and fight in their ranks together with Sisterhood. Lin Shi was simply happy. She had never doubted her brother, but now she was even more proud of him because he was so persistently pursuing his goal. As a result, everyone celebrated the joyful events until late at night. Kuei was glad to feel at home, in his place. The next day, the guy had to go to the office building of the Night Watch department, which was in Sanlan. Hood accompanied him. Looking around, the young man said that he could not even imagine that the inspector had such a cool place. The girl said that the authorities ordered him to join the second task force. Kuei was a little upset because he wanted to be on the team with his sister. But then he realized that this was not bad, because then there would be no prejudice against him. He was interested in who would be the leader of the group. Stopping at the door of the office of the leader of the second group, the girl said that from this moment his career in the Night Watch began. Once inside, Hood announced that she had brought Lin Qi, who was ready to join their ranks. A charming girl named Yun Shi, who acted as the group leader, was already waiting for them in the office. Having looked the boy over from head to toe, the beauties were extremely surprised that the one about whom legends were literally composed seemed so ordinary. Ignoring these words, Hood declared that from now on, Yun Si would be his boss, who should be obeyed and respected. The brunette didn't miss the opportunity to tease her colleague and say that she was trying to promote her brother. Hood slapped the talkative girl's hand sharply and said that the whole world knew about Lin Kei's talent, and she was simply slandering him because she was jealous. Realizing that a little more and the girls would start to clash and tear each other's throats out, our hero intervened and said that he absolutely didn't care what others said. Hugging the guy from behind, Yunshi said that she liked tall and strong guys like him. Kuei felt very awkward being touched by a woman like that. Lin Hud's patience snapped, and she ordered her colleague to stop behaving like this immediately. But the brunette just laughed, saying that she would definitely take care of Hood's brother, and she whispered in the guy's ear that the people from the first group had filled the entire space and were annoying everyone. At that moment, the guy realized that his sister and his new leader were competing with each other. He found himself between two fires, and this could end badly. As she left the office, Hood said that her rival could talk all she wanted, but if a hair fell from her brother's head, she would skin it. Yun Shi waved her hand cheerfully and promised that everything would be fine. But Kuei didn't think so, because he felt like he had entered a real tiger's den. After Hood left, the doors slammed shut with incredible speed. Yun Shi decided to show the newcomer his place right away, so she aggressively threw the guy to the floor, causing him to hit his head quite hard. While he was recovering from such a shock, the girl said that if he wanted to work, he had to control himself in the boss's office. Looming over the boy, she said that from this second on, he could forget everything that had happened before. Lin Qi realized that it was better not to argue with this girl because she had more than enough strength. She could easily give any guy a head start. Pressing her heel into the poor guy's stomach, Yun Shi informed him that he should forget about those low-level ghosts he had dealt with before. The Night Watch would demand much more. Stepping aside, she announced that his salary would be 5,000 for 6 months of training, and there would be a reward for catching the ghost. Kuei immediately agreed to these conditions, not because he was satisfied with the financial security, but because he was not interested in it, since he was making a huge profit from selling his things. Interrupting the guy's conversation, Yun Shi said that he needed to talk less and work more, because she needed a decent subordinate. When the young man said that he would try to meet the requirements, the girl said that she could provide him with some benefits as a newcomer. She was interested in whether the new employee liked working with a manager like her. The guy didn't even know what to answer him, because Hong Ye was waiting for him somewhere far away.